Section 28 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shiping Lin. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. Fourth scene, Windygates. Chapter the 24th. Backward. "Well?" whispered Blanche, taking her uncle confidentially by the arm. "Well," said Sir Patrick, with a spark of his satirical humour flashing out at his niece, "I'm going to do a very rash thing. I'm going to place a serious trust in the hands of a girl of 18. The girl's hands will keep it, uncle, though she is only 18. I must run the risk, my dear. Your intimate knowledge of Miss Silvester may be of the greatest assistance to me in the next step I take. You shall know all that I can tell you, but I must warn you first. I can only admit you into my confidence by startling you with a great surprise. Do you follow me so far?" "Yes, yes." "If you fail to control yourself, you place an obstacle in the way of my being of some future use to Miss Silvester. Remember that, and now prepare for the surprise. What did I tell you before dinner? You said you made discoveries at Craig Fernie. What have you found out?" "I have found out that there is a certain person who is in full possession of the information which Miss Silvester has concealed from you and from me. The person is within our reach. The person is in this neighbourhood. The person is in this room." He caught up Blanche's hand, resting on his arm, and pressed it significantly. She looked at him with a cry of surprise suspended on her lips, waited a little with her eyes fixed on Sir Patrick's face, struggled resolutely, and composed herself. "Point the person out." She said the words with a self-possession which won her uncle's hearty approval. Blanche had done wonders for a girl in her teens. "Look," said Sir Patrick, "and tell me what you see." "I see Lady Lundie at the other end of the room, with a map of Perthshire and the baronial antiquities of Scotland on the table. And I see everybody but you and me obliged to listen to her." "Everybody?" Blanche looked carefully round the room, and noticed Geoffrey in the opposite corner, fast asleep by this time in his armchair. "Uncle, you don't mean—" "There is the man." "Mr. Delamayn?" "Mr. Delamayn knows everything." Blanche held mechanically by her uncle's arm, and looked at the sleeping man as if her eyes could never see enough of him. "You saw me in the library, in private consultation with Mr. Delamayn," resumed Sir Patrick. "I have to acknowledge, my dear, that you were quite right in thinking this a suspicious circumstance, and I am now to justify myself for having purposely kept you in the dark up to the present time." With those introductory words he briefly reverted to the earlier occurrences of the day, and then added, by way of commentary, a statement of the conclusions which events had suggested to his own mind. The events, it may be remembered, were three in number. First, Geoffrey's private conference with Sir Patrick on the subject of irregular marriages in Scotland. Secondly, Anne Silvester's appearance at Windygates. Thirdly, Anne's flight. The conclusions which had thereupon suggested themselves to Sir Patrick's mind were six in number. First, that a connection of some sort might possibly exist between Geoffrey's acknowledged difficulty about his friend and Miss Silvester's presumed difficulty about herself. Secondly, that Geoffrey had really put to Sir Patrick, not his own case, but the case of a friend. Thirdly, that Geoffrey had some interest, of no harmless kind, in establishing the fact of his friend's marriage. Fourthly, that Anne's anxiety, as described by Blanche, to hear the names of the gentlemen who were staying at Windygates pointed, in all probability, to Geoffrey. Fifthly, that this last inference disturbed the second conclusion, and reopened the doubt whether Geoffrey had not been stating his own case, after all, under pretence of stating the case of a friend. Sixthly, that the one way of obtaining any enlightenment on this point, and on all the other points involved in mystery, was to go to Craig Fernie and consult Mrs. Inchbare's experience during the period of Anne's residence at the inn. Sir Patrick's apology for keeping all this a secret from his niece followed. He had shrunk from agitating her on the subject until he could be sure of proving his conclusions to be true. The proof had been obtained, and he was now, therefore, ready to open his mind to Blanche without reserve. "So much, my dear," proceeded Sir Patrick, "for those necessary explanations which are also the necessary nuisances of human intercourse. You now know as much as I did when I arrived at Craig Fernie, and you are therefore in a position to appreciate the value of my discoveries at the inn. Do you understand everything so far?" "Perfectly." "Very good. I drove up to the inn, and, behold me closeted with Mrs. Inchbare in her own private parlour. My reputation may or may not suffer, but Mrs. Inchbare's bones are above suspicion. It was a long business, Blanche. A more sour-tempered, cunning, and distrustful witness I never examined in all my experience at the bar. She would have upset the temper of any mortal man but a lawyer. We have such wonderful tempers in our profession, and we can be so aggravating when we like. In short, my dear, Mrs. Inchbare was a she-cat, and I was a he-cat, and I clawed the truth out of her at last. The result was well worth arriving at, as you shall see. Mr. Delamayn had described to me certain remarkable circumstances as taking place between a lady and a gentleman at an inn, the object of the parties being to pass themselves off at the time as man and wife. Every one of those circumstances, Blanche, occurred at Craig Fernie, between a lady and a gentleman, on the day when Miss Silvester disappeared from this house. And wait, being pressed for her name after the gentleman had left her behind him at the inn, the name the lady gave was Mrs. Silvester. What do you think of that?" "Think! I'm bewildered. I can't realize it." "It's a startling discovery, my dear child. There is no denying that. Shall I wait a little and let you recover yourself?" "No, no, go on. The gentleman, uncle? The gentleman who was with Anne? Who is he? Not Mr. Delamayn?" "Not Mr. Delamayn," said Sir Patrick. "If I have proved nothing else, I have proved that." "What need was there to prove it? Mr. Delamayn went to London on the day of the lawn party, and Arnold went with him as far as the second station from this." "Quite true. But how was I to know what Mr. Delamayn might have done after Arnold had left him? I could only make sure that he had not gone back privately to the inn by getting the proof from Mrs. Inchbare." "How did you get it?" "I asked her to describe the gentleman who was with Miss Silvester. Mrs. Inchbare's description, vague as you will presently find it to be, completely exonerates that man," said Sir Patrick, pointing to Geoffrey still asleep in his chair. "He is not the person who passed Miss Silvester off as his wife at Craig Fernie. He spoke the truth when he described the case to me as the case of a friend." "But who is the friend?" persisted Blanche. "That's what I want to know." "That's what I want to know too." "Tell me exactly, uncle, what Mrs. Inchbare said. I have lived with Anne all my life. I must have seen the man somewhere." "If you can identify him by Mrs. Inchbare's description," returned Sir Patrick, "you will be a great deal cleverer than I am. Here is a picture of the man, as painted by the landlady. Young, middle-sized, dark hair, eyes, and complexion. Nice temper, pleasant way of speaking. Leave out young, and the rest is the exact contrary of Mr. Delamayn. So far, Mrs. Inchbare guides us plainly enough. But how are we to apply her description to the right person? There must be, at the lowest computation, 500,000 men in England who are young, middle-sized, dark, nice-tempered, and pleasant-spoken. One of the footmen here answers that description in every particular." "And Arnold answers it," said Blanche, as a still stronger instance of the provoking vagueness of the description. "And Arnold answers it," repeated Sir Patrick, quite agreeing with her. They had barely said those words when Arnold himself appeared, approaching Sir Patrick with a pack of cards in his hand. There, at the very moment when they had both guessed the truth, without feeling the slightest suspicion of it in their own minds, there stood discovery, presenting itself unconsciously to eyes incapable of seeing it, in the person of the man who had passed Anne Silvester off as his wife at the Craig Fernie inn. The terrible caprice of chance, the merciless irony of circumstance, could go no further than this. The three had their feet on the brink of the precipice at that moment, and two of them were smiling at an odd coincidence, and one of them was shuffling a pack of cards. "We have done with the antiquities at last," said Arnold, "and we are going to play whist. Sir Patrick, will you choose a card?" "Too soon after dinner, my good fellow, for me. Play the first rubber, and then give me another chance. By the way," he added, "Miss Silvester has been traced to Kirkandrew. How is it that you never saw her go by?" "She can't have gone my way, Sir Patrick, or I must have seen her." Having justified himself in those terms, he was recalled to the other end of the room by the whist party, impatient for the cards which he had in his hand. "What were we talking of when he interrupted us?" said Sir Patrick to Blanche. "Of the man, uncle, who was with Miss Silvester at the inn." "It's useless to pursue that inquiry, my dear, with nothing better than Mrs. Inchbare's description to help us." Blanche looked round at the sleeping Geoffrey. "And he knows," she said. "It's maddening, uncle, to look at that brute snoring in his chair." Sir Patrick held up a warning hand. Before a word more could be said between them, they were silenced again by another interruption. The whist party comprised Lady Lundie and the surgeon, playing as partners against Smith and Jones. Arnold sat behind the surgeon, taking a lesson in a game. 1, 2, and 3, thus left to their own devices, naturally thought of the billiard-table, and, detecting Geoffrey asleep in his corner, advanced to disturb his slumbers, under the all-sufficing apology of pool. Geoffrey roused himself, and rubbed his eyes, and said drowsily, "All right." As he rose, he looked at the opposite corner in which Sir Patrick and his niece were sitting. Blanche's self-possession, resolutely as she struggled to preserve it, was not strong enough to keep her eyes from turning toward Geoffrey with an expression which betrayed the reluctant interest that she now felt in him. He stopped, noticing something entirely new in the look with which the young lady was regarding him. "Beg your pardon," said Geoffrey. "Do you wish to speak to me?" Blanche's face flushed all over. Her uncle came to the rescue. "Miss Lundie and I hope you have slept well, Mr. Delamayn," said Sir Patrick jocosely. "That's all." "Oh, that's all?" said Geoffrey, still looking at Blanche. "Beg your pardon again. Deuced long walk, and deuced heavy dinner. Natural consequence, a nap." Sir Patrick eyed him closely. It was plain that he had been honestly puzzled at finding himself an object of special attention on Blanche's part. "See you in the billiard-room?" he said, carelessly, and followed his companions out of the room, as usual, without waiting for an answer. "Mind what you are about," said Sir Patrick to his niece. "That man is quicker than he looks. We commit a serious mistake if we put him on his guard at starting." "It shan't happen again, uncle," said Blanche. "But think of his being in Anne's confidence, and of mine being shut out of it." "In his friend's confidence, you mean, my dear? And, if we only avoid awakening his suspicion, there is no knowing how soon he may say or do something which may show us who his friend is." "But he is going back to his brother's to–morrow. He said so at dinner–time." "So much the better. He will be out of the way of seeing strange things in a certain young lady's face. His brother's house is within easy reach of this, and I am his legal adviser. My experience tells me that he has not done consulting me yet, and that he will let out something more next time. So much for our chance of seeing the light through Mr. Delamayn, if we can't see it in any other way. And that is not our only chance, remember. I have something to tell you about Bishopriggs and the lost letter." "Is it found?" "No. I satisfied myself about that. I had it searched for, under my own eye. The letter is stolen, Blanche, and Bishopriggs has got it. I have left a line for him, in Mrs. Inchbare's care. The old rascal is missed already by the visitors at the inn, just as I told you he would be. His mistress is feeling the penalty of having been fool enough to vent her ill temper on her head waiter. She lays the whole blame of the quarrel on Miss Silvester, of course. Bishopriggs neglected everybody at the inn to wait on Miss Silvester. Bishopriggs was insolent on being remonstrated with, and Miss Silvester encouraged him, and so on. The result will be, now Miss Silvester has gone, that Bishopriggs will return to Craig Fernie before the autumn is over. We are sailing with wind and tide, my dear. Come, and learn to play whist." He rose to join the card-players. Blanche detained him. "You haven't told me one thing yet," she said. "Whoever the man may be, is Anne married to him?" "Whoever the man may be," returned Sir Patrick, "he had better not attempt to marry anybody else." So the niece unconsciously put the question, and so the uncle unconsciously gave the answer, on which depended the whole happiness of Blanche's life to come. The man! How likely they both talk of the man! Would nothing happen to rouse the faintest suspicion, in their minds or in Arnold's mind, that Arnold was the man himself? "You mean that she is married," said Blanche. "I don't go as far as that." "You mean that she is not married." "I don't go so far as that." "Oh, the law! Provoking, isn't it, my dear? I can tell you professionally, that, in my opinion, she has grounds to go on if she claims to be the man's wife. That is what I meant by my answer, and, until we know more, that is all I can say." "When shall we know more? When shall we get the telegram?" "Not for some hours yet. Come, and learn to play whist." "I think I would rather talk to Arnold, uncle, if you don't mind." "By all means. But don't talk to him about what I have been telling you to–night. He and Mr. Delamayn are old associates, remember, and he might blunder into telling his friend what his friend had better not know. Sad, isn't it, for me to be instilling these lessons of duplicity into the youthful mind? A wise person once said, "The older a man gets, the worse he gets." That wise person, my dear, had me in his eye, and was perfectly right. He mitigated the pain of that confession with a pinch of snuff, and went to the whist table to wait until the end of the rubber gave him a place at the game. End of Section 28. Recording by Shi Pinling. Section 29 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shi Pinling. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. Fourth Scene, Windygates. Chapter the 25th. Forward. Blanche found her lover as attentive as usual to her slightest wish, but not in his customary good spirits. He pleaded fatigue, after his long watch at the cross-roads, as an excuse for his depression. As long as there was any hope of a reconciliation with Geoffrey, he was unwilling to tell Blanche what had happened that afternoon. The hope grew fainter and fainter as the evening advanced. Arnold purposely suggested a visit to the billiard-room, and joined the game, with Blanche, to give Geoffrey an opportunity of saying the few gracious words which would have made them friends again. Geoffrey never spoke the words. He obstinately ignored Arnold's presence in the room. At the card-table the whist went on interminably. Lady Lundie, Sir Patrick, and the surgeon were all inveterate players, evenly matched. Smith and Jones, joining the game alternately, were aids to whist, exactly as they were aids to conversation. The same safe and modest mediocrity of style distinguished the proceedings of these two gentlemen in all the affairs of life. The time wore on to midnight. They went to bed late, and they rose late at Windygates house. Under that hospitable roof, no intrusive hints, in the shape of flat candlesticks exhibiting themselves with ostentatious virtue on side-tables, hurried the guest to his room. No vile bell rang him ruthlessly out of bed the next morning, and insisted on his breakfasting at a given hour. Life has surely hardships enough that are inevitable, without gratuitously adding the hardship of absolute government administered by a clock. It was 12:15 when Lady Lundie rose blandly from the whist-table, and said that she supposed somebody must set the example of going to bed. Sir Patrick and Smith, the surgeon and Jones, agreed on a last rubber. Blanche vanished while her stepmother's eye was on her, and appeared again in the drawing-room when Lady Lundie was safe in the hands of her maid. Nobody followed the example of the mistress of the house but Arnold. He left the billiard-room with the certainty that it was all over now between Geoffrey and himself. Not even the attraction of Blanche proved strong enough to detain him that night. He went his way to bed. It was past 1 o'clock. The final rubber was at an end. The accounts were settled at the card-table. The surgeon had strolled into the billiard-room, and Smith and Jones had followed him. When Duncan came in, at last, with the telegram in his hand, Blanche turned from the broad, calm autumn moonlight which had drawn her to the window, and looked over her uncle's shoulder while he opened the telegram. She read the first line, and that was enough. The whole scaffolding of hope built round that morsel of paper fell to the ground in an instant. The train from Kirkandrew had reached Edinburgh at the usual time. Every passenger in it had passed under the eyes of the police, and nothing had been seen of any person who answered the description given of Anne. Sir Patrick pointed to the two last sentences in the telegram. "Inquiries telegraphed to Falkirk. If with any result you shall know." "We must hope for the best, Blanche. They evidently suspect her of having got out at the junction of the two railways for the purpose of giving the telegraph the slip. There's no help for it. Go to bed, child, go to bed." Blanche kissed her uncle in silence and went away. The bright young face was sad with the first hopeless sorrow which the old man had yet seen in it. His niece's parting look dwelt painfully on his mind when he was up in his room, with the faithful Duncan getting him ready for his bed. "This is a bad business, Duncan. I don't like to say so to Miss Lundie, but I greatly fear the governess has baffled us." "It seems likely, Sir Patrick. The poor young lady looks quite heartbroken about it." "You noticed that too, did you? She has lived all her life, you see, with Miss Silvester, and there is a very strong attachment between them. I'm uneasy about my niece, Duncan. I'm afraid this disappointment will have a serious effect on her." "She is young, Sir Patrick." "Yes, my friend, she is young. But the young, when they are good for anything, have warm hearts. Winter hasn't stolen on them, Duncan, and they feel keenly." "I think there's reason to hope, sir, that Miss Lundie may get over it more easily than you suppose." "What reason, pray?" "A person in my position can hardly venture to speak freely, sir, on a delicate matter of this kind." Sir Patrick's temper flashed out, half seriously, half whimsically, as usual. "Is that a snap at me, you old dog? If I am not your friend, as well as your master, who is? Am I in the habit of keeping any of my harmless fellow creatures at a distance? I despise the cant of modern liberalism, but it's not the less true that I have, all my life, protested against the inhuman separation of classes in England. We are, in that respect, brag as we may of our national virtue, the most unchristian people in the civilized world. I beg your pardon, Sir Patrick. God help me! I'm talking polities at this time of night. It's your fault, Duncan. What do you mean by casting my station in my teeth? Because I can't put my nightcap on comfortably till you have brushed my hair. I have a good mind to get up and brush yours. There, there, I'm uneasy about my niece. Nervous irritability, my good fellow, that's all. Let's hear what you have to say about Miss Lundie, and go on with my hair, and don't be a humbug." "I was about to remind you, Sir Patrick, that Miss Lundie has another interest in her life to turn to. If this matter of Miss Silvester ends badly, and I own it begins to look as if it would, I shall hurry my niece's marriage, sir, and see if that wouldn't console her." Sir Patrick started under the gentle discipline of the hair-brush in Duncan's hand. "That's very sensibly put," said the old gentleman. "Duncan, you are what I call a clear-minded man. Well worth thinking of, old Truepenny. If the worst comes to the worst, well worth thinking of." It was not the first time that Duncan's steady good sense had struck light, under the form of a new thought, in his master's mind, but never yet had he wrought such mischief as the mischief which he had innocently done now. He had sent Sir Patrick to bed with the fatal idea of hastening the marriage of Arnold and Blanche. The situation of affairs at Windygates, now that Anne had apparently obliterated all trace of herself, was becoming serious. The one chance on which the discovery of Arnold's position depended was the chance that accident might reveal the truth in the lapse of time. In this posture of circumstances, Sir Patrick now resolved, if nothing happened to relieve Blanche's anxiety in the course of the week, to advance the celebration of the marriage from the end of the autumn, as originally contemplated, to the first fortnight of the ensuing month. As dates then stood, the change led, so far as free scope for the development of accident was concerned, to this serious result. It abridged a lapse of 3 months into an interval of 3 weeks. The next morning came, and Blanche marked it as a memorable morning, by committing an act of imprudence which struck away one more of the chances of discovery that had existed. Before the arrival of the Edinburgh telegram on the previous day, she had passed a sleepless night, fevered in mind and body, thinking, hour after hour, of nothing but Anne. At sunrise she could endure it no longer. Her power to control herself was completely exhausted. Her own impulses led her as they pleased. She got up, determined not to let Geoffrey leave the house without risking an effort to make him reveal what he knew about Anne. It was nothing less than downright treason to Sir Patrick to act on her own responsibility in this way. She knew it was wrong. She was heartily ashamed of herself for doing it. But the demon that possesses women with a recklessness all their own, at the critical moments of their lives, had got her, and she did it. Geoffrey had arranged overnight to breakfast early by himself, and to walk the 10 miles to his brother's house, sending a servant to fetch his luggage later in the day. He had got on his hat. He was standing in the hall, searching his pocket for his second self, the pipe, when Blanche suddenly appeared from the morning room, and placed herself between him and the house door. "Up early, eh?" said Geoffrey. "I'm off to my brother's." She made no reply. He looked at her closer. The girl's eyes were trying to read his face, with an utter carelessness of concealment, which forbade, even to his mind, all unworthy interpretation of her motive for stopping him on his way out. "Any commands for me?" he inquired. This time she answered him. "I have something to ask you," she said. He smiled graciously, and opened his tobacco pouch. He was fresh and strong after his night's sleep, healthy and handsome and good-humoured. The housemaids had had a peep at him that morning, and had wished, like Desdemona, with the difference, that Heaven had made all 3 of them such a man. "Well," he said, "what is it?" She put her question without a single word of preface, purposely to surprise him. "Mr. Delamayn," she said, "do you know where Aunt Sylvester is this morning?" He was filling his pipe as she spoke, and he dropped some of the tobacco on the floor. Instead of answering before he picked up the tobacco, he answered after, in surly self-possession, and in one word, "No." "Do you know nothing about her?" He devoted himself doggedly to the filling of his pipe. "Nothing." "On your word of honour as a gentleman?" "On my word of honour as a gentleman." He put back his tobacco pouch in his pocket. His handsome face was as hard as stone. His clear blue eyes defied all the girls in England put together to see into his mind. "Have you done, Miss Lundie?" he asked, suddenly changing to a bantering politeness of tone and manner. Blanche saw that it was hopeless, saw that she had compromised her own interests by her own headlong act. Sir Patrick's warning words came back reproachfully to her now when it was too late. "We commit a serious mistake if we put him on his guard at starting." There was but one course to take now. "Yes," she said, "I have done." "My turn now," rejoined Geoffrey. "You want to know where Miss Silvester is. Why do you ask me?" Blanche did all that could be done toward repairing the error that she had committed. She kept Geoffrey as far away as Geoffrey had kept her from the truth. "I happen to know," she replied, "that Miss Silvester left the place at which she had been staying about the time when you went out walking yesterday, and I thought you might have seen her." "Oh, that's the reason, is it?" said Geoffrey, with a smile. The smile stung Blanche's sensitive temper to the quick. She made a final effort to control herself, before her indignation got the better of her. "I have no more to say, Mr. Delamayn." With that reply, she turned her back on him, and closed the door of the morning room between them. Geoffrey descended the house steps, and lit his pipe. He was not at the slightest loss, on this occasion, to account for what had happened. He assumed at once that Arnold had taken a mean revenge on him after his conduct of the day before, and had told the whole secret of his errand at Craig Fernie to Blanche. The thing would get next, no doubt, to Sir Patrick's ears, and Sir Patrick would thereupon be probably the first person who revealed to Arnold the position in which he had placed himself with Anne. All right. Sir Patrick would be an excellent witness to appeal to when the scandal broke out, and when the time came for repudiating Anne's claim on him as the barefaced imposture of a woman who was married already to another man. He puffed away unconcernedly at his pipe, and started, at his swinging steady pace, for his brother's house. Blanche remained alone in the morning-room. The prospect of getting at the truth, by means of what Geoffrey might say on the next occasion when he consulted Sir Patrick, was a prospect that she herself had closed from that moment. She sat down in despair by the window. It commanded a view of the little side terrace which had been Anne's favourite walk at Windygates. With weary eyes and aching heart, the poor child looked at the familiar place, and asked herself, with the bitter repentance that comes too late, if she had destroyed the last chance of finding Anne. She sat passively at the window, while the hours of the morning wore on, until the postman came. Before the servant could take the letter-bag, she was in the hall to receive it. Was it possible to hope that the bag had brought tidings of Anne? She sorted the letters, and lighted suddenly on a letter to herself. It bore the Kirkandrew postmark, and it was addressed to her in Anne's handwriting. She tore the letter open, and read these lines: "I have left you for ever, Blanche. God bless and reward you. God make you a happy woman in all your life to come. Cruel as you will think me, love, I have never been so truly your sister as I am now. I can only tell you this. I can never tell you more. Forgive me and forget me. Our lives are parted lives from this day." Going down to breakfast about his usual hour, Sir Patrick missed Blanche, whom he was accustomed to see waiting for him at the table at that time. The room was empty, the other members of the household having all finished their morning meal. Sir Patrick disliked breakfasting alone. He sent Duncan with a message, to be given to Blanche's maid. The maid appeared in due time. Miss Lundie was unable to leave her room. She sent a letter to her uncle, with her love, and begged he would read it. Sir Patrick opened the letter, and saw what Anne had written to Blanche. He waited a little, reflecting, with evident pain and anxiety, on what he had read, then opened his own letters, and hurriedly looked at the signatures. There was nothing for him from his friend, the sheriff, at Edinburgh, and no communication from the railway in the shape of a telegram. He had decided, overnight, on waiting till the end of the week before he interfered in the matter of Blanche's marriage. The events of the morning determined him on not waiting another day. Duncan returned to the breakfast-room to pour out his master's coffee. Sir Patrick sent him away again with a second message. "Do you know where Lady Lundie is, Duncan?" "Yes, Sir Patrick." "My compliments to her ladyship. If she is not otherwise engaged, I shall be Section 30 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shi Pinglin. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. Fourth scene, Windygates. Chapter the 26th. Dropped. Sir Patrick made a bad breakfast. Blanche's absence fretted him, and Anne Silvester's letter puzzled him. He read it, short as it was, a second time, and a third. If it meant anything, it meant that the motive at the bottom of Anne's flight was to accomplish the sacrifice of herself to the happiness of Blanche. She had parted for life from his niece for his niece's sake. What did this mean? And how was it to be reconciled with Anne's position, as described to him by Mrs. Inchbare during his visit to Craig Fernie? All Sir Patrick's ingenuity and all Sir Patrick's experience failed to find so much as the shadow of an answer to that question. While he was still pondering over the letter, Arnold and the surgeon entered the breakfast-room together. "Have you heard about Blanche?" asked Arnold, excitedly. "She is in no danger, Sir Patrick. The worst of it is over now." The surgeon interposed before Sir Patrick could appeal to him. "Mr. Brinkworth's interest in the young lady a little exaggerates the state of the case," he said. "I have seen her, at Lady Lundie's request, and I can assure you that there is not the slightest reason for any present alarm. Miss Lundie has had a nervous attack, which has yielded to the simplest domestic remedies. The only anxiety you need feel is connected with the management of her in the future. She is suffering from some mental distress, which it is not for me, but for her friends, to alleviate and remove. If you can turn her thoughts from the painful subject, whatever it may be, on which they are dwelling now, you will do all that needs to be done." He took up a newspaper from the table, and strolled out into the garden, leaving Sir Patrick and Arnold together. "You heard that?" said Sir Patrick. "Is he right, do you think?" asked Arnold. "Right? Do you suppose a man gets his reputation by making mistakes? You are one of the new generation, Master Arnold. You can all of you stare at a famous man, but you haven't an atom of respect for his fame. If Shakespeare came to life again, and talked of playwriting, the first pretentious nobody who sat opposite at dinner would differ with him as composedly as he might differ with you and me. Veneration is dead among us. The present age has buried it, without a stone to mark the place. So much for that. Let's get back to Blanche. I suppose you can guess what the painful subject is that's dwelling on her mind. Miss Silvester has baffled me, and baffled the Edinburgh police. Blanche discovered that we had failed last night, and Blanche received that letter this morning." He pushed Anne's letter across the breakfast table. Arnold read it and handed back without a word. Viewed by the new light in which he saw Geoffrey's character after the quarrel on the heath, the letter conveyed but one conclusion to his mind: Geoffrey had deserted her. "Well," said Sir Patrick, "do you understand what it means?" "I understand Blanche's wretchedness when she read it." He said no more than that. It was plain that no information which he could afford, even if he had considered himself at liberty to give it, would be of the slightest use in assisting Sir Patrick to trace Miss Silvester, under the present circumstances. There was, unhappily, no temptation to induce him to break the honorable silence which he had maintained thus far; and more unfortunately still, assuming the temptation to present itself, Arnold's capacity to resist it had never been so strong a capacity as it was now. To the two powerful motives which had hitherto tied his tongue, respect for Anne's reputation, and reluctance to reveal to Blanche the deception which he had been compelled to practice on her at the inn, to these two motives there was now added a third. The meanness of betraying the confidence which Geoffrey had reposed in him would be doubled meanness if he proved false to his trust after Geoffrey had personally insulted him. The paltry revenge which that false friend had unhesitatingly suspected him of taking was a revenge of which Arnold's nature was simply incapable. Never had his lips been more effectually sealed than at this moment, when his whole future depended on Sir Patrick's discovering the part that he had played in past events at Craig Fernie. "Yes, yes," resumed Sir Patrick impatiently. "Blanche's distress is intelligible enough. But here is my niece apparently answerable for this unhappy woman's disappearance. Can you explain what my niece has got to do with it?" "I? Blanche herself is completely mystified. How should I know?" Answering in those terms, he spoke with perfect sincerity. Anne's vague distrust of the position in which they had innocently placed themselves at the inn had produced no corresponding effect on Arnold at the time. He had not regarded it, he had not even understood it. As a necessary result, not the faintest suspicion of the motive under which Anne was acting existed in his mind now. Sir Patrick put the letter into his pocket-book, and abandoned all further attempt at interpreting the meaning of it in despair. "Enough, and more than enough, of groping in the dark," he said. "One point is clear to me after what has happened upstairs this morning. We must accept the position in which Miss Silvester has placed us. I shall give up all further effort to trace her from this moment." "Surely that will be a dreadful disappointment to Blanche, Sir Patrick." "I don't deny it. We must face that result." "If you are sure there's nothing else to be done, I suppose we must." "I'm not sure of anything of the sort, Master Arnold. There are two chances still left of throwing light on this matter, which are both of them independent of anything that Miss Silvester can do to keep it in the dark." "Then why not try them, sir? It seems hard to drop Miss Silvester when she is in trouble." "We can't help her against her own will," rejoined Sir Patrick; "and we can't run the risk, after that nervous attack this morning, of subjecting Blanche to any further suspense. I have thought of my niece's interests throughout this business, and if I now change my mind, and decline to agitate her by more experiments, ending, quite possibly, in more failures, it is because I am thinking of her interests still. I have no other motive. However numerous my weaknesses may be, ambition to distinguish myself as a detective policeman is not one of them. The case, from the police point of view, is by no means a lost case. I drop it, nevertheless, for Blanche's sake. Instead of encouraging her thoughts to dwell on this melancholy business, we must apply the remedy suggested by our medical friend." "How is that to be done?" asked Arnold. The slight twist of humour began to show itself in Sir Patrick's face. "Has she nothing to think of in the future which is a pleasanter subject of reflection than the loss of her friend?" he asked. "You are interested, my young gentleman, in the remedy that is to cure Blanche. You are one of the drugs in the moral prescription. Can you guess what it is?" Arnold started to his feet, and brightened into a new being. "Perhaps you object to be hurried?" said Sir Patrick. "Object? If Blanche will only consent, I'll take her to church as soon as she comes downstairs." "Thank you," said Sir Patrick, dryly. "Mr. Arnold Brinkworth, may you always be as ready to take time by the forelock as you are now. Sit down again, and don't talk nonsense. It is just possible, if Blanche consents, as you say, and if we can hurry the lawyers, that you may be married in 3 weeks or a month's time." "What have the lawyers got to do with it?" "My good fellow, this is not a marriage in a novel. This is the most unromantic affair of the sort that ever happened. Here are a young gentleman and a young lady, both rich people, both well matched in birth and character, one of age, and the other marrying with the full consent and approval of her guardian. What is the consequence of this purely prosaic state of things? Lawyers and settlements, of course. Come into the library, Sir Patrick, and I'll soon settle the settlements. A bit of paper and a dip of ink. I hereby give every blessed farthing I have got in the world to my dear Blanche. Sign that. Stick a wafer on at the side. Clap your finger on the wafer. I deliver this as my act and deed, and there it is, done." "Is it really? You are a born legislator. You create and codify your own system all in a breath. Moses, Justinian, Mohammed, give me your arm. There is one atom of sense in what you have just said. Come into the library. It's a suggestion worth attending to. Do you happen, among your other superfluities, to have such a thing as a lawyer about you?" "I've got two. One in London, and one in Edinburgh. We will take the nearest of the two, because we are in a hurry. Who is the Edinburgh lawyer? Pringle of Pitt Street? Couldn't be a better man. Come and write to him." You have given me your abstract of a marriage settlement with the brevity of an ancient Roman. I scorn to be outdone by an amateur lawyer. Here is my abstract. You are just and generous to Blanche. Blanche is just and generous to you, and you both combine to be just and generous together to your children. There is a model settlement, and there are your instructions to Pringle of Pitt Street. Can you do it by yourself? No, of course you can't. Now don't be slovenly minded. See the points in their order as they come. You are going to be married. You state to whom. You add that I am the lady's guardian. You give the name and address of my lawyer in Edinburgh. You write your instructions plainly in the fewest words, and leave details to your legal adviser. You refer the lawyers to each other. You request that the draft settlements be prepared as speedily as possible, and you give your address at this house. There are the heads. Can't you do it now? Oh, the rising generation! Oh, the progress we are making in these enlightened modern times! There, there! You can marry Blanche and make her happy, and increase the population, and all without knowing how to write the English language. One can only say with the learned Voskius, looking out of his window at the illimitable loves of the sparrows, "How merciful is heaven to its creatures!" Take up the pen. I'll dictate. Sir Patrick read the letter over, approved of it, and saw it safe in the box for the post. This done, he peremptorily forbade Arnold to speak to his niece on the subject of the marriage without his express permission. "There is somebody else's consent to be got," he said, "besides Blanche's consent and mine." "Lady Lundie?" "Lady Lundie. Strictly speaking, I am the only authority, but my sister-in-law is Blanche's stepmother, and she is appointed guardian in the event of my death. She has a right to be consulted, in courtesy, if not in law. Would you like to do it?" Arnold's face fell. He looked at Sir Patrick in silent dismay. "What! You can't even speak to such a perfectly pliable person as Lady Lundie? You may have been a very useful fellow at sea. A more helpless young man I never met with on shore. Get out with you into the garden among the other sparrows. Somebody must confront her ladyship, and if you won't, I must." He pushed Arnold out of the library, and applied meditatively to the knob of his cane. His gaiety disappeared now that he was alone. His experience of Lady Lundie's character told him that, in attempting to win her approval to any scheme for hurrying Blanche's marriage, he was undertaking no easy task. "I suppose," mused Sir Patrick, thinking of his late brother, "I suppose poor Tom had some way of managing her. How did he do it, I wonder? If she had been the wife of a bricklayer, she is the sort of woman who would have been kept in perfect order by a vigorous and regular application of her husband's fist. But Tom wasn't a bricklayer. I wonder how Tom did it?" After a little hard thinking on this point, Sir Patrick gave up the problem as beyond human solution. "It must be done," he concluded, "and my own mother-wit must help me to do it." In that resigned frame of mind, Section 31 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shiping Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. Fourth scene, Windygates, chapter the 27th. Outwitted. Sir Patrick found his sister-in-law immersed in domestic business. Her ladyship's correspondence and visiting list, her ladyship's household bills and ledgers, her ladyship's diary and memorandum book, bound in scarlet morocco, her ladyship's desk, envelope case, matchbox, and taper candlestick, all in ebony and silver, her ladyship herself presiding over her responsibilities and wielding her materials, equal to any cause of emergency, beautifully dressed in correct morning costume, blessed with perfect health both of the secretions and the principles, absolutely void of vice, and formidably full of virtue, presented to every properly constituted mind the most imposing spectacle known to humanity, the British matron on her throne, asking the world in general, "When will you produce the like of me?" "I'm afraid I disturb you," said Sir Patrick. "I'm a perfectly idle person. Shall I look in a little later?" Lady Lundie put her hand to her head, and smiled faintly. "A little pressure here, Sir Patrick. Pray sit down. Duty finds me earnest. Duty finds me cheerful. Duty finds me accessible. From a poor weak woman, duty must expect no more. Now what is it?" Her ladyship consulted her scarlet memorandum book. "I have got it here, under its proper head, distinguished by initial letters. P. The poor. No. H.M. Heathen missions? No. V.T.A. Visitors to arrive? No. P.I.P. Here it is, private interview with Patrick. Will you forgive me the little harmless familiarity of omitting your title? Thank you. You are always so good. I'm quite at your service when you like to begin. If it is anything painful, pray don't hesitate. I am quite prepared." With that intimation, her ladyship threw herself back in her chair, with her elbows on the arms, and her fingers joined at the tips, as if she was receiving a deputation. "Yes?" she said, interrogatively. Sir Patrick paid a private tribute of pity to his late brother's memory, and entered on his business. "We won't call it a painful matter," he began. "Let us say it's a matter of domestic anxiety. Blanche!" Lady Lundie emitted a faint scream, and put her hand over her eyes. "Must you?" cried her ladyship, in a tone of touching remonstrance. "Oh, Sir Patrick! Must you?" "Yes, I must." Lady Lundie's magnificent eyes looked up at that hidden chord of human appeal which is lodged in the ceiling. The hidden chord looked down at Lady Lundie, and saw Duty advertising itself in the largest capital letters. "Go on, Sir Patrick. The motto of woman is self-sacrifice. You shan't see how you distress me. Go on." Sir Patrick went on impenetrably, without betraying the slightest expression of sympathy or surprise. "I was about to refer to the nervous attack from which Blanche has suffered this morning," he said. "May I ask whether you have been informed of the cause to which the attack is attributable?" "There!" exclaimed Lady Lundie, with a sudden bound in her chair, and a sudden development of vocal power to correspond. "The one thing I shrank from speaking of! The cruel, cruel, cruel behaviour I was prepared to pass over, and Sir Patrick hints on it. Innocently don't let me do an injustice innocently hints on it. "Hints on what, my dear madam?" "Blanche's conduct to me this morning. Blanche's heartless secrecy. Blanche's undutiful silence. I repeat the words, heartless secrecy, undutiful silence." "Allow me for one moment, Lady Lundie." "Allow me, Sir Patrick! Heaven knows how unwilling I am to speak of it. Heaven knows that not a word of reference to it escaped my lips. But you leave me no choice now. As mistress of the household, as a Christian woman, as the widow of your dear brother, as a mother to this misguided girl, I must state the facts. I know you mean well. I know you wish to spare me. Quite useless. I must state the facts." Sir Patrick bowed and submitted. If he had only been a bricklayer, and if Lady Lundie had not been, what her ladyship unquestionably was, the strongest person of the two. "Permit me to draw a veil, for your sake," said Lady Lundie, "over the horrors. I cannot, with the best wish to spare you, conscientiously call them by any other name, the horrors that took place upstairs. The moment I heard that Blanche was ill, I was at my post. Duty will always find me ready, Sir Patrick, to my dying day. Shocking as the whole thing was, I presided calmly over the screams and sobs of my step-daughter. I closed my ears to the profane violence of her language. I set the necessary example as an English gentlewoman at the head of her household. It was only when I distinctly heard the name of a person, never to be mentioned again in my family circle, issue, if I may use the expression, from Blanche's lips, that I began to be really alarmed. I said to my maid, 'Hopkins, this is not hysteria, this is a possession of the devil. Fetch the chloroform.' Chloroform, applied in the capacity of an exorcism, was entirely new to Sir Patrick. He preserved his gravity with considerable difficulty. Lady Lundie went on. "Hopkins is an excellent person, but Hopkins has a tongue." She met our distinguished medical guest in the corridor and told him. He was so good as to come to the door. I was shocked to trouble him to act in his professional capacity while he was a visitor, an honored visitor, in my house. Besides, I considered it more a case for a clergyman than for a medical man. However, there was no help for it after Hopkins' tongue. I requested our eminent friend to favour us with, I think the exact scientific term is, a prognosis. He took the purely material view which was only to be expected from a person in his profession. He prognosed. Am I right? Did he prognose or did he diagnose? A habit of speaking correctly is so important, Sir Patrick, and I should be so grieved to mislead you. Never mind, Lady Lundie. I have heard the medical report. Don't trouble yourself to repeat it. "Don't trouble myself to repeat it?" echoed Lady Lundie, with her dignity up in arms at the bare prospect of finding her remarks abridged. "Ah, Sir Patrick, that little constitutional impatience of yours! Oh dear me, how often you must have given way to it, and how often you must have regretted it in your time! My dear lady, if you wish to repeat the report, why not say so in plain words? Don't let me hurry you. Let us have the prognosis by all means." Lady Lundie shook her head compassionately, and smiled with angelic sadness. "Our little besetting sins," she said. "What slaves we are to our little besetting sins! Take a turn in the room, do. Any ordinary man would have lost his temper. But the law, as Sir Patrick had told his niece, has a special temper of its own. Without exhibiting the smallest irritation, Sir Patrick dexterously applied his sister-in-law's blister to his sister-in-law herself. "What an eye you have!" he said. "I was impatient. I am impatient. I am dying to know what Blanche said to you when she got better." The British matron froze up into a matron of stone on the spot. "Nothing!" answered her ladyship, with a vicious snap of her teeth, as if she had tried to bite the word before it escaped her. "Nothing!" exclaimed Sir Patrick. "Nothing!" repeated Lady Lundie, with her most formidable emphasis of look and tone. "I applied all the remedies with my own hands. I cut her laces with my own scissors. I completely wetted her head through with cold water. I remained with her until she was quite exhausted. I took her in my arms and folded her to my bosom. I sent everybody out of the room. I said, 'Dear child, confide in me.' And how were my advances? My motherly advances met, I have already told you, by heartless secrecy, by undutiful silence." Sir Patrick pressed the blister a little closer to the skin. "She was probably afraid to speak," he said. "Afraid? Oh!" cried Lady Lundie, distrusting the evidence of her own senses. "You can't have said that. I have evidently misapprehended you. You didn't really say 'afraid'?" "I said she was probably afraid." "Stop! I can't be told to my face that I have failed to do my duty by Blanche. No, Sir Patrick, I can bear a great deal, but I can't bear that. After having been more than a mother to your dear brother's child, after having been an elder sister to Blanche, after having toiled, I say toiled, Sir Patrick, to cultivate her intelligence with the sweet lines of the poet ever present to my memory, delightful task, to rear the tender mind, and teach the young idea how to shoot. After having done all I have done, a place in a carriage only yesterday, and a visit to the most interesting relic of feudal times in Perthshire, after having sacrificed all I have sacrificed, to be told that I have behaved in such a manner to Blanche as to frighten her when I ask her to confide in me, it's a little too cruel. I have a sensitive, an unduly sensitive nature, dear Sir Patrick. Forgive me for wincing when I am wounded. Forgive me for feeling it when the wound is dealt me by a person whom I revere." Her ladyship put her handkerchief to her eyes. Any other man would have taken off the blister. Sir Patrick pressed it harder than ever. "You quite mistake me," he replied. "I meant that Blanche was afraid to tell you the true cause of her illness. The true cause is anxiety about Miss Silvester." Lady Lundie emitted another scream, a loud scream this time, and closed her eyes in horror. "I can run out of the house," cried her ladyship, wildly. "I can fly to the uttermost corners of the earth, but I cannot hear that person's name mentioned. No, Sir Patrick, not in my presence, not in my room, not while I am mistress at Windygates house." "I am sorry to say anything that is disagreeable to you, Lady Lundie, but the nature of my errand here obliges me to touch, as lightly as possible, on something which has happened in your house without your knowledge." Lady Lundie suddenly opened her eyes, and became the picture of attention. A casual observer might have supposed her ladyship to be not wholly inaccessible to the vulgar emotion of curiosity. A visitor came to Windygates yesterday while we were all at lunch," proceeded Sir Patrick. "She—" Lady Lundie seized the scarlet memorandum book, and stopped her brother-in-law before he could get any further. Her ladyship's next words escaped her lips spasmodically, like words let at intervals out of a trap. "I undertake, as a woman accustomed to self-restraint, Sir Patrick, I undertake to control myself on one condition. I won't have the name mentioned. I won't have the sex mentioned. Say the person, if you please." "The person," continued Lady Lundie, opening her memorandum book and taking up her pen, "committed an audacious invasion of my premises yesterday." Sir Patrick bowed. Her ladyship made a note, a fiercely penned note that scratched the paper viciously, and then proceeded to examine her brother-in-law in the capacity of witness. "What part of my house did the person invade? Be very careful, Sir Patrick. I propose to place myself under the protection of a justice of the peace, and this is a memorandum of my statement." "The library, did I understand you to say?" "Just so. The library." "Add," said Sir Patrick, with another pressure on the blister, "that the person had an interview with Blanche in the library." Lady Lundie's pen suddenly stuck in the paper, and scattered a little shower of ink-drops all round it. "The library!" repeated her ladyship, in a voice suggestive of approaching suffocation. "I undertake to control myself, Sir Patrick. Anything missing from the library?" "Nothing missing, Lady Lundie. But the person herself, she—" "No, Sir Patrick, I won't have it. In the name of my own sex, I won't have it." "Pray pardon me. I forgot that 'she' was a prohibited pronoun on the present occasion. The person has written a farewell letter to Blanche, and has gone nobody knows where. The distress produced by these events is alone answerable for what has happened to Blanche this morning. If you bear that in mind, and if you remember what your own opinion is of Miss Silvester, you will understand why Blanche hesitated to admit you into her confidence." There he waited for a reply. Lady Lundie was too deeply absorbed in completing her memorandum to be conscious of his presence in the room. "Carriage to be at the door at 2:30," said Lady Lundie, repeating the final words of the memorandum while she wrote them. "Inquire for the nearest justice of the peace, and place the privacy of Windygates under the protection of the law." "I beg your pardon," exclaimed her ladyship, becoming conscious again of Sir Patrick's presence. "Have I missed anything particularly painful? Pray mention it if I have." "You have missed nothing of the slightest importance," returned Sir Patrick. "I have placed you in possession of facts which you had a right to know, and we have now only to return to our medical friend's report on Blanche's health. You were about to favor me, I think, with the prognosis." "Diagnosis!" said her ladyship, spitefully. "I had forgotten at the time. I remember now. Prognosis is entirely wrong. I sit corrected, Lady Lundie. Diagnosis." "You have informed me, Sir Patrick, that you were already acquainted with the diagnosis. It is quite needless for me to repeat it now." "I was anxious to correct my own impression, my dear lady, by comparing it with yours." "You are very good. You are a learned man. I am only a poor ignorant woman. Your impression cannot possibly require correcting by mine." My impression, Lady Lundie, was that our sole friend recommended moral rather than medical treatment for Blanche. If we can turn her thoughts from the painful subject on which they are now dwelling, we shall do all that is needful. Those were his own words, as I remembered them. Do you confirm me?" "Can I presume to dispute with you, Sir Patrick? You are a master of refined irony, I know. I'm afraid it's all thrown away on poor me. The law kept its wonderful temper. The law met the most exasperating of living women with a counter-power of defensive aggravation, all its own." "I take that as confirming me, Lady Lundie. Thank you. Now, as to the method of carrying out our friend's advice. The method seems plain. All we can do to divert Blanche's mind is to turn Blanche's attention to some other subject of reflection, less painful than the subject which occupies her now. Do you agree, so far?" "Why place the whole responsibility on my shoulders?" inquired Lady Lundie. "Out of profound deference for your opinion," answered Sir Patrick. "Strictly speaking, no doubt, any serious responsibility rests with me. I am Blanche's guardian." "Thank God!" cried Lady Lundie, with a perfect explosion of pious fervour. "I hear an outburst of devout thankfulness," remarked Sir Patrick. "Am I to take it as expressing, let me say, some little doubt on your part as to the prospect of managing Blanche successfully under present circumstances?" Lady Lundie's temper began to give way again, exactly as her brother-in-law had anticipated. "You are to take it," she said, "as expressing my conviction that I saddled myself with the charge of an incorrigibly heartless, obstinate, and perverse girl, when I undertook the care of Blanche." "Did you say incorrigibly?" "I said incorrigibly." "If the case is as hopeless as that, my dear madam, as Blanche's guardian, I ought to find means to relieve you of the charge of Blanche." "Nobody shall relieve me of a duty that I have once undertaken," retorted Lady Lundie. "Not if I die at my post." "Suppose it was consistent with your duty," pleaded Sir Patrick, "to be relieved at your post? Suppose it was in harmony with that self-sacrifice which is the motto of women?" "I don't understand you, Sir Patrick. Be so good as to explain yourself." Sir Patrick assumed a new character, the character of a hesitating man. He cast a look of respectful inquiry at his sister-in-law, sighed, and shook his head. "No," he said, "it would be asking too much. Even with your high standard of duty, it would be asking too much. Nothing which you can ask me in the name of duty is too much. No, no, let me remind you. Human nature has its limits. A Christian gentlewoman's sense of duty knows no limits." "Oh, surely yes!" "Sir Patrick, after what I have just said, your perseverance in doubting me amounts to something like an insult." "Don't say that. Let me put a case. Let's suppose the future interests of another person depend on your saying Yes, when all your own most cherished ideas and opinions urge you to say No. Do you really mean to tell me that you could trample your own convictions under foot, if it could be shown that the purely abstract consideration of duty was involved in the sacrifice?" "Yes!" cried Lady Lundie, mounting the pedestal of her virtue on the spot. "Yes, without a moment's hesitation." I said corrected, Lady Lundie. You emboldened me to proceed. Allow me to ask, after what I just heard, whether it is not your duty to act on advice given for Blanche's benefit by one of the highest medical authorities in England. Her ladyship admitted that it was her duty, pending a more favourable opportunity for contradicting her brother-in-law. Very good, pursued Sir Patrick. Assuming that Blanche is like most other human beings, and has some prospect of happiness to contemplate, if she could only be made to see it, are we not bound to make her see it, by our moral obligation to act on the medical advice? He cast a courteously persuasive look at her ladyship, and paused in the most innocent manner for a reply. If Lady Lundie had not been bent, thanks to the irritation fermented by her brother-in-law, on disputing the ground with him inch by inch, she must have seen signs, by this time, of the snare that was being set for her. As it was, she saw nothing but the opportunity of disparaging Blanche and contradicting Sir Patrick. "If my step-daughter had any such prospect as you describe," she answered, "I should of course say yes. But Blanche's is an ill-regulated mind. An ill-regulated mind has no prospect of happiness." "Pardon me," said Sir Patrick. "Blanche has a prospect of happiness. In other words, Blanche has a prospect of being married. And what is more, Arnold Brinkworth is ready to marry her as soon as the settlements can be prepared." Lady Lundie started in her chair, turned crimson with rage, and opened her lips to speak. Sir Patrick rose to his feet, and went on before she could utter a word. "I beg to relieve you, Lady Lundie, by means which you have just acknowledged it to be your duty to accept, of all further charge of an incorrigible girl. As Blanche's guardian, I have the honour of proposing that her marriage be advanced to a day to be hereafter named in the first fortnight of the ensuing month." In those words he closed the trap which he had set for his sister-in-law, and waited to see what came of it. A thoroughly spiteful woman, thoroughly roused, is capable of subordinating every other consideration to the one imperative necessity of gratifying her spite. There was but one way now of turning the tables on Sir Patrick, and Lady Lundie took it. She hated him at that moment so intensely that not even the assertion of her own obstinate will promised her more than a tame satisfaction, by comparison with the priceless enjoyment of beating her brother-in-law with his own weapons. "My dear Sir Patrick," she said, with a little silvery laugh, "you have wasted much precious time and many eloquent words in trying to entrap me into giving my consent, when you might have had it for the asking. I think the idea of hastening Blanche's marriage an excellent one. I am charmed to transfer the charge of such a person as my step-daughter to the unfortunate young man who is willing to take her off my hands. The less he sees of Blanche's character, the more satisfied I shall feel of his performing his engagement to marry her. Pray hurry the lawyers, Sir Patrick, and let it be a week sooner rather than a week later, if you wish to please me." Her ladyship rose in her grandest proportions, and made a curtsey which was nothing less than a triumph of polite satire in dumb show. Sir Patrick answered by a profound bow and a smile which said eloquently, I believe every word of that charming answer. Admirable woman! Adieu! So the one person in the family circle whose opposition might have forced Sir Patrick to submit to a timely delay was silenced by adroit management of the vices of her own character. So, in despite of herself, Lady Lundie was won over to the project for Section 32 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shi Pinglin. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. Fourth scene, Windygates. Chapter the 28th. Stifled. It is the nature of truth to struggle to the light, in more than one direction. The truth strove to pierce the overlying darkness, and to reveal itself to view, during the interval between the date of Sir Patrick's victory and the date of the wedding day. Signs of perturbation under the surface, suggestive of some hidden influence at work, were not wanting as the time passed on. The one thing missing was the prophetic faculty that could read those signs aright at Windygates House. On the very day when Sir Patrick's dexterous treatment of his sister-in-law had smoothed the way to the hastening of the marriage, an obstacle was raised to the new arrangement by no less a person than Blanche herself. She had sufficiently recovered, toward noon, to be able to receive Arnold in her own little sitting-room. It proved to be a very brief interview. A quarter of an hour later, Arnold appeared before Sir Patrick, while the old gentleman was sunning himself in the garden, with a face of blank despair. Blanche had indignantly declined even to think of such a thing as her marriage, at a time when she was heart-broken by the discovery that Anne had left her for ever. "You gave me leave to mention it, Sir Patrick, didn't you?" said Arnold. Sir Patrick shifted round a little so as to get the sun on his back, and admitted that he had given leave. "If I had only known, I would rather have cut my tongue out than have said a word about it. What do you think she did? She burst out crying, and ordered me to leave the room." It was a lovely morning. A cool breeze tempered the heat of the sun. The birds were singing. The garden wore its brightest look. Sir Patrick was supremely comfortable. The little wearisome vexations of this mortal life had retired to a respectful distance from him. He positively declined to invite them to come any nearer. "Here is a world," said the old gentleman, getting the sun a little more broadly on his back, "which a merciful Creator has filled with lovely sights, harmonious sounds, delicious scents; and here are creatures with faculties expressively made for enjoyment of those sights, sounds, and scents, to say nothing of love, dinner, and sleep, all thrown into the bargain. And these same creatures hate, starve, toss sleepless on their pillows, see nothing pleasant, hear nothing pleasant, smell nothing pleasant, cry bitter tears, say hard words, contract painful illnesses, wither, sink, age, die. What does it mean, Arnold? And how much longer is it all to go on? The fine connecting link between the blindness of Blanche to the advantage of being married, and the blindness of humanity to the advantage of being in existence, though sufficiently perceptible, no doubt, to venerable philosophy, ripening in the sun, was absolutely invisible to Arnold. He deliberately dropped the vast question opened by Sir Patrick, and reverting to Blanche, asked what was to be done. "What do you do with a fire when you can't extinguish it?" said Sir Patrick. "You let it blaze till it goes out." "What do you do with a woman when you can't pacify her?" "Let her blaze till she goes out." Arnold failed to see the wisdom embodied in that excellent advice. "I thought you would have helped me to put things right with Blanche," he said. "I am helping you. Let Blanche alone. Don't speak of the marriage again, the next time you see her. If she mentions it, beg her pardon, and tell her you won't press the question any more. I shall see her in an hour or two, and I shall take exactly the same tone myself. You have put the idea into her mind. Leave it there to ripen. Give her distress about Miss Silvester nothing to feed on. Don't stimulate it by contradiction. Don't rouse it to defend itself by disparagement of her lost friend. Leave time to edge her gently nearer and nearer to the husband who is waiting for her, and take my word for it, time will have her ready when the settlements are ready." Toward the luncheon hour Sir Patrick saw Blanche, and put in practice the principle which he had laid down. She was perfectly tranquil before her uncle left her. A little later Arnold was forgiven. A little later still, the old gentleman's sharp observation noted that his niece was unusually thoughtful, and that she looked at Arnold from time to time with an interest of a new kind, an interest which shyly hid itself from Arnold's view. Sir Patrick went up to dress for dinner with a comfortable inner conviction that the difficulties which had beset him were settled at last. Sir Patrick had never been more mistaken in his life. The business of the toilette was far advanced. Duncan had just placed the glass in a good light, and Duncan's master was at that turning point in his daily life which consisted in attaining, or not attaining, absolute perfection in the tying of his white cravat, when some outer barbarian, ignorant of the first principles of dressing a gentleman's throat, presumed to knock at the bedroom door. Neither master nor servant moved or breathed until the integrity of the cravat was placed beyond the reach of accident. Then Sir Patrick cast the look of final criticism in the glass, and breathed again when he saw that it was done. "A little laboured in style, Duncan, but not bad, considering the interruption." "By no means, Sir Patrick. See who it is." Duncan went to the door, and returned to his master with an excuse for the interruption, in the shape of a telegram. Sir Patrick started at the sight of that unwelcome message. "Sign the receipt, Duncan," he said, and opened the envelope. Yes, exactly as he had anticipated. News of Miss Silvester, on the very day when he had decided to abandon all further attempt at discovering her. The telegram ran thus: "Message received from Falkirk this morning. Lady as described. Left the train at Falkirk last night. Went on, by the first train this morning, to Glasgow. Wait further instructions." "Is the messenger to take anything back, Sir Patrick?" "No. I must consider what I am to do. If I find it necessary, I will send to the station. Here is news of Miss Silvester, Duncan," continued Sir Patrick, when the messenger had gone. "She has been traced to Glasgow." "Glasgow is a large place, Sir Patrick." "Yes. Even if they have telegraphed on and had her watched, which doesn't appear, she may escape us again at Glasgow. I am the last man in the world, I hope, to shrink from accepting my fair share of any responsibility. but I own I would have given something to have kept this telegram out of the house. It raises the most awkward question I have had to decide on for many a long day past. Help me on with my coat. I must think of it. I must think of it." Sir Patrick went down to dinner in no agreeable frame of mind. The unexpected recovery of the lost trace of Miss Silvester, there's no disguising it, seriously annoyed him. The dinner party that day, assembling punctually at the stroke of the bell, had to wait a quarter of an hour before the hostess came downstairs. Lady Lundie's apology, when she entered the library, informed her guests that she had been detained by some neighbours who had called at an unusually late hour. Mr. and Mrs. Julius Delamayn, finding themselves near Windygates, had favoured her with a visit on their way home, and had left cards of invitation for a garden party at their house. Lady Lundie was charmed with her new acquaintances. They had included everybody who was staying at Windygates in their invitation. They had been as pleasant and easy as old friends. Mrs. Delamayn had brought the kindest message from one of her guests, Mrs. Glenarm, to say that she remembered meeting Lady Lundie in London, in the time of the late Sir Thomas, and was anxious to improve the acquaintance. Mr. Julius Delamayn had given a most amusing account of his brother. Geoffrey had sent to London for a trainer, and the whole household was on the tiptoe of expectation to witness the magnificent spectacle of an athlete preparing himself for a foot-race. The ladies, with Mrs. Glenarm at their head, were hard at work, studying the profound and complicated question of human running, the muscles employed in it, the preparation required for it, the heroes eminent in it. The men had been all occupied that morning in assisting Geoffrey to measure a mile for his exercising ground, in a remote part of the park, where there was an empty cottage, which was to be fitted with all the necessary appliances for the reception of Geoffrey and his trainer. "You will see the last of my brother," Julius had said, at the garden party. "After that he retires into athletic privacy, and has but one interest in life, the interest of watching the disappearance of his own superfluous flesh." Throughout the dinner Lady Lundie was in oppressively good spirits, singing the praises of her new friends. Sir Patrick, on the other hand, had never been so silent within the memory of mortal man. He talked with an effort, and he listened with a greater effort still, to answer or not to answer the telegram in his pocket, to persist or not to persist in his resolution to leave Miss Silvester to go her own way. Those were the questions which insisted on coming round to him as regularly as the dishes themselves came round in the orderly progression of the dinner. Blanche, who had not felt equal to taking her place at the table, appeared in the drawing-room afterward. Sir Patrick came in to tea with the gentlemen, still uncertain as to the right course to take in the matter of the telegram. One look at Blanche's sad face and Blanche's altered manner decided him. What would be the result if he roused new hopes by resuming the effort to trace Miss Silvester, and if he lost the trace a second time? He had only to look at his niece, and to see. Could any consideration justify him in turning her mind back on the memory of the friend who had left her at the moment when it was just beginning to look forward for relief to the prospect of her marriage? Nothing could justify him, and nothing should induce him to do it. Reasoning, soundly enough, from his own point of view, on that basis, Sir Patrick determined on sending no further instructions to his friend at Edinburgh. That night he warned Duncan to preserve the strictest silence as to the arrival of the telegram. He burned it, in case of accidents, with his own hand, in his own room. Rising the next morning, and looking out of his window, Sir Patrick saw the two young people taking their morning walk at a moment when they happened to cross the open grassy space which separated the two shrubberies at Windygates. Arnold's arm was round Blanche's waist, and they were talking confidentially with their heads close together. "She is coming round already," thought the old gentleman, as the two disappeared again in the second shrubbery from view. "Thank heaven, things are running smoothly at last." Among the ornaments of Sir Patrick's bedroom there was a view, taken from above, of one of the Highland waterfalls. If he had looked at the picture when he turned away from his window, he might have remarked that a river which is running with its utmost smoothness at one moment may be a river which plunges into its most violent agitation at another, and he might have remembered, with certain misgivings, that the progress of a stream of water has been long since likened, with the universal consent of
Section 33 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. Fifth Scene, Glasgow. Chapter the 29th. Anne among the lawyers. On the day when Sir Patrick received the second of the two telegrams sent to him from Edinburgh, 4 respectable inhabitants of the city of Glasgow were startled by the appearance of an object of interest on the monotonous horizon of their daily lives. The persons receiving this wholesome shock were Mr. and Mrs. Carnegie of the Sheep's Head Hotel, and Mr. Camp and Mr. Crumb, attached as writers to the honourable profession of the law. It was still early in the day when a lady arrived, in a cab from the railway, at the Sheep's Head Hotel. Her luggage consisted of a black box, and of a well-worn leather bag which she carried in her hand. The name on the box, recently written on a new luggage label, as the colour of the ink and paper showed, was a very good name in its way, common to a very great number of ladies, both in Scotland and England. It was Mrs. Graham. Encountering the landlord at the entrance to the hotel, Mrs. Graham asked to be accommodated with a bedroom, and was transferred in due course to the chambermaid on duty at the time. Returning to the little room behind the bar in which the accounts were kept, Mr. Carnegie surprised his wife by moving more briskly, and looking much brighter than usual. Being questioned, Mr. Carnegie, who had cast the eye of a landlord on the black box in the passage, announced that one Mrs. Graham had just arrived, and was then and there to be booked as inhabiting room number 17. Being informed, with considerable asperity of tone and manner, that this answer failed to account for the interest which appeared to have been inspired in him by a total stranger, Mr. Carnegie came to the point, and confessed that Mrs. Graham was one of the sweetest-looking women he had seen for many a long day, and that he feared she was very seriously out of health. Upon that reply, the eyes of Mrs. Carnegie developed in size, and the colour of Mrs. Carnegie deepened in tint. She got up from her chair, and said that it might be just as well if she personally superintended the installation of Mrs. Graham in her room, and personally satisfied herself that Mrs. Graham was a fit inmate to be received at the Sheep's Head Hotel. Mr. Carnegie therefore did what he always did. He agreed with his wife. Mrs. Carnegie was absent for some little time. On her return, her eyes had a certain tigerish cast in them when they rested on Mr. Carnegie. she ordered tea and some light refreshment to be taken to number 17. This done, without any visible provocation to account for the remark, she turned upon her husband and said, "Mr. Carnegie, you are a fool." Mr. Carnegie asked, "Why, my dear?" Mrs. Carnegie snapped her fingers and said, "That for her looks! You don't know a good-looking woman when you see her." Mr. Carnegie agreed with his wife. Nothing more was said until the waiter appeared at the bar with his tray. Mrs. Carnegie, having first waved the tray off, without instituting her customary investigation, sat down suddenly with a thump, and said to her husband, who had not uttered a word in the interval, "Don't talk to me about her being out of health. That for her health! It's trouble on her mind." Mr. Carnegie said, "Is it now?" Mrs. Carnegie replied, "When I have said it is, I consider myself insulted if another person says, is it?" Mr. Carnegie agreed with his wife. There was another interval. Mrs. Carnegie added up a bill with a face of disgust. Mr. Carnegie looked at her with a face of wonder. Mrs. Carnegie suddenly asked him why he wasted his looks on her when he could have Mrs. Graham to look at before long. Mr. Carnegie, upon that, attempted to compromise the matter by looking, in the interim, at his own boots. Mrs. Carnegie wished to know whether, after 20 years of married life, she was considered to be not worth answering by her own husband. Treated with bare civility, she expected no more, she might have gone on to explain that Mrs. Graham was going out. She might also have been prevailed on to mention that Mrs. Graham had asked her a very remarkable question of a business nature at the interview between them upstairs. As it was, Mrs. Carnegie's lips were sealed, and let Mr. Carnegie deny, if he dared, that he richly deserved it. Mr. Carnegie agreed with his wife. In half an hour more, Mrs. Graham came downstairs, and a cab was sent for. Mr. Carnegie, in fear of the consequences if he did otherwise, kept in a corner. Mrs. Carnegie followed him into the corner, and asked him how he dared act in that way. Did he presume to think, after 20 years of married life, that his wife was jealous? "Go, you brute, and hand Mrs. Graham into the cab." Mr. Carnegie obeyed. He asked, at the cab window, to what part of Glasgow he should tell the driver to go. The reply informed him that the driver was to take Mrs. Graham to the office of Mr. Camp, the lawyer. Assuming Mrs. Graham to be a stranger in Glasgow, and remembering that Mr. Camp was Mr. Carnegie's lawyer, the inference appeared to be that Mrs. Graham's remarkable question, addressed to the landlady, had related to legal business, and to the discovery of a trustworthy person capable of transacting it for her. Returning to the bar, Mr. Carnegie found his eldest daughter in charge of the books, the bills, and the waiters. Mrs. Carnegie had retired to her own room, justly indignant with her husband for his infamous conduct in handling Miss Graham into the cab before her own eyes. "It's the old story, Pa," replied Miss Carnegie, with the most perfect composure. "Ma told you to do it, of course, and then Ma said you insulted her before all the servants. I wonder how you bear it." Mr. Carnegie looked at his boots and answered, "I wonder too, my dear." Miss Carnegie said, "You're not going to Ma, are you?" Mr. Carnegie looked up from his boots and answered, "I must, my dear." Mr. Camp sat in his private room absorbed over his papers. Multitudinous as those documents were, they appeared to be not sufficiently numerous to satisfy Mr. Camp. He rang his bell, and ordered more. The clerk appeared with a new pile of papers, appearing also with a message. A lady, recommended by Mrs. Carnegie, of the Sheep's Head, wished to consult Mr. Camp professionally. Mr. Camp looked at his watch, counting out precious time before him in a little stand on the table, and said, "Show the lady in 10 minutes." In 10 minutes the lady appeared. She took the client's chair, and lifted her veil. The same effect which had been produced on Mr. Carnegie was once more produced on Mr. Camp. For the first time, for many a long year past, he felt personally interested in a total stranger. It might have been something in her eyes, or it might have been something in her manner. Whatever it was, it took softly hold of him, and made him, to his own exceeding surprise, unmistakably anxious to hear what she had to say. The lady announced, in a low sweet voice touched with quiet sadness, that her business related to a question of marriage, as marriage is understood by Scottish law, and that her own peace of mind and the happiness of a person very dear to her were connected alike in the opinion which Mr. Camp might give when he had been placed in possession of the facts. She then proceeded to state the facts, without mentioning names, relating in every particular precisely the same succession of events which Geoffrey Delamayn had already related to Sir Patrick Lundie, with this one difference, that she acknowledged herself to be the woman who was personally concerned in knowing whether, by Scottish law, she was now held to be a married woman or not. Mr. Camp's opinion upon this, after certain questions had been asked and answered, differed from Sir Patrick's opinion as given in Windygates. He, too, quoted the language used by the eminent judge, Lord Deas, but he drew an inference of his own from it. "In Scotland, consent makes marriage," he said, "and consent may be proved by inference. I see a plain inference of matrimonial consent in the circumstances which you have related to me, and I say you are a married woman." The effect produced on the lady when sentence was pronounced on her in those terms was so distressing that Mr. Camp sent a message upstairs to his wife, and Mrs. Camp appeared in her husband's private room, in business hours, for the first time in her life. When Mrs. Camp's services had in some degree restored the lady to herself, Mr. Camp followed with a word of professional comfort. He, like Sir Patrick, acknowledged the scandalous divergence of opinions produced by the confusion and uncertainty of the marriage law of Scotland. He, like Sir Patrick, declared it to be quite possible that another lawyer might arrive at another conclusion. "Go," he said, giving her his card with a line of writing on it, "to my colleague, Mr. Crumb, and say I sent you." The lady gratefully thanked Mr. Camp and his wife, and went next to the office of Mr. Crumb. Mr. Crumb was the older lawyer of the two, and the harder lawyer of the two. But he, too, felt the influence which the charm that there was in this woman exercised, more or less, over every man who came in contact with her. He listened with a patience which was rare with him. He put his questions with a gentleness which was rarer still. And when he was in possession of the circumstances, behold, his opinion flatly contradicted the opinion of Mr. Camp. "No marriage, ma'am," he said positively. "Evidence in favor of perhaps establishing a marriage, if you propose to claim the man. But that, as I understand it, is exactly what you don't wish to do." The relief to the lady on hearing this almost overpowered her. For some minutes she was unable to speak. Mr. Crumb did what he had never done yet in all his experience as a lawyer. He patted a client on the shoulder, and, more extraordinary still, he gave a client permission to waste his time. "Wait and compose yourself," said Mr. Crumb, administering the law of humanity. The lady composed herself. "I must ask you some questions, ma'am," said Mr. Crumb, administering the law of the land. The lady bowed, and waited for him to begin. "I know thus far that you decline to claim the gentleman," said Mr. Crumb. "I want to know whether the gentleman is likely to claim you." The answer to this was given in the most positive terms. The gentleman was not even aware of the position in which he stood, and, more yet, he was engaged to be married to the dearest friend whom the lady had in the world. Mr. Crumb opened his eyes, considered, and put another question as delicately as he could. "Would it be painful to you to tell me how the gentleman came to occupy the awkward position in which he stands now?" The lady acknowledged that it would be indescribably painful to her to answer that question. Mr. Crumb offered a suggestion under the form of inquiry. "Would it be painful to you to reveal the circumstances, in the interests of the gentleman's future prospects, to some discreet person, a legal person would be best, who is not, what I am, a stranger to you both?" The lady declared herself willing to make any sacrifice on those conditions, no matter how painful it might be, for her friend's sake. Mr. Crumb considered a little longer, and then delivered his word of advice. "At the present state of affair," he said, I need only tell you what is the first step that you ought to take under the circumstances. Inform the gentleman at once, either by word of mouth or by writing, of the position in which he stands, and authorize him to place the case in the hands of a person known to you both, who is competent to decide on what you are to do next. Do I understand that you know of such a person so qualified?" The lady answered that she knew of such a person. Mr. Crum asked if a day had been fixed for the gentleman's marriage. The lady answered that she had made this inquiry herself on the last occasion when she had seen the gentleman's betrothed wife. The marriage was to take place on a day to be hereafter chosen at the end of the autumn. "That," said Mr. Crum, "is a fortunate circumstance. You have time before you. Time is, here, of very great importance. Be careful not to waste it." The lady said she would return to her hotel and write by that night's post to warn the gentleman of the position in which he stood, and to authorize him to refer the matter to a competent and trustworthy friend known to them both. On rising to leave the room she was seized with giddiness, and with some sudden pang of pain, which turned her deadly pale, and forced her to drop back into her chair. Mr. Crum had no wife, but he possessed a housekeeper, and he offered to send for her. The lady made a sign in the negative. She drank a little water, and conquered the pain. "I am sorry to have alarmed you," she said. "It's nothing. I am better now." Mr. Crum gave her his arm, and put her into the cab. She looked so pale and faint that he proposed sending his housekeeper with her. No, it was only 5 minutes' drive to the hotel. The lady thanked him, and went her way back by herself. "The letter," she said, when she was alone. "If only I can live long enough."
Section 34 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. Fifth Scene, Chapter the 30th. Anne in the Newspapers. Mrs. Carnegie was a woman of feeble intelligence and violent temper, prompt to take offence, and not for the most part easy to appease. But Mrs. Carnegie being, as we all are in our various degrees, a compound of many opposite qualities, possessed a character with more than one side to it, and had her human merits as well as her human faults. Seeds of sound good feeling were scattered away in the remoter corners of her nature, and only waited for the fertilizing occasion that was to help them to spring up. The occasion exerted that benign influence when the cab brought Mr. Crum's client back to the hotel. The face of the weary, heartsick woman as she slowly crossed the hall roused all that was heartiest and best in Mrs. Carnegie's nature, and said to her, as if in words, "Jealous of this broken creature? No, wife or mother, is there no appeal to your common womanhood here? I am afraid you have overtired yourself, ma'am. Let me send you something upstairs." "Send me pen, ink, and paper," was the answer. "I must write a letter. I must do it at once." It was useless to remonstrate with her. She was ready to accept anything proposed, provided the writing materials were supplied first. Mrs. Carnegie sent them up, and then compounded a certain mixture of eggs and hot wine for which the Sheep's Head was famous, with her own hands. In 5 minutes or so it was ready, and Miss Carnegie was dispatched by her mother, who had other business on hand at the time, to take it upstairs. After the lapse of a few moments a cry of alarm was heard from the upper landing. Mrs. Carnegie recognized her daughter's voice, and hastened to the bedroom floor. "Oh, mamma, look at her! Look at her!" The letter was on the table with the first lines written. The woman was on the sofa with her handkerchief twisted between her set teeth, and her tortured face terrible to look at. Mrs. Carnegie raised her a little, examined her closely, then suddenly changed colour, and sent her daughter out of the room with directions to dispatch a messenger instantly for medical help. Left alone with the sufferer, Mrs. Carnegie carried her to her bed, As she was laid down, her left hand fell helpless over the side of the bed. Mrs. Carnegie suddenly checked the word of sympathy as it rose to her lips, suddenly lifted the hand, and looked with a momentary sternness of scrutiny at the third finger. There was a ring on it. Mrs. Carnegie's face softened on the instant. The word of pity that had been suspended the moment before passed her lips freely now. "Poor soul," said the respectable landlady, taking appearances for granted. "Where's your husband, dear? Try and tell me." The doctor made his appearance and went up to the patient. Time passed, and Mr. Carnegie and his daughter, carrying on the business of the hotel, received a message from upstairs which was ominous of something out of the common. The message gave the name and address of an experienced nurse, with the doctor's compliments, and would Mr. Carnegie have the kindness to send for her immediately. The nurse was found and sent upstairs. Time went on, and the business of the hotel went on, and it was getting to be late in the evening when Mrs. Carnegie appeared at last in the parlour behind the bar. The landlady's face was grave, the landlady's manner was subdued. "Very, very ill," was the only reply she made to her daughter's inquiries. When she and her husband were together a little later, she told the news from upstairs in greater detail. "A child born dead," said Mrs. Carnegie, in gentler tones than was customary with her, "and the mother dying, poor thing, so far as I can see." A little later the doctor came down. "Dead? No. Likely to live? Impossible to say." The doctor returned twice in the course of the night. Both times he had but one answer: "Wait until tomorrow." The next day came. She rallied a little. Toward the afternoon she began to speak. She expressed no surprise at seeing strangers by her bedside. Her mind wandered. She passed again into insensibility, then back to delirium once more. The doctor said, "This may last for weeks, or it may end suddenly in death. It's time you did something toward finding her friends." Friends. She had left the one friend she had forever. Mr. Camp was summoned to give his advice. The first thing he asked for was the unfinished letter. It was blotted. It was illegible in more places than one. With pains and care they made out the address at the beginning, and here and there some fragments of the lines that followed. It began, "Dear Mr. Brinkworth," then the writing got little by little worse and worse. To the eyes of the strangers who looked at it, it ran thus: "I should ill requite blank Blanche's interest blank. For God's sake blank. Don't think of me blank." There was a little more, but not so much as one word in those last lines was legible. The names mentioned in the letter were reported by the doctor and the nurse to be also the names on her lips when she spoke in her wanderings. Mr. Brinkworth and Blanche, her mind ran incessantly on those two persons. The one intelligible thing that she mentioned in connection with them was the letter. She was perpetually trying to take that unfinished letter to the post, and she could never get it there. Sometimes the post was across the sea. Sometimes it was at the top of an inaccessible mountain. Sometimes it was built in by prodigious walls all around it. Sometimes a man stopped her cruelly at the moment when she was close at the post, and forced her back thousands of miles away from it. She once or twice mentioned this visionary man by his name. They made it out to be Geoffrey. Finding no clue to her identity either in the letter that she had tried to write, or in the wild words that escaped her from time to time, it was decided to search her luggage, and to look at the clothes which she had worn when she arrived at the hotel. Her black box sufficiently proclaimed itself as recently purchased. On opening it, the address of a Glasgow trunk-maker was discovered inside. The linen was also new and unmarked. The receipted shop bill was found with it. The tradesmen sent for in each case in question referred to their books. It was proved that the box and the linen had both been purchased on the day when she appeared at the hotel. Her black bag was opened next. A sum of between £80 and £90 in Bank of England notes, a few simple articles belonging to the toilet, materials for needlework, and a photographic portrait of a young lady inscribed "To Anne from Blanche" were found in the bag, but no letters, and nothing whatever that could afford the slightest clue by which the owner could be traced. The pocket in her dress was searched next. It contained a purse, an empty card case, and a new handkerchief unmarked. Mr. Camp shook his head. "A woman's luggage without any letters in it," he said, "suggests to my mind a woman who has a motive of her own for keeping her movements a secret. I suspect she has destroyed her letters, and emptied her card case with that view." Mrs. Carnegie's report after examining the linen which the so-called Mrs. Graham had worn when she arrived at the inn proved the soundness of the lawyer's opinion. In every case the marks had been cut out. Mrs. Carnegie began to doubt whether the ring which she had seen on the third finger of the lady's left hand had been placed there with the sanction of the law. There was but one chance left of discovering, or rather of attempting to discover, her friends. Mr. Camp drew out an advertisement to be inserted in the Glasgow newspapers. If those newspapers happened to be seen by any member of her family, she would in all probability be claimed. In the contrary event there would be nothing for it but to wait for her recovery or her death, with the money belonging to her sealed up and deposited in the landlord's strong-box. The advertisement appeared. They waited for 3 days afterward, and nothing came of it. No change of importance occurred during the same period in the condition of the suffering woman. Mr. Camp looked in toward evening, and said, "We have done our best. There is no help for it but to wait." Far away in Perthshire, that third evening was marked as a joyful occasion at Windygates house. Blanche had consented at last to listen to Arnold's entreaties.
Section 35 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denise Nordell. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. Sixth Scene, Chapter the 31st, Part 1. Swanhaven Lodge. Seeds of the Future, First Sowing. Not so large as Windygates, but, shall we say snug, Jones? And comfortable, Smith, I quite agree with you. Such was the judgment pronounced by the two choral gentlemen on Julius Delamayn's house in Scotland. It was, as usual with Smith and Jones, a sound judgment, as far as it went. Swanhaven Lodge was not half the size of Windygates, but it had been inhabited for 2 centuries when the foundations of Windygates were first laid, and it possessed the advantages, without inheriting the drawbacks, of its age. There is in an old house a friendly adaptation to the human character, as there is in an old hat a friendly adaptation to the human head. The visitor who left Swanhaven quitted it with something like a sense of leaving home. Among the few houses not our own which take a strong hold on our sympathies was this one. The ornamental grounds were far inferior in size and splendor to the grounds at Windygates, but the park was beautiful, less carefully laid out, but also less monotonous than an English park. The lake on the northern boundary of the estate, famous for its breed of swans, was one of the curiosities of the neighborhood, and the house had a history associating it with more than one celebrated Scottish name which had been written and illustrated by Julius Delamayn. Visitors to Swanhaven Lodge were invariably presented with a copy of the volume, privately printed. 1 in 20 read it. The rest were charmed, and looked at the pictures. The day was the last day of August, and the occasion was the garden party given by Mr. and Mrs. Delamayn. Smith and Jones, following with the other guests at Windygates in Lady Lundy's train, exchanged their opinions on the merits of the house, standing on a terrace at the back, near a flight of steps which led down into the garden. They formed the vanguard of the visitors, appearing by 2s and 3s from the reception rooms, and all bent on going to see the swans before the amusements of the day began. Julius Delamayn came out with the first detachment, recruited Smith and Jones, and other wandering bachelors by the way, and set forth for the lake. An interval of a minute or two passed, and the terrace remained empty. Then 2 ladies, at the head of a second detachment of visitors, appeared under the old stone porch which sheltered the entrance on that side of the house. One of the ladies was a modest, pleasant little person, very simply dressed. The other was of the tall and formidable type of fine women, clad in dazzling array. The first was Mrs. Julius Delamayn. The second was Lady Lundie. "Exquisite!" cried her ladyship, surveying the old mullioned windows of the house, with their framing of creepers, and the grand stone buttresses projecting at intervals from the wall, each with its bright little circle of flowers blooming round the base. "I am really grieved that Sir Patrick should have missed this. I think you said, Lady Lundie, that Sir Patrick had been called to Edinburgh by family business?" "Business, Mrs. Delamayn, which is anything but agreeable to me, as one member of the family. It has altered all my arrangements for the autumn. My stepdaughter is to be married next week." "Is it so near as that? May I ask who the gentleman is?" "Mr. Arnold Brinkworth." "Surely I have some association with that name. You have probably heard of him, Mrs. Delamayn, as the heir to Miss Brinkworth's Scotch property?" "Exactly. Have you brought Mr. Brinkworth here to day?" "I bring his apologies as well as Sir Patrick's. They went to Edinburgh together the day before yesterday. The lawyers engage to have the settlements ready in 3 or 4 days more, if a personal consultation can be managed. Some formal question, I believe, connected with title deeds. Sir Patrick thought the safest way and the speediest way would be to take Mr. Brinkworth with him to Edinburgh, to get the business over to day, and to wait until we join them on our way south to morrow." "You leave Windygates in this lovely weather?" "Most unwillingly. The truth is, Mrs. Delamayn, I am at my stepdaughter's mercy. Her uncle has the authority as her guardian, and the use he makes of it is to give her her own way in everything. It was only on Friday last that she consented to let the day be fixed, and even then she made it a positive condition that the marriage was not to take place in Scotland. Pure wilfulness! But what can I do? Sir Patrick submits, and Mr. Brinkworth submits. If I am to be present at the marriage, I must follow their example. I feel it my duty to be present, and, as a matter of course, I sacrifice myself. We start for London to morrow." "Is Miss Lundie to be married in London at this time of year?" "No. We only pass through on our way to Sir Patrick's place in Kent, the place that came to him with the title, the place associated with the last days of my beloved husband. Another trial for me! The marriage is to be solemnized on the scene of my bereavement. My old wound is to be reopened on Monday next, simply because my stepdaughter has taken a dislike to Windygates." "This day week, then, is the day of the marriage?" "Yes, this day week. There have been reasons for hurrying it, which I need not trouble you with. No words can say how I wish it was over." "But, my dear Mrs. Delamayn, how thoughtless of me to assail you with my family worries! You are so sympathetic. That is my only excuse. Don't let me keep you from your guests. I could linger in this sweet place forever. Where is Mrs. Glenarm?" "I really don't know. I missed her when we came out to the terrace. She will very likely join us at the lake. Do you care about seeing the lake, Lady Lundie?" "I adore the beauties of nature, Mrs. Delamayn, especially lakes. We have something to show you besides. We have a breed of swans on the lake, peculiar to the place. My husband has gone on with some of our friends, and I believe we are expected to follow as soon as the rest of the party, in charge of my sister, have seen the house. And what a house, Mrs. Delamayn! Historical associations in every corner of it. It is such a relief to my mind to take refuge in the past. When I am far away from this sweet place, I shall people Swanhaven with its departed inmates, and share the joys and sorrows of centuries since." As Lady Lundie announced in these terms her intention of adding to the population of the past, the last of the guests who had been roaming over the old house appeared under the porch. Among the members forming this final addition to the garden party were Blanche, and a friend of her own age whom she had met at Swanhaven. The 2 girls lagged behind the rest, talking confidentially, arm in arm, the subject, it is surely needless to add, being the coming marriage. "But, dearest Blanche, why are you not to be married at Windygates?" "I detest Windygates, Janet. I have the most miserable associations with the place. Don't ask me what they are. The effort of my life is not to think of them now. I long to see the last of Windygates. As for being married here, I have made it a condition that I am not to be married in Scotland at all." "What has poor Scotland done to forfeit your good opinion, my dear?" "Poor Scotland, Janet, is a place where people don't know whether they are married or not. I have heard all about it from my uncle, and I know somebody who has been a victim, an innocent victim, to a Scotch marriage. "Absurd, Blanche! You are thinking of runaway matches, and making Scotland responsible for the difficulties of people who daren't own the truth." "I am not at all absurd. I am thinking of the dearest friend I have. If you only knew—" "My dear, I am Scotch, remember. You can be married just as well, I really must insist on that, in Scotland as in England. I hate Scotland. Blanche! I never was so unhappy in my life as I have been in Scotland. I never want to see it again. I am determined to be married in England, from the dear old house where I used to live when I was a little girl. My uncle is quite willing. He understands me and feels for me." "Is that as much to say that I don't understand you and feel for you? Perhaps I had better relieve you of my company, Blanche." "If you are going to speak to me in that way, perhaps you had. Am I to hear my native country run down and not to say a word in defense of it? Oh, you Scotch people make such a fuss about your native country. We Scotch people! You are of Scotch extraction yourself, and you ought to be ashamed to talk in that way. I wish you good morning. I wish you a better temper." A minute since, the two young ladies had been like twin roses on one stalk. Now they parted with red cheeks and hostile sentiments and cutting words. How ardent is the warmth of youth! How unspeakably delicate the fragility of female friendship! The flock of visitors followed Mrs. Delamayn to the shores of the lake. For a few minutes after, the terrace was left a solitude. Then there appeared under the porch a single gentleman, lounging out with a flower in his mouth and his hands in his pockets. This was the strongest man at Swanhaven, otherwise Geoffrey Delamayn. After a moment a lady appeared behind him, walking softly, so as not to be heard. She was superbly dressed after the newest and the most costly Parisian design. The brooch on her bosom was a single diamond of resplendent water and great size. The fan in her hand was a masterpiece of the finest Indian workmanship. She looked what she was, a person possessed of plenty of superfluous money, but not additionally blessed with plenty of superfluous intelligence to correspond. This was the childless young widow of the great ironmaster, otherwise Mrs. Glenarm. The rich woman tapped the strong man coquettishly on the shoulder with her fan. "Ah, you bad boy!" she said, with a slightly labored archness of look and manner. "Have I found you at last?" Geoffrey sauntered on to the terrace, keeping the lady behind him with a thoroughly savage superiority to all civilized submission to the sex, and looked at his watch. "I said I'd come here when I'd got half an hour to myself," he mumbled, turning the flower carelessly between his teeth. "I've got half an hour, and here I am." "Did you come for the sake of seeing the visitors, or did you come for the sake of seeing me?" Geoffrey smiled graciously, and gave the flower another turn in his teeth. "You, of course." The ironmaster's widow took his arm, and looked up at him, as only a young woman would have dared to look up, with the searching summer light streaming in its full brilliancy on her face. Reduced to the plain expression of what it is really worth, the average English idea of beauty in women may be summed up in 3 words: youth, health, plumpness. The more spiritual charm of intelligence and vivacity, and subtler attraction of delicacy of line and fitness of detail, are little looked for and seldom appreciated by the mass of men in this island. It is impossible otherwise to account for the extraordinary blindness of perception which, to give one instance only, makes 9 Englishmen out of 10 who visit France come back declaring that they have not seen a single pretty French woman, in or out of Paris, in the whole country. Our popular type of beauty proclaims itself, in its fullest material development, at every shop in which an illustrated periodical is sold. The same fleshy-faced girl, with the same inane smile, and with no expression whatever, appears under every form of illustration, week after week and month after month, all the year round. Those who wish to know what Mrs. Glenarm was like, have only to go out and stop at any bookseller's or newsvendor's shop, and there they will see her in the first illustration, with a young woman in it, which they discover in the window. The one noticeable peculiarity in Mrs. Glenarm's purely commonplace and purely material beauty, which would have struck an observant and a cultivated man, was the curious girlishness of her look and manner. No stranger speaking to this woman, who had been a wife at 20, and who was now a widow at 24, would ever have thought of addressing her otherwise than as Miss. "Is that the use you make of a flower when I give it to you?" she said to Geoffrey, "mumbling it in your teeth, you wretch, as if you were a horse?" "If you come to that," returned Geoffrey, "I'm more a horse than a man. I'm going to run in a race, and the public are betting on me. Ha, ha! 5-4." "5-4! I believe he thinks of nothing but betting. You great heavy creature, I can't move you. Don't you see I want to go like the rest of them to the lake? No, you're not to let go of my arm. You're to take me." "Can't do it. Must be back with Perry in half an hour." Perry was the trainer from London. He had arrived sooner than he had expected, and had entered on his functions 3 days since. "Don't talk to me about Perry, a little vulgar wretch. Put him off. You won't? Do you mean to say that you are such a brute that you would rather be with Perry than with me?" "The betting's at 5-4, my dear, and the race comes off in a month from this." "Oh, go away to your beloved Perry. I hate you. I hope you'll lose the race. Stop in your cottage. Pray don't come back to the house. And mind this, don't presume to say 'my dear' to me again." "It ain't presuming half far enough, is it? Wait a bit. Give me till the race is run, and then I'll presume to marry you. You! You will be as old as Methuselah if you wait till I am your wife. I dare say Perry has got a sister. Suppose you ask him. She would be just the right person for you." Geoffrey gave the flower another turn in his teeth, and looked as if he thought the idea worth considering. "All right," he said. "Anything to be agreeable to you. I'll ask Perry." He turned away as if he was going to do it at once. Mrs. Glenarm put out a little hand, ravishingly clothed in a blush-colored glove, and laid it on the athlete's mighty arm. She pinched those iron muscles, the pride and glory of England, gently. "What a man you are!" she said. "I never met with anybody like you before." The whole secret of the power that Geoffrey had acquired over her was in those words. They had been together at Swanhaven for little more than 10 days, and in that time he had made the conquest of Mrs. Glenarm. On the day before the garden party, in one of the leisure intervals allowed him by Perry, he had caught her alone, and taken her by the arm, and had asked her, in so many words, if she would marry him. Instances on record of women who have been wooed and won in 10 days are, to speak it with all possible respect, not wanting. But an instance of a woman willing to have it known still remains to be discovered. The ironmaster's widow extracted a promise of secrecy before she committed herself. When Geoffrey had pledged his word to hold his tongue in public until she gave him leave to speak, Mrs. Glenarm, without further hesitation, said yes, having, be it observed, said no in the course of the last 2 years to at least half a dozen men who were Geoffrey's superiors in every conceivable respect, except personal comeliness and personal strength. There is a reason for everything, and there was a reason for this. However persistently the epicene theorists of modern times may deny it, it is nevertheless a truth plainly visible in the whole past history of the sexes that the natural condition of a woman is to find her master in a man. Look in the face of any woman who is in no direct way dependent on a man, and as certainly as you see the sun in a cloudless sky, you see a woman who is not happy. The want of a master is their great unknown want. The possession of a master is, unconsciously to themselves, the only possible completion of their lives. In 99 cases out of 100 this one primitive instinct is at the bottom of the otherwise inexplicable sacrifice when we see a woman of her own free will throw herself away on a man who is unworthy of her. This one primitive instinct was at the bottom of the otherwise inexplicable facility of self-surrender exhibited by Mrs. Glenarm. Up to the time of her meeting with Geoffrey, the young widow had gathered but one experience in her intercourse with the world, the experience of a chartered tyrant. In the brief 6 months of her married life with the man whose granddaughter she might have been, and ought to have been, she had only to lift her finger to be obeyed. The doting old husband was the willing slave of the petulant young wife's slightest caprice. At a later period, when society offered its triple welcome to her birth, her beauty, and her wealth, go where she might, she found herself the object of the same prostrate admiration among the suitors who vied with each other in the rivalry for her hand. For the first time in her life she encountered a man with a will of his own when she met Geoffrey Delamayn at Swanhaven Lodge. Geoffrey's occupation of the moment especially favored the conflict between the woman's assertion of her influence and the man's assertion of his will. During the days that had intervened between his return to his brother's house and the arrival of the trainer, Geoffrey had submitted himself to all needful preliminaries of the physical discipline which was to prepare him for the race. He knew by previous experience what exercise he ought to take, what hours he ought to keep, what temptations at the table he was bound to resist. Over and over again Mrs. Glenarm tried to lure him into committing infractions of his own discipline, and over again the influence with men which had never failed her before, failed her now. Nothing she could say, nothing she could do would move this man. Perry arrived, and Geoffrey's defiance of every attempted exercise of the charming feminine tyranny to which everyone else had bowed grew more outrageous and more immovable than ever. Mrs. Glenarm became as jealous of Perry as if Perry had been a woman. She flew into passions, she burst into tears, she flirted with other men, she threatened to leave the house, all quite useless. Geoffrey never once missed an appointment with Perry, never once touched anything to eat or drink that she could offer him, if Perry had forbidden it. No other human pursuit is so hostile to the influence of the sex as the pursuit of athletic sports. No men are so entirely beyond the reach of women as the men whose lives are passed in the cultivation of their own physical strength. Geoffrey resisted Mrs. Glenarm without the slightest effort. He casually extorted her admiration and undesignedly forced her respect. She clung to him as a hero. She recoiled from him as a brute. She struggled with him, submitted to him, despised him, adored him in a breath. And the clue to it all, confused and contradictory as it seemed, lay in one. Section 36 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denise Nordell. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. Sixth Scene, Chapter the 31st, Part 2. Swanhaven Lodge. "Take me to the lake, Geoffrey," she said, with a little pleading pressure of the blush-colored hand. Geoffrey looked at his watch. "Perry expects me in 20 minutes," he said. "Perry again!" "Yes." Mrs. Glenarm raised her fan in a sudden outburst of fury, and broke it with one smart blow on Geoffrey's face. "There!" she cried, with a stamp of her foot. "My poor fan broken! You monster, all through you!" Geoffrey coolly took the broken fan and put it in his pocket. "I'll write to London," he said, "and get you another. Come along, kiss and make it up." He looked over each shoulder to make sure that they were alone, then lifted her off the ground, she was no light weight, held her up in the air like a baby, and gave her a rough, loud-sounding kiss on each cheek. "With kind compliments from yours truly," he said, and burst out laughing, and put her down again. "How dare you do that?" cried Mrs. Glenarm. "I shall claim Mrs. Delamayn's protection if I am to be insulted in this way. I will never forgive you, sir." As she said those indignant words she shot a look at him which flatly contradicted them. The next moment she was leaning on his arm, and was looking at him wonderingly, for the 1000th time, as an entire novelty in her experience of male humankind. "How rough you are, Geoffrey," she said softly. He smiled in recognition of that artless homage to the manly virtue of his character. She saw the smile, and instantly made another effort to dispute the hateful supremacy of Perry. "Put him off," whispered the daughter of Eve, determined to lure Adam into taking a bite of the apple. "Come, Geoffrey, dear, never mind Perry this once. Take me to the lake." Geoffrey looked at his watch. "Perry expects me in a quarter of an hour," he said. Mrs. Glenarm's indignation assumed a new form. She burst out crying. Geoffrey surveyed her for a moment with a broad stare of surprise, and then took her by both arms and shook her. "Look here," he said impatiently, "can you coach me through my training? I would if I could. That's nothing to do with it. Can you turn me out fit on the day of the race? Yes or no?" "No." "Then dry your eyes and let Perry do it." Mrs. Glenarm dried her eyes and made another effort. "I'm not fit to be seen," she said. "I'm so agitated, I don't know what to do. Come indoors, Geoffrey, and have a cup of tea." Geoffrey shook his head. "Perry forbids tea," he said, "in the middle of the day." "You brute!" cried Mrs. Glenarm. "Do you want me to lose the race?" retorted Geoffrey. "Yes." With that answer she left him at last, and ran back into the house. Geoffrey took a turn on the terrace, considered a little, stopped, and looked at the porch, under which the irate widow had disappeared from his view. 10,000 a year, he said, thinking of the matrimonial prospect which he was placing in peril, and devilish well earned, he added, going into the house, under protest, to appease Mrs. Glenarm. The offended lady was on the sofa in the solitary dining room. Geoffrey sat down by her. She declined to look at him. "Don't be a fool," said Geoffrey, in his most persuasive manner. Mrs. Glenarm put her handkerchief to her eyes. Geoffrey took it away again without ceremony. Mrs. Glenarm rose to leave the room. Geoffrey stopped her by main force. Mrs. Glenarm threatened to summon the servants. Geoffrey said, "All right. I don't care if the whole house knows I'm fond of you." Mrs. Glenarm looked at the door and whispered, "Hush, for heaven's sake!" Geoffrey put her arm in his and said, "Come along with me. I've got something to say to you." Mrs. Glenarm drew back and shook her head. Geoffrey put his arm around her waist and walked her out of the room and out of the house, taking the direction not of the terrace, but of a fir plantation on the opposite side of the grounds. Arrived among the trees, he stopped and held up a warning forefinger before the offended lady's face. "You're just the sort of woman I like," he said, "and there ain't a man living who's half as sweet on you as I am. You leave off bullying me about Perry, and I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let you see me take a sprint." He drew back a step and fixed his big blue eyes on her with a look which said, "You are a highly favored woman, if ever there was one yet." Curiosity instantly took the leading place among the emotions of Mrs. Glenarm. "What's a sprint, Geoffrey?" she asked. "A short run to try me at the top of my speed. There ain't another living soul in all England that I'd let see it but you. Now am I a brute?" Mrs. Glenarm was conquered again for the 100th time at least. She said softly, "Oh, Geoffrey, if you could only be always like this!" Her eyes lifted themselves admiringly to his. She took his arm again of her own accord and pressed it with a loving clasp. Geoffrey prophetically felt the 10,000 a year in his pocket. "Do you really love me?" whispered Mrs. Glenarm. "Don't I?" answered the hero. The peace was made, and the two walked on again. They passed through the plantation and came out on some open ground, rising and falling prettily in little hillocks and hollows. The last of the hillocks sloped down into a smooth level plain, with a fringe of sheltering trees on its farther side, with a snug little stone cottage among the trees, and with a smart little man walking up and down before the cottage, holding his hands behind him. The level plain was the hero's exercising ground, the cottage was the hero's retreat, and the smart little man was the hero's trainer. If Mrs. Glenarm hated Perry, Perry, judging by appearances, was in no danger of loving Mrs. Glenarm. As Geoffrey approached with his companion, the trainer came to a standstill, and stared silently at the lady. The lady, on her side, declined to observe that any such person as the trainer was then in existence, and present in bodily form on the scene. "How about time?" said Geoffrey. Perry consulted an elaborate watch constructed to mark time to the 5th of a second, and answered Geoffrey, with his eye all the while on Mrs. Glenarm. "You've got 5 minutes to spare." "Show me where you run. I'm dying to see it," said the eager widow, taking possession of Geoffrey's arm with both hands. Geoffrey led her back to a place, marked by a sapling with a little flag attached to it, at some short distance from the cottage. She glided along by his side, with subtle undulations of movement which appeared to complete the exasperation of Perry. He waited until she was out of hearing, and then he invoked, let us say, the blasts of heaven on the fashionably dressed head of Mrs. Glenarm. "You take your place here," said Geoffrey, posting her by the sapling. "When I pass you—" He stopped and surveyed her with a good-humored masculine pity. "How the devil am I to make you understand it?" he went on. "Look here, when I pass you it will be at what you would call, if I was a horse, full gallop. Hold your tongue, I haven't done yet. You're to look on after me as I leave you to where the edge of the cottage wall cuts the trees. When you have lost sight of me behind the wall, you'll have seen me run my 300 yards from this flag. You're in luck's way. Perry tries me at the long sprint to-day. You understand you're to stop here? Very well, then, let me go and get my toggery on." "Shan't I see you again, Geoffrey?" "Haven't I just told you that you'll see me run?" "Yes, but after that?" "After that I'm sponged and rubbed down and rest in the cottage. You'll come to us this evening?" He nodded and left her. The face of Perry looked unutterable things when he and Geoffrey met at the door of the cottage. "I've got a question to ask you, Mr. Delamayn," said the trainer. "Do you want me, or don't you?" "Of course I want you." "What did I say when I first come here?" proceeded Perry sternly. "I said, I won't have nobody looking on at a man I'm training. These here ladies and gentlemen may all have made up their minds to see you. I've made up my mind not to have no lookers on. I won't have you timed at your work by nobody but me. I won't have every blessed yard of ground you cover put in the newspapers. I won't have a living soul in the secret of what you can do and what you can't except our two selves. Did I say that, Mr. Delamayn, or didn't I? All right. Did I say it, or didn't I? Of course you did. Then don't you bring no more women here. It's clean against rules, and I won't have it." Any other living creature adopting this tone of remonstrance would probably have had reason to repent it. But Geoffrey himself was afraid to show his temper in the presence of Perry. In view of the coming race, the first and foremost of British trainers was not to be trifled with, even by the first and foremost of British athletes. "She won't come again," said Geoffrey. "She's going away from Swanhaven in 2 days' time." "I've put every shilling I'm worth in the world on you," pursued Perry, relapsing into tenderness, "and I tell you I felt it. It cut me to the heart when I see you coming along with a woman at your heels. It's a fraud on his backers, I says to myself. That's what it is, a fraud on his backers." "Shut up," said Geoffrey, "and come and help me to win your money." He kicked open the door of the cottage, and athlete and trainer disappeared from view. After waiting a few minutes by the little flag, Mrs. Glenarm saw the two men approaching her from the cottage. Dressed in a close-fitting costume, light and elastic, adapting itself to every movement, and made to answer every purpose required by the exercise in which he was about to engage, Geoffrey's physical advantages showed themselves in their best and bravest aspect. His head sat proud and easy on his firm, white throat, bared to the air. The rising of his mighty chest as he drew in deep draughts of the fragrant summer breeze, the play of his lithe and supple loins, the easy, elastic stride of his straight and shapely legs, presented a triumph of physical manhood in its highest type. Mrs. Glenarm's eyes devoured him in silent admiration. He looked like a young god of mythology, like a statue animated with color and life. "Oh, Geoffrey!" she exclaimed softly as he went by. He neither answered nor looked. He had other business on hand than listening to soft nonsense. He was gathering himself up for the effort. His lips were set, his fists were lightly clenched. Perry posted himself at his place, grim and silent, with the watch in his hand. Geoffrey walked on beyond the flag, so as to give himself start enough to reach his full speed as he passed it. "Now then," said Perry. In an instant more he flew by, to Mrs. Glenarm's excited imagination, like an arrow from a bow. His action was perfect. His speed, at its utmost rate of exertion, preserved its rare underlying elements of strength and steadiness. Less and less and less he grew to the eyes that followed his course, still lightly flying over the ground, still firmly keeping the straight line. A moment more, and the runner vanished behind the wall of the cottage, and the stop-watch of the trainer returned to its place in his pocket. In her eagerness to know the result, Mrs. Glenarm forgot her jealousy of Perry. "How long has he been?" she asked. "There's a good many besides you would be glad to know that," said Perry. "Mr. Delamayn will tell me, you rude man." "That depends, ma'am, on whether I tell him." With this reply, Perry hurried back to the cottage. Not a word passed while the trainer was attending to his man, and while the man was recovering his breath. When Geoffrey had been carefully rubbed down and clothed again in his ordinary garments, Perry pulled a comfortable easy-chair out of a corner. Geoffrey fell into the chair rather than sat down in it. Perry started and looked at him attentively. "Well," said Geoffrey, "how about the time? Long, short, or middling?" "Very good time," said Perry. "How long? When did you say the lady was going, Mr. Delamayn?" "In 2 days." "Very well, sir, I'll tell you how long when the lady's gone." Geoffrey made no attempt to insist on an immediate reply. He smiled faintly. After an interval of less than 10 minutes, he stretched out his legs and closed his eyes. "Going to sleep?" said Perry. Geoffrey opened his eyes with an effort. "No," he said. The word had hardly passed his lips before his eyes closed again. "Hullo!" said Perry, watching him. "I don't like that." He went closer to the chair. There was no doubt about it. The man was asleep. Perry emitted a long whistle under his breath. He stooped and laid 2 of his fingers softly on Geoffrey's pulse. The beat was slow, heavy, and labored. It was unmistakably the pulse of an exhausted man. The trainer changed color and took a turn in the room. He opened a cupboard and produced from it his diary of the preceding year. The entries relating to the last occasion on which he had prepared Geoffrey for a foot race included the fullest details. He turned to the report of the first trial at 300 yards, full speed. The time was, by 1 or 2 seconds, not so good as the time this occasion. But the result, afterward, was utterly different. There it was, in Perry's own words, "Pulse good, Man in high spirits, ready if I would have let him to run it over again. Perry looked round at the same man a year afterward, utterly worn out and fast asleep in the chair. He fetched pen, ink, and paper out of the cupboard and wrote 2 letters, both marked "Private." The first was to a medical man, a great authority among trainers. The second was to Perry's own agent in London, whom he knew he could trust. The letter pledged the agent to the strictest secrecy, and directed him to back Geoffrey's opponent in the foot race for a sum equal to the sum which Perry had betted on Geoffrey himself. "If you have got any money of your own on him," the letter concluded, "do as I do, hedge and hold your tongue." "Another of 'em gone stale," said the trainer, looking round again at the sleeping man. "He'll lose the race."
Section 37 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joe Sela. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. Chapter the 32nd. Seeds of the Future, Second Sowing. And what did the visitors say of the swans? They said, "Oh, what a number of them," which was all that was to be said by persons ignorant of the natural history of aquatic birds. And what did the visitors say of the lake? Some of them said, "How solemn." Some of them said, "How romantic." Some of them said nothing, but privately thought it a dismal scene. Here again the popular sentiment struck the right note at starting. The lake was hidden in the center of a fir wood. Except in the middle, where the sunlight reached them, the waters lay black under the somber shadow of the trees. The one break in the plantation was at the farther end of the lake. The one sign of movement and life to be seen was the ghostly gliding of the swans on the dead still surface of the water. It was solemn, as they said. It was romantic, as they said. It was dismal, as they thought. Pages of description could express no more. Let pages of description be absent, therefore, in this place. Having satiated itself with the swans, having exhausted the lake, the general curiosity reverted to the break in the trees at the farther end, remarked a startling artificial object intruding itself on the scene in the shape of a large red curtain which hung between 2 of the tallest firs, and closed the prospect beyond from view, requested an explanation of the curtain from Julius Delamayn, and received for answer that the mystery should be revealed on the arrival of his wife with the tardy remainder of the guests who had loitered about the house. On the appearance of Mrs. Delamayn and the stragglers, the united party coasted the shore of the lake, and stood assembled in front of the curtain. Pointing to the silken cords hanging at either side of it, Julius Delamayn picked out 2 little girls, children of his wife's sister, and sent them to the cords, with instructions to pull and see what happened. The nieces of Julius pulled with the eager hands of children in the presence of a mystery. The curtains parted in the middle, and a cry of universal astonishment and delight saluted the scene revealed to view. At the end of a broad avenue of firs, a cool green glade spread its grassy carpet in the midst of the surrounding plantation. The ground at the farther end of the glade rose, and here, on the lower slopes, a bright little spring of water bubbled out between gray old granite rocks. Along the right-hand edge of the turf ran a row of tables, arrayed in spotless white, and covered with refreshments waiting for the guests. On the opposite side was a band of music, which burst into harmony at the moment when the curtains were drawn. Looking back through the avenue, the eye caught a distant glimpse of the lake, where the sunlight played on the water, and the plumage of the gliding swans flashed softly in the brilliant white. Such was the charming surprise which Julius Delamayn had arranged for his friends. It was only at moments like these, or when he and his wife were playing sonatas in the modest little music-room at Swanhaven, that Lord Holchester's eldest son was really happy. He secretly groaned over the duties which his position as a landed gentleman imposed upon him, and he suffered under some of the highest privileges of his rank and station, as under social martyrdom in its cruelest form. "We'll dine first," said Julius, "and dance afterwards. There is the programme." He led the way to the tables, with the 2 ladies nearest to him, utterly careless whether they were or were not among the ladies of the highest rank then present. To Lady Lundy's astonishment, he took the first seat he came to, without appearing to care what place he occupied at his own feast. The guests, following his example, sat where they pleased, reckless of precedents and dignities. Mrs. Delamayn, feeling a special interest in a young lady who was shortly to be a bride, took Blanche's arm. Lady Lundie attached herself resolutely to her hostess on the other side. The three sat together. Mrs. Delamayn did her best to encourage Blanche to talk, and Blanche did her best to meet the advances made to her. The experiment succeeded but poorly on either side. Mrs. Delamayn gave it up in despair, and turned to Lady Lundie, with a strong suspicion that some unpleasant subject of reflection was preying privately on the bride's mind. The conclusion was soundly drawn. Blanche's little outbreak of temper with her friend on the terrace, and Blanche's present deficiency of gaiety and spirit, were attributable to the same cause. She hid it from her uncle, she hid it from Arnold, but she was as anxious as ever and as wretched as ever about Anne, and she was still on the watch, no matter what Sir Patrick might say or do, to seize the first opportunity of renewing the search for her lost friend. Meanwhile the eating, the drinking, and the talking went merrily on. The band played its liveliest melodies, the servants kept the glasses constantly filled, round all the tables gaiety and freedom reigned supreme. The one conversation in progress, in which the talkers were not in social harmony with each other, was a conversation at Blanche's side between her stepmother and Mrs. Delamayn. Among Lady Lundie's other accomplishments, the power of making disagreeable discoveries ranked high. At the dinner in the glade she had not failed to notice, what everybody else had passed over, the absence at the festival of the hostess's brother-in-law, and, more remarkable still, the disappearance of a lady who was actually one of the guests staying in the house. In plainer words, the disappearance of Mrs. Glenarm. "Am I mistaken?" said her ladyship, lifting her eyeglass and looking round the tables. "Surely there is a member of our party missing. I don't see Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn." "Geoffrey promised to be here, but he is not particularly attentive, as you may have noticed, to keeping engagements of this sort. Everything is sacrificed to his training. We only see him at rare intervals now." With that reply Mrs. Delamayn attempted to change the subject. Lady Lundie lifted her eyeglass and looked round the table for the second time. "Pardon me," persisted her ladyship, "but is it possible that I have discovered another absentee? I don't see Mrs. Glenarm. Yet surely she must be here. Mrs. Glenarm is not training for a foot race. Do you see her? I don't. I missed her when we went out on the terrace, and I have not seen her since. Isn't it very odd, dear Mrs. Delamayn? Our guests at Swanhaven, Lady Lundie, have perfect liberty to do as they please." In those words Mrs. Delamayn, as she fondly imagined, dismissed the subject. But Lady Lundie's robust curiosity proved unassailable by even the broadest hint. Carried away in all probability by the infection of merriment about her, her ladyship displayed unexpected reserves of vivacity. The mind declines to realize it, but it is not the less truth that this majestic woman actually simpered. "Shall we put two and two together?" said Lady Lundie, with a ponderous playfulness wonderful to see. "Here, on one hand, is Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn, a young single man, and here, on the other, is Mrs. Glenarm, a young widow. Rank on the side of the young single man, riches on the side of the young widow, and both mysteriously absent at the same time, from the same pleasant party. Ha, Mrs. Delamayn, should I guess wrong, if I guess that you will have a marriage in the family, too, before long?" Mrs. Delamayn looked a little annoyed. She had entered with all her heart into the conspiracy for making a match between Geoffrey and Mrs. Glenarm. But she was not prepared to own that the lady's facility had, in spite of all attempts to conceal it from discovery, made the conspiracy obviously successful in 10 days' time. "I am not in the secrets of the lady and gentleman who you mention," she replied dryly. "A heavy body is slow to acquire movement, and slow to abandon movement when once acquired." The playfulness of Lady Lundie, being essentially heavy, followed the same rule. She still persisted in being as lively as ever. "Oh, what a diplomatic answer!" explained her ladyship. "I think I can interpret that, though, for all that. A little bird tells me that I shall see a Mrs. Geoffrey Delamayn in London next season, and I, for one, shall not be surprised to find myself congratulating Mrs. Glenarm." "If you persist in letting your imagination run away with you, Lady Lundie, I can't possibly help it. I can only request permission to keep the bridle on mine." This time even Lady Lundie understood that it would be wise to say no more. She smiled and nodded, in high private approval of her own extraordinary cleverness. If she had been asked at that moment who was the most brilliant Englishwoman living, she would have looked inward on herself, and would have seen, as in a glass brightly, Lady Lundie of Windygates. From the moment when the talk at her side entered on the subject of Geoffrey Delamayn and Mrs. Glenarm, and throughout the brief period during which it remained occupied with that topic, Blanche became conscious of a strong smell of some spirituous liquor wafted down on her, as she fancied, from behind and from above. Finding the odor grow stronger and stronger, she looked round to see whether any special manufacture of grog was proceeding inexplicably at the back of her chair. The moment she moved her head, her attention was claimed by a pair of tumultuous, gouty old hands, offering her a grouse pie, profusely sprinkled with truffles. "Eh, my bonny miss," whispered a persuasive voice at her ear, "you're juist starving in the land of plenty. Take my advice, and you'll take the best thing at the table. Grouse pie and truffles." Blanche looked up. There he was, the man of the canny eye, the fatherly manner, and the mighty nose, Bishop Briggs, preserved in spirits and ministering at the festival at Swanhaven Lodge. Blanche had only seen him for a moment on the memorable night of the storm, when she had surprised Anne at the inn, but instants passed in the society of Bishop Briggs were as good as hours spent in the company of inferior men. Blanche instantly recognized him, instantly called to mind Sir Patrick's conviction that he was in possession of Anne's lost letter, instantly rushed to the conclusion that, in discovering Bishop Briggs, she had discovered a chance at tracing Anne. Her first impulse was to claim acquaintance with him on the spot. But the eyes of her neighbors were on her, warning her to wait. She took a little of the pie, and looked hard at Bishop Briggs. That discreet man, showing no sign of recognition on his side, bowed respectfully and went on round the table. "I wonder whether he has got the letter about him," thought Blanche. He had not only got the letter about him, but more than that, he was actually then on the lookout for the means of turning the letter to profitable pecuniary account. The domestic establishment of Swanhaven Lodge included no formidable array of servants. When Mrs. Delamayn gave a large party, she depended for such additional assistance as was needed partly on the contributions of her friends, partly on the resources of the principal inn at Kirkandrew. Mr. Bishop Briggs, serving at the time, in the absence of any better employment, as a supernumerary at the inn, made one among the waiters who could be spared to assist at the garden party. The name of the gentleman by whom he was to be employed for the day had struck him, when he first heard it, as having a familiar sound. He had made his inquiries, and had then betaken himself for additional information to the letter which he had picked up from the parlor floor at Craig Fernie. The sheet of note paper, lost by Anne, contained, it may be remembered, 2 letters, one signed by herself, the other signed by Geoffrey, and both suggestive, to a stranger's eye, of relations between the writers which they were interested in concealing from the public view. Thinking it just possible, if he kept his eyes and ears well open at Swanhaven, that he might improve his prospect of making a marketable commodity of the stolen correspondence, Mr. Bishop Briggs had put the letter in his pocket when he left Kirkandrew. He had recognized Blanche as a friend of the lady at the inn, and as a person who might perhaps be turned to account in that capacity. And he had, moreover, heard every word of the conversation between Lady Lundie and Mrs. Delamayn on the subject of Geoffrey and Mrs. Glenarm. There were hours to be passed before the guests would retire, and before the waiters would be dismissed. The conviction was strong in the mind of Mr. Bishop Briggs that he might find good reason yet for congratulating himself on the chance which had associated him with the festivities at Swanhaven Lodge. It was still early in the afternoon when the gaiety at the dinner table began, in certain quarters, to show signs of wearing out. The younger members of the party, especially the ladies, grew restless with the appearance of the dessert. One after another, they looked longingly at the smooth, level, elastic turf in the middle of the glade. One after another they beat the time absently with their fingers to the waltz which the musicians happened to be playing at the moment. Noticing these symptoms, Mrs. Delamayn set the example of rising, and her husband sent a message to the band. In 10 minutes more the first quadrille was in progress on the grass. The spectators were picturesquely grouped round, looking on, and the servants and waiters, no longer wanted, had retired out of sight to a picnic of their own. The last person to leave the deserted tables was the venerable Bishop Briggs. He alone of the men in attendance had contrived to combine a sufficient appearance of waiting on the company with a clandestine attention to his own personal need of refreshment. Instead of hurrying away to the servants' dinner with the rest, he made the round of the tables, apparently clearing away the crumbs, actually emptying the wine-glasses. Immersed in this occupation, he was startled by a lady's voice behind him, and turning as quickly as he could, found himself face to face with Miss Lundie. "I want some cold water," said Blanche. "Be so good as to get me some from the spring." She pointed to the bubbling rivulet at the farther end of the glade. Bishop Briggs looked unaffectedly shocked. "Lord's sake, miss," he exclaimed, "do you really mean to offend your stomach with cold water when there's wine to be had for the asking?" Blanche gave him a look. Slowness of perception was not on the list of the failings of Bishop Briggs. He took up a tumbler, winked with his one available eye, and led the way to the rivulet. There was nothing remarkable in the spectacle of a young lady who wanted a glass of spring water, or of a waiter who was getting it for her. Nobody was surprised, and, with the band playing, nobody could by any chance overhear what might be said at the spring side. "Do you remember me at the inn on the night of the storm?" asked Blanche. Mr. Bishopriggs had his reasons, carefully enclosed in his pocket-book, for not being too ready to commit himself with Blanche at starting. "I'm no saying I cannot remember you, miss. Where's the man who would make sic an answer as that to a bonny young lady like you?" By way of assisting his memory, Blanche took out her purse. Bishopriggs became absorbed in the scenery. He looked at the running water with the eye of a man who thoroughly distrusted it, viewed as a beverage. "There you go," he said, addressing himself to the rivulet, "bubbling to your ain annihilation in the loch yonder. It's a little I know that's good about you, in your unconverted state. You're a type of human life, they say. I take up my testimony against that. You're a type of nothing at all till you're heated with fire and sweetened with sugar and strengthened with whisky. And then you're a type o' toddy, and a human life, I grant it, has got something to say to you in that capacity." "I have heard more about you since I was at the inn," proceeded Blanche, "than you may suppose." She opened her purse. Mr. Bishopriggs became the picture of attention. "You were very, very kind to a lady who was staying at Craig Fernie," she went on earnestly. "I know that you have lost your place at the inn because you gave all your attention to that lady. She is my dearest friend, Mr. Bishopriggs. I want to thank you. I do thank you. Please accept what I have got here." All the girl's heart was in her eyes and in her voice as she emptied her purse into the gouty and greedy old hand of Bishopriggs. A young lady with a well-filled purse, no matter how rich the young lady may be, is a combination not often witnessed in any country on the civilized earth. Either the money is always spent, or the money has been forgotten on the toilet table at home. Blanche's purse contained a sovereign and some 6 or 7 shillings in silver. As pocket money for an heiress it was contemptible, but as a gratuity to Bishopriggs it was magnificent. The old rascal put the money into his pocket with one hand and dashed away the tears of sensibility which he had not shed with the other. "Cast your bread on the waters," cried Mr. Bishopriggs, with his one eye raised devotionally to the sky, "and ye shall find it again after many days. Hech, hech! It's simply marvellous to see how a man's ain good deeds find him out in this lower world of ours. If ever I heard the voice of natural affection speaking in my ain breast," pursued Mr. Briggs, with his eye fixed on an uneasy expectation on Blanche. "It just spoke trumpet-tongued when that winsome creature first looked at me. Will it be she now that told you the wee bit service I rendered to her in the time when I was in bondage at the hotel?" "Yes, she told me herself." "May I make so bold as to ask where she may be at the present time?" "I don't know, Mr. Bishopriggs. I am more miserable about it than I can say. She has gone away, and I don't know where." Oh, that's bad." "And the bit husband creature dangling at her petticoat's tail one day, and away with the sunrise next morning. Have they both taken leg bail together?" "I know nothing of him. I never saw him. You saw him. Tell me, what was he like?" He was just a pure weak creature. Didn't know a glass of good sherry wine when he's got it. Free with the siller, that's all ye can say for him. Free with the siller." Finding it impossible to extract from Mr. Bishopriggs any clearer description of the man who had been with Anne at the inn than this, Blanche approached the main object of the interview. Too anxious to waste time in circumlocution, she turned the conversation at once to the delicate and doubtful subject of the lost letter. "There's something else that I want to say to you," she resumed. "My friend had a loss while she was staying at the inn." The clouds of doubt rolled off the mind of Mr. Bishopriggs. The lady's friend knew of the lost letter, and better still, the lady's friend looked as if she wanted it. "Aye, aye," he said with all due appearance of carelessness. "Like enough, from the mistress downward, there are kittle cattle at the inn since I left 'em. What may it have been that she lost?" "She lost a letter." The look of uneasy expectation reappeared in the eye of Mr. Bishopriggs. It was a question, and a serious question from his point of view, whether any suspicion of theft was attached to the disappearance of the letter. "When ye say lost," he asked, "do you mean stolen?" Blanche was quite quick enough to see the necessity of quieting his mind on the subject. "Oh, no," she answered, "not stolen. Only lost. Did you hear about it?" "Wherefore should I ha' heard about it?" He looked hard at Blanche, and detected a momentary hesitation in her face. "Tell me this, my young lady," he went on, advancing warily near to the point. "When you're speering for news of your friend's lost letter, and what sets you on a coming to me?" Those words were decisive. It is hardly too much to say that Blanche's future depended on Blanche's answer to that question. If she could have produced the money, and if she had said boldly, "You have got the letter, Mr. Bishopriggs. I pledge my word that no question shall be asked, and I offer you £10 for it," in all probability the bargain would have been struck, and the whole course of coming events would, in that case, have been altered. But she had no money left, and there were no friends in the circle at Swanhaven to whom she could apply without being misinterpreted for a load of £10 to be privately entrusted to her on the spot. Under stress of sheer necessity, Blanche abandoned all hope of making any present appeal of a pecuniary nature to the confidence of Bishopriggs. The one other way of attaining her object that she could see was to arm herself with the influence of Sir Patrick's name. A man, placed in her position, would have thought it mere madness to venture on such a risk as this. But Blanche, with one act of rashness already on her conscience, rushed womanlike straight to the commission of another. The same headlong eagerness to reach her end, which had hurried her into questioning Geoffrey before he left Windygates, now drove her, just as recklessly, into taking the management of Bishopriggs out of Sir Patrick's skilled and practised hands. The starving sisterly love in her hungered for a trace of Anne. Her heart whispered, "Risk it," and Blanche risked it on the spot. "Sir Patrick set me on coming to see you," she said. The opening hand of Mr. Bishopriggs, ready to deliver the letter and receive the reward, closed again instantly as she spoke those words. "Sir Patrick?" he repeated. Oh, you've even told Sir Patrick about it, have you? There's a child with a lang head on his shoulders, if ever there was ane yet. What might Sir Patrick ha' said?" Blanche noticed a change in his tone. Blanche was rigidly careful, when it was too late, to answer him in guarded terms. "Sir Patrick thought you might have found the letter," she said, "and might not have remembered about it again until you had left the inn." Bishopriggs looked back into his own personal experience of his old master, and drew the correct conclusion that Sir Patrick's view of his connection with the disappearance of the letter was not the purely unsuspicious view reported by Blanche. "The dour old devil," he thought to himself, "knows me better than that." "Well," asked Blanche impatiently, "is Sir Patrick right?" "Right?" rejoined Bishopriggs briskly. "He's as far away from the truth as John O'Groat's house is from Jericho." "You know nothing of the letter?" "There's a bit I know of the letter. The first I heard of it was what I hear now." Blanche's heart sank within her. Had she defeated her own object and cut the ground from under Sir Patrick's feet for the second time? Surely not. There was unquestionably a chance, on this occasion, that the man might be prevailed upon to place the trust in her uncle which he was too cautious to confide to a stranger like herself. The one wise thing to do now was to pave the way for the exertion of Sir Patrick's superior influence and Sir Patrick's superior skill. She resumed the conversation with that object in view. "I am sorry to hear that Sir Patrick has guessed wrong," she resumed. "My friend was anxious to recover the letter when I last saw her, and I had hoped to hear news of it from you. However, right or wrong, Sir Patrick has some reasons for wishing to see you, and I take the opportunity of telling you so. He has left a letter to wait for you at Craig Fernie Inn." "I'm thinking the letter will ha' long enough to wait if it waits till I get back forth to the hotel," remarked Bishopriggs. "In that case," said Blanche promptly, "you had better give me an address at which Sir Patrick can write to you. You wouldn't, I suppose, wish me to say that I had seen you here, and that you refused to communicate with him?" "Never think it!" cried Bishopriggs fervently. "If there's ane thing more than another that I'm careful to preserve intact, it's just the respectful attention that I owe to Sir Patrick. I'll make sae bold, miss, as to charge you with that bit caird. I'm no settled in ony place yet, mair's the pity at my time of life, but Sir Patrick may hear of me when Sir Patrick has need of me. There." He handed a dirty little card to Blanche containing the name and address of a butcher in Edinburgh. "Samuel Bishopriggs," he went on, glibly. "Caro Davy Dow, Flesher, Cowgate, Embro. My Patmos in the wilderness, miss, for the time being." Blanche received the address with a sense of unspeakable relief. If she had once more ventured on taking Sir Patrick's place, and once more failed in justifying her rashness by the results, she had at least gained some atoning advantage, this time by opening a means of communication between her uncle and Bishopriggs. "You will hear from Sir Patrick," she said, and nodded kindly, and returned to her place among the guests. "I'll hear from Sir Patrick, will I?" repeated Bishopriggs when he was left by himself. "Sir Patrick will work nothing less than a miracle if he finds Samuel Bishopriggs at the Cowgate, Embro." He laughed softly over his own cleverness, and withdrew to a lonely place in the plantation, in which he could consult the stolen correspondence without fear of being observed by any living creature. Once more the truth had tried to struggle into light, before the day of the
Section 38 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. Sixth scene, Swanhaven Lodge, chapter the 33rd. Seeds of the Future, third sowing. After a new and attentive reading of Anne's letter to Geoffrey, and of Geoffrey's letter to Anne, Bishopriggs laid down comfortably under a tree, and set himself the task of seeing his position plainly as it was at that moment. The profitable disposal of the correspondence to Blanche was no longer among the possibilities involved in the case. As for treating with Sir Patrick, Bishopriggs determined to keep equally clear of the Cowgate, Edinburgh, and of Mrs. Inchbare's inn, so long as there was the faintest chance of his pushing his own interests in any other quarter. No person living would be capable of so certainly extracting the correspondence from him on such ruinously cheap terms as his old master. "I'll no put myself under Sir Paitrick's thumb," thought Bishopriggs, "till I've gained my ain rounds among the lave of them first." Rendered into intelligible English, this resolution pledged him to hold no communication with Sir Patrick until he had first tested his success in negotiating with other persons, who might be equally interested in getting possession of the correspondence, and more liberal in giving hush-money to the thief who had stolen it. Who were the other persons at his disposal under these circumstances? He had only to recall the conversation which he had overheard between Lady Lundie and Mrs. Delamayn, to arrive at the discovery of one person, to begin with, who was directly interested in getting possession of his own letter. Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn was in a fair way of being married to a lady named Mrs. Glenarm, and here was this same Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn in matrimonial correspondence, little more than a fortnight since, with another lady, who signed herself Anne Silvester. Whatever his position between the two women might be, his interest in possessing himself of the correspondence was plain beyond all doubt. It was equally clear that the first thing to be done by Bishopriggs was to find the means of obtaining a personal interview with him. If the interview led to nothing else, it would decide one important question which still remained to be solved. The lady whom Bishopriggs had waited on at Craig Fernie might well be Anne Silvester. Was Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn in that case the gentleman who had passed as her husband at the inn? Bishopriggs rose to his gouty feet with all possible alacrity, and hobbled away to make the necessary inquiries, addressing himself not to the men-servants at the dinner-table, who would be sure to insist on his joining them, but to the women-servants left in charge of the empty house. He easily obtained the necessary directions for finding the cottage, but he was warned that Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn's trainer allowed nobody to see his patron at exercise, and that he would certainly be ordered off again the moment he appeared on the scene. Bearing this caution in mind, Bishopriggs made a circuit, on reaching the open ground, so as to approach the cottage at the back, under shelter of the trees behind it. One look at Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn was all that he wanted in the first instance. They were welcome to order him off again, as long as he obtained that. He was still hesitating at the outer line of the trees, when he heard a loud, imperative voice calling from the front of the cottage, "Now, Mr. Geoffrey, time's up." Another voice answered, "All right." And, after an interval, Geoffrey Delamayn appeared on the open ground, proceeding to the point from which he was accustomed to walk his measured mile. Advancing a few steps to look at his man more closely, Bishopriggs was instantly detected by the quick eye of the trainer. "Hello!" cried Perry. "What do you want here?" Bishopriggs opened his lips to make an excuse. "Who the devil are you?" roared Geoffrey. The trainer answered the question out of the resources of his own experience. "A spy, sir, sent to time you at your work." Geoffrey lifted his mighty fist and sprang forward a step. Perry held his patron back. "You can't do that, sir," he said. "The man's too old. No fear of his turning up again. You've scared him out of his wits." The statement was strictly true. The terror of Bishopriggs at the sight of Geoffrey's fist restored to him the activity of his youth. He ran for the first time for 20 years, and only stopped to remember his infirmities, and to catch his breath, when he was out of sight of the cottage among the trees. He sat down to rest and recover himself, with the comforting inner conviction that, in one respect at least, he had gained his point. The furious savage, with the eyes that darted fire and the fist that threatened destruction, was a total stranger to him. In other words, not the man who had passed as the lady's husband at the inn. At the same time, it was equally certain that he was the man involved in the compromising correspondence which Bishopriggs possessed. To appeal, however, to his interest in obtaining the letter was entirely incompatible, after the recent exhibition of the fist, with the strong regard that Bishopriggs felt for his own personal security. There was no alternative now but to open negotiations with the one other person concerned in the matter, fortunately on this occasion a person of the gentler sex, who was actually within reach. Mrs. Glenarm was at Swanhaven. She had a direct interest in clearing up the question of a prior claim to Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn on the part of another woman, and she could only do that by getting the correspondence into her own hands. "Praise Providence for a' its mercies," said Bishopriggs, getting on his feet again. "I've got 2 strings, as they say, to my bow. I trow the woman's the canny string of the 2. We'll e'en try the twanging of her." He set forth on his road back again, to search among the company at the lake for Mrs. Glenarm. The dance had reached its climax of animation when Bishopriggs reappeared on the scene of his duties, and the ranks of the company had been recruited, in his absence, by the very person whom it was now his foremost object to approach. Receiving with supple submission a reprimand for his prolonged absence from the chief of the servants, Bishopriggs, keeping his one observant eye carefully on the look-out, busied himself in promoting the circulation of ices and cool drinks. While he was thus occupied, his attention was attracted by 2 persons who, in very different ways, stood out prominently as marked characters among the rank and file of the guests. The first person was a vivacious, irascible old gentleman, who persisted in treating the undeniable fact of his age on the footing of a scandalous false report set afloat by time. He was superbly strapped and padded. His hair, his teeth, and his complexion were triumphs of artificial youth. When he was not occupied among the youngest women present, which was very seldom, he attached himself exclusively to the youngest men. He insisted on joining every dance. Twice he measured his length upon the grass, but nothing daunted him. He was waltzing again with another young woman at the next dance, as if nothing had happened. Inquiring who this effervescent old gentleman might be, Bishopriggs discovered that he was a retired officer in the navy, commonly known among his inferiors as the Tartar, and formerly described in society as Captain Newenden, the last male representative of one of the oldest families in England. The second person who appeared to occupy a position of distinction at the dance in the glade was a lady. To the eye of Bishopriggs she was a miracle of beauty, with a small fortune for a poor man carried about her in silk, lace, and jewellery. No woman present was the object of such special attention among the men as this fascinating and priceless creature. She sat fanning herself with a matchless work of art, supposed to be a handkerchief, representing an island of cambric in the midst of an ocean of lace. She was surrounded by a little court of admirers, who fetched and carried at her slightest nod, like well-trained dogs. Sometimes they brought refreshments, which she had asked for, only to decline taking them when they came. Sometimes they brought information of what was going on among the dancers, which the lady had been eager to receive when they went away, and in which she had ceased to feel the smallest interest when they came back. Everybody burst into ejaculations of distress when she was asked to account for her absence from the dinner, and answered, "My poor nerves!" And everybody said, "What should we have done without you?" when she doubted if she had done wisely in joining the party at all. Inquiring who this favoured lady might be, Bishopriggs discovered that she was the niece of the indomitable old gentleman who would dance, or, more plainly still, no less a person than his contemplated customer, Mrs. Glenarm. With all his enormous assurance, Bishopriggs was daunted when he found himself facing the question of what he was to do next. To open negotiations with Mrs. Glenarm under present circumstances was, for a man in his position, simply impossible. But apart from this, the prospect of profitably addressing himself to that lady in the future was, to say the least of it, beset with difficulties of no common kind. Supposing the means of disclosing Geoffrey's position to her to be found, what would she do, when she received her warning? She would in all probability apply to one of two formidable men, both of whom were interested in the matter. If she went straight to the man accused of attempting to marry her at a time when he was already engaged to another woman, Bishopriggs would find himself confronted with the owner of that terrible fist, which had justly terrified him even on a distant and cursory view. If, on the other hand, she placed her interests in the care of her uncle, Bishopriggs had only to look at the captain, and to calculate his chance of imposing terms on a man who owed life a bill of more than 60 years' date, and who openly defied time to recover the debt. With these serious obstacles standing in the way, what was to be done? The only alternative left was to approach Mrs. Glenarm under shelter of the dark. Reaching this conclusion, Bishopriggs decided to ascertain from the servants what the lady's future movements might be, and thus informed, to startle her by anonymous warnings conveyed through the post, and claiming their answer through the advertising channel of a newspaper. Here was the certainty of alarming her, coupled with the certainty of safety to himself. Little did Mrs. Glenarm dream, when she capriciously stopped a servant going by with some glasses of lemonade, that the wretched old creature who offered the tray contemplated corresponding with her before the week was out, in the double character of her well-wisher and her true friend. The evening advanced, the shadows lengthened, the water of the lake grew pitchy black. The gliding of the ghostly swans became rare and more rare. The elders of the party thought of the drive home. The juniors, excepting Captain Newenden, began to flag at the dance. Little by little the comfortable attractions of the house, tea, coffee, and candle-light in snug rooms, resumed their influence. The guests abandoned the glade, and the fingers and lungs of the musicians rested at last. Lady Lundie and her party were the first to send for the carriage and say farewell. The break-up of the household at Windygates on the next day, and the journey south, being sufficient apologies for setting the example of retreat. In an hour more, the only visitors left were the guests staying at Swanhaven Lodge. The company gone, the hired waiters from Kirkandrew were paid and dismissed. On the journey back, the silence of Bishopriggs created some surprise among his comrades. "I got my own concerns to think of," was the only answer he vouchsafed to the remonstrances addressed to him. The concerns alluded to comprehended, among other changes of plan, his departure from Kirkandrew the next day, with a reference, in case of inquiries, to his convenient friend at the Cowgate, Edinburgh. His actual destination, to be kept a secret from everybody, was Perth. The neighbourhood of this town, as stated on the authority of her own maid, was the part of Scotland to which the rich widow contemplated removing when she left Swanhaven in 2 days' time. At Perth, Bishopriggs knew of more than one place in which he could get temporary employment, and at Perth he determined to make his first anonymous advances to Mrs. Glenarm. The remainder of the evening passed quietly enough at the lodge. The guests were sleepy and dull after the excitement of the day. Mrs. Glenarm retired early. At 11 o'clock, Julius Delamayn was the only person left up in the house. He was understood to be in his study, preparing an address to the electors, based on instructions sent from London by his father. He was actually occupied in the music-room, now that there was nobody to discover him, playing exercises softly on his beloved violin. At the trainer's cottage a trifling incident occurred that night, which afforded materials for a note in Perry's professional diary. Geoffrey had sustained the later trial of walking, for a given time and distance, at his full speed, without showing any of those symptoms of exhaustion which had followed the more serious experiment of running, to which he had been subjected earlier in the day. Perry, honestly bent, though he had privately hedged his own bets, on doing his best to bring his man in good order to the post on the day of the race, had forbidden Geoffrey to pay his evening visit to the house, and had sent him to bed earlier than usual. The trainer was alone, looking over his own written rules, and considering what modifications he should introduce into the diet and exercises of the next day, when he was startled by a sound of groaning from the bedroom in which his patron lay asleep. He went in, and found Geoffrey rolling to and fro on the pillow, with his face contorted, with his hands clenched, and with the perspiration standing thick on his forehead, suffering evidently under the nervous oppression produced by the phantom terrors of a dream. Perry spoke to him, and pulled him up in the bed. He woke with a scream. He stared at his trainer in vacant terror, and spoke to his trainer in wild words. "What are your horrid eyes looking at over my shoulder?" he cried out. "Go to the devil, and take your infernal slate with you." Perry spoke to him once more. "You've been dreaming of somebody, Mr. Delamayn. What's to do about a slate?" Geoffrey looked eagerly round the room, and heaved a heavy breath of relief. "I could have sworn she was staring at me over the dwarf pear-trees," he said. "All right. I know where I am now." Perry, attributing the dream to nothing more important than a passing indigestion, administered some brandy and water, and left him to drop off again to sleep. He fretfully forbade the extinguishing of the light. "Afraid of the dark?" said Perry, with a laugh. "No."
Section 39 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mariana Montalvo. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. 7th Scene, Chapter the 34th, Ham Farm. The night before. The time was the night before the marriage. The place was Sir Patrick's house in Kent. The lawyers had kept their word. The settlements had been forwarded and had been signed 2 days since. With the exception of the surgeon and one of the 3 young gentlemen from the university, who had engagements elsewhere, the visitors at Windygates had emigrated southward to be present at the marriage. Besides these gentlemen, there were some ladies among the guests invited by Sir Patrick, all of them family connections, and 3 of them appointed to the position of Blanche's bridesmaids. Add 1 or 2 neighbors to be invited to the breakfast, and the wedding party would be complete. There was nothing architecturally remarkable about Sir Patrick's house. Ham Farm possessed neither the splendor of Windygates nor the picturesque antiquarian attraction of Swanhaven. It was a perfectly commonplace English country seat, surrounded by perfectly commonplace English scenery. Snug monotony welcomed you when you went in, and snug monotony met you again when you turned to the window and looked out. The animation and variety wanting at Ham Farm were far from being supplied by the company in the house. It was remembered, at an after period, that a duller wedding party had never been assembled together. Sir Patrick, having no early associations with the place, openly admitted that his residence in Kent preyed on his spirits, and that he would have infinitely preferred a room at the inn in the village. The effort to sustain his customary vivacity was not encouraged by persons and circumstances about him. Lady Lundy's fidelity to the memory of the late Sir Thomas, on the scene of his last illness and death, persisted in asserting itself, under an ostentation of concealment which tried even the trained temper of Sir Patrick himself. Blanche, still depressed by her private anxieties about Anne, was in no condition of mind to look gaily at the last memorable days of her maiden life. Arnold sacrificed, by express stipulation on the part of Lady Lundy, to the prurient delicacy which forbids the bridegroom, before marriage, to sleep in the same house with the bride, found himself ruthlessly shut out from Sir Patrick's hospitality, and exiled every night to a bedroom at the inn. He accepted his solitary doom with a resignation which extended its sobering influence to his customary flow of spirits. As for the ladies, the elder among them existed in a state of chronic protest against Lady Lundy, and the younger were absorbed in the essentially serious occupation of considering and comparing their wedding dresses. The 2 young gentlemen from the university performed prodigies of yawning in the intervals of prodigies of billiard-playing. Smith said in despair, "There's no making things pleasant in this house, Jones," and Jones sighed and mildly agreed with him. On the Sunday evening, which was the evening before the marriage, the dullness, as a matter of course, reached its climax. But 2 of the occupations in which people may indulge on weekdays are regarded as harmless on Sunday by the obstinately anti-Christian tone of feeling which prevails in this matter among the Anglo-Saxon race. It is not sinful to wrangle in religious controversy, and it is not sinful to slumber over a religious book. The ladies at Ham Farm practiced the pious observance of the evening on this plan. The seniors of the sex wrangled in Sunday controversy, and the juniors of the sex slumbered over Sunday books. As for the men, it is unnecessary to say that the young ones smoked when they were not yawning, and yawned when they were not smoking. Sir Patrick stayed in the library, sorting old letters and examining old accounts. Every person in the house felt the oppression of the senseless social prohibitions which they had imposed on themselves, and yet every person in the house would have been scandalized if the plain question had been put. You know this is a tyranny of your own making. You know you don't really believe in it. You know you don't really like it. Why do you submit? The freest people on the civilized earth are the only people on the civilized earth who dare not face that question. The evening dragged its slow length on. The welcome time drew nearer and nearer for oblivion in bed. Arnold was silently contemplating, for the last time, his customary prospects of banishment to the inn, when he became aware that Sir Patrick was making signs to him. He rose and followed his host into the empty dining-room. Sir Patrick carefully closed the door. What did it mean? It meant, so far as Arnold was concerned, that a private conversation was about to diversify the monotony of the long Sunday evening at Ham Farm. "I have a word to say to you, Arnold," the old gentleman began, "before you become a married man. Do you remember the conversation at dinner yesterday about the dancing party at Swanhaven Lodge?" "Yes." "Do you remember what Lady Lundie said while the topic was on the table?" "She told me, what I can't believe, that Geoffrey Delamayn was going to be married to Mrs. Glenarm." "Exactly. I observed that you appeared to be startled by what my sister-in-law had said, and when you declared that appearances must certainly have misled her, you looked and spoke, to my mind, like a man animated by a strong feeling of indignation. Was I wrong in drawing that conclusion?" "No, Sir Patrick, you were right." "Have you any objection to tell me why you felt indignant?" Arnold hesitated. "You are probably at a loss to know what interest I can feel in the matter?" Arnold admitted it with his customary frankness. "In that case," rejoined Sir Patrick, "I had better go on at once with the matter in hand, leaving you to see for yourself the connection between what I am about to say and the question that I have just put. When I have done, you shall then reply to me or not, exactly as you think right. My dear boy, the subject on which I want to speak to you is Miss Silvester." Arnold started. Sir Patrick looked at him with a moment's attention and went on. "My niece has her faults of temper and her failings of judgment," he said. "But she has one atoning quality, amongst many others, which ought to make, and which, I believe, will make, the happiness of your married life. In the popular phrase, Blanche is as true as steel. Once her friend, always her friend. Do you see what I am coming to? She has said nothing about it, Arnold, but she has not yielded 1 inch in her resolution to reunite herself to Miss Silvester. One of the first questions you will have to determine, after tomorrow, will be the question of whether you do or not sanction your wife in attempting to communicate with her lost friend." Arnold answered without the slightest reserve. "I am heartily sorry for Blanche's lost friend, Sir Patrick. My wife will have my full approval if she tries to bring Miss Silvester back, and my best help, too, if I can give it." Those words were earnestly spoken. It was plain that they came from his heart. "I think you are wrong," said Sir Patrick. "I, too, am sorry for Miss Silvester, but I am convinced that she has not left Blanche without a serious reason for it, and I believe you will be encouraging your wife in a hopeless effort if you encourage her to persist in the search for her lost friend. However, it is your affair and not mine. Do you wish me to offer you any facilities for tracing Miss Silvester which I may happen to possess?" "If you can help us over any obstacles at starting, Sir Patrick, it will be a kindness to Blanche and a kindness to me." "Very good. I suppose you remember what I said to you one morning when we were talking of Miss Silvester at Windygates?" "You said you had determined to let her go her own way." "Quite right. On the evening of the day when I said that, I received information that Miss Silvester had been traced to Glasgow. You won't require me to explain why I never mentioned this to you or to Blanche. In mentioning it now, I communicate to you the only positive information on the subject of the missing woman which I possess. There are 2 other chances of finding her, of a more speculative kind, which can only be tested by inducing 2 men, both equally difficult to deal with, to confess what they know. One of those 2 men is a person named Bishopriggs, formerly waiter at the Craig Fernie Inn." Arnold started and changed color. Sir Patrick, silently noticing him, stated the circumstances relating to Anne's lost letter, and to the conclusion in his own mind which pointed to Bishopriggs as the person in possession of it. "I have to add," he proceeded, "that Blanche, unfortunately, found an opportunity of speaking to Bishopriggs at Swanhaven. When she and Lady Lundie joined us at Edinburgh, she showed me privately a card which had been given to her by Bishopriggs. He had described it as the address at which he might be heard of, and Blanche entreated me, before we started for London, to put the reference to the test. I told her that she had committed a serious mistake in attempting to deal with Bishopriggs on her own responsibility, and I warned her of the result in which I was firmly persuaded the inquiry would end. She declined to believe that Bishopriggs had deceived her. I saw that she would take the matter into her own hands again unless I interfered, and I went to the place. Exactly as I had anticipated, the person to whom the card referred me had not heard of Bishopriggs for years, and knew nothing whatever about his present movements. Blanche had simply put him on his guard, and shown him the propriety of keeping out of the way. If you should ever meet with him in the future, say nothing to your wife, and communicate with me. I decline to assist you in searching for Miss Silvester, but I have no objection to assist in recovering a stolen letter from a thief. So much for Bishopriggs. Now as to the other man. Who is he? Your friend, Mr. Geoffrey Delamain. Arnold sprang to his feet in ungovernable surprise. I appear to astonish you, remarked Sir Patrick. Arnold sat down again and waited in speechless suspense to hear what was coming next. I have reason to know, said Sir Patrick, that Mr. Delamain is thoroughly well acquainted with the nature of Miss Silvester's present troubles. What his actual connection is with them, and how he came into possession of his information, I have not found out. My discovery begins and ends with the simple fact that he has the information. May I ask one question, Sir Patrick? What is it? How did you find out about Geoffrey Delamain? It would occupy a long time, answered Sir Patrick, to tell you how, and it is not at all necessary to our purpose that you should know. My present obligation merely binds me to tell you, in strict confidence, mind, that Miss Silvester's secrets are no secrets to Mr. Delamain. I leave to your discretion the use you may make of that information. You are now entirely on a par with me in relation to your knowledge of the case of Miss Silvester. Let us return to the question which I asked you when we first came into the room. Do you see the connection now between that question and what I have said since? Arnold was slow to see the connection. His mind was running on Sir Patrick's discovery. Little dreaming that he was indebted to Mrs. Inchbare's incomplete description of him for his own escape from detection, he was wondering how it had happened that he had remained unsuspected, while Geoffrey's position had been, in part at least, revealed to view. I asked you, resumed Sir Patrick, attempting to help him, why the mere report that your friend was likely to marry Mrs. Glenarm roused your indignation, and you hesitated at giving an answer. Do you hesitate still? It's not easy to give an answer, Sir Patrick. Let us put it in another way. I assume that your view of the report takes its rise in some knowledge on your part of Mr. Delamain's private affairs, which the rest of us don't possess. Is that conclusion correct? Quite correct. Is what you know about Mr. Delamain connected with anything that you know about Miss Silvester? If Arnold had felt himself at liberty to answer that question, Sir Patrick's suspicions would have been aroused, and Sir Patrick's resolution would have forced a full disclosure from him before he left the house. It was getting on to midnight. The first hour of the wedding day was at hand, as the truth made its final effort to struggle into light. The dark phantoms of trouble and terror to come were waiting near them both at that moment. Arnold hesitated again. Hesitated painfully. Sir Patrick paused for his answer. The clock in the hall struck the 11:45. "I can't tell you," said Arnold. "Is it a secret?" "Yes." "Committed to your honor?" "Doubly committed to my honor." "What do you mean?" I mean that Geoffrey and I have quarrelled since he took me into his confidence. I am doubly bound to respect his confidence after that." "Is the cause of your quarrel a secret also?" "Yes." Sir Patrick looked Arnold steadily in the face. "I have felt an inveterate distrust of Mr. Delamayn from the first," he said. "Answer me this. Have you any reason to think, since we first talked about your friend in the summer house at Windygates, that my opinion of him might have been the right one after all?" "He has bitterly disappointed me," answered Arnold. "I can say no more." "You have had very little experience of the world," proceeded Sir Patrick, "and you have just acknowledged that you have had reason to distrust your experience of your friend. Are you quite sure that you are acting wisely in keeping his secret from me? Are you quite sure that you will not repent the course you are taking tonight?" He laid a marked emphasis on those last words. "Think, Arnold," he added kindly. "Think before you answer." "I feel bound in honour to keep his secret," said Arnold. "No thinking can alter that." Sir Patrick rose and brought the interview to an end. "There is nothing more to be said." With those words he gave Arnold his hand, and pressing it cordially, wished him good night. Going out into the hall, Arnold found Blanche alone, looking at the barometer. "The glass is set fair, my darling," he whispered. "Good night for the last time." He took her in his arms and kissed her. At the moment when he released her, Blanche slipped a little note into his hand. "Read it," she whispered, "when you are
Section 40 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. 40th Scene. Chapter the 35th. The Day. The promise of the weather-glass was fulfilled. The sun shone on Blanche's marriage. At 9 in the morning, the first of the proceedings of the day began. It was essentially of a clandestine nature. The bride and bridegroom evaded the restraints of lawful authority, and presumed to meet together privately, before they were married, in the conservatory at Ham Farm. "You have read my letter, Arnold?" "I have come here to answer it, Blanche. But why not have told me? Why write?" "Because I put off telling you so long, and because I didn't know how you might take it, and for 50 other reasons. Never mind. I've made my confession. I haven't a single secret now which is not your secret too. There's time to say no, Arnold, if you think I ought to have no room in my heart for anybody but you. My uncle tells me I am obstinate and wrong in refusing to give Anne up. If you agree with him, say the word, dear, before you make me your wife." "Shall I tell you what I said to Sir Patrick last night?" "About this?" "Yes. The confession, as you call it, which you make in your pretty note, is the very thing that Sir Patrick spoke to me about in the dining room before I went away. He told me your heart was set on finding Miss Silvester, and he asked me what I meant to do about it when we were married." "And you said?" Arnold repeated his answer to Sir Patrick, with fervid embellishments of the original language, suitable to the emergency. Blanche's delight expressed itself in the form of 2 unblushing outrages on propriety, committed in close succession. She threw her arms around Arnold's neck, and she actually kissed him, 3 hours before the consent of State and Church sanctioned her in taking that proceeding. Let us shudder, but let us not blame her. These are the consequences of free institutions. "Now," said Arnold, "it's my turn to take to pen and ink. I have a letter to write before we are married, as well as you. Only there's this difference between us. I want you to help me." "Who are you going to write to?" "To my lawyer in Edinburgh." "There will be no time unless I do it now. We start for Switzerland this afternoon, don't we?" "Yes." "Very well. I want to relieve your mind, my darling. Before we go, wouldn't you like to know, while we are away, that the right people are on the lookout for Miss Silvester? Sir Patrick has told me of the last place that she has been traced to, and my lawyer will set the right people at work. Come and help me to put it in the proper language, and the whole thing will be in train." "Oh, Arnold, can I ever love you enough to reward you for this?" "We shall see, Blanche, in Switzerland." They audaciously penetrated, arm in arm, into Sir Patrick's own study, entirely at their disposal, as they well knew, at that hour of the morning. With Sir Patrick's pens and Sir Patrick's paper, they produced a letter of instructions, deliberately reopening the investigation which Sir Patrick's superior wisdom had closed. Neither pains nor money were to be spared by the lawyer in at once taking measures, beginning at Glasgow, to find Anne. The report of the result was to be addressed to Arnold, under cover to Sir Patrick, at Ham Farm. By the time the letter was completed, the morning had advanced to 10 o'clock. Blanche left Arnold to array herself in her bridal splendour, after another outrage on propriety, and more consequences of free institutions. The next proceedings were of a public and avowable nature, and strictly followed the customary precedents on such occasions. Village nymphs strewed flowers on the path to the church door, and sent in the bill the same day. Village swains rang the joy bells, and got drunk on their money the same evening. There was the proper and awful pause while the bridegroom was kept waiting at the church. There was the proper and pitiless staring of all the female spectators when the bride was led to the altar. There was the clergyman's preliminary look at the licence, which meant official caution, and there was the clerk's preliminary look at the bridegroom, which meant official fees. All the women appeared to be in their natural element, and all the men appeared to be out of it. Then the service began, rightly considered, the most terrible, surely, of all mortal ceremonies, the service which binds two human beings, who know next to nothing of each other's natures, to risk the tremendous experiment of living together till death parts them, the service which says, in effect if not in words, "Take your leap in the dark, we sanctify, but we don't insure it." The ceremony went on without the slightest obstacle to mar its effect. There were no unforeseen interruptions. There were no ominous mistakes. The last words were spoken, and the book was closed. They signed their names on the register. The husband was congratulated. The wife was embraced. They went back again to the house, with more flowers strewn at their feet. The wedding breakfast was hurried. The wedding speeches were curtailed. There was no time to be wasted, if the young couple were to catch the tidal train. In an hour more the carriage had whirled them away to the station, and the guests had given them the farewell cheer from the steps of the house. Young, happy, fondly attached to each other, raised securely above all the sordid cares of life, what a golden future was theirs! Married with the sanction of the family and the blessing of the church, who could suppose that the time was coming, nevertheless, when the blighting question would fall on them, in the springtime of
Section 41 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Oxen Handler. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. 7th Scene, Chapter the 36th. The Truth at Last. 2 days after the marriage, on Wednesday, the 9th of September, a packet of letters received at Windygates was forwarded by Lady Lundy's steward to Ham Farm. With one exception, the letters were all addressed either to Sir Patrick or to his sister-in-law. The one exception was directed to Arnold Brinkworth, Esquire, care of Lady Lundy, Windygates House, Perthshire, and the envelope was specially protected by a seal. Noticing that the postmark was Glasgow, Sir Patrick, to whom the letter had been delivered, looked with a certain distrust at the handwriting on the address. It was not known to him, but it was obviously the handwriting of a woman. Lady Lundy was sitting opposite to him at the table. He said carelessly, "A letter for Arnold," and pushed it across to her. Her ladyship took up the letter and dropped it the instant she looked at the handwriting, as if it had burned her fingers. "The person again," exclaimed Lady Lundy. "The person presuming to address Arnold Brinkworth at my house." "Miss Silvester?" asked Sir Patrick. "No," said her ladyship, shutting her teeth with a snap. "The person may insult me by addressing a letter to my care, but the person's name shall not pollute my lips, not even in your house, Sir Patrick, not even to please you." Sir Patrick was sufficiently answered. After all that had happened, after her farewell letter to Blanche, here was Miss Silvester writing to Blanche's husband, of her own accord. It was unaccountable, to say the least of it. He took the letter back and looked at it again. Lady Lundy's steward was a methodical man. He had endorsed each letter received at Windygates with the date of its delivery. The letter addressed to Arnold had been delivered on Monday, the 7th of September, on Arnold's wedding day. What did it mean? It was pure waste of time to inquire. Sir Patrick rose to lock the letter up in one of the drawers at the writing-table behind him. Lady Lundy interfered, in the interest of morality. "Sir Patrick." "Yes?" "Don't you consider it your duty to open that letter?" "My dear lady, what can you possibly be thinking of?" The most virtuous of living women had her answers ready on the spot. "I am thinking," said Lady Lundy, "of Arnold's moral welfare." Sir Patrick smiled. On the long list of those respectable disguises under which we assert our own importance, or gratify our own love of meddling in our neighbours' affairs, a moral regard for the welfare of others figures in the foremost place and stands deservedly as number one. "We shall probably hear from Arnold in a day or two," said Sir Patrick, locking the letter up in the drawer. "He shall have it as soon as I know where to send it to him." The next morning brought news of the bride and bridegroom. They reported themselves to be too supremely happy to care where they lived so long as they lived together. Every question except the question of love was left in the competent hands of their courier. This sensible and trustworthy man had decided that Paris was not to be thought of as a place of residence by any sane human being in the month of September. He had arranged that they were to leave for Baden on their way to Switzerland on the 10th. Letters were accordingly to be addressed to that place. Until further notice, if the courier liked Baden, they would probably stay there for some time. If the courier took a fancy for the mountains, they would in that case go on to Switzerland. In the meanwhile, nothing mattered to Arnold but Blanche, and nothing mattered to Blanche but Arnold. Sir Patrick redirected Anne Silvester's letter to Arnold at the Poste Restante, Baden. A second letter, which had arrived that morning, addressed to Arnold in a legal handwriting and bearing the postmark of Edinburgh, was forwarded in the same way and at the same time. 2 days later, Ham Farm was deserted by the guests. Lady Lundie had gone back to Windygates. The rest had separated in their different directions. Sir Patrick, who also contemplated returning to Scotland, remained behind for a week, a solitary prisoner in his own country house. Accumulated arrears of business, with which it was impossible for his steward to deal single-handed, obliged him to remain at his estates in Kent for that time. To a man without a taste for partridge shooting, the ordeal was a trying one. Sir Patrick got through the day with the help of his business and his books. In the evening the rector of a neighbouring parish drove over to dinner, and engaged his host at the noble but obsolete game of piquet. They arranged to meet at each other's houses on alternate days. The rector was an admirable player, and Sir Patrick, though a born Presbyterian, blessed the Church of England from the bottom of his heart. 3 more days passed. Business at Ham Farm began to draw to an end. The time for Sir Patrick's journey to Scotland came nearer. The 2 partners at piquet agreed to meet for a final game, on the next night, at the rector's house. But let us take comfort in remembering it. Our superiors in church and state are as completely at the mercy of circumstances as the humblest and the poorest of us. That last game of piquet between the baronet and the parson was never to be played. On the afternoon of the 4th day, Sir Patrick came in from a drive, and found a letter from Arnold waiting for him, which had been delivered by the second post. Judged by externals only, it was a letter of an unusually perplexing, possibly also of an unusually interesting kind. Arnold was one of the last persons in the world whom any of his friends would have suspected of being a lengthy correspondent. Here, nevertheless, was a letter from him, of 3 times the customary bulk and weight, and apparently of more than common importance, in a matter of news, besides. At the top of the envelope was marked "Immediate," and at one side, also underlined, was the ominous word "Private." "Nothing wrong, I hope," thought Sir Patrick. He opened the envelope. 2 enclosures fell out on the table. He looked at them for a moment. They were the 2 letters which he had forwarded to Baden. The 3rd letter remaining in his hand and occupying a double sheet was from Arnold himself. Sir Patrick read Arnold's letter first. It was dated Baden, and it began as follows: "My dear Sir Patrick, don't be alarmed if you can possibly help it. I'm in a terrible mess." Sir Patrick looked up for a moment from the letter. Given a young man who dates from Baden, and declares himself to be in a terrible mess, as representing the circumstances of the case, what is the interpretation to be placed on them? Sir Patrick drew the inevitable conclusion. Arnold had been gambling. He shook his head, and went on with the letter. "I must say, dreadful as it is, that I am not to blame, nor she either, poor thing." Sir Patrick paused again. She? Blanche had apparently been gambling too? Nothing was wanting to complete the picture but an announcement in the next sentence, presenting the courier as carried away in his turn by the insatiate passion for play. Sir Patrick resumed. "You cannot, I am sure, expect me to have known the law. And as for poor Miss Silvester—" Miss Silvester? What had Miss Silvester to do with it? And what could be the meaning of the reference to the law? Sir Patrick had read the letter thus far, standing up. A vague distrust stole over him at the appearance of Miss Silvester's name in connection with the lines which had preceded it. He felt nothing approaching to a clear prevision of what was to come. Some indescribable influence was at work in him, which shook his nerves and made him feel the infirmities of his age, as it seemed, on a sudden. It went no further than that. He was obliged to sit down. He was obliged to wait a moment before he went on. The letter proceeded in these words: "And as for poor Miss Silvester, though she felt, as she reminds me, some misgivings still, She never could have foreseen, being no lawyer either, how it was to end. I hardly know the best way to break it to you. I can't and won't believe it myself, but even if it should be true, I am quite sure you will find a way out of it for us. I will stick at nothing, and Miss Silvester, as you will see by her letter, will stick at nothing either, to set things right, of course. I have not said one word to my darling Blanche, who is quite happy and suspects nothing. All this, dear Sir Patrick, is very badly written, I am afraid, but it is meant to prepare you and to put the best side on matters at starting. However, the truth must be told, and shame on the Scotch law is what I say. This it is, in short, Geoffrey Delamayn is even a greater scoundrel than you think him, and I bitterly repent, as things have turned out, having held my tongue that night when you and I had our private talk at Ham Farm. You will think I am mixing two things up together, but I am not. Please to keep this about Geoffrey in your mind, and piece it together with what I have next to say. The worst is still to come. Miss Silvester's letter, enclosed, tells me this terrible thing. You must know that I went to her privately, as Geoffrey's messenger, on the day of the lawn party at Windygates. Well, how it could have happened, Heaven only knows, but there is reason to fear that I married her, without being aware of it myself, in August last, at the Craig Fernie Inn. The letter dropped from Sir Patrick's hand. He sank back in the chair, stunned for the moment under the shock that had fallen on him. He rallied and rose bewildered to his feet. He took a turn in the room. He stopped and summoned his will, and steadied himself by main force. He picked up the letter and read the last sentence again. His face flushed. He was on the point of yielding himself to a useless outburst of anger against Arnold, when his better sense checked him at the last moment. "One fool in the family is enough," he said. "My business in this dreadful emergency is to keep my head clear for Blanche's sake." He waited once more to make sure of his own composure, and turned again to the letter, to see what the writer had to say for himself in the way of explanation and excuse. Arnold had plenty to say, with the drawback of not knowing how to say it. It was hard to decide which quality in his letter was most marked, the total absence of arrangement or the total absence of reserve. Without beginning, middle, or end, he told the story of his fatal connection with the troubles of Anne Silvester. From the memorable day when Geoffrey Delamayn sent him to Craig Fernie, to the equally memorable night when Sir Patrick had tried vainly to make him open his lips at Ham Farm. "I own I have behaved like a fool," the letter concluded, "in keeping Geoffrey Delamayn's secret for him, as things have turned out, but how could I tell upon him without compromising Miss Silvester? Read her letter, and you will see what she says, and how generously she releases me. It's no use saying I am sorry I wasn't more cautious. The mischief is done. I'll stick at nothing, as I have said before, to undo it. Only tell me what is the first step I am to take, and, as long as it don't part me from Blanche, rely on my taking it. Waiting to hear from you, I remain, dear Sir Patrick, yours in great perplexity, Arnold Brinkworth." Sir Patrick folded the letter and looked at the two enclosures lying on the table. His eye was hard, his brow was frowning. As he put his hand to take up Anne's letter, the letter from Arnold's agent in Edinburgh lay nearer to him. As it happened, he took that first. It was short enough, and clearly enough written, to invite a reading before he put it down again. The lawyer reported that he had made the necessary inquiries at Glasgow, with the result. Anne had been traced to the Sheep's Head Hotel. She had lain there utterly helpless, from illness, until the beginning of September. She had been advertised, without result, in the Glasgow newspapers. On the 5th of September she had sufficiently recovered to be able to leave the hotel. She had been seen at the railway station on the same day, but from that point all trace of her had been lost once more. The lawyer had accordingly stopped the proceedings, and now waited further instructions from his client. This letter was not without its effect in encouraging Sir Patrick to suspend the harsh and hasty judgment of Anne, which any man placed in his present situation must have been inclined to form. Her illness claimed its small share of sympathy. Her friendless position, so plainly and so sadly revealed by the advertising in the newspapers, pleaded for merciful construction of faults committed, if faults there were. Bravely, but not angrily, Sir Patrick opened her letter, the letter that cast a doubt on his niece's marriage. Thus Anne Silvester wrote. Glasgow, September 5th. Dear Mr. Brinkworth, nearly 3 weeks since I attempted to write to you from this place. I was seized by sudden illness while I was engaged over my letter, and from that time to this I have laid helpless in bed, very near, as they tell me, to death. I was strong enough to be dressed, and to sit up for a little while yesterday and the day before. To-day I have made a better advance toward recovery. I can hold my pen and control my thoughts. The first use to which I put this improvement is to write these lines. I am going, so far as I know, to surprise, possibly to alarm you. There is no escaping from it. For you or for me, it must be done. Thinking of how best to introduce what I am now obliged to say, I can find no better way than this. I must ask you to take your memory back to a day which we have both bitter reason to regret, the day when Geoffrey Delmayn sent you to see me at the inn at Craig Fernie. You may possibly not remember. It unhappily produced no impression upon you at the time, that I felt and expressed, more than once on that occasion, a very great dislike to your passing me off on the people of the inn as your wife. It was necessary to my being permitted to remain at Craig Fernie that you should do so. I knew this, but still I shrank from it. It was impossible for me to contradict you, without involving you in the painful consequences, and running the risk of making a scandal which might find its way to Blanche's ears. I knew this also, but still my conscience reproached me. It was a vague feeling. I was quite unaware of the actual danger in which you were placing yourself, or I would have spoken out, no matter what came of it. I had what is called a presentiment that you were not acting discreetly, nothing more. As I love and honor my mother's memory, and I trust in the mercy of God, this is the truth. You left the inn the next morning, and we have not met since. A few days after you went away, my anxieties grew more than I could bear alone. I went secretly to Windygates, and had an interview with Blanche. She was absent for a few minutes from the room in which we had met. In that interval I saw Geoffrey Delmayn for the first time since I had left him at Lady Lundy's lawn party. He treated me as if I was a stranger. He told me that he had found out all that had passed between us at the inn. He said he had taken a lawyer's opinion. Oh, Mr. Brinkworth, how can I break it to you? How can I write the words which repeat what he said to me next? It must be done. Cruel as it is, it must be done. He refused to my face to marry me. He said I was married already. He said I was your wife. Now you know why I have referred you to what I felt and confessed to feeling when we were together at Craig Fernie. If you think hard thoughts and say hard words of me, I can claim no right to blame you. I am innocent, and yet it is my fault. My head swims, and the foolish tears are rising in spite of me. I must leave off and rest a little. I have been sitting at the window and watching the people in the street as they go by. They are all strangers, but somehow the sight of them seems to rest my mind. The hum of the great city gives me heart and helps me to go on. I cannot trust myself to write of the man who has betrayed us both. Disgraced and broken as I am, there is something still left in me which lifts me above him. If he came repentant at this moment and offered me all that rank and wealth and worldly consideration can give, I would rather be what I am now than be his wife. Let me speak of you, and, for Blanche's sake, let me speak of myself. I ought, no doubt, to have waited, to see you at Windygates, and to have told you at once of what had happened, but I was weak and ill, and the shock of hearing what I heard fell so heavily on me that I fainted. After I came to myself, I was so horrified when I thought of you and Blanche that a sort of madness possessed me. I had but one idea, the idea of running away and hiding myself. My mind got clearer and quieter on the way to this place, and, arrived here, I did what I hope and believe was the best thing I could do. I consulted 2 lawyers. They differed in opinion as to whether we were married or not, according to the law which decides on such things in Scotland. The first said yes, the second said no, but advised me to write immediately and tell you the position in which you stood. I attempted to write the same day, and fell ill, as you know. Thank God the delay that has happened is of no consequence. I asked Blanche at Windygates when you were to be married, and she told me not until the end of autumn. It is only the 5th of September now. You have plenty of time before you. For all our sakes, make good use of it. What are you to do? Go at once to Sir Patrick Lundy, and show him this letter. Follow his advice, no matter how it may affect me. I should ill requite your kindness. I should be false indeed to the love I bear to Blanche, if I hesitated to brave any exposure that may now be necessary in your interests and in hers. You have been all that is generous, all that is delicate, and that is kind in this matter. You have kept my disgraceful secret, I am quite sure of it, with the fidelity of an honourable man who has had a woman's reputation placed in his charge. I release you, with my whole heart, dear Mr. Brinkworth, from your pledge. I entreat you, on my knees, to consider yourself free to reveal the truth. I will make any acknowledgment on my side that is needful under the circumstances, no matter how public it may be. Release yourself at any price, and then, and not till then, give back your regard to the miserable woman who has laden you with the burden of her sorrow and darkened your life for a moment with the shadow of her shame. Pray don't think there is any painful sacrifice involved in this. The quieting of my own mind is involved in it, and that is all. What has life left for me? Nothing but the barren necessity of living. When I think of the future now, my mind passes over the years that may be left to me in this world. Sometimes I dare to hope that the divine mercy of Christ, which once pleaded on earth for a woman like me, may plead, when death has taken me, for my spirit in heaven. Sometimes I dare to hope that I may see my mother and Blanche's mother in the better world. Their hearts were bound together as the hearts of sisters while they were here, and they left to their children the legacy of their love. Oh, help me to say, if we meet again, that not in vain I promised to be a sister to Blanche. The debt I owe to her is the hereditary debt of my mother's gratitude, and what am I now? An obstacle in the way of the happiness of her life. Sacrifice me to that happiness for God's sake. It is the one thing I have left to live for. Again and again I say it. I care nothing for myself. I have no right to be considered. I have no wish to be considered. Tell the whole truth about me, and call me to bear witness to it as publicly as you please. I have waited a little, once more, trying to think, before I close my letter, what there may be still left to write. I cannot think of anything left but the duty of informing you how you may find me if you wish to write, or if it is thought necessary that we should meet again. One word before I tell you this. It is impossible for me to guess what you will do, or what you will be advised to do by others when you get my letter. I do not even know that you may not already have heard of what your position is from Geoffrey Damayen himself in this event, or in the event of your thinking it desirable to take Blanche into your confidence. I venture to suggest that you should appoint some person whom you can trust to see me on your behalf, or, if you cannot do this, that you should see me in the presence of a third person. The man who has not hesitated to betray us both will not hesitate to misrepresent us in the vilest way, if he can do it in the future. For your own sake, let us be careful to give lying tongues no opportunity of assailing your place in Blanche's estimation. Don't act so as to risk putting yourself in a false position again. Don't let it be possible that a feeling unworthy of her should be roused in the loving and generous nature of your future wife. This written, I may now tell you how to communicate with me after I have left this place. You will find on the slip of paper enclosed the name and address of the second of the 2 lawyers whom I consulted in Glasgow. It is arranged between us that I am to inform him, by letter, of the next place to which I remove, and that he is to communicate the information either to you or to Sir Patrick Lundie. On your applying for it personally or by writing, I don't yet know myself where I may find refuge. Nothing is certain but that I cannot, in my present state of weakness, travel far. If you wonder why I move at all until I am stronger, I can only give a reason which may appear fanciful and overstrained. I have been informed that I was advertised in the Glasgow newspapers during the time when I lay at the hotel, a stranger at the point of death. Trouble has perhaps made me morbidly suspicious. I am afraid of what may happen if I stay here after my place of residence has been made publicly known, so, as soon as I can move, I go away in secret. It will be enough for me if I can find rest and peace in some quiet place in the country round Glasgow. You need feel no anxiety about my means of living. I have money enough for all that I need, and if I get well again, I know how to earn my bread. I send no message to Blanche. I dare not till this is over. Wait till she is your happy wife, and then give her a kiss and say it comes from Anne. Try and forgive me, dear Mr. Brinkworth. I have said all. Yours gratefully, Anne Silvester. Sir Patrick put the letter down with unfeigned respect for the woman who had written it. Something of the personal influence which Anne exercised more or less over all the men with whom she came in contact seemed to communicate itself to the old lawyer through the medium of her letter. His thoughts perversely wandered away from the serious and pressing question of his niece's position into a region of purely speculative inquiry relating to Anne. What infatuation, he asked himself, had placed that noble creature at the mercy of such a man as Geoffrey Dalmain? We have all, at one time or another in our lives, been perplexed as Sir Patrick was perplexed now. If we know anything by experience, we know that women cast themselves away impulsively on unworthy men, and that men ruin themselves headlong for unworthy women. We have the institution of divorce actually among us, existing mainly because the 2 sexes are perpetually placing themselves in these anomalous relations towards one another. And yet at every fresh instance which comes before us we persist in being astonished to find that the man and the woman have not chosen each other on rational and producible grounds. We expect human passion to act on logical principles, and human fallibility, with love for its guide, to be above all danger of making a mistake. Ask the wisest among Anne Silvester's sex what they saw to rationally justify them in choosing the men to whom they have given their hearts and their lives, and you will be putting a question to those wise women which they never once thought of putting to themselves. Nay, more still, look into your own experience, and say frankly, could you justify your own excellent choice at the time when you irrevocably made it? Could you have put your reason on paper when you first owned to yourself that you loved him? And would the reasons have borne critical inspection if you had? Sir Patrick gave it up in despair. The interests of his niece were at stake. He wisely determined to rouse his mind by occupying himself with the practical necessities of the moment. It was essential to send an apology to the rector in the first place, so as to leave the evening at his disposal for considering what preliminary course of conduct he should advise Arnold to pursue. After writing a few lines of apology to his partner at piquet, assigning family business as the excuse for breaking his engagement, Sir Patrick rang the bell. The faithful Duncan appeared, and saw at once in his master's face that something had happened. "Send a man with this to the rectory," said Sir Patrick. "I can't dine out to-day. I must have a chop at home." "I am afraid, Sir Patrick, if I may be excused for remarking it, you have had some bad news." "The worst possible news, Duncan. I can't tell you about it now. Wait within hearing of the bell. In the meantime, let nobody interrupt me. If the steward himself comes, I can't see him." After thinking it over carefully, Sir Patrick decided that there was no alternative but to send a message to Arnold and Blanche, summoning them back to England in the first place. The necessity of questioning Arnold in the minutest detail as to everything that happened between Anne Silvester and himself at the Craig Fernie inn was the first and foremost necessity of the case. At the same time, it appeared to be desirable, for Blanche's sake, to keep her in ignorance, for the present at least, of what had happened. Sir Patrick met this difficulty with characteristic ingenuity and readiness of resource. He wrote a telegram to Arnold, expressed in the following terms: "Your letter and enclosure received. Return to Ham Farm as soon as you conveniently can. Keep the thing still a secret from Blanche. Tell her, as the reason for coming back, that the lost trace of Anne Silvester has been recovered, and that there may be reasons for her returning to England before anything further can be done." Duncan having been dispatched to the station with the message, Duncan's master proceeded to calculate the question of time. Arnold would in all probability receive the telegram at Baden on the next day, September the 17th. In 3 days more he and Blanche might be expected to reach Ham Farm. During the interval thus placed at his disposal, Sir Patrick would have ample time in which to recover himself and to see his way to acting for the best in the alarming emergency that now confronted him. On the 19th Sir Patrick received a telegram informing him that he might expect to see the young couple late in the evening on the 20th. Late in the evening the sound of carriage wheels was audible on the drive, and Sir Patrick, opening the door of his room, heard the familiar voices in the hall. "Well," cried Blanche, catching sight of him at the door, "is Anne found?" "Not just yet, my dear." "Is there news of her?" "Yes." "Am I in time to be of use?" "In excellent time. You shall hear all about it to-morrow. Go and take off your travelling things, and come down again to supper as soon as you can." Blanche kissed him and went upstairs. She had, as her uncle thought in the glimpse he had caught of her, been improved by her marriage. It had quieted and steadied her. There were graces in her look and manner which Sir Patrick had not noticed before. Arnold, on his side, appeared to less advantage. He was restless and anxious. His position with Miss Silvester seemed to be preying on his mind. As soon as his young wife's back was turned, he appealed to Sir Patrick in an eager whisper. "I hardly dare ask you what I have got it on my mind to say," he began. "I must bear it if you are angry with me, Sir Patrick, but only tell me one thing. Is there a way out of it for us? Have you thought of that?" "I cannot trust myself to speak of it clearly and composedly to-night," said Sir Patrick. "Be satisfied if I tell you that I have thought it all out, and wait for the rest till to-morrow." Other persons concerned in the coming drama had had past difficulties to think out, and future movements to consider, during the interval occupied by Arnold and Blanche on their return journey to England. Between the 17th and the 20th of September, Geoffrey Dalmayan had left Swanhaven on the way to his new training quarters, in the neighbourhood in which the foot race at Fulham was to be run. Between the same dates also, Captain Newenden had taken the opportunity, while passing through London on his way south, to consult his solicitors. The object of the conference was to find means of discovering an anonymous letter-writer in Scotland, who had presumed to cause serious annoyance to Mrs. Glenarm. Thus, by ones and twos, converging from widely distant quarters, they were now beginning to draw together in the near neighbourhood of the great city which was soon destined to assemble them all, for the first and the last time in this world, face to face.
Section 42 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joe Sela. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. Chapter the 37th. The Way Out. Breakfast was just over. Blanche, seeing a pleasantly idle morning before her, proposed to Arnold to take a stroll in the grounds. The garden was blight with sunshine, and the bride was bright with good humor. She caught her uncle's eye, looking at her admiringly, and paid him a little compliment in return. "You have no idea," she said, "how nice it is to be back at Ham Farm." "I am to understand, then," rejoined Sir Patrick, "that I am forgiven for interrupting the honeymoon?" "You are more than forgiven for interrupting it," said Blanche. "You are thanked. As a married woman," she proceeded, with the air of a matron of at least 20 years' standing, "I have been thinking the subject over, and I have arrived at the conclusion that a honeymoon which takes the form of a tour on the Continent is one of our national abuses which stands in need of reform. When you are in love with each other (consider a marriage without love to be no marriage at all), what do you want with the excitement of seeing strange places? Isn't it excitement enough, and isn't it strange enough, to a newly married woman to see such a total novelty as a husband? What is the most interesting object on the face of creation to a man in Arnold's position? The Alps? Certainly not. The most interesting object is the wife. And the proper time for a bridal tour is the time, say 10 or a dozen years later, when you are beginning, not to get tired of each other, that's out of the question, but to get a little too well used to each other. Then take your tour to Switzerland, and you give the Alps a chance. A succession of honeymoon trips in the autumn of married life. There is my proposal for an improvement on the present state of things. Come into the garden, Arnold, and let us calculate how long it will be before we get weary of each other, and want the beauties of nature to keep us company." Arnold looked appealingly to Sir Patrick. Not a word had passed between them, as yet, on the serious subject of Anne Silvester's letter. Sir Patrick undertook the responsibility of making the necessary excuses to Blanche. "Forgive me," he said, "if I ask leave to interfere with your monopoly of Arnold for a little while. I have something to say to him about his property in Scotland. Will you leave him with me, if I promise to release him as soon as possible?" Blanche smiled graciously. "You shall have him as long as you like, uncle. There's your hat," she added, tossing it to her husband gaily. "I brought it in for you when I got my own. You will find me on the lawn." She nodded and went out. "Let me hear the worst at once, Sir Patrick," Arnold began. "Is it serious? Do you think I am to blame?" "I will answer your last question first," said Sir Patrick. "Do I think you are to blame? Yes, in this way. You committed an act of unpardonable rashness when you consented to go, as Geoffrey Delamayn's messenger, to Miss Silvester at the inn. Having once placed yourself in that false position, you could hardly have acted afterward otherwise than you did. You could not be expected to know the Scotch law, and as an honorable man you were bound to keep a secret confided to you, in which the reputation of a woman was concerned. Your first and last error in this matter was a fatal error of involving yourself in responsibilities which belonged exclusively to another man." "The man that saved my life," pleaded Arnold, "and I believed I was giving service for service to my dearest friend." "As to your other question," proceeded Sir Patrick, "do I consider your position to be a serious one? Most assuredly I do. So long as we are not absolutely certain that Blanche is your lawful wife, the position is more than serious. It is unendurable. I maintain the opinion, mind out of which, thanks to your honorable silence, that scoundrel Delamayn contrived to cheat me. I told him what I now tell you, that your sayings and doings at Craig Fernie do not constitute a marriage, according to the Scottish law. But," pursued Sir Patrick, holding up a warning forefinger at Arnold, "you have read it in Miss Silvester's letter, and you may now take it also as a result of my experience that no individual opinion in a matter of this kind is to be relied on. Of 2 lawyers consulted by Miss Silvester at Glasgow, one draws a directly opposite conclusion to mine and decides that you and she are married. I believe him to be wrong, but in our situation we have no other choice than to boldly encounter the view of the case which he represents. In plain English, we must begin by looking the worst in the face." Arnold twisted the traveling hat which Blanche had thrown to him, nervously, in both hands. "Supposing the worst comes to the worst," he asked, "what will happen?" Sir Patrick shook his head. "It is not easy to tell you," he said, "without entering into the legal aspects of the case. I shall only puzzle you if I do that. Suppose we look at the matter in its social bearings, I mean, as it may possibly affect you and Blanche and your unborn children?" Arnold gave the hat a tighter twist than ever. "I never thought of the children," he said, with a look of consternation. "The children may present themselves," returned Sir Patrick dryly, "for all that. Now listen. It may have occurred to your mind that the plain way out of our present dilemma is for you and Miss Silvester, respectively, to affirm what we know to be the truth, namely, that you never had the slightest intention of marrying each other. Beware of founding any hopes on any such remedy as that. If you reckon on it, you reckon without Geoffrey Delamayn. He is interested, remember, in proving you and Miss Silvester to be man and wife. Circumstances may arise, I won't waste time in guessing at what they may be, which will enable a third person to produce the landlady and the waiter at Craig Fernie in evidence against you, and to assert that your declaration and Miss Silvester's declaration are the result of collusion between you two. Don't start. Such things have happened before now. Miss Silvester is poor, and Blanche is rich. You may be made to stand in the awkward position of a man who is denying his marriage with a poor woman in order to establish his marriage with an heiress. Miss Silvester, presumably aiding the fraud, with two strong interests of her own as inducements, the interest of asserting the claim to be wife of a man of rank, and the interest of earning her reward in money for resigning you to Blanche. There is a case which a scoundrel might set up, and with some appearance of truth too, in the court of justice. Surely the law wouldn't allow him to do that? The law will argue anything with anybody who will pay the law for the use of its brains and its time. Let that view of the matter alone now. Delamayn can set the case going, if he likes, without applying to any lawyer to help him. He is only to cause a report to reach Blanche's ears which publicly asserts that she is not your lawful wife. With her temper, do you suppose she would leave us a minute's peace till the matter was cleared up, or take it the other way? Comfort yourself, if you will, with the idea that this affair will trouble nobody in the present. How are we to know that it may not turn up in the future under circumstances which may place the legitimacy of your children in doubt? We have a man to deal with who sticks at nothing. We have a state of law which can only be described as one scandalous uncertainty from beginning to end. And we have two people, Bishopriggs and Mrs. Inchbare, who can and will speak to what took place between you and Anne Silvester at the inn. For Blanche's sake, and for the sake of your unborn children, we must face this matter on the spot, and settle it at once and forever. The question before us now is this: shall we open the proceedings by communicating with Miss Silvester or not? At that important point in the conversation, they were interrupted by the reappearance of Blanche. Had she, by any accident, heard what they had been saying? No, it was the old story of most interruptions. Idleness that considers nothing had come to look at industry that bears everything. It is a law of nature, apparently, that the people in this world who have nothing to do cannot support the sight of an uninterrupted occupation in the hands of their neighbors. Blanche produced a new specimen from Arnold's collection of hats. "I have been thinking about it in the garden," she said, quite seriously. "Here is a brown one with a high crown. You look better in this than in the white one with a low crown. I have come to change them, that's all." She changed the hats with Arnold, and went on, without the faintest suspicion that she was in the way. "Wear the brown one when you come out, and come soon, dear. I won't stay an instant longer, uncle. I wouldn't interrupt you for the world." She kissed her hand to Sir Patrick, and smiled at her husband, and went out. "What were we saying?" asked Arnold. "It's awkward to be interrupted in this way, isn't it?" "If I know anything of female human nature," returned Sir Patrick composedly, "your wife will be in and out of the room in that way the whole morning. I give her 10 minutes, Arnold, before she changes her mind again on the serious and weighty subject of the white hat and the brown." These little interruptions, otherwise quite charming, raised a doubt in my mind. Wouldn't it be wise, I asked myself, if we made a virtue of necessity and took Blanche into the conversation? What do you say to calling her back and telling her the truth? Arnold started and changed color. "There are difficulties in the way," he said. "My good fellow, at every step of this business there are difficulties in the way. Sooner or later your wife must know what has happened. The time for telling her is, no doubt, a matter for your decision, not mine. All I say is this: consider whether the disclosure won't come from you with a better grace, if you make it before you are fairly driven to the wall and obliged to open your lips." Arnold rose to his feet, took a turn in the room, sat down again, and looked at Sir Patrick with the expression of a thoroughly bewildered and thoroughly helpless man. "I don't know what to do," he said. "It beats me altogether. The truth is, Sir Patrick, I was fairly forced at Craig Fernie into deceiving Blanche, in what might seem to her a very unfeeling and very unpardonable way. That sounds awkward. What do you mean? I'll try and tell you. You remember when you went to the inn to see Miss Silvester? Well, being there privately at the time, of course I was obliged to keep out of your way. I see. And when Blanche came forward, you were obliged to hide from Blanche, exactly as you had hidden from me? Worse even than that. A day or two later, Blanche took me into her confidence. She spoke to me of her visit to the inn, as if I was perfect stranger to the circumstances. She told me to my face, Sir Patrick, of the invisible man who had kept so strangely out of her way, without the faintest suspicion that I was the man. And I never opened my lips to set her right. I was obliged to be silent, or I must have betrayed Miss Silvester. What will Blanche think of me if I tell her now? That's the question. Blanche's name had barely passed her husband's lips before Blanche herself verified Sir Patrick's prediction by reappearing at the open French window with a superseded white hat in her hand. "Haven't you done yet?" she exclaimed. "I am shocked, uncle, to interrupt you again, but these horrid hats of Arnold's are beginning to weigh upon my mind. On reconsideration, I think the white hat with a low crown is the most becoming of the two. Change again, dear. Yes, the brown hat is hideous. There's a beggar at the gate. Before I go quite distracted, I shall give him the brown hat, and have done with the difficulty in that manner. Am I very much in the way of business? I'm afraid I must appear restless. Indeed, I am restless. I can't imagine what is the matter with me this morning. I can tell you, Sir Patrick, in his gravest and driest manner, you are suffering, Blanche, from a malady which is exceedingly common among the young ladies of England. As a disease it is quite incurable, and the name of it is nothing to do." Blanche dropped her uncle a smart little courtesy. "You might have told me I was in the way in fewer words than that." She whisked round, kicked the disgraced brown hat out into the veranda before her, and left the two gentlemen alone once more. "Your position with your wife, Arnold," resumed Sir Patrick, returning gravely to the matter in hand, "is certainly a difficult one." He paused, thinking of the evening when he and Blanche had illustrated the vagueness of Mrs. Inchbare's description of the man at the inn by citing Arnold himself as being one of the hundreds of innocent people who answered to it. "Perhaps," he added, "the situation is even more difficult than you suppose. It would have certainly been easier for you, and it would have looked more honorable in her estimation, if you had made the inevitable confession before your marriage. I am in some degree answerable for your not having done this, as well as for the far more serious dilemma with Miss Silvester, in which you now stand. If I had not innocently hastened your marriage with Blanche, Miss Silvester's admirable letter would have reached us in ample time to prevent mischief. It's useless to dwell on that now. Cheer up, Arnold. I am bound to show you the way out of the labyrinth, no matter what the difficulties may be, and, please God, I will do it." He pointed to a table at the other end of the room, on which writing materials were placed. "I hate moving the moment I have had my breakfast," he said. "We won't go into the library. Bring me the pen and ink here. Are you going to write Miss Silvester?" "That is the question before us which we have not settled yet. Before I decide, I want to be in possession of the facts, down to the smallest detail of what took place between you and Miss Silvester at the inn. There is only one way of getting at those facts. I am going to examine you as if I had you before me in the witness box in court." With that preface, and with Arnold's letter from Baden in his hand as a brief to speak from, Sir Patrick put his questions in clear and endless succession, and Arnold patiently and faithfully answered them all. The examination proceeded uninterruptedly until it had reached that point in the progress of events at which Anne had crushed Geoffrey Delamayn's letter in her hand, and had thrown it from her indignantly to the other end of the room. There, for the first time, Sir Patrick dipped his pen in the ink, apparently intending to take a note. "Be very careful here," he said. "I want to know everything you can tell me about that letter." "The letter is lost," said Arnold. "The letter has been stolen by Bishopriggs," returned Sir Patrick, "and it is in possession of Bishopriggs at this moment." "Why, you know more about that than I do," exclaimed Arnold. "I sincerely hope not. I don't know what was inside the letter. Do you?" "Yes, part of it at least." "Part of it?" "There were two letters written on the same sheet of paper," said Arnold. "One of them was written by Geoffrey Delamayn, and that is the one I know about." Sir Patrick started. His face brightened. He made a hasty note. "Go on," he said, eagerly. "How came the letters to be written on the same sheet? Explain that." Arnold explained that Geoffrey, in the absence of anything else to write his excuses on to Anne, had written to her on the fourth or blank page of a letter which had been addressed to him by Anne herself. "Did you read that letter?" asked Sir Patrick. "I might have read it if I had liked." "And you didn't read it?" "No." "Why?" "Out of delicacy." Even Sir Patrick's carefully trained temper was not proof against this. "That is the most misplaced act of delicacy I have ever heard in my life," cried the old gentleman warmly. "Never mind. It's useless to regret it now." "At any rate, you read Delamayn's answer to Miss Silvester's letter?" "Yes, I did." "Repeat it as nearly as you can remember at this distance of time." "It was so short," said Arnold, "that there is hardly anything to repeat. As well as I remember, Geoffrey said he was called away to London by his father's illness. He told Miss Silvester to stop where she was, and he referred her to me as a messenger. That's all I recollect of it now." "Cudgel your brains, my good fellow. This is very important. Did he make no allusion to his engagement to Miss Silvester at Craig Fernie? Didn't he try to pacify her by an apology of some sort?" The question roused Arnold's memory to make another effort. "Yes," he answered. "Geoffrey said something about being true to his engagement, or keeping his promise, or words to that effect." "You sure of what you say now?" "I am certain of it." Sir Patrick made another note. "Was the letter signed?" he asked when he had done. "Yes." "And dated?" "Yes." Arnold's memory made a second effort after he had given his second affirmative answer. "Wait a little," he said. "I remember something else about the letter. It was not only dated, the time of day at which it was written was put as well." "How came he to do that?" "I suggested it. The letter was so short I felt ashamed to deliver it as it stood. I told him to put the time, so as to show her that he was obliged to write in a hurry. He put the time when the train started, and, I think, the time when the letter was written as well." "And you delivered that letter to Miss Silvester with your own hand as soon as you saw her at the inn?" "I did." Sir Patrick made a third note, and pushed the paper away from him with an air of supreme satisfaction. "I always suspected that the lost letter was an important document," he said, "or Bishopriggs would never have stolen it. We must get possession of it, Arnold, at any sacrifice. The first thing to be done, exactly as I anticipated, is to write to the Glasgow lawyer and find Miss Silvester." "Wait a little," cried a voice at the veranda. "Don't forget that I have come back from Baden to help you." Sir Patrick and Arnold both looked up. This time Blanche had heard the last words that had passed between them. She sat down at the table by Sir Patrick's side, and laid her hand caressingly on his shoulder. "You are quite right, uncle," she said. "I am suffering this morning from a malady of having nothing to do. Are you going to write to Anne? Don't. Let me write instead." Sir Patrick declined to resign the pen. "The person who knows Miss Silvester's address," he said, "is a lawyer in Glasgow. I am going to write to the lawyer. When he sends us word where she is, then, Blanche, will be the time to employ your good offices in winning back your friend." He drew the writing materials once more within his reach, and, suspending the remainder of Arnold's examination for the present, began his letter to Mr. Crum. Blanche pleaded hard for an occupation of some sort. "Can nobody give me something to do?" she asked. "Glasgow is such a long way off, and waiting is such weary work. Don't sit there staring at me, Arnold. Can't you suggest something?" Arnold for once displayed an unexpected readiness of resource. "If you want to write," he said, "you owe Lady Lundie a letter. It's 3 days since you heard from her, and you haven't answered her yet." Sir Patrick paused and looked up quickly from his writing desk. "Lady Lundie?" he muttered inquiringly. "Yes," said Blanche, "it's quite true. I owe her a letter. And, of course, I ought to tell her we have come back to England. She will be finely provoked when she hears why." The prospect of provoking Lady Lundie seemed to rouse Blanche's dormant energies. She took a sheet of her uncle's note-paper, and began writing her answer then and there. Sir Patrick completed his communication to the lawyer, after a look at Blanche, which expressed anything rather than approval of her present employment. Having placed his completed note in the post-bag, he silently signed to Arnold to follow him into the garden. They went out together, leaving Blanche absorbed over her letter to her stepmother. "Is my wife doing anything wrong?" asked Arnold, who had noticed the look which Sir Patrick had cast on Blanche. "Your wife is making mischief as fast as her fingers can spread it." Arnold stared. "She must answer Lady Lundie's letter," he said. "Unquestionably." "And she must tell Lady Lundie we have come back." "I don't deny it." "Then what is the objection to her writing?" Sir Patrick took a pinch of snuff, and pointed with his ivory cane to the bees humming busily about the flower-beds in the sunshine of the autumn morning. "I'll show you the objection," he said. "Suppose Blanche told one of those inveterately intrusive insects that the honey in the flowers happens, through an unexpected accident, to have come to an end. Do you think he would take the statement for granted? No, he would plunge head foremost into the nearest flower and investigate it for himself." "Well?" said Arnold. "Well, there is Blanche in the breakfast-room, telling Lady Lundie that the bridal tour happens, through an unexpected accident, to have come to an end. Do you think Lady Lundie is the sort of person to take the statement for granted? Nothing of the sort. Lady Lundie, like the bee, will insist on investigating for herself. How it will end, if she discovers the truth, and what new complications she may not introduce into a matter which, heaven knows, is complicated enough already, I leave you to imagine. My poor powers of prevision are not equal to it." Before Arnold could answer, Blanche joined them from the breakfast-room. "I've done it," she said. "It was an awkward letter to write, and it's a comfort to have it over." "You have done it, my dear," remarked Sir Patrick quietly, "and it may be a comfort, but it's not over." "What do you mean?"
Section 43 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Saina Qadiani. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. 7th Scene. Chapter the 38. The News from Glasgow. The letters to Lady Lundie as to Mr. Crumb have been dispatched on Monday. The return of the post might be looked for on Wednesday afternoon at Ham Farm. Sir Patrick and Arnold held more than one private consultation, during the interval, on the delicate and difficult subject of admitting Blanche to a knowledge of what had happened. The wise elder advised, and the inexperienced junior listened. "Think of it," said Sir Patrick, "and do it," and Arnold thought of it, and left it undone. Let those who feel inclined to blame him remember that he had only been married a fortnight. It is hard, surely, after but 2 weeks' possession of your wife, to appear before her in the character of an offender on trial, and to find that an angel of retribution has been thrown into the bargain by the liberal destiny which bestowed on you the woman whom you adore. They were all three at home on the Wednesday afternoon, looking out for the postman. The correspondence delivered included, exactly as Sir Patrick had foreseen, a letter from Lady Lundie. Further investigation on the far more interesting subject of the expected news from Glasgow revealed nothing. The lawyer had not answered Sir Patrick's inquiry by return of post. "Is that a bad sign?" asked Blanche. "It is a sign that something has happened," answered her uncle. "Mr. Crumb is possibly expecting to receive some special information, and is waiting on the chance of being able to communicate it. We must hope, my dear, in tomorrow's post." "Open Lady Lundie's letter in the meantime," said Blanche. "Are you sure it is for you, and not for me?" There was no doubt about it. Her ladyship's reply was ominously addressed to her ladyship's brother-in-law. "I know what that means," said Blanche, eyeing her uncle eagerly while he was reading the letter. "If you mention Anne's name you insult my stepmother. I have mentioned it freely. Lady Lundie is mortally offended with me." Rash judgment of youth. A lady who takes a dignified attitude in a family emergency is never mortally offended. She is only deeply grieved. Lady Lundie took a dignified attitude. "I well know," wrote this estimable and Christian woman, "that I have been all along regarded in the light of an intruder by the family connections of my late beloved husband. But I was hardly prepared to find myself entirely shut out from all domestic confidence at a time when some serious domestic catastrophe has but too evidently taken place. I have no desire, dear Sir Patrick, to intrude, feeling it, however, to be quite inconsistent with a due regard for my own position after what has happened. To correspond with Blanche, I address myself to the head of the family, purely in the interest of propriety. Permit me to ask whether, Under circumstances which appear to be serious enough to require the recall of my stepdaughter and her husband from their wedding tour, you think it decent to keep the widow of the late Sir Thomas Lundy entirely in the dark? Pray consider this, not at all out of regard for me, but out of regard for your own position with society. Curiosity is, as you know, foreign to my nature. But when this dreadful scandal, whatever it may be, comes out, which, dear Sir Patrick, it cannot fail to do, what will the world think when it asks for Lady Lundy's opinion and hears that Lady Lundy knew nothing about it? Whichever way you may decide, I shall take no offence. I may possibly be wounded, but that won't matter. My little round of duties will find me still earnest, still cheerful. And even if you shut me out, my best wishes will find their way, nevertheless, to Ham Farm. May I add, without encountering a sneer, that the prayers of a lonely woman are offered for the welfare of all? Well, said Blanche. Sir Patrick folded up the letter, and put it in his pocket. You have your stepmother's best wishes, my dear. Having answered in those terms, he bowed to his niece with his best grace, and walked out of the room. Do I think it decent, he repeated to himself as he closed the door, to leave the widow of the late Sir Thomas Lundy in the dark? When a lady's temper is a little ruffled, I think it more than decent, I think it absolutely desirable, to let that lady have the last word. He went into the library, and dropped his sister-in-law's remonstrance into a box, labelled unanswered letters. Having got rid of it in that way, he hummed his favourite little Scotch air, and put on his hat, and went out to sun himself in the garden. Meanwhile Blanche was not quite satisfied with Sir Patrick's reply. She appealed to her husband. There is something wrong, she said, and my uncle is hiding it from me. Arnold could have desired no better opportunity than she had offered to him, in those words, for making the long-deferred disclosure to her of the truth. He lifted his eyes to Blanche's face. By an unhappy fatality she was looking charmingly that morning. How would she look if he told her the story of the hiding at the inn? Arnold was still in love with her, and Arnold said nothing. The next day's post brought not only the anticipated letter from Mr. Crumb, but an unexpected Glasgow newspaper as well. This time Blanche had no reason to complain that her uncle kept his correspondence a secret from her. After reading the lawyer's letter with an interest and agitation which showed that the contents had taken him by surprise, he handed it to Arnold and his niece. "Bad news there," he said. "We must share it together." After acknowledging the receipt of Sir Patrick's letter of inquiry, Mr. Crumb began by stating all that he knew of Miss Silvester's movements, dating from the time when she had left the Sheep's Head Hotel. About a fortnight since he had received a letter from her informing him that she had found a suitable place of residence in a village near Glasgow. Feeling a strong interest in Miss Silvester, Mr. Crumb had visited her some few days afterward. He had satisfied himself that she was lodging with respectable people, and was as comfortably suited as circumstances would permit. For a week more he had heard nothing from the lady. At the expiration of that time he had received a letter from her, telling him that she had read something in a Glasgow newspaper of that day's date, which seriously concerned herself, and which would oblige her to travel northward immediately as fast as her strength would permit. At a later period, when she would be more certain of her own movements, she engaged to write again, and let Mr. Crumb know where he might communicate with her if necessary. In the meantime she could only thank him for his kindness, and beg him to take care of any letters or messages which might be left for her. Since the receipt of this communication the lawyer had heard nothing further. He had waited for the morning's post in the hope of being able to report that he had received some further intelligence. The hope had not been realized. He had now stated all that he knew himself thus far, and he had forwarded a copy of the newspaper alluded to by Miss Silvester, on the chance that an examination of it by Sir Patrick might possibly lead to further discovery. In conclusion, he pledged himself to write again the moment he had any information to send. Blanche snatched up the newspaper and opened it. "Let me look," she said. "I can find what Aunt saw here if anybody can." She ran her eye eagerly over column after column and page after page, and dropped the newspaper on her lap with a gesture of despair. "Nothing," she exclaimed. "Nothing anywhere, that I can see, to interest Anne. Nothing to interest anybody, except Lady Lundy," she went on, brushing the newspaper off her lap. "It turns out to be all through Arnold, at Swanhaven. "Geoffrey Delamayn is going to marry Mrs. Glenarm." "What?" cried Arnold, the idea instantly flashing on him that this was the news which Anne had seen. Sir Patrick gave him a warning look, and picked up the newspaper from the floor. "I may as well run through it, Blanche, and make quite sure that you have missed nothing," he said. The report to which Blanche had referred was among the paragraphs arranged under the heading of fashionable news. A matrimonial alliance, the Glasgow journal announced, was in prospect between the Honourable Geoffrey Delamayn and the lovely and accomplished relict of the late Matthew Glenarm, formerly Miss Newenden. The marriage would, in all probability, be solemnized in Scotland before the end of the present autumn, and the wedding breakfast, it was whispered, would collect a large and fashionable party at Swanhaven Lodge. Sir Patrick handed the newspaper silently to Arnold. It was plain to anyone who knew Anne Silvester's story that those were the words which had found their fatal way to her in her place of rest. The inference that followed seemed to be hardly less clear. But one intelligible object, in the opinion of Sir Patrick, could be at the end of her journey to the north. The deserted woman had rallied the last relics of her old energy, and had devoted herself to the desperate purpose of stopping the marriage of Mrs. Glenarm. Blanche was the first to break the silence. "It seems like a fatality," she said. "Perpetual failure, perpetual disappointment. Are Anne and I doomed never to meet again?" She looked at her uncle. Sir Patrick showed none of his customary cheerfulness in the face of disaster. "She has promised to write to Mr. Crumb," he said, "and Mr. Crumb has promised to let us know when he hears from her. That is the only prospect before us. We must accept it as resignedly as we can." Blanche wandered out listlessly among the flowers in the conservatory. Sir Patrick made no secret of the impression produced upon him by Mr. Crumb's letter when he and Arnold were left alone. "There is no denying," he said, "that matters have taken a very serious turn. My plans and calculations are all thrown out. It is impossible to foresee what new mischief may not come of it if those two women meet, or what desperate act Delamayn may not commit if he finds himself driven to the wall. As things are, I own frankly I don't know what to do next. A great light of the Presbyterian Church," he added, with a momentary outbreak of his whimsical humor, "once declared in my hearing that the invention of printing was nothing more or less than a proof of the intellectual activity of the devil. Upon my honor, I feel for the first time in my life inclined to agree with him." He mechanically took up the Glasgow journal, which Arnold had laid aside while he spoke. "What is this?" he exclaimed, as a name caught his eye in the first line of the newspaper at which he happened to look. "Mrs. Glenarm again. Are they turning the Iron Man's widow into a public character?" There the name of the widow was, unquestionably, figuring for the second time in type in a letter of the gossiping sort supplied by an occasional correspondent, and distinguished by the title of "Sayings and Doings in the North." After tattling pleasantly of the prospects of the shooting season, of the fashions from Paris, of an accident to a tourist, and of a scandal in the Scottish Kirk, the writer proceeded to the narrative of a case of interest relating to a marriage in the sphere known, in the language of footmen, as the sphere of high life. Considerable sensation, the correspondent announced, had been caused in Perth and its neighbourhood by the exposure of an anonymous attempt at extortion, of which a lady of distinction had lately been made the object. As her name had already been publicly mentioned in an application to the magistrates, there could be no impropriety in stating that the lady in question was Mrs. Glenarm, whose approaching union with the Honourable Geoffrey Delamayn was alluded to in another column of the journal. Mrs. Glenarm had, it appeared, received an anonymous letter, on the first day of her arrival as guest at the house of a friend, residing in the neighbourhood of Perth. The letter warned her that there was an obstacle, of which she was herself probably not aware, in the way of her projected marriage with Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn. That gentleman had seriously compromised himself with another lady, and the lady would oppose his marriage to Mrs. Glenarm, with proof in writing to produce in support of her claim. The proof was contained in 2 letters exchanged between the parties, and signed by their names, and the correspondence was placed at Mrs. Glenarm's disposal, on 2 conditions conditions as follows. First, that she should offer a sufficiently liberal price to induce the present possessor of the letters to part with them. Secondly, that she should consent to adopt such a method of paying the money as should satisfy the person that he was in no danger of finding himself brought within reach of the law. The answer to these two proposals was directed to be made through the medium of an advertisement in the local newspaper, distinguished by this address: "To a friend in the dark." Certain turns of expression and one or two mistakes in spelling pointed to this insolent letter as being, in all probability, the production of a Scotchman in the lower ranks of life. Mrs. Glenarm had at once shown it to her nearest relative, Captain Newenden. The captain had sought legal advice in Perth. It had been decided, after due consideration, to insert the advertisement demanded, and to take measures to entrap the writer of the letter into revealing himself, without, it is needless to add, allowing the fellow really to profit by his attempted act of extortion. The cunning of the friend in the dark, whoever he might be, had, on trying the proposed experiment, proved to be more than a match for the lawyers. He had successfully eluded not only the snare first set for him, but others subsequently laid. A second and a third anonymous letter, one more impudent than the other, had been received by Mrs. Glenarm, assuring that lady and the friends who were acting for her that they were only wasting time and raising the price which would be asked for the correspondence by the course they were taking. Captain Newenden had thereupon, in default of knowing what other course to pursue, appealed publicly to the city magistrates, and a reward had been offered, under the sanction of the municipal authorities, for the discovery of the man. This proceeding also having proved quite fruitless, it was understood that the captain had arranged, with the concurrence of his English solicitors, to place the matter in the hands of an experienced officer of the London police. Here, so far as the newspaper correspondent was aware, the affair rested for the present. It was only necessary to add that Mrs. Glenarm had left the neighbourhood of Perth in order to escape further annoyance, and had placed herself under the protection of friends in another part of the county. Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn, whose fair fame had been assailed, it was needless, the correspondent added in parentheses to say how groundlessly, was understood to have expressed not only the indignation natural under the circumstances, but also his extreme regret at not finding himself in a position to aid Captain Newenden's efforts to bring the anonymous slanderer to justice. The honourable gentleman was, as the sporting public were well aware, then in course of strict training for his forthcoming appearance at the Fulham foot race. So important was it considered that his mind should not be harassed by annoyances in his present responsible position, that his trainer and his principal backers had thought it desirable to hasten his removal to the neighbourhood of Fulham, where the exercises which were to prepare him for the race were now being continued on the spot. "The mystery seems to thicken," said Arnold. "Quite the contrary," returned Sir Patrick briskly. "The mystery is clearing fast, thanks to the Glasgow newspaper. I shall be spared the trouble of dealing with Bishopriggs for the stolen letter. Miss Silvester has gone to Perth to recover her correspondence with Geoffrey Delamayn." "Do you think she would recognize it?" said Arnold, pointing to the newspaper, "in the account given of it here?" "Certainly, and she could hardly fail, in my opinion, to get a step farther than that. Unless I am entirely mistaken, the authorship of the anonymous letters has not mystified her. How could she guess at that? In this way, as I think. Whatever she may have previously thought, she must suspect by this time that the missing correspondence has been stolen and not lost. Now there are only two persons whom she can think of, as probably guilty of the theft: Mrs. Inchbare or Bishopriggs. The newspaper description of the style of the anonymous letters declares it to be the style of a Scotchman in the lowest rank of the life. In other words, points plainly to Bishopriggs. You see that? Very well. Now suppose she recovers the stolen property. What is likely to happen then? She will be more or less than woman if she doesn't make her way next, provided with her proofs in writing, to Mrs. Glenarm. She may innocently help, or she may innocently frustrate the end we have in view. Either way, our course is clear before us again. Our interest in communicating with Miss Silvester remains precisely the same interest that it was before we received the Glasgow newspaper. I propose to wait till Sunday, on the chance that Mr. Crum may write again. If we don't hear from him, I I shall start for Scotland on Monday morning, and take my chance of finding my way to Miss Silvester through Mrs. Glenarm. Leaving me behind? Leaving you behind. Somebody must stay with Blanche. After having only been a fortnight married, must I remind you of that? Don't you think Mr. Crumb will write before Monday? It is such a fortunate circumstance for us if he does write, that I don't venture to anticipate it. You are down on our luck, sir. I detest slang, Arnold, but slang, I own, expresses my state of mind in this instance with an accuracy which almost reconciles me to the use of it for once in a way. Everybody's luck turns sooner or later, persisted Arnold. I can't help thinking our luck is on the turn at last. Would you mind taking a bet, Sir Patrick? Apply at the stables. I leave betting, as I leave cleaning the horses, to my groom. With that crabbed answer he closed the conversation for the day. The hours passed, and time brought the post again in due course, and the post decided in Arnold's favour. Sir Patrick's want of confidence in the favouring patronage of fortune was practically rebuked by the arrival of a second letter from the Glasgow lawyer on the next day. "I have the pleasure of announcing," Mr. Crumb wrote, "that I have heard from Miss Silvester by the next postal delivery ensuing, after I had dispatched my letter to Ham Farm. She writes, very briefly, to inform me that she has decided on establishing her next place of residence in London. The reason assigned for taking this step, which she certainly did not contemplate when I last saw her, is that she finds herself approaching the end of her pecuniary resources. Having already decided on adopting, as a means of living, the calling of a concert singer, she has arranged to place her interests in the hands of an old friend of her late mother, who appears to have belonged also to the musical profession, a dramatic and musical agent long established in the metropolis, and well known to her as a trustworthy and respectable man. She sends me the name and address of this person, a copy of which you will find on the enclosed slip of paper, in the event of my having occasion to write to her before she is settled in London. This is the whole substance of her letter. I have only to add that it does not contain the slightest allusion to the nature of the errand on which she left Glasgow." Sir Patrick happened to be alone when he opened Mr. Crumb's letter. His first proceeding after reading it was to consult the railway timetable hanging in the hall. Having done this, he returned to the library, wrote a short note of inquiry addressed to the musical agent, and rang the bell. "Miss Silvester is expected in London, Duncan. I want a discreet person to communicate with her. You are the person." Duncan bowed. Sir Patrick handed him the note. "If you start at once you will be in time to catch the train. Go to that address, and inquire for Miss Silvester. If she has arrived, give her my compliments, and say I will have the honour of calling on her, on Mr. Brinkworth's behalf, at the earliest date which she may find it convenient to appoint. Be quick about it, and you will have time to get back before the last train. Have Mr. and Mrs. Brinkworth returned from their drive?" "No, Sir Patrick." Pending the return of Arnold and Blanche, Sir Patrick looked at Mr. Crumb's letter for the second time. He was not quite satisfied that the pecuniary motive was really the motive at the bottom of Anne's journey south. Remembering that Geoffrey's trainers had removed him to the neighbourhood of London, he was inclined to doubt whether some serious quarrel had not taken place between Anne and Mrs. Glenarm, and whether some direct appeal to Geoffrey himself might not be in contemplation as the result. In that event, Sir Patrick's advice and assistance would be placed without scruple at Miss Silvester's disposal. By asserting her claim in opposition to the claim of Mrs. Glenarm, she was also asserting herself to be an unmarried woman, and was thus serving Blanche's interests as well as her own. "I owe it to Blanche to help her," thought Sir Patrick, "and I owe it to myself to bring Geoffrey Delamayn to a day of reckoning if I can." The barking of the dogs in the yard announced the return of the carriage. Sir Patrick went out to meet Arnold and Blanche at the gate, and tell them the news. Punctual to the time at which he was expected, the discreet Duncan reappeared with a note from the musical agent. Miss Silvester had not yet reached London, but she was expected to arrive not later than Tuesday in the ensuing week. The agent had already been favoured with her instructions to pay the strictest attention to any commands received from Sir Patrick Lundie. He would take care that Sir Patrick's message should be given to Miss Silvester as soon as she arrived. At last, then, there was news to be relied on. At last there was a prospect of seeing her. Blanche was radiant with happiness. Arnold was in high spirits for the first time since his return from Baden. Sir Patrick tried hard to catch the infection of gaiety from his young friends, but to his own surprise, not less than to theirs, the effort proved fruitless. With the tide of events turning decidedly in his favour, relieved of the necessity of taking a doubtful journey to Scotland, assured of obtaining his interview with Anne in a few days' time, he was out of spirits all through the evening. "Still down on our luck!" exclaimed Arnold, as he and his host finished their last game of billiards and parted for the night. "Surely we couldn't wish for a more promising prospect than our prospect next week?" Sir Patrick laid his hand on Arnold's shoulder. "Let us look indulgently together," he said in his whimsically grave way, "at the humiliating spectacle of an old man's folly. I feel at this moment, Arnold, as if I would give everything that I possess in the world to have passed over next week, and to be landed safely in the time beyond it. But why? There is the folly. I can't tell why. With every reason to be in the better spirits than usual, I am unaccountably, irrationally, invincibly depressed. What are we to conclude from that? Am I the object of a supernatural warning of misfortune to come, or am I the object of a temporary derangement of the function of the liver? There is the question. Who is to decide it? How
Section 44 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joe Sela. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. 8th Scene, The Pantry. Chapter the 39th. Anne Wins a Victory. On a certain evening in the month of September, at that period of the month when Arnold and Blanche were traveling back from Baden to Ham Farm, an ancient man, with one eye filmy and blind, and one eye moist and merry, sat alone in the pantry of the Harp of Scotland Inn, Perth, pounding the sugar softly into a glass of whisky punch. He has hitherto been personally distinguished in these pages as the self-appointed father of Anne Sylvester and the humble servant of Blanche at the dance at Swanhaven Lodge. He now dawns on the view in amicable relations with a third lady, and assumes the mystic character of Mrs. Glenarm's friend in the dark. Arriving in Perth the day after the festivities at Swanhaven, Bishopriggs proceeded to the Harp of Scotland, at which establishment for the reception of travellers he possessed the advantage of being known to the landlord as Mrs. Inchbare's right-hand man, and of standing high on the head waiter's list of old and intimate friends. Inquiring for the waiter first by the name of Thomas, otherwise Tammy, Pennyquick, Bishopriggs found his friend in sore distress of body and mind. Contending vainly against the disabling advances of rheumatism, Thomas Pennyquick ruefully contemplated the prospect of being laid up at home by a long illness, with a wife and children to support, and with the emoluments attached to his position passing into the pockets of the first stranger who could be found to occupy his place at the inn. Hearing this doleful story, Bishopriggs cunningly saw his way to serving his own private interests by performing the part of Thomas Pennyquick's generous and devoted friend. He forthwith offered to fill the place, without taking the emoluments of the invalidated head waiter, on the understanding, as a matter of course, that the landlord consented to board and lodge him free of expense at the inn. The landlord having readily accepted this condition, Thomas Pennyquick retired to the bosom of his family, and there was Bishopriggs, doubly secure behind a respectable position and a virtuous action against all likelihood of suspicion, falling on him as a stranger in Perth, in the event of his correspondence with Mrs. Glenarm being made the object of legal investigation on the part of her friends. Having opened the campaign in this masterly manner, the same sagacious foresight had distinguished the operation of Bishopriggs throughout. His correspondence with Mrs. Glenarm was invariably written with the left hand, the writing thus produced defying detection in all cases as bearing no resemblance of character whatever to writing produced by persons who habitually use the other hand. A no less far-sighted cunning distinguished his proceedings in answering the advertisements which the lawyers duly inserted in the newspaper. He appointed hours at which he was employed on business errands for the inn, and places which lay on the way to those errands, for his meetings with Mrs. Glenarm's representatives, a password being determined on, as usual in such cases, by exchanging which the persons concerned could discover each other. However carefully the lawyers might set the snare, whether they had necessary witness disguised as an artist sketching in the neighborhood, or as an old woman selling fruit, or what not, the wary eye of Bishop Briggs detected it. He left the password unspoken. He went his way on his errand. He was followed on suspicion, and he was discovered to be only a respectable person, charged with a message by the landlord of the Harp of Scotland Inn. To a man entrenched behind such precautions as these, the chance of being detected might well be reckoned among the last of all the chances that could possibly happen. Discovery was, nevertheless, advancing on Bishop Briggs from a quarter which had not been included in his calculations. Anne Silvester was in Perth, forewarned by the newspaper, as Sir Patrick had guessed, that the letters offered to Mrs. Glenarm were the letters between Geoffrey and herself, which she had lost at Craig Fernie, and bent on clearing up the suspicion which pointed to Bishop Briggs as the person who was trying to turn the correspondence to pecuniary account. The inquiries made for him, at Anne's request, as soon as she arrived in the town, openly described his name and his former position as head waiter at Craig Fernie, and thus led easily to the discovery of him in his publicly avowed character of Thomas Pennyquick's devoted friend. Toward evening on the day after she reached Perth, the news came to Anne that Bishop Briggs was in service at the inn known as the Harp of Scotland. The landlord of the hotel at which she was staying inquired whether he should send a message for her. She answered, "No, I will take my message myself. All I want is a person to show me the way to the inn." Secluded in the solitude of the head waiter's pantry, Bishop Briggs sat peacefully melting the sugar in his whiskey punch. It was the hour of the evening at which a period of tranquillity generally occurred before what was called the night business of the house began. Bishop Briggs was accustomed to drink and meditate daily in this interval of repose. He tasted the punch and smiled contentedly as he set down his glass. The prospect before him looked fairly enough. He had outwitted the lawyers in their preliminary negotiations thus far. All that was needful now was to wait till the terror of a public scandal, sustained by occasional letters from her friend in the dark, had its due effect on Mrs. Glenarm, and hurried her into paying the purchase money for correspondence with her own hand. "Let it breed in the brain," he thought, "and the siller will soon come out of the purse." His reflections were interrupted by the appearance of a slovenly maid servant with a cotton handkerchief tied round her head, and an unclean saucepan in her hand. "Aye, Maister Bishop Briggs," cried the girl. "Here's a braw young lady speering for you by your ain name at the door." "A lady?" repeated Bishop Briggs, with a look of virtuous disgust. "You do nae, and you do well. Do you come to a decent, responsible man like me, with sic a Cyprian overture as that? What do you take me for, Mark Antony that lost the world for love, the mair fuel hair? Or Don Giovanni that counted his concubines by hundreds like the blessed Solomon himself? Away with ye to your pots and pans, and bid the wandering Venus that sent you go spin." Before the girl could answer, she was gently pulled aside from the doorway, and Bishop Briggs, thunderstruck, saw Anne Silvester standing in her place. "You had better tell the servant I am no stranger to you," said Anne, looking toward the kitchen maid, who stood in the passage staring at her in stolid amazement. "My ain sister's child," cried Bishop Briggs, lying with his customary readiness. "Go your ways, Maggie. The bonny lass my ain kith and kin. The tongue of scandal, I trow, has naething to say against that. Lord save us and guide us," he added in another tone, as the girl closed the door on them. "What brings ye here?" "I have something to say to you. I am not very well. I must wait a little first. Give me a chair." Bishop Briggs obeyed in silence. His one available eye rested on Anne, as he produced the chair, with an uneasy and suspicious attention. "I wanted to know one thing," he said. "By what miraculous means, young madam, do you happen to have found your way to this inn?" Anne told him how her inquiries had been made, and what the result had been, plainly and frankly. The clouded face of Bishop Briggs began to clear again. "Hick, hick!" he exclaimed, recovering all his native impudence. "I hae had occasion to remark already to another lady than yourself that it's simply marvellous how a man's ain good deeds find him out in this lower world of ours. I hae done a good deed by pure Tammy Pennyquick, and here's a Perth ringing with a report of it. And Samuel Bishop Briggs say weel known that any stranger has only to ask and find him. Understand, I beseech ye, that it's no hand o' mine that pets this new feather in my cap. As a good Calvinist, my soul's clear o' the smallest figment of belief in works. When I look at my ain celebrity, I just ask, as some mist asked before me, why do the heathen rage, and the people imagine a vain thing? It seems you've something to say to me, he added, suddenly reverting to the object of Anne's visit. Is it humanly possible that you can have come all the way to Perth for nothing but that? The expression of suspicion began to show itself again in his face. Concealing as she best might the disgust that he inspired in her, Anne stated her errand in the most direct manner and the fewest possible words. I have come here to ask you for something, she said. I? What may it be you're wanting of me? I want the letter I lost at Craig Fernie. Even the solidly founded self-possession of Bishopbriggs himself was shaken by the startling directness of that attack on it. His glib tongue was paralyzed for the moment. I dinna ken what you're driving at, he said, after an interval, with a sullen consciousness that he had been all but tricked into betraying himself. The change in his manner convinced Anne that she had found in Bishopbriggs the person of whom she was in search. You have got my letter, she said, sternly insisting on the truth, and you are trying to turn it to a disgraceful use. I won't allow you to make a market of my private affairs. You have offered a letter of mine for sale to a stranger. I insist on your restoring it to me before I leave this room. Bishopbriggs hesitated again. His first suspicion that Anne had been privately instructed by Mrs. Glenarm's lawyers returned to his mind as a suspicion confirmed. He felt the vast importance of making a cautious reply. I'll no waste precious time, he said, after a moment's consideration with himself, in brushing away the false breath of scandal when it passes my way. Blows to no purpose, my young lady, when it blows on an honest man like me. Fie for shame on ye for saying what you've just said to me that was a feather to ye at Craig Fernie. What set ye on to it? Will it be man or woman that's miscathed me behind my back? Anne took the Glasgow newspaper from the pocket of her travelling cloak, and placed it before him, open at the paragraph which described the act of extortion attempted on Mrs. Glenarm. I have found there, she said, all that I want to know. May the tribe editors, printers, paper makers, news vendors, and the like, bleeze together in the pit of Twelfth. With this devout aspiration, internally felt, not openly uttered, Bishopbriggs put on his spectacles and read the passage pointed out to him. I see naething here touching the name of Samuel Bishopbriggs, or the matter of any loss ye may or may not have had at Craig Fernie, he said when he had done, still defending his position, with a resolution worthy of a better cause. Anne's pride recoiled at the prospect of prolonging the discussion with him. She rose to her feet and said her last words. I have learned enough by this time, she answered, to know that the one argument that prevails with you is the argument of money. If money will spare me the hateful necessity of disputing with you, poor as I am, money you shall have. Be silent, if you please. You are personally interested in what I have to say next. She opened her purse and took a £5 note from it. If you choose to own the truth and produce the letter, she resumed, I will give you this as your reward for finding and restoring to me something that I had lost. If you persist in your present prevarication, I can and will make that sheet of note-paper you have stolen from me nothing but waste paper in your hands. You have threatened Mrs. Glenarm with my interference. Suppose I go to Mrs. Glenarm? Suppose I interfere before the week is out? Suppose I have other letters of Mr. Delamayn's in my possession, and produce them to speak for me? What is Mrs. Glenarm to purchase of you, then? Answer me that. The color rose on her pale face. Her eyes, dim and weary when she entered the room, looked him brightly through and through in an immeasurable contempt. Answer me that, she repeated, with a burst of her old energy, which revealed the fire and passion of the woman's nature, not quenched even yet. If Bishopbriggs had a merit, it was a rare merit, as men go, of knowing when he was beaten. If he had an accomplishment, it was the accomplishment of retiring defeated, with all the honors of war. Mercy preserve us, he exclaimed in the most innocent manner. Is it even you yourself that writ the letter to a man called Geoffrey Delamayn, and got the wee bit answer in pencil on the blank page? Who, in heaven's name, was I to know that was the letter you were after when you came in here? Did you ever tell me you were on Sylvester at the Hurl? Never once. Was the pure feckless husband creature you had wi' ye at the inn Geoffrey Delamayn? Geoffrey would make twa of him, as mine eyes have seen. Give you back your letter? My certy, no. I know it is your letter. I'll gie it back with all the pleasure in life. He opened his pocket-book and took it out, with an alacrity worthy of the honestest man in Christendom. And, more wonderful still, he looked with a perfectly assumed expression of indifference at the £5 note in Anne's hand. Hoot, hoot, he said. I'm not that clear in my mind that I'm free to take your money. Eh, weel, weel.
I'll receive it if you like, as a bit memento of the time when I was some small service to ye at the hotel. You'll no mind," he added suddenly, returning to business, "writing me just a line, in the way of receipt, you can, to clear me of any further suspicion in the matter of the letter?" and threw down the bank-note on the table near which they were standing, and snatched the letter from him. "You need no receipt," she answered. "There shall be no letter to bear witness against you." She lifted her other hand to tear it in pieces. Bishopriggs caught her by both wrists at the same moment, and held her fast. "By the way," he says, "you don't get the letter, young madame, without the receipt. It may be the same to you, now that you've married the other man, whether Geoffrey Delamayn once promised you fair in the bygone time or no. But my certie, it's a matter of some moment to me that you've charged with stealing the letter and making a market of it, and Lord knows what besides, that I should hae your acknowledgment for it in black and white. Give me my bit receipt, and then do as you will with your letter after that." Anne's hold of the letter relaxed. She let Bishopriggs repossess himself of it as it dropped on the floor between them, without making an effort to prevent him. "It may be the same to you, now you've married the other man, whether Geoffrey Delamayn ance promised you fair in the bygone time or no." Those words presented Anne's position before her in a light which she had not yet seen it. She had truly expressed the loathing that Geoffrey now inspired her, when she had declared in her letter to Arnold that even if he offered her marriage in atonement for the past, she would rather be what she was than be his wife. It had never occurred to her until this moment that others would misinterpret the sensitive pride which had prompted the abandonment of her claim on the man who had ruined her. It had never been brought home to her until now that if she left him contemptuously to go his own way, and sell himself to the first woman who had enough money to buy him, her conduct would sanction the false conclusion that she was powerless to interfere, because she was married already to another man. The color that had risen in her face vanished, and left it deadly pale again. She began to see that the purpose of her journey to the north was not completed yet. "I will give you your receipt," she said. "Tell me what to write, and it shall be written." Bishopriggs dictated the receipt. She wrote and signed it. He put it in his pocket-book with a £5 note, and handed her the letter in exchange. "Tear it if you will," he said. "It matters nothing to me." For a moment she hesitated. A sudden shuddering shook her from head to foot. The forewarning, it might be, of the influence which that letter, saved from the destruction by a hair's breadth, was destined to exercise on her life to come. She recovered herself, and folded her cloak closer to her, as if she had felt a passing chill. "No," she said, "I will keep the letter." She folded it, and put it in the pocket of her dress, then turned to go, and stopped at the door. "One thing more," she added. "Do you know Mrs. Glenarm's present address?" "Ye are no really going to Mistress Glenarm?" "That is no concern of yours. You can answer my question or not, as you please." My lady, your temper's no what it used to be in the old times at the hotel. Aweel, aweel. Ye hae given me your money, and I e'en give you back good measure for it on my side. Mistress Glenarm's away in private, incog, as they say, to Geoffrey Delamayn's brother at Swanhaven Lodge. You may rely on the information, and it's no that easy to come at either. They've keep it a secret, as they think, from a world. Heck, Tammy Pennyquick's youngest, Patr, is page boy at the house where the lady's been visiting on the outskirts of Perth. Keep a secret if you can, for the pocky ears of your domestics in the serving hall. She's off, without a word at parting," he exclaimed, as Anne left without ceremony in the middle of his dissertation on secrets in servants' halls. "I trow I hae gone out for wool, and come back shorn," he added, reflecting grimly on the disastrous overthrow of the promising speculation on which he had embarked. "My certie, there was nothing left for it, when Madame's fingers had gripped me, but to slip through them as cannily as I could. What's Geoffrey marrying or no marrying to do with her?" he wondered, reverting to the question which Anne had put to him at the parting. "And where's the sense of her errand, if she's really bent on finding her way to Mistress Glenarm?" Whatever the sense of her errand might be, Anne's next proceeding proved that she was really bent on it.
Section 45 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. Ninth Scene, Chapter the 40th, Part 1. The Music Room. Julius Delamain was alone, idly sauntering to and fro, with his violin in his hand, on the terrace at Swanhaven Lodge. The first mellow light of evening was in the sky. It was the close of the day on which Anne Silvester had left Perth. Some hours earlier Julius had sacrificed himself to the duties of his political position, as made for him by his father. He had submitted to the dire necessity of delivering an oration to the electors at a public meeting in the neighbouring town of Kirkandrew. A detestable atmosphere to breathe, a disorderly audience to address, insolent opposition to conciliate, imbecile inquiries to answer, brutish interruptions to endure, greedy petitioners to pacify, and dirty hands to shake. These are the stages by which the aspiring English gentleman is compelled to travel on the journey which leads him from the modest obscurity of private life to the glorious publicity of the House of Commons. Julius paid the preliminary penalties of a political first appearance as exacted by free institutions, with the necessary patience, and returned to the welcome shelter of home, more indifferent, if possible, to the attractions of parliamentary distinction than when he set out. The discord of the roaring people, still echoing in his ears, had sharpened his customary sensibility to the poetry of sound, as composed by Mozart, and as interpreted by piano and violin. Possessing himself of his beloved instrument, he had gone out on the terrace to cool himself in the evening air, pending the arrival of the servant whom he had summoned by the music-room bell. The man appeared at the glass door which led into the room, and reported, in answer to his master's inquiry, that Mrs. Julius Delamain was out paying visits, and was not expected to return for another hour at least. Julius groaned in spirit. The finest music which Mozart has written for the violin associates that instrument with the piano. Without the wife to help him, the husband was mute. After an instant's consideration, Julius hit on an idea which promised, in some degree, to remedy the disaster of Miss Delamain's absence from home. "Has Miss Glenarm gone out too?" he asked. "No, sir." "My compliments. If Miss Glenarm has nothing else to do, will she be so kind as to come to me in the music-room?" The servant went away with his message. Julius seated himself on one of the terrace benches, and began to tune his violin. Mrs. Glenarm, rightly reported by Bishopriggs as having privately taken refuge from her anonymous correspondent at Swanhaven Lodge, was, musically speaking, far from being an efficient substitute for Mrs. Delamain. Julius possessed in his wife one of the few players on the pianoforte under whose subtle touch that shallow and soulless instrument becomes inspired with expression not its own, and produces music instead of noise. The fine organization which can work this miracle had not been bestowed on Mrs. Glenarm. She had been carefully taught, and she was to be trusted to play correctly, and that was all. Julius, hungry for music, and reigned to circumstances, asked for no more. The servant returned with his answer. Mrs. Glenarm would join Mr. Delamain in the music-room in 10 minutes' time. Julius rose, relieved, and resumed his sauntering walk, now playing little snatches of music, now stopping to look at the flowers on the terrace, with an eye that enjoyed their beauty, and a hand that fondled them with caressing touch. If Imperial Parliament had seen him at that moment, Imperial Parliament must have given notice of a question to his illustrious father. "Is it possible, my lord, that you can have begotten such a member as this?" After stopping for a moment to tighten one of the strings of his violin, Julius, raising his head from the instrument, was surprised to see a lady approaching him on the terrace. Advancing to meet her, and perceiving that she was a total stranger to him, he assumed that she was, in all probability, a visitor to his wife. "Have I the honor of speaking to a friend of Mrs. Delamain's?" he asked. "My wife is not at home, I am sorry to say." "I am a stranger to Mrs. Delamain," the lady answered. "The servant informed me that she had gone out, and that I should find Mr. Delamain here." Julius bowed, and waited to hear more.
"I must beg you to forgive my intrusion," the stranger went on. "My object is to ask permission to see a lady who is, I have been informed, a guest in your house." The extraordinary formality of the request rather puzzled Julius. "Do you mean Mrs. Glenarm?" he asked. "Yes." "Pray don't think any permission necessary. A friend of Mrs. Glenarm's may take her welcome for granted in this house." "I am not a friend of Mrs. Glenarm. I am a total stranger to her." This made the ceremonious request preferred by the lady a little more intelligible, but it left the lady's object in wishing to speak to Mrs. Glenarm still in the dark. Julius politely waited until it pleased her to proceed further and explain herself. The explanation did not appear to be an easy one to give. Her eyes dropped to the ground. She hesitated painfully. "My name, if I mention it," she resumed, without looking up, "may possibly inform you—" She paused. Her color came and went. She hesitated again, struggling with her agitation, and controlled it. "I am Anne Silvester," she said, suddenly raising her pale face, and suddenly steadying her trembling voice. Julius started and looked at her in silent surprise. The name was doubly known to him. Not long since he had heard it from his father's lips at his father's bedside. Lord Holchester had earnestly charged him, to bear that name in mind and to help the woman who bore it, if the woman ever applied to him in time to come. Again he had heard the name, more lately, associated scandalously with the name of his brother. On the receipt of the first of the anonymous letters sent to her, Mrs. Glenarm had not only summoned Geoffrey himself to refute the aspersion cast upon him, but had forwarded a private copy of the letter to his relatives at Swanhaven. Geoffrey's defense had not entirely satisfied Julius that his brother was free from blame. As he now looked at Anne Silvester, the doubt returned upon him strengthened, almost confirmed. Was this woman, so modest, so gentle, so simply and unaffectedly refined, the shameless adventuress denounced by Geoffrey, as claiming him on the strength of a foolish flirtation, knowing herself at the time to be privately married to another man? Was this woman, with the voice of a lady, the look of a lady, the manner of a lady, in league, as Geoffrey had declared, with the illiterate vagabond who was attempting to extort money anonymously from Mrs. Glenarm? Impossible! Making every allowance for the proverbial deceitfulness of appearances, impossible. "Your name has been mentioned to me," said Julius, answering her after a momentary pause. His instincts, as a gentleman, made him shrink from referring to the association of her name with the name of his brother. "My father mentioned you," he added, considerately explaining his knowledge of her in that way, "when I last saw him in London." "Your father!" She came a step nearer, with a look of distrust as well as a look of astonishment in her face. "Your father is Lord Holchester, is he not?" "Yes." "What made him speak of me?" "He was ill at the time," Julius answered, "and he had been thinking of events in his past life with which I am entirely unacquainted. He said he had known your father and mother. He desired me, if you were ever in want of any assistance, to place my services at your disposal. When he expressed that wish, he spoke very earnestly. He gave me the impression that there was a feeling of regret associated with the recollections on which he had been dwelling." Slowly, and in silence, Anne drew back to the low wall of the terrace close by. She rested one hand on it to support herself. Julius had said words of terrible import, without a suspicion of what he had done. Never until now had Anne Silvester known that the man who had betrayed her was the son of that other man whose discovery of the flaw in the marriage had ended in the betrayal of her mother before her. She felt the shock of the revelation with a chill of superstitious dread. Was the chain of a fatality wound invisibly round her? Turn which way she might, was she still going darkly on, in the track of her dead mother, to an appointed and hereditary doom? Present things passed from her view as the awful doubt cast its shadow over her mind. She lived again for a moment in the time when she was a child. She saw the face of her mother once more, with the wan despair of it of the bygone days when the title of wife was denied her and the social prospect was closed forever. Julius approached and roused her. "Can I get you anything?" he asked. "You are looking very ill. I hope I have said nothing to distress you." The question failed to attract her attention. She put a question herself instead of answering it. "Did you say you were quite ignorant of what your father was thinking of when he spoke to you about me?" "Quite ignorant." "Is your brother likely to know more about it than you do?" "Certainly not." She paused, absorbed once more in her own thoughts. Startled, on the memorable day when they had first met, by Geoffrey's family name, she had put the question to him whether there had not been some acquaintance between their parents in the past time. Deceiving her in all else, he had not deceived in this. He had spoken in good faith when he had declared that he had never heard her father or her mother mentioned at home. The curiosity of Julius was aroused. He attempted to lead her on into saying more. "You appear to know what my father was thinking of when he spoke to me," he resumed. "May I ask—" She interrupted him with a gesture of entreaty. "Pray don't ask. It's past and over. It can have no interest for you. It has nothing to do with my errand here. I must return," she went on hurriedly, "to my object in trespassing on your kindness. Have you heard me mentioned, Mr. Delamayn, by another member of your family besides your father?" Julius had not anticipated that she would approach, of her own accord, the painful subject on which he had himself forborne to touch. He was a little disappointed. He had expected more delicacy of feeling from her than she had shown. "Is it necessary," he asked coldly, "to enter on that?" The blood rose again in Anne's cheeks. "If it had not been necessary," she answered, "do you think I could have forced myself to mention it to you? Let me remind you that I am here on sufferance. If I don't speak plainly, no matter at what sacrifice to my own feelings, I make my situation more embarrassing than it is already. I have something to tell Mrs. Glenarm relating to the anonymous letters which she has lately received. And I have a word to say to her, next, about her contemplated marriage. Before you allow me to do this, you ought to know who I am. I have owned it. You ought to have heard the worst that can be said of my conduct. Your face tells me you have heard the worst. After the forbearance you have shown to me as a perfect stranger, I will not commit the meanness of taking you by surprise. Perhaps, Mr. Delamayn, you understand, now, why I felt myself obliged to refer to your brother. Will you trust me with permission to speak to Mrs. Glenarm?" It was simply and modestly said, with an unaffected and touching resignation of look and manner. Julius gave her back the respect and the sympathy which, for a moment, he had unjustly withheld from her. "You have placed a confidence in me," he said, "which most persons in your situation would have withheld. I feel bound, in return, to place confidence in you. I will take it for granted that your motive in this matter is one which it is my duty to respect. It will be for Mrs. Glenarm to say whether she wishes the interview to take place or not. All that I can do is to leave you free to propose it to her. You are free." As he spoke, the sound of the piano reached them from the music-room. Julius pointed to the glass door which opened onto the terrace. "You have only to go in by that door," he said, "and you will find Mrs. Glenarm alone." Anne bowed and left him. Arrived at the short flight of steps which led up to the door, she paused to collect her thoughts before she went in. A sudden reluctance to go on and enter the room took possession of her, as she waited with her foot on the lower step. The report of Mrs. Glenarm's contemplated marriage had produced no such effect on her as Sir Patrick had supposed. It had found no love for Geoffrey left to wound, no latent jealousy only waiting to be inflamed. Her object in taking the journey to Perth was completed when her correspondence with Geoffrey was in her own hands again. The change of purpose which had brought her to Swanhaven was due entirely to the new view of her position toward Mrs. Glenarm which the coarse common sense of Bishopriggs had first suggested to her. If she failed to protest against Mrs. Glenarm's marriage, in the interests of the reparation which Geoffrey owed to her, her conduct would only confirm Geoffrey's audacious assertion that she was a married woman already. For her own sake she might still have hesitated to move in the matter, but Blanche's interests were concerned as well as her own, and for Blanche's sake she had resolved on making the journey to Swanhaven Lodge. At the same time, feeling toward Geoffrey as she felt now, conscious as she was of not really desiring the reparation on which she was about to insist, it was essential to the preservation of her own self-respect that she should have some purpose in view which could justify her to her own conscience in assuming the character of Mrs. Glenarm's rival. She had only to call to mind the critical situation of Blanche, and to see her purpose before her plainly. Assuming that she could open the coming interview by peaceably proving that her claim on Geoffrey was beyond dispute, she might then, without fear of misconception, take the tone of a friend instead of an enemy, and might, with the best grace, assure Mrs. Glenarm that she had no rivalry to dread on the one easy condition that she engaged to make Geoffrey repair the evil that he had done. Marry him without a word against it to dread from me, so long as he unsays the words and undoes the deeds which have thrown a doubt on the marriage of Arnold and Blanche. If she could but bring the interview to this end, there was the way found of extricating Arnold, by her own exertions, from the false position in which she had innocently placed him toward his wife. Such was the object before her, as she now
Section 46 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. Ninth Scene, Chapter the 40th, Part 2. The Music Room. Up to this moment she had firmly believed in her capacity to realize her own visionary project. It was only when she had her foot on the step that a doubt of the success of the coming experiment crossed her mind. For the first time she saw the weak point in her own reasoning. For the first time she felt how much she had blindly taken for granted in assuming that Mrs. Glenarm would have sufficient sense of justice and sufficient command of temper to hear her patiently. All her hopes of success rested on her own favorable estimate of a woman who was a total stranger to her. What if the first words exchanged between them proved the estimate to be wrong? It was too late to pause and reconsider the position. Julius Delamayn had noticed her hesitation, and was advancing toward her from the end of the terrace. There was no help for it but to master her own irresolution, and to run the risk boldly. Come what may, I have gone too far to stop here. With that desperate resolution to animate her, she opened the glass door at the top of the steps, and went into the room. Mrs. Glenarm rose from the piano. The two women, one so richly, the other so plainly dressed, one with her beauty in its full bloom, the other worn and blighted, one with society at her feet, the other an outcast living under the bleak shadow of reproach, the two women stood face to face, and exchanged the cold courtesies of salute between strangers in silence. The first to meet the trivial necessities of the situation was Mrs. Glenarm. She good-humouredly put an end to the embarrassment, which the shy visitor appeared to feel acutely, by speaking first. "I am afraid the servants have not told you," she said. "Mrs. Delamayn has gone out." "I beg your pardon. I have not called to see Mrs. Delamayn." Mrs. Glenarm looked a little surprised. She went on, however, as amiably as before. "Mr. Delamayn, perhaps," she suggested. "I expect him here every moment." Anne explained again. "I have just parted from Mr. Delamayn." Mrs. Glenarm opened her eyes in astonishment. Anne proceeded. "I have come here, if you will excuse the intrusion." She hesitated, at a loss how to end the sentence. Mrs. Glenarm, beginning by this time to feel a strong curiosity as to what might be coming next, advanced to the rescue once more. "Pray don't apologize," she said. "I think I understand that you are so good as to have come to see me. You look tired. Won't you take a chair?" Anne could stand no longer. She took the offered chair. Mrs. Glenarm resumed her place on the music stool, and ran her fingers idly over the keys of the piano. "Where did you see Mr. Delamayn?" she went on. "The most irresponsible of men, except when he has got his fiddle in his hand. Is he coming in soon? Are we going to have any music? Have you come to play with us? Mr. Delamayn is a perfect fanatic in music, isn't he? Why isn't he here to introduce us? I suppose you like the classical style, too? Did you know that I was in the music room? Might I ask your name?" Frivolous as they were, Mrs. Glenarm's questions were not without their use. They gave Anne time to summon her resolution, and to feel the necessity of explaining herself. "I am speaking, I believe, to Mrs. Glenarm," she began. The good-humored widow smiled and bowed graciously. "I have come here, Mrs. Glenarm, by Mr. Delamayn's permission, to ask leave to speak to you on a matter in which you are interested." Mrs. Glenarm's many-ringed fingers paused over the keys of the piano. Mrs. Glenarm's plump face turned on the stranger with a dawning expression of surprise. "Indeed? I am interested in so many matters. May I ask what this matter is?" The flippant tone of the speaker jarred on Anne. If Mrs. Glenarm's nature was as shallow as it appeared to be on the surface, there was little hope of any sympathy establishing itself between them. "I wish to speak to you," she answered, "about something that happened while you were paying a visit in the neighbourhood of Perth." The dawning surprise in Mrs. Glenarm's face became intensified into an expression of distrust. Her hearty manner vanished under a veil of conventional civility, drawn over it suddenly. She looked at Anne. Never at the best of times a beauty, she thought, wretchedly out of health now. Dressed like a servant and looking like a lady. What does it mean? The last doubt was not to be borne in silence by a person of Mrs. Glenarm's temperament. She addressed herself to the solution of it with the most unblushing directness, dexterously excused by the most winning frankness of manner. "Pardon me," she said, "my memory for faces is a bad one, and I don't think you heard me just now when I asked for your name. Have we ever met before?" "Never." "And yet, if I understand what you are referring to, you wish to speak to me about something which is only interesting to myself and my most intimate friends." "You understand me quite correctly," said Anne. "I wish to speak to you about some anonymous letters. For the third time, will you permit me to ask for your name?" "You shall hear it directly, if you will first allow me to finish what I wanted to say. I wish, if I can, to persuade you that I come here as a friend before I mention my name. You will, I am sure, not be very sorry to hear that you need dread no further annoyance." "Pardon me once more," said Mrs. Glenarm, interposing for the second time. "I am at a loss to know to what I am to attribute this kind interest in my affairs on the part of a total stranger." This time her tone was more than politely cold, it was politely impertinent. Mrs. Glenarm had lived all her life in good society, and was a perfect mistress of the subtleties of refined insolence in her intercourse with those who incurred her displeasure. Anne's sensitive nature felt the wound, but Anne's patient courage submitted. She put away from her the insolence which had tried to sting, and went on, gently and firmly, as if nothing had happened. "The person who wrote to you anonymously," she said, alluded to a correspondence. He is no longer in possession of it. The correspondence has passed into hands which may be trusted to respect it. It will be put to no base use in the future. I answer for that." "You answer for that?" repeated Mrs. Glenarm. She suddenly leaned forward over the piano, and fixed her eyes in unconcealed scrutiny on Anne's face. The violent temper, so often found in combination with the weak nature, began to show itself in her rising color and her lowering brow. "How do you know what the person wrote?" she asked. "How do you know that the correspondence has passed into other hands? Who are you?" Before Anne could answer her, she sprang to her feet, electrified by a new idea. "The man who wrote to me spoke of something else besides a correspondence. He spoke of a woman. I have found you out!" she exclaimed, with a burst of jealous fury. "You are the woman!" Anne rose, on her side, still in firm possession of her self-control. "Mrs. Glenarm," she said calmly, "I warn, no, I entreat you, not to take that tone with me. Compose yourself, and I promise to satisfy you that you are more interested than you are willing to believe in what I will have to say. Pray bear with me for a little longer. I admit that you have guessed right. I own that I am the miserable woman who has been ruined and deserted by Geoffrey Delamayn." "It's false!" cried Mrs. Glenarm. "You wretch! Do you come to me with your trumped-up story? What does Julius Delamayn mean by exposing me to this?" Her indignation at finding herself in the same room with Anne broke its way through, not the restraints only, but the common decencies of politeness. "I'll ring for the servants," she said. "I'll have you turned out of the house." She tried to cross the fireplace to ring the bell. Anne, who was standing nearest to it, stepped forward at the same moment. Without saying a word, she motioned with her hand to the other woman to stand back. There was a pause. The two waited, with their eyes steadily fixed on one another, each with her resolution laid bare to the other's view. In a moment more the finer nature prevailed. Mrs. Glenarm drew back a step in silence. "Listen to me," said Anne. "Listen to you," repeated Mrs. Glenarm. "You have no right to be in this house. You have no right to force yourself in here. Leave the room." Anne's patience, so firmly and admirably preserved thus far, began to fail her at last. "Take care, Mrs. Glenarm," she said, still struggling with herself. "I am not naturally a patient woman. Trouble has done much to tame my temper, but endurance has its limits. You have reached the limits of mine. I have a claim to be heard, and after what you have said to me I will be heard." "You have no claim. You shameless woman, you are married already. I know the man's name, Arnold Brinkworth." "Did Geoffrey Delamayn tell you that?" "I decline to answer a woman who speaks of Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn in that familiar way." Anne advanced a step nearer. "Did Geoffrey Delamayn tell you that?" she repeated. There was a light in her eyes, there was a ring in her voice, which showed that she was roused at last. Mrs. Glenarm answered her, this time. "He did tell me." "He lied." "He did not. He knew. I believe him. I don't believe you. If he told you that I was anything but a single woman, if he told you that Arnold Brinkworth was married to anybody but Miss Lundy of Windygates, I say again he lied. I say again I believe him and not you. You believe I am Arnold Brinkworth's wife. I am certain of it. You tell me that to my face? I tell you to your face, you may have been Geoffrey Delamayn's mistress. You are Arnold Brinkworth's wife." At those words the long-restrained anger leaped up in Anne, all the more hotly for having been hitherto so steadily controlled. In one breathless moment the whirlwind of her indignation swept away, not only all remembrance of the purpose which had brought her to Swanhaven, but all sense even of the unpardonable wrong which she had suffered at Geoffrey's hands. If he had been there at that moment, and had offered to redeem his pledge, she would have consented to marry him, while Mrs. Glenarm's eye was on her, no matter whether she destroyed herself in her first cool moment afterward or not. The small sting had planted itself at last in the great nature. The noblest woman is only a woman after all. I forbid your marriage to Geoffrey Delamayn. I insist on his performing the promise he gave me to make me his wife. I have got it here in his own words, in his own writing. On his soul he swears it to me. He will redeem his pledge. His mistress, did you say? His wife, Mrs. Glenarm, before the week is out. In those wild words she cast back the taunt, which the letter held in triumph in her hand. Daunted for the moment by the doubt now literally forced on her that Anne might really have the claim on Geoffrey which she advanced, Mrs. Glenarm answered nevertheless with the obstinacy of a woman brought to bay, with a resolution not to be convinced by conviction itself. "I won't give him up," she cried. "Your letter is a forgery. You have no proof. I won't give him up," she repeated, with the impotent iteration of an angry child. Anne pointed disdainfully to the letter that she held. "Here is his pledged and written word," she said. "While I live you will never be his wife." "I shall be his wife the day after the race. I am going to him in London to warn him against you." "You will find me in London before you, with this in my hand. Do you know his writing?" She held up the letter, open. Mrs. Glenarm's hand flew out with the stealthy rapidity of a cat's paw to seize and destroy it. Quick as she was, her rival was quicker still. For an instant they faced each other breathless, one with the letter held behind her, one with her hand still stretched out. At the same moment, before a word more had passed between them, the glass door opened and Julius Delamayn appeared in the room. He addressed himself to Anne. "We decided on the terrace," he said, quietly, "that you should speak to Mrs. Glenarm, if Mrs. Glenarm wished it. Do you think it desirable that the interview should be continued any longer?" Anne's head drooped on her breast. The fiery anger in her was quenched in an instant. "I have been cruelly provoked, Mr. Delamayn," she answered, "but I have no right to plead that." She looked up at him for a moment. The hot tears of shame gathered in her eyes and fell slowly over her cheeks. She bent her head again and hid them from him. "The only atonement I can make," she said, "is to ask your pardon and to leave the house." In silence she turned away to the door. In silence Julius Delamayn paid her the trifling courtesy of opening it for her. She went out. Mrs. Glenarm's indignation, suspended for the moment, transferred itself to Julius. "If I have been entrapped into seeing that woman with your approval," she said, haughtily, "I owe it to myself, Mr. Delamayn, to follow her example and to leave your house." "I authorized her to ask you for an interview, Mrs. Glenarm. If she has presumed on the permission that I gave her, I sincerely regret it, and I beg you to accept my apologies. At the same time, I may venture to add, in defense of my conduct, that I thought her, and think her still, a woman to be pitied more than to be blamed." "To be pitied, did you say?" asked Mrs. Glenarm, doubtful whether her ears had not deceived her. "To be pitied," repeated Julius. "You may find it convenient, Mr. Delamayn, to forget what your brother has told us about that person. I happen to remember it." "So do I, Mrs. Glenarm, but with my experience of Geoffrey—" He hesitated and ran his fingers nervously over the strings of his violin. "You don't believe him," said Mrs. Glenarm. Julius declined to admit that he doubted his brother's word to the lady who was about to become his brother's wife. "I don't quite go to that length," he said. "I find it difficult to reconcile what Geoffrey has told us with Miss Silvester's manner and appearance." "Her appearance!" cried Mrs. Glenarm, in a transport of astonishment and disgust. "Her appearance! "Oh, the men! I beg your pardon. I ought to have remembered that there is no accounting for tastes. Go on, pray go on." "Shall we compose ourselves with a little music?" suggested Julius. "I particularly request you will go on," answered Mrs. Glenarm, emphatically. "You find it impossible to reconcile—" "I said difficult." "Oh, very well. Difficult to reconcile what Geoffrey told us with Miss Silvester's manner and appearance. What next?" "You had something else to say when I was so rude as to interrupt you. What was it?" "Only this," said Julius. "I don't find it easy to understand Sir Patrick Lundy's conduct in permitting Mr. Brinkworth to commit bigamy with his niece." "Wait a minute. The marriage of that horrible woman to Mr. Brinkworth was a private marriage. Of course Sir Patrick knew nothing about it." Julius owned that this might be possible, and made a second attempt to lead the angry lady back to the piano. Useless once more. Though she shrank from confessing it to herself, Mrs. Glenarm's belief in the genuineness of her lover's defence had been shaken. The tone taken by Julius, moderate as it was, revived the first startling suspicion of the credibility of Geoffrey's statement, which Anne's language and conduct had forced on Mrs. Glenarm. She dropped into the nearest chair, and put her handkerchief to her eyes. "You always hated poor Geoffrey," she said, with a burst of tears, "and now you're defaming him to me." Julius managed her admirably. On the point of answering her seriously, he checked himself. "I always hated poor Geoffrey," he repeated, with a smile. "You ought to be the last person to say that, Mrs. Glenarm. I brought him all the way from London expressly to introduce him to you." "Then I wish you had left him in London," retorted Mrs. Glenarm, shifting suddenly from tears to temper. "I was a happy woman before I met your brother. I can't give him up." She burst out, shifting back again from temper to tears. "I don't care if he has deceived me. I won't let another woman have him. I will be his wife." She threw herself theatrically on her knees before Julius. "Oh, do help me to find out the truth," she said. "Oh, Julius, pity me. I am so fond of him." There was genuine distress in her face. There was true feeling in her voice. Who would have believed that there were reserves of merciless insolence and heartless cruelty in this woman, and that they had been lavishly poured out on a fallen sister not 5 minutes since? "I will do all I can," said Julius, raising her. "Let us talk of it when you are more composed. Try a little music," he repeated, "just to quiet your nerves." "Would you like me to play?" asked Mrs. Glenarm, becoming a model of feminine docility at a moment's notice. Julius opened the sonatas of Mozart and shouldered his violin. "Let's try the 15th," he said, placing Mrs. Glenarm at the piano. "We will begin with the Adagio. If ever there was divine music written by mortal man, there it is." They began. At the 3rd bar Mrs. Glenarm dropped a note, and the bow of Julius paused shuddering on the strings. "I can't play," she said. "I am so agitated, I am so anxious. How am I to find out whether that wretch is really married or not? Who can I ask? I can't go to Geoffrey in London. The trainers won't let me see him. I can't appeal to Mr. Brinkworth himself. I am not even acquainted with him. Who else is there? Do think and tell me." There was but one chance of making her return to the Adagio. The chance of hitting on a suggestion which would satisfy and quiet her. Julius laid his violin on the piano, and considered the question before him carefully. "There are the witnesses," he said. "If Geoffrey's story is to be depended on, the landlady and the waiter at the inn can speak to the facts." "Low people," objected Mrs. Glenarm. "People I don't know. People who might take advantage of my situation, and be insolent to me." Julius considered once more, and made another suggestion. With the fatal ingenuity of innocence, he hit on the idea of referring Mrs. Glenarm to no less a person than Lady Lundy herself. "There is our good friend at Windygates," he said. "Some whisper of the matter may have reached Lady Lundy's ears. It may be a little awkward to call on her, if she has heard anything, at the time of a serious family disaster. You are the best judge of that, however. All I can do is to throw out the notion. Windygates isn't very far off, and something might come of it. What do you think?" Something might come of it. Let it be remembered that Lady Lundie had been left entirely in the dark, that she had written to Sir Patrick in a tone which plainly showed that her self-esteem was wounded and her suspicion roused, and that her first intimation of the serious dilemma in which Arnold Brinkworth stood was now likely, thanks to Julius Delamayn, to reach her from the lips of a mere acquaintance. Let this be remembered, and then let the estimate be formed of what might come of it, not at Windygates only, but also at Ham Farm. "What do you think?" asked Julius. Mrs. Glenarm was enchanted. "The very person to go to," she said. "If I am not let in, I can easily write, and explain my object as an apology. Lady Lundie is so right-minded, so sympathetic. If she sees no one else, I have only to confide my anxieties to her, and I am sure she will see me. You will lend me a carriage, won't you? I'll go to Windygates to-morrow." Julius took his violin off the piano. "Don't think me very troublesome," he said coaxingly. "Between this and to-morrow we have nothing to do, and it is such music, if you once get into the swing of it. Would you mind trying again?" Mrs. Glenarm was willing to do anything to prove her gratitude after the invaluable hint which she had just received. At the second trial the fair pianist's eye and hand were in perfect harmony. The lovely melody which the adagio of Mozart's 15th Sonata has given to violin and piano flowed smoothly at last, and Julius Delamayn soared to the 7th heaven of musical delight. The next day Mrs. Glenarm
Section 47 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. 10th Scene, The Bedroom. Chapter the 41st, Part 1. Lady Lundie does her duty. The scene opens on a bedroom, and discloses, in broad daylight, a lady in bed. Persons with an irritable sense of propriety, whose self-appointed duty it is to be always crying out, are warned to pause before they cry out on this occasion. The lady now presented to view being no less a person than Lady Lundie herself, it follows, as a matter of course, that the utmost demands of propriety are, by the mere assertion of that fact, abundantly and indisputably satisfied. To say that anything short of direct moral advantage could, by any possibility, accrue to any living creature by the presentation of her ladyship in a horizontal, instead of a perpendicular position, is to assert that virtue is a question of posture, and that respectability ceases to assert itself when it ceases to appear in morning or evening dress. Will any body be bold enough to say that? Let nobody cry out, then, on the present occasion. Lady Lundie was in bed. Her ladyship had received Blanche's written announcement of the sudden stoppage of the bridal tour, and had penned the answer to Sir Patrick, the receipt of which at Ham Farm has been already described. This done, Lady Lundie felt it due to herself to take a becoming position in her own house pending the possible arrival of Sir Patrick's reply. What does a right-minded woman do when she has reason to believe that she is cruelly distrusted by the members of her own family? A right-minded woman feels it so acutely that she falls ill. Lady Lundie fell ill accordingly. The case being a serious one, a medical practitioner of the highest grade in the profession was required to treat it. A physician from the neighboring town of Kirkandrew was called in. The physician came in a carriage and pair, with the necessary bald head and the indispensable white cravat. He felt her ladyship's pulse, and put a few gentle questions. He turned his back solemnly, as only a great doctor can, on his positive internal conviction that his patient had nothing whatever the matter with her. He said, with every appearance of believing in himself, "Nerves, Lady Lundie. Repose in bed is essentially necessary. I will write a prescription." He prescribed, with perfect gravity, aromatic spirits of ammonia, 16 drops, spirits of red lavender, 10 drops, syrup of orange peel, 2 drachms, camphor julep, 1 ounce. When he had written "Mise fiat hanstus" instead of "mix a draught," when he had added "ter di somnundus" instead of "to be taken 3 times a day," and when he had certified to his own Latin by putting his initials at the end, he had only to make his bow, to slip 2 guineas into his pocket, and to go his way, with an approving professional conscience, in the character of a physician who had done his duty. Lady Lundie was in bed. The visible part of her ladyship was perfectly attired, with a view to the occasion. A fillet of superb white lace encircled her head. She wore an adorable invalid jacket of white cambric, trimmed with lace and pink ribbons. The rest was bedclothes. On a table at her side stood the red lavender draught, in colour soothing to the eye, in flavour not unpleasant to the taste. A book of devotional character was near it. The domestic ledgers and the kitchen report for the day were ranged modestly behind the devout book. Not even her ladyship's nerves, observe, were permitted to interfere with her ladyship's duty. A fan, a smelling bottle, and a handkerchief lay within reach on the counterpane. The spacious room was partially darkened. One of the lower windows was opened, affording her ladyship the necessary cubic supply of air. The late Sir Thomas looked at his widow in effigy from the wall opposite the end of the bed. Not a chair was out of its place. Not a vestige of wearing apparel dared to show itself outside the sacred limits of the wardrobe and the drawers. The sparkling treasures of the toilet table glittered in the dim distance. The jugs and basins were of a rare and creamy white, spotless and beautiful to see. Look where you might, you saw a perfect room. Then look at the bed, and you saw a perfect woman, and completed the picture. It was the day after Anne's appearance at Swanhaven, toward the end of the afternoon. Lady Lundie's own maid opened the door noiselessly, and stole on tiptoe to the bedside. Her ladyship's eyes were closed. Her ladyship suddenly opened them. "Not asleep, Hopkins. Suffering. What is it?" Hopkins laid 2 cards on the counterpane. "Mrs. Delamayn, my lady, and Mrs. Glenarm." "They were told I was ill, of course?" "Yes, my lady. Miss Glenarm sent for me. She went into the library, and wrote this note." Hopkins produced the note, neatly folded in 3-cornered form. "Have they gone?" "No, my lady. Mrs. Glenarm told me yes or no would do for an answer, if you could only have the goodness to read this." "Thoughtless of Mrs. Glenarm, at a time when the doctor insists on perfect repose," said Lady Lundie. "It doesn't matter. One sacrifice more or less is of very little consequence." She fortified herself by an application of the smelling bottle, and opened the note. It ran thus: "So grieved, dear Lady Lundie, to hear that you are a prisoner in your room. I had taken the opportunity of calling with Mrs. Delamayn, in the hope that I might be able to ask you a question. Will your inexhaustible kindness forgive me if I ask it in writing? Have you had any unexpected news of Mr. Arnold Brinkworth lately? I mean, have you heard anything about him which has taken you so very much by surprise? I have a serious reason for asking this. I will tell you what it is the moment you are able to see me. Until then, one word of answer is all I expect. Send word down, yes or no. 1,000 apologies, and pray get better soon." The singular question contained in this note suggested one of 2 inferences to Lady Lundie's mind. Either Mrs. Glenarm had heard a report of the unexpected return of the married couple to England, or she was in the far more interesting and important position of possessing a clue to the secret of what was going on under the surface at Ham Farm. The phrase used in the note, I have a serious reason for asking this, appeared to favor the latter of the two interpretations. Impossible as it seemed to be that Mrs. Glenarm could know something about Arnold of which Lady Lundie was in absolute ignorance, her ladyship's curiosity, already powerfully excited by Blanche's mysterious letter, was only to be quieted by obtaining the necessary explanation forthwith at a personal interview. "Hopkins," she said, "I must see Mrs. Glenarm." Hopkins respectfully held up her hands in horror. Company in the bedroom in the present state of her ladyship's health? A matter of duty is involved in this, Hopkins. Give me the glass. Hopkins produced an elegant little hand mirror. Lady Lundie carefully surveyed herself in it down to the margin of the bedclothes. Above criticism in every respect? Yes, even when the critic was a woman. Show Mrs. Glenarm up here. In a minute or two more the ironmaster's widow fluttered into the room, a little overdressed as usual, and a little profuse in expressions of gratitude for her ladyship's kindness, and of anxiety about her ladyship's health. Lady Lundie endured it as long as she could, then stopped it with a gesture of polite remonstrance, and came to the point. "Now, my dear, about this question in your note. Is it possible you have heard already that Arnold Brinkworth and his wife have come back from Baden?" Mrs. Glenarm opened her eyes in astonishment. Lady Lundie put it more plainly. "They were to have gone on to Switzerland, you know, for their wedding tour, and they suddenly altered their minds and came back to England on Sunday last." "Oh, dear Lady Lundie, it's not that. Have you heard nothing about Mr. Brinkworth except what you have just told me?" "Nothing." There was a pause. Mrs. Glenarm toyed hesitatingly with her parasol. Lady Lundie leaned forward in the bed, and looked at her attentively. "What have you heard about him?" she asked. Mrs. Glenarm was embarrassed. "It's so difficult to say," she began. "I can bear anything but suspense," said Lady Lundie. "Tell me the worst." Mrs. Glenarm decided to risk it. "Have you never heard," she asked, "that Mr. Brinkworth might possibly have committed himself with another lady before he married Miss Lundie?" Her ladyship first closed her eyes in horror, and then searched blindly on the counterpane for the smelling bottle. Mrs. Glenarm gave it to her, and waited to see how the invalid bore it before she said anything more. "There are things one must hear," remarked Lady Lundie. "I see an act of duty involved in this. No words can describe how you astonish me. Who told you?" "Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn told me." Her ladyship applied for the second time to the smelling bottle. "Arnold Brinkworth's most intimate friend!" she exclaimed. "He ought to know if anybody does. This is dreadful. Why should Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn tell you?" "I am going to marry him," answered Mrs. Glenarm. "That is my excuse, dear Lady Lundie, for troubling you in this matter." Lady Lundie partially opened her eyes in a state of faint bewilderment. "I don't understand," she said. "For heaven's sake, explain yourself." "Haven't you heard about the anonymous letters?" asked Mrs. Glenarm. Yes, Lady Lundie had heard about the letters, but only what the public in general had heard, the name of the lady in the background not mentioned, and Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn assumed to be as innocent as the babe unborn. Any mistake in that assumption? "Give me your hand, my poor dear, and confide it all to me." "He is not quite innocent," said Mrs. Glenarm. "He owned to a foolish flirtation, all her doing, no doubt. Of course I insisted on a distinct explanation. Had she really any claim on him? Not the shadow of a claim. I felt that I only had his word for that, and I told him so. He said he could prove it. He said he knew her to be privately married already. Her husband had disowned and deserted her. She was at the end of her resources. She was desperate enough to attempt anything. I thought it all very suspicious, until Geoffrey mentioned the man's name. That certainly proved that he had cast off his wife, for I myself knew that he had lately married another person." Lady Lundie suddenly started up from her pillow. honestly agitated, genuinely alarmed by this time. "Mr. Delamayn told you the man's name?" she said, breathlessly. "Yes." "Do I know it?" "Don't ask me." Lady Lundie fell back on the pillow. Mrs. Glenarm rose to ring for help. Before she could touch the bell, her ladyship had rallied again. "Stop!" she cried. "I can confirm it. It's true, Mrs. Glenarm, it's true. Open the silver box on the toilet table. You will find the key in it. Bring me the top letter. Here, look at it. I got this from Blanche. Why have they suddenly given up their bridal tour? Why have they gone back to Sir Patrick at Ham Farm? Why have they put me off with an infamous subterfuge to account for it? I felt sure something dreadful had happened. Now I know what it is." She sank back again with closed eyes, and repeated the words in a fierce whisper to herself. "Now I know what it is." Mrs. Glenarm read the letter. The reason given for the suspiciously sudden return of the bride and bridegroom was palatably a subterfuge, and, more remarkably still, the name of Anne Silvester was connected with it. Mrs. Glenarm became strongly agitated on her side. "This is a confirmation," she said. "Mr. Brinkworth has been found out. The woman is married to him. Geoffrey is free. Oh, my dear friend, what a load of anxiety you have taken off my mind! That vile wretch!" Lady Lundie suddenly opened her eyes. "Do you mean," she asked, "the woman who is at the bottom of all the mischief?" "Yes, I saw her yesterday. She forced herself in at Swanhaven. She called him Geoffrey Delamayn. She declared herself a single woman. She claimed him before my face in the most audacious manner. She shook my faith. Lady Lundie, she shook my faith in Geoffrey." "Who is she?" "Who?" echoed Mrs. Glenarm. "Don't you even know that? Why, her name is repeated half a dozen times in this letter." Lady Lundie uttered a scream that rang through the room. Mrs. Glenarm started to her feet. The maid appeared at the door in terror. Her ladyship motioned to the woman to withdraw again instantly, and then pointed to Mrs. Glenarm's chair. "Sit down," she said. "Let me have a minute or two of quiet. I want nothing more." The silence in the room was unbroken until Lady Lundie spoke again. She asked for Blanche's letter. After reading it carefully, she laid it aside, and fell for a while into deep thought. "I have done Blanche an injustice," she exclaimed. "My poor Blanche!" "You think she knows nothing about it?" "I am certain of it. You forget, Mrs. Glenarm, that this horrible discovery casts a doubt on my step-daughter's marriage. Do you think, if she knew the truth, she would write of a wretch who has mortally injured her as she writes here? They have put her off with the excuse that she innocently sends to me. I see it as plainly as I see you. Mr. Brinkworth and Sir Patrick are in league to keep us both in the dark. Dear child, I owe her an atonement. If nobody else opens her eyes, I will do it. Sir Patrick shall find that Blanche has a friend in me." A smile, the dangerous smile of an inveterately vindictive woman thoroughly roused, showed itself with a furtive suddenness on her face. Mrs. Glenarm was a little startled. Lady Lundie below the surface, as distinguished from Lady Lundie on the surface, was not a pleasant object to contemplate. "Pray try to compose yourself," said Mrs. Glenarm. "Dear Lady Lundie, you frighten me." The bland surface of her ladyship appeared smoothly once more, drawn back, as it were, over the hidden inner self, which it had left for the moment exposed to view. "Forgive me for feeling it," she said, with the patient sweetness which so eminently distinguished her in times of trial. "It falls a little heavily on a poor sick woman, innocent of all suspicion and insulted by the most heartless neglect. Don't let me distress you. I shall rally, my dear, I shall rally. In this dreadful calamity, this abyss of crime and misery and deceit, I have no one to depend on but myself. For Blanche's sake, the whole thing must be cleared up, probed, my dear, probed to the depths. Blanche must take a position that is worthy of her. Blanche must insist on her rights under my protection. Never mind what I suffer, or what I sacrifice. There is a work of justice for poor weak me to do. It shall be done, said her ladyship, fanning herself with an aspect of illimitable resolution. It shall be done. But, Lady Lundie, what can you do? They are all away in the south. And as for that abominable woman— Lady Lundie touched Mrs. Glenarm on the shoulder with her fan. I have a surprise in store, dear friend, as well as you. That abominable woman was employed as Blanche's governess in this house. Wait! That is not all. She left us suddenly, ran away on the pretence of being privately married. I know where she went. I can trace what she did. I can find out who was with her. I can follow Mr. Brinkworth's proceedings behind Mr. Brinkworth's back. I can search out the truth without depending on people compromised in this black business whose interest it is to deceive me. And I will do it today. She closed the fan with a sharp snap of triumph, and settled herself on the pillow in placid enjoyment of her dear friend's surprise. Mrs. Glenarm drew confidently closer to the bedside. "How can you manage it?" she asked eagerly. "Don't think me curious. I have my interest too in getting at the truth. Don't leave me out of it, pray." "Can you come back to-morrow at this time?" "Yes, yes." "Come then, and you shall know." "Can I be of any use?" "Not at present." "Can my uncle be of any use?" "Do you know where to communicate with Captain Newenden?" "Yes, he is staying with some friends in Sussex." "We may possibly want his assistance. I can't tell yet. Don't keep Mrs. Delamayn waiting any longer, my dear. I shall expect you to-morrow." They exchanged an Section 48 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. 10th Scene, the Bedroom. Chapter the 41st. Lady Lundie Does Her Duty. Part 2. Her ladyship resigned herself to meditation, with frowning brow and close-shut lips. She looked her full age, and a year or two more, as she lay thinking, with her hand on her head and her elbow on the pillow. After committing herself to the physician, and to the red lavender draught, the commonest regard for consistency made it necessary that she should keep her bed for that day. And yet it was essential that the proposed inquiry should be instantly set on foot. On the one hand, the problem was not an easy one to solve. On the other, her ladyship was not an easy one to beat. How to send for the landlady at Craig Fernie without exciting any special suspicion or remark was the question before her. In less than 5 minutes she had looked back into her memory of current events at Windygates, and had solved it. Her first proceeding was to ring the bell for her maid. "I am afraid I frightened you, Hopkins. The state of my nerves. Mrs. Glenarm was a little sudden with some news that surprised me. I am better now, and able to attend to the household matters. There was a mistake in the butcher's account. Send the cook here." She took up the domestic ledger and the kitchen report, corrected the butcher, cautioned the cook, and disposed of all arrears of domestic business before Hopkins was summoned again. Having, in this way, dexterously prevented the woman from connecting anything that her mistress said or did after Mrs. Glenarm's departure with anything that might have passed during Mrs. Glenarm's visit, Lady Lundie felt herself at liberty to pave the way for the investigation on which she was determined to enter before she slept that night. "So much for the indoor arrangements," she said. "You must be my prime minister, Hopkins, while I lie helplessly here. Is there anything wanted by the people out of doors? The coachman, the gardener?" "I have just seen the gardener, my lady. He came with last week's accounts. I told him he couldn't see your ladyship to-day." "Quite right. Had he any report to make?" "No, my lady." "Surely there was something I wanted to say to him, or to somebody else. My memorandum book, Hopkins, in the basket on that chair." Why wasn't the basket placed at my bedside?" Hopkins brought the memorandum book. Lady Lundie consulted it, without the slightest necessity, with the same masterly gravity exhibited by the doctor when he wrote her prescription, without the slightest necessity also. "Here it is," she said, recovering the lost remonstrance. "Not the gardener, but the gardener's wife. A memorandum to speak to her about Mrs. Inchbare. Observe, Hopkins, the association of ideas. Mrs. Inchbare is associated with the poultry are associated with the gardener's wife is associated with the gardener, and so the gardener gets into my head. Do you see it? I am always trying to improve your mind." "You do see it. Very well. Now, about Mrs. Inchbare. Has she been here again?" "No, my lady." "I am not at all sure, Hopkins, that I was right in declining to consider the message Mrs. Inchbare sent to me about the poultry. Why shouldn't she offer to take any fowls that I can spare off my hands? She is a respectable woman, and it is important to me to live on good terms with all my neighbours, great and small. Has she got a poultry yard of her own at Craig Fernie?" "Yes, my lady, and beautifully kept, I am told." "I really don't see, on reflection, Hopkins, why I should hesitate to deal with Mrs. Inchbare. I don't think it beneath me to sell the game killed on my estate to the poulterer. What was it you wanted to buy? Some of my black Spanish fowls?" "Yes, my lady. Your ladyship's black Spaniards are famous all around the neighbourhood. Nobody has got the breed, and Mrs. Inchbare—" "Wants to share the distinction of having the breed with me," said Lady Lundie. "I won't appear ungracious. I will see her myself as soon as I am a little better, and tell her that I have changed my mind. Send one of the men to Craig Fernie with a message. I can't keep a trifling matter of this sort in my memory. Send him at once, or I may forget it. He is to say I am willing to see Mrs. Inchbare about the fowls, the first time she finds it convenient to come this way." "I am afraid, my lady, Mrs. Inchbare's heart is so set on the black Spaniards, she will find it convenient to come this way at once, as fast as her feet can carry her." "In that case, you must take her to the gardener's wife. Say she is to have some eggs, on condition, of course, of paying the price for them. If she does come, mind I hear of it." Hopkins withdrew. Hopkins' mistress reclined on her comfortable pillows and fanned herself gently. The vindictive smile reappeared on her face. "I fancy I shall be well enough to see Mrs. Inchbare," she thought to herself, "and it is just possible that the conversation may get beyond the relative merits of her poultry yard and mine." A lapse of a little more than 2 hours proved Hopkins' estimate of the latent enthusiasm in Mrs. Inchbare's character to have been correctly formed. The eager landlady appeared at Windygates on the heels of the returning servant. Among the long list of human weaknesses, a passion for poultry seems to have its practical advantages, in the shape of eggs, as compared with the more occult frenzies for collecting snuff-boxes and fiddles, and amassing autographs and old postage stamps. When the mistress of Craig Fernie was duly announced to the mistress of Windygates, Lady Lundie developed a sense of humour for the first time in her life. Her ladyship was feebly merry (the result, no doubt, of the exhilarating properties of the red lavender draught) on the subject of Mrs. Inchbare and the Spanish fowls. "Most ridiculous, Hopkins! This poor woman must be suffering from a determination of poultry to the brain. Ill as I am, I should have thought that nothing would amuse me. But really, this good creature starting up and rushing here, as you say, as fast as her feet can carry her, it's impossible to resist it. I positively think I must see Mrs. Inchbare. With my active habits, this imprisonment to my room is dreadful. I can neither sleep nor read. Anything, Hopkins, to divert my mind from myself. It's easy to get rid of her if she's too much for me. Send her up." Mrs. Inchbare made her appearance, curtsying deferentially, amazed at the condescension which admitted her within the hallowed precincts of Lady Lundie's room. "Take a chair," said her ladyship graciously. "I am suffering from illness, as you perceive." "My certy! Sick or well, your ladyship's a broad sight to see," returned Mrs. Inchbare, profoundly impressed by the elegant costume which illness assumes when illness appears in the regions of high life. "I am far from being in a fit state to receive anybody," proceeded Lady Lundie, "but I had a motive for wishing to speak to you when you next came to my house. I failed to treat a proposal you made to me, a short time since, in a friendly and neighbourly way. I beg you to understand that I regret having forgotten the consideration due from a person in my position to a person in yours. I am obliged to say this under very unusual circumstances," added her ladyship, with a glance round her magnificent bedroom, "through your unexpected promptitude in favouring me with a call. You have lost no time, Mrs. Inchbare, in profiting by the message which I had the pleasure of sending to you." "Eh, my lady, I wasn't that sure, your ladyship having ance changed her mind, but that ye mightn't change again if I failed to strike, as they say, while the iron's hot. I crave your pardon, I'm sure, if I have been over hasty. The pride of my heart's in my poultry, and the black Spaniards, as they call 'em, are a sair temptation to me to break the 10th commandment, so long as they're in your ladyship's possession and none of them in mine. I am shocked to hear that I have been the innocent cause of you falling into temptation, Mrs. Inchbare. Make your proposal, and I shall be happy to meet it if I can. I must e'en be content with what your ladyship will condescend on. A hatch of eggs, if I can come by nothing else. There is something else you would prefer to a hatch of eggs?" "I wad prefer," said Mrs. Inchbare modestly, "a cock and 2 pullets." "Open the case on the table behind you," said Lady Lundie, "and you will find some writing paper inside. Give me a sheet of it, and the pencil out of the tray." Eagerly watched by Mrs. Inchbare, she wrote an order to the poultry woman, and held it out with a gracious smile. "Take that to the gardener's wife. If you agree with her about the price, you can have the cock and 2 pullets." Mrs. Inchbare opened her lips, no doubt to express the utmost extremity of human gratitude. Before she had said 3 words, Lady Lundie's impatience to reach the end which she had kept in view from the time when Mrs. Glenarm had left the house burst the bounds which had successfully restrained it thus far. Stopping the landlady without ceremony, she fairly forced the conversation to the subject of Anne Silvester's proceedings at the Craig Fernie inn. "How are you getting on to the hotel, Mrs. Inchbare? Plenty of tourists, I suppose, at this time of year?" "Full, my lady, praise Providence, for the basement to the ceiling. You had a visitor, I think, some time since, of whom I know something. A person—" She paused, and put a strong constraint on herself. There was no alternative but to yield to the hard necessity of making her inquiry intelligible. "A lady," she added, "who came to you about the middle of last month. Could your ladyship condescend on her name?" Lady Lundie put a still stronger constraint on herself. "Silvester," she said sharply. "Preserve us all!" cried Mrs. Inchbare. "It will ne'er be the same that came drifting in by herself, with a bit bag in her hand, and a husband left dead in an hour or more on the road behind her." "I have no doubt it is the same." "Will she be a friend of your ladyship's?" asked Mrs. Inchbare, feeling her ground cautiously. "Certainly not," said Lady Lundie. "I felt a passing curiosity about her, nothing more." Mrs. Inchbare looked relieved. "To tell you truth, my lady, there was nae love lost between us. She had a masterful temper of her ain, and I was weel pleased when I'd seen the last of her." "I can quite understand that, Mrs. Inchbare. I know something of her temper myself. Did I understand you to say that she came to your hotel alone, and that her husband joined her shortly afterwards?" "E'en sae, your ladyship. I was no free to gie her house room in the hotel till her husband daidled in at her heels and answered for her." "I fancy I must have seen her husband," said Lady Lundie. "What sort of a man was he?" Mrs. Inchbare replied in much the same words which she had used in answering the similar question put by Sir Patrick. He was o'er young for the like of her. A pratty man, my lady, betwixt tall and short, with bonny brown eyes and cheeks, and fine coal-black hair. A fine douce spoken lad. I hae nothing to say against him, except he came late one day, and took leg bail betimes the next morning, and left madam behind, a load on my hands." The answer produced precisely the same effect on Lady Lundie which it had produced on Sir Patrick. She, also, felt it was too vaguely like too many young men of no uncommon humor and complexion to be relied on. But her ladyship possessed one immense advantage over her brother-in-law in attempting to arrive at the truth. She suspected Arnold, and it was possible in her case to assist Mrs. Inchbare's memory by hints contributed from her own superior resources of experience and observation. "Had he anything about him of the look and way of a sailor?" she asked. "And did you notice, when you spoke to him, that he had a habit of playing with a locket on his watch-chain?" "There he is, head off to a tea!" cried Mrs. Inchbare. "Your ladyship well acquainted with him. There's nae doubt o' that." "I thought I had seen him," said Lady Lundie. "A modest, well-behaved young man, Mrs. Inchbare, as you say. Don't let me keep you any longer from the poultry-yard. I am transgressing on doctor's orders in seeing anybody. We quite understand each other now, don't we? Very glad to have seen you. Good evening." So she dismissed Mrs. Inchbare, when Mrs. Inchbare had served her purpose. Most women, in her position, would have been content with the information which she had now obtained. But Lady Lundie, having a man like Sir Patrick to deal with, determined to be doubly sure of her facts before she ventured on interfering at Ham Farm. She had learned from Mrs. Inchbare that the so-called husband of Anne Silvester had joined her at Craig Fernie on the day when she arrived at the inn, and had left her again the next morning. Anne had made her escape from Windygates on the occasion of the lawn party, that is to say, on the 14th of August. On the same day Arnold Brinkworth had taken his departure for the purpose of visiting the Scotch property left to him by his aunt. If Mrs. Inchbare was to be depended upon, he must have gone to Craig Fernie instead of going to his appointed destination, and must, therefore, have arrived to visit his house and lands one day later than the day which he had originally set apart for that purpose. If this fact could be proved, on the testimony of a disinterested witness, the case against Arnold would be strengthened tenfold, and Lady Lundie might act on her discovery with something like a certainty that her information was to be relied on. After a little consideration, she decided on sending a messenger with a note of inquiry addressed to Arnold's steward. The apology she invented to excuse and account for the strangeness of the proposed question referred it to a little family discussion as to the exact date of Arnold's arrival at his estate, and to a friendly wager in which the difference of opinion had ended. If the steward could state whether his employer had arrived on the 14th or on the 15th of August, that was all that would be wanted to decide the question in dispute. Having written in these terms, Lady Lundie gave the necessary directions for having the note delivered at the earliest possible hour on the next morning, the messenger being ordered to make his way back to Windygates by the first return train on the same day. This arranged, her ladyship was free to refresh herself with another dose of the red lavender draught, and to sleep the sleep of the just who close their eyes with the composing conviction that they have done their duty. The events of the next day at Windygates succeeded each other in due course, as follows. The post arrived, and brought no reply from Sir Patrick. Lady Lundie entered that incident on her mental register of debts owed by her brother-in-law, to be paid with interest when the day of reckoning came. Next in order occurred the return of the messenger with the steward's answer. He had referred to his diary, and he had discovered that Mr. Brinkworth had written beforehand to announce his arrival on the estate for the 14th of August, but that he had not actually appeared until the 15th. The one discovery needed to substantiate Mrs. Inchbare's evidence being now in Lady Lundie's possession, she decided to allow another day to pass, on the chance that Sir Patrick might alter his mind and write to her. If no letter arrived, and if nothing more was received from Blanche, she resolved to leave Windygates by the next morning's train, and to try the bold experiment of personal interference at Ham Farm. The third in the succession of events was the appearance of a doctor to pay his professional visit. A severe shock awaited him. He found his patient cured by the draught. It was contrary to all rule and precedent. It savoured of quackery. The red lavender had no business to do what the red lavender had done. But there she was, nevertheless, up and dressed, and contemplating a journey to London on the next day but one. An act of duty, doctor, is involved in this. Whatever the sacrifice, I must go. No other explanation could be obtained. The patient was plainly determined. Nothing remained for the physician but to retreat with unimpaired dignity and a paid fee. He did it. "Our art," he explained to Lady Lundie in confidence, "is nothing, after all, but a choice between alternatives. For instance, I see you, not cured as you think, but sustained by abnormal excitement. I have to ask which is the least of the two evils, to risk letting you travel, or to irritate you by keeping you at home. With your constitution we must risk the journey. Be careful to keep the window of the carriage up on the side on which the wind blows. Let the extremities be moderately warm, and the mind easy, and pray don't omit to provide yourself with a second bottle of the mixture before you start." He made his bow as before, he slipped 2 guineas into his pocket as before, and he went his way as before, with an approving conscience, in the character of a physician who has done his duty. What an enviable profession is medicine, and why don't we all belong to it? The last of the events was the arrival of Mrs. Glenarm. "Well," she began eagerly, "what news?" The narrative of her ladyship's discoveries, recited at full length, and the announcement of her ladyship's resolution, declared in the most uncompromising terms, raised Mrs. Glenarm's excitement to the highest pitch. "You will go down on Saturday?" she said. "I will go with you. Ever since that woman declared she should be in London before me, I have been dying to hasten my journey, and it is such an opportunity to go with you. I can easily manage it. My uncle and I were to have met in London early next week for the foot race. I have only to write and tell him my change in plans. By the by, talking of my uncle, I have heard, since I saw you, from the lawyers at Perth. More anonymous letters? One more, received by the lawyers this time. My unknown correspondent has written to them to withdraw his proposal, and to announce that he has left Perth. The lawyers recommend me to stop my uncle from spending money uselessly in employing the London police. I have forwarded their letter to the captain, and he will probably be in town to see his solicitors as soon as I get there with you. So much for what I have done in this matter. Dear Lady Lundie, when we are at our journey's end, what do you mean to do?" "My course is plain," answered her ladyship, calmly. "Sir Patrick will hear from me, on Sunday morning next, at Ham Farm." "Telling him what you have found out?" "Certainly not. Telling him that I find myself called to London by business, and that I propose paying him a short visit on Monday next." "Of course he must receive you?" "I think there is no doubt of that. Even his hatred of his brother's widow can hardly go to the length, after leaving my letter unanswered, of closing his doors against me next." "How will you manage it when you get there?" "When I get there, my dear, I shall be breathing an atmosphere of treachery and deceit, and for my poor child's sake, abhorrent as all dissimulation is to me, I must be careful what I do. Not a word will escape my lips until I have first seen Blanche in private. However painful it may be, I shall not shrink from my duty if my duty compels me to open her eyes to the truth. Sir Patrick and Mr. Brinkworth will have somebody else besides an inexperienced young creature to deal with on Monday next. I shall be there." With that formidable announcement, Lady Lundie closed the conversation, and Mrs. Glenarm rose to take her leave. "We meet at the junction, dear?"
Section 49 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. 11th Scene, Sir Patrick's House. Chapter the 42nd. The Smoking Room Window. "I can't believe it. I won't believe it. You're trying to part me from my husband. You're trying to set me against my dearest friend. It's infamous. It's horrible. What have I done to you? Oh, my head, my head! Are you trying to drive me mad?" Pale and wild, her hands twisted in her hair, her feet hurrying her aimlessly to and fro in the room. So Blanche answered her stepmother, when the object of Lady Lundie's pilgrimage had been accomplished, and the cruel truth had been plainly told. Her ladyship sat, superbly composed, looking out through the window at the placid landscape of woods and fields which surrounded Ham Farm. "I was prepared for this outbreak,"
she said sadly. "These wild words relieve your overburdened heart, my poor child. I can wait, Blanche. I can wait." Blanche stopped and confronted Lady Lundie. "You and I never liked each other," she said. "I wrote you a pert letter from this place. I have always taken Anne's part against you. I have shown you plainly, rudely, I dare say, that I was glad to be married and get away from you. This is not your revenge, is it? Oh, Blanche, Blanche, what thoughts to think! What words to say! I can only pray for you. I am mad, Lady Lundie. You bear with mad people. Bear with me. I have been hardly more than a fortnight married. I love him. I love her with all my heart. Remember what you have told me about them. Remember, remember, remember." She reiterated the words with a low cry of pain. Her hands went up to her head again, and she returned restlessly to pacing this way and that in the room. Lady Lundie tried the effect of a gentle remonstrance. "For your own sake," she said, "don't persist in estranging yourself from me. In this dreadful trial I am the only friend you have." Blanche came back to her stepmother's chair, and looked at her steadily, in silence. Lady Lundie submitted to inspection, and bore it perfectly. "Look into my heart," she said. "Blanche, it bleeds for you." Blanche heard without heeding. Her mind was painfully intent on its own thoughts. "You are a religious woman," she said abruptly. "Will you swear on your Bible that what you told me is true?" "My Bible!" repeated Lady Lundie with sorrowful emphasis. "Oh, my child, have you no part in that precious inheritance? Is it not your Bible too?" A momentary triumph showed itself in Blanche's face. "You daren't swear it," she said. "That's enough for me." She turned away scornfully. Lady Lundie caught her by the hand, and drew her sharply back. The suffering saint disappeared, and the woman who was no longer to be trifled with took her place. "There must be an end to this," she said. "You don't believe what I have told you. Have you courage enough to put it to the test?" Blanche started and released her hand. She trembled a little. There was a horrible certainty of conviction expressed in Lady Lundie's sudden change of manner. "How?" she asked. "You shall see. Tell me the truth, on your side, first. Where is Sir Patrick? Is he really out, as his servant told me?" "Yes, he is out with the farm bailiff. You have taken us all by surprise. You wrote that we were to expect you by the next train." "When does the next train arrive?" "It is 11 o'clock now." "Between 1 and 2." "Sir Patrick will not be back till then?" "Not till then." "Where is Mr. Brinkworth?" "My husband?" "Your husband, if you like. Is he out too?" "He's in the smoking room." "Do you mean the long room built out from the back of the house?" "Yes." "Come downstairs at once with me." Blanche advanced a step and drew back. "What do you want of me?" she asked, inspired by a sudden distrust. Lady Lundie turned round and looked at her impatiently. "Can't you see yet," she said sharply, "that your interest and my interest in this matter are one? What have I told you?" "Don't repeat it." "I must repeat it. I have told you that Arnold Brinkworth was privately at Craig Fernie with Miss Silvester, in the acknowledged character of her husband, when we supposed him to be visiting the estate left him by his aunt. You refuse to believe it, and I am about to put it to the proof. Is it your interest, or is it not, to know whether this man deserves the blind belief that you place in him?" Blanche trembled from head to foot, and made no reply. "I am going into the garden, to speak to Mr. Brinkworth, through the smoking-room window," pursued her ladyship. "Have you the courage to come with me, to wait behind, out of sight, and to hear what he says with his own lips? I am not afraid of putting it to that test. Are you?" The tone in which she asked the question roused Blanche's spirit. "If I believed him to be guilty," she said resolutely, "I should not have the courage. I believe him to be innocent. Lead the way, Lady Lundie, as soon as you please." They left the room, Blanche's own room at Ham Farm, and descended to the hall. Lady Lundie stopped, and consulted the railway time-table hanging near the house door. "There is a train to London at 11:45, she said. "How long does it take to walk to the station?" "Why do you ask?" "You will soon know. Answer my question." "It's a walk of 20 minutes to the station." Lady Lundie referred to her watch. "There will be just time," she said. "Time for what?" "Come into the garden." With that answer she led the way out. The smoking room projected at right angles from the wall of the house, in an oblong form, with a bow window at the farther end, looking into the garden. Before she turned the corner and showed herself within the range of view from the window, Lady Lundie looked back, and signed to Blanche to wait behind the angle of the wall. Blanche waited. The next instant she heard the voices in conversation through the open window. Arnold's voice was the first that spoke. "Lady Lundie! Why, we didn't expect you till luncheon time." Lady Lundie was ready with her answer. "I was able to leave town earlier than I had anticipated. Don't put out your cigar, and don't move. I am not coming in." The quick interchange of question and answer went on, every word being audible in the perfect stillness of the place. Arnold was the next to speak. "Have you seen Blanche?" "Blanche is getting ready to go out with me. We mean to have a walk together. I have many things to say to her. Before we go, I have something to say to you." "Is it anything very serious?" "It is most serious." "About me?" "About you. I know where you went on the evening of my lawn party at Windygates. You went to Craig Fernie." "Good heavens! How did you find out?" "I know whom you went to meet. Miss Silvester. I know what is said of you and of her. You are man and wife." "Hush! Don't speak so loud. Somebody may hear you." "What does it matter if they do? I am the only person whom you have kept out of the secret. You all of you know it here." "Nothing of the sort. Blanche doesn't know it." "What? Neither you nor Sir Patrick has told Blanche of the situation you stand in at this moment?" "Not yet. Sir Patrick leaves it to me. I haven't been able to bring myself to do it. Don't say a word, I entreat you. I don't know how Blanche may interpret it. Her friend is expected in London to-morrow. I want to wait till Sir Patrick can bring them together. Her friend will break it to her better than I can. It's my notion. Sir Patrick thinks it a good one. Stop! You're not going away already? She will be here to look for me if I stay any longer. One word. I want to know—" "You shall know later in the day." Her ladyship appeared again round the angle of the wall. The next words that passed were words spoken in a whisper. "Are you satisfied now, Blanche? Have you mercy enough left, Lady Lundie, to take me away from this house?" Section 50 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. 11th scene, Sir Patrick's house. Chapter the 43rd. The Explosion. Arnold's mind was far from easy when he was left by himself again in the smoking room. After wasting some time in vainly trying to guess at the source from which Lady Lundie had derived her information, he put on his hat, and took the direction which led to Blanche's favourite walk at Ham Farm. Without absolutely distrusting her ladyship's discretion, the idea had occurred to him that he would do well to join his wife and her stepmother. By making a third at the interview between them, he might prevent the conversation from assuming a perilously confidential turn. The search for the ladies proved useless. They had not taken the direction in which he supposed them to have gone. He returned to the smoking room, and composed himself to wait for events as patiently as he might. In this passive position, with his thoughts still running on Lady Lundie, his memory reverted to a brief conversation between Sir Patrick and himself, occasioned, on the previous day, by her ladyship's announcement of her proposed visit to Ham Farm. Sir Patrick had at once expressed his conviction that his sister-in-law's journey south had some acknowledged purpose at the bottom of it. "I am not at all sure, Arnold," he had said, "that I have done wisely in leaving her letter unanswered, and I am strongly disposed to think that the safest course will be to take her into the secret when she comes to-morrow. We can't help the position in which we are placed. It was impossible, without admitting your wife to our confidence, to prevent Blanche from writing that unlucky letter to her; and, even if we had prevented it, she must have heard in other ways of your return to England. I don't doubt my own discretion so far, and I don't doubt the convenience of keeping her in the dark, as a means of keeping her from meddling in this business of yours, until I have had time to set it right. But she may, by some unlucky accident, discover the truth for herself, and in that case I strongly distrust the influence which she might attempt to exercise on Blanche's mind." Those were the words. And what had happened on the day after they had been spoken? Lady Lundie had discovered the truth, and she was, at that moment, alone somewhere with Blanche. Arnold took up his hat once more and set forth on the search for the ladies in another direction. The second expedition was as fruitless as the first. Nothing was to be seen, and nothing was to be heard, of Lady Lundie and Blanche. Arnold's watch told him that it was not far from the time when Sir Patrick might be expected to return. In all probability, while he had been looking for them, the ladies had gone back by some other way to the house. He entered the rooms on the ground floor, one after another. They were all empty. He went upstairs and knocked at the door of Blanche's room. There was no answer. He opened the door and looked in. The room was empty, like the rooms downstairs. But, close to the entrance, there was a trifling circumstance to attract notice, in the shape of a note lying on the carpet. He picked it up and saw that it was addressed to him in the handwriting of his wife. He opened it. The note began, without the usual form of address, in these words: "I know the abominable secret that you and your uncle have hidden from me. I know your infamy and her infamy, and the position in which, thanks to you and to her, I now stand. Reproaches would be wasted words, addressed to such a man as you are. I write these lines to tell you that I have placed myself under my stepmother's protection in London. It is useless to attempt to follow me. Others will find out whether the ceremony of marriage which you went through with me is binding on you or not. For myself, I know enough already. I have gone, never to come back, and never to let you see me again. Blanche." Hurrying headlong down the stairs, with but one clear idea in his mind, the idea of instantly following his wife, Arnold encountered Sir Patrick, standing by a table in the hall, on which cards and notes left by visitors were usually placed, with an open letter in his hand. Seeing in an instant what had happened, he threw one of his arms round Arnold, and stopped him at the house door. "You are a man," he said firmly. "Bear it like a man." Arnold's head fell on the shoulder of his kind old friend. He burst into tears. Sir Patrick let the irrepressible outbreak of grief have its way. In those first moments silence was mercy. He said nothing. The letter which he had been reading, from Lady Lundie it is needless to say, dropped unheeded at his feet. Arnold lifted his head and dashed away the tears. "I am ashamed of myself," he said. "Let me go." "Wrong, my poor fellow, doubly wrong," returned Sir Patrick. "There is no shame in shedding such tears as those, and there is nothing to be done by leaving me. I must and will see her." "Read that," said Sir Patrick, pointing to the letter on the floor. "See your wife? Your wife is with the woman who has written those lines. Read them." Arnold read them. "Dear Sir Patrick, if you had honoured me with your confidence, I should have been happy to consult you before I interfered to rescue Blanche from the position in which Mr. Brinkworth has placed her. As it is, your late brother's child is under my protection at my house in London. If you attempt to exercise your authority, it must be by main force. I will submit to nothing less. If Mr. Brinkworth attempts to exercise his authority, he shall establish his right to do so, if he can, in a police court. Very truly yours, Julia Lundie." Arnold's resolution was not to be shaken even by this. "What do I care," he burst out hotly, "whether I am dragged through the streets by the police or not? I will see my wife. I will clear myself of the horrible suspicion she has about me. You have shown me your letter. Look at mine." Sir Patrick's clear sense saw the wild words that Blanche had written in their true light. "Do you hold your wife responsible for that letter?" he asked. "I see her stepmother in every line of it. You descend to something unworthy of you if you seriously defend yourself against this. You can't see it? You persist in holding to your own view? Right then. You can't get to her. Your letter may. No. When you leave this house, you leave it with me. I have conceded something on my side in allowing you to write. I insist on your conceding something on your side in return. Come into the library. I answer for setting things right between you and Blanche. If you will place your interests in my hands. Do you trust me or not?" Arnold yielded. They went into the library together. Sir Patrick pointed to the writing table. "Relieve your mind there," he said, "and let me find you a reasonable man again when I come back." When he returned to the library, the letter was written, and Arnold's mind was so far relieved, for the time at least. "I shall take your letter to Blanche myself," said Sir Patrick, "by the train that leaves for London in half an hour's time." "You will let me go with you?" "Not to-day. I shall be back this evening to dinner. You shall hear all that has happened, and you shall accompany me to London to-morrow, if I find it necessary to make any lengthened stay there. Between this and then, after the shock that you have suffered, you will do well to be quiet here. Be satisfied with my assurance that Blanche shall have your letter. I will force my authority on her stepmother to that extent, if her stepmother resists, without scruple. The respect in which I hold the sex only lasts as long as the sex deserves it, and does not extend to Lady Lundie. There is no advantage that a man can take of a woman which I am not fully prepared to take of my sister-in-law." With that characteristic farewell he shook hands with Arnold, and departed for the station. At 7 o'clock the dinner was on the table. At 7 o'clock Sir Patrick came downstairs to eat it, as perfectly dressed as usual, and as composed as if nothing had happened. "She's got your letter," he whispered, as he took Arnold's arm and led him into the dining-room. "Did she say anything?" "Not a word." "How did she look?" "As she ought to look, sorry for what she has done." The dinner began. As a matter of necessity, the subject of Sir Patrick's expedition was dropped while the servants were in the room, to be regularly taken up again by Arnold in the intervals between the courses. He began when the soup was taken away. "I confess I had hoped to see Blanche come back with you," he said, sadly enough. "In other words," returned Sir Patrick, "you forgot the native obstinacy of the sex. Blanche is beginning to feel that she has been wrong. What is the necessary consequence? She naturally persists in being wrong. Let her alone, and leave your letter to have its effect. The serious difficulties in our way don't rest with Blanche. Content yourself with knowing that." The fish came in, and Arnold was silenced, until his next opportunity came with the next interval in the course of the dinner. "What are the difficulties?" he asked. "The difficulties are my difficulties and yours," answered Sir Patrick. "My difficulty is that I can't assert my authority as guardian if I assume my niece, as I do, to be a married woman. Your difficulty is that you can't assert your authority as her husband until it is distinctly proved that you and Miss Silvester are not man and wife. Lady Lundie was perfectly aware that she would place us in that position when she removed Blanche from this house. She has cross-examined Mrs. Inchbare. She has written to your steward for the date of your arrival at your estate. She has done everything, calculated everything, and foreseen everything, except my excellent temper. The one mistake she has made is in thinking she could get the better of that. No, my dear boy, my trump card is my temper. I keep it in my hand, Arnold. I keep it in my hand." The next course came in, and there was an end of the subject again. Sir Patrick enjoyed his mutton, and entered on a long and interesting narrative of the history of some rare white Burgundy on the table, imported by himself. Arnold resolutely resumed the discussion with the departure of the mutton. "It seems to be a dead lock," he said. "No slang," retorted Sir Patrick. "For heaven's sake, sir, consider my anxiety, and tell me what you propose to do." "I propose to take you to London with me to-morrow, on this condition, that you promise me, on your word of honour, not to attempt to see your wife before Saturday next. I shall see her then, if you give me your promise. I do. The next course came in. Sir Patrick entered on the question of the merits of the partridge, viewed as an edible bird. By himself, Arnold, plainly roasted, and tested on his own merits. An overrated bird. Being too fond of shooting him in this country, we become too fond of eating him next. Properly understood, he is a vehicle for sauce and truffles, nothing more. Or no, that is hardly doing him justice. I am bound to add that he is honourably associated with the famous French receipt for cooking an olive. Do you know it? There was an end of the bird. There was an end of the jelly. Arnold got his next chance and took it. What is to be done in London tomorrow? He asked. Tomorrow, answered Sir Patrick, is a memorable day in our calendar. Tomorrow is Tuesday, the day on which I am to see Miss Silvester. Arnold set down the glass of wine which he was just raising to his lips. After what has happened, he said, I can hardly bear to hear her name mentioned. Miss Silvester has parted me from my wife. Miss Silvester may atone for that, Arnold, by uniting you again. She has been the ruin of me so far. She may be the salvation of you yet. The cheese came in, and Sir Patrick returned to the art of cookery. Do you know the receipt for cooking an olive, Arnold? No. What does the new generation know? It knows how to row, how to shoot, how to play at cricket, and how to bat. When it has lost its muscle and lost its money, that is to say, when it has grown old, what a generation it will be. It doesn't matter. I shan't live to see it. Are you listening, Arnold? Yes, sir. How to cook an olive. Put an olive into a lark. Put a lark into a quail. Put a quail into a plover. Put a plover into a partridge. Put a partridge into a pheasant. Put a pheasant into a turkey. Good. First, partially roast. Then carefully stew, until all is thoroughly done down to the olive. Good again. Next, open the window. Throw out the turkey, the pheasant, the partridge, the plover, the quail, and the lark. Then eat the olive. The dish is expensive, but, we have it on the highest authority, well worth the sacrifice. The quintessence of the flavour of 6 birds, concentrated in 1 olive. Grand idea. Try another glass of the white Burgundy, Arnold. At last the servants left them, with the wine and dessert on the table. I have borne it as long as I can, sir, said Arnold. Add to all your kindness to me by telling me at once what happened at Lady Lundy's. It was a chilly evening. A bright wood fire was burning in the room. Sir Patrick drew his chair to the fire. This is exactly what happened, he said. I found company at Lady Lundy's to begin with. 2 perfect strangers to me. Captain Newenden and his niece, Miss Glenarm. Lady Lundy offered to see me in another room. The 2 strangers offered to withdraw. I declined both proposals. First check to her ladyship. She is reckoned throughout, Arnold, on our being afraid to face public opinion. I showed her at starting that we were as ready to face it as she was. I always accept what the French call accomplished facts, I said. You have brought matters to a crisis, Lady Lundy, so let it be. I have a word to say to my niece, in your presence if you like, and I have another word to say to you afterward, without presuming to disturb your guests. The guests sat down again, both naturally devoured by curiosity. Could her ladyship decently refuse me an interview with my own niece while 2 witnesses were looking on? Impossible. I saw Blanche, Lady Lundy being present, it is needless to say, in the back drawing-room. I gave her your letter. I said a good word for you. I saw that she was sorry, though she wouldn't own it, and that was enough. We went back into the front drawing-room. I had not spoken 5 words on our side of the question before it appeared, to my astonishment and delight, that Captain Newenden was in the house on the very question that had brought me into the house, the question of you and Miss Silvester. My business, in the interests of my niece, was to deny your marriage to the lady. His business, in the interests of his niece, was to assert your marriage to the lady. To the unutterable disgust of the 2 women, we joined issue, in the most friendly manner, on the spot. "Charmed to have the pleasure of meeting you, Captain Newenden." "Delighted to have the honour of making your acquaintance, Sir Patrick. I think we can settle this in 2 minutes." "My own idea perfectly expressed." "State your position, Captain." "With the greatest pleasure. Here is my niece, Mrs. Glenarm, engaged to marry Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn. All very well, but there happens to be an obstacle, in the shape of a lady. Do I put it plainly? You put it admirably, Captain. But for the loss to the British Navy, you ought to have been a lawyer. Pray go on." "You are too good, Sir Patrick. I resume. Mr. Delamayn asserts that this person in the background has no claim on him, and backs his assertion by declaring that she is married already to Mr. Arnold Brinkworth. Lady Lundie and my niece assure me, on evidence which satisfies them, that the assertion is true. The evidence does not satisfy me. I hope, Sir Patrick, I don't strike you as being an excessively obstinate man." "My dear sir, you impress me with the highest opinion of your capacity for sifting human testimony. May I ask next what course you mean to take?" "The very thing I was going to mention, Sir Patrick. This is my course. I refuse to sanction my niece's engagement to Mr. Delamayn, until Mr. Delamayn has actually proved his statement by appeal to witnesses of the lady's marriage. He refers me to 2 witnesses, but declines acting at once in the matter for himself, on the ground that he is in training for a foot race. I admit that that is an obstacle, and consent to arrange for bringing the 2 witnesses to London myself. By this post I have written to my lawyers in Perth to look the witnesses up, to offer them the necessary terms, at Mr. Delamayn's expense, for the use of their time, and to produce them by the end of the week. The foot race is on Thursday next. Mr. Delamayn will be able to attend after that, and establish his own assertion by his own witnesses. What do you say, Sir Patrick, to Saturday next, with Lady Lundie's permission, in this room?" There is the substance of the captain's statement. He is as old as I am, and is dressed to look like 30, but a very pleasant fellow for all that. I struck my sister-in-law dumb by accepting the proposal without a moment's hesitation. Mrs. Glenarm and Lady Lundie looked at each other in mute amazement. Here was a difference about which 2 women would have mortally quarrelled, and here were 2 men settling it in the friendliest possible manner. I wish you had seen Lady Lundie's face when I declared myself deeply indebted to Captain Newenden for rendering any prolonged interview with her ladyship quite unnecessary. "Thanks to the captain," I said to her in the most cordial manner, "we have absolutely nothing to discuss. I shall catch the next train, and set Arnold Brinkworth's mind quite at ease. To come back to serious things, I have engaged to produce you, in the presence of everybody, your wife included, on Saturday next. I put a bold face on it before the others. But I am bound to tell you that it is by no means easy to say, situated as we are now, what the result of Saturday's inquiry will be. Everything depends on the issue of my interview with Miss Silvester tomorrow. It is no exaggeration to say, Arnold, that your fate is in her hands." "I wish to heaven I had never set eyes on her," said Arnold. "Lay the saddle on the right horse," returned Sir Patrick. "Wish you had never set eyes on Geoffrey Delamayn." Arnold hung his head. Sir Patrick
Section 51 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joe Sela. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. 12th Scene, Drury Lane. Chapter the 44th. The Letter and the Law. The many-toned murmur of the current of London life, flowing through the murky channel of Drury Lane, found its muffled way from the front room to the back. Piles of old music lumbered the dusty floor. Stage masks and weapons and portraits of singers and dancers hung round the walls. An empty violin case in one corner faced a broken bust of Rossini in another.
A frameless print representing the trial of Queen Caroline was pasted over the fireplace. The chairs were genuine specimens of ancient carving in oak. The table was an equally excellent example of dirty modern deal. A small morsel of drugget was on the floor, and a large deposit of soot was on the ceiling. The scene thus presented revealed itself in the back drawing-room of a house in Drury Lane, devoted to the transaction of musical and theatrical business of the humbler sort. It was late in the afternoon on Michaelmas Day. 2 persons were seated together in the room. They were Anne Silvester and Sir Patrick Lundie. The opening conversation between them, comprising on one side the narrative of what had happened at Perth and at Swanhaven, and on the other a statement of the circumstances attending the separation of Arnold and Blanche, had come to an end. It rested with Sir Patrick to lead the way to the next topic. He looked at his companion and hesitated. "Do you feel strong enough to go on?" he asked. "If you would prefer to rest a little, pray say so." "Thank you, Sir Patrick. I am more than ready. I am eager to go on. No words can say how anxious I feel to be of some use to you, if I can. It rests entirely with your experience to show me how." "I can only do that, Miss Silvester, by asking you without ceremony for all the information that I want. Had you any object in traveling to London which you had not mentioned to me yet? I mean, of course, any object which I have a claim, as Arnold Brinkworth's representative, to be acquainted." "I had an object, Sir Patrick, and I have failed to accomplish it." "May I ask what it was?" "I was to see Geoffrey Delamayn." Sir Patrick started. "You have attempted to see him? When?" "This morning." "Why, you only arrived in London last night." "I only arrived," said Anne, "after waiting many days on the journey. I was obliged to rest at Edinburgh, and again at York, and I was afraid I had given Mrs. Glenarm time enough to get to Geoffrey Delamayn before me." "Afraid?" repeated Sir Patrick. "I understand that you had no serious intention of disputing the scoundrel with Mrs. Glenarm. What motive could possibly have taken you his way?" "The same motive which took me to Swanhaven." "What? The idea that it rested with Delamayn to set things right, and that you might bribe him to do it by consenting to release him so far as your claims were concerned?" "Bear with my folly, Sir Patrick, as patiently as you can. I am always alone now, and I get into a habit of brooding over things. I have been brooding over the position which my misfortunes have placed Mr. Brinkworth. I have been obstinate, unreasonably obstinate, in believing that I could prevail with Geoffrey Delamayn after I have failed with Mrs. Glenarm. I am obstinate about it still. If he would have only heard me, my madness in going to Fulham might have had its excuse." She sighed bitterly and said no more. Sir Patrick took her hand. "It has his excuse," he said, kindly. "Your motive is beyond reproach. Let me add, to quiet your mind, that even if Delamayn had been willing to hear you, and had accepted the condition, the result would still have been the same. You are quite wrong in supposing that he has only to speak and to set this matter right. It has passed entirely beyond his control. The mischief was done when Arnold Brinkworth spent those unlucky hours with you at Craig Fernie. Oh, Sir Patrick, if I had only known that before I went to Fulham this morning!" She shuddered as she said the words. Something was plainly associated with her visit to Geoffrey, the bare remembrance of which shook her nerves. What was it? Sir Patrick resolved to obtain an answer to that question before he ventured on proceeding further with the main object of the interview. "You have told me your reason for going to Fulham," he said, "but I have not heard what happened there yet." Anne hesitated. "Is it necessary for me to trouble you about that?" she asked, with evident reluctance to enter on the subject. "It is absolutely necessary," answered Sir Patrick, "because Delamayn is concerned in it." Anne summoned her resolution, and entered on her narrative in these words. "The person who carries on the business here discovered the address for me," she began. "I had some difficulty, however, in finding the house. It is little more than a cottage, and it is quite lost in a great garden, surrounded by high walls. I saw a carriage waiting. The coachman was walking his horses up and down, and he showed me to the door. It was a high wooden door in the wall, with a grating in it. I rang the bell. A servant girl opened the grating, and looked at me. She refused to let me in. Her mistress had ordered her to close the door on all strangers, especially strangers who were women. I contrived to pass some money to her through the grating, and asked to speak to her mistress. After waiting some time, I saw another face behind the bars, and it struck me that I recognized it. I suppose I was nervous. It startled me. I said, 'I think we know each other.' There was no answer. The door was suddenly opened, and who do you think stood there before me?" "Was it somebody I know?" "Yes." "Man or woman?" "It was Hester Dethridge." "Hester Dethridge?" "Yes, dressed just as usual, and looking just as usual, with her slate hanging at her side." "Astonishing! Where did I last see her? At the Windygates station, to be sure, going to London after she had left my sister-in-law's service. Has she accepted another place without letting me know first, as I told her?" "She is living at Fulham." In service? No, as mistress of her own house. What? Hester Dethridge in possession of a house of her own? Well, well, why shouldn't she have a rise in the world like other people? Did she let you in? She stood for some time looking at me in that dull, strange way that she has. The servants at Windygates always said she was not in her right mind, and you will say, Sir Patrick, when you hear what happened, that the servants were not mistaken. She must be mad. I said, don't you remember me? She lifted her slate and wrote, I remember you in a dead swoon at Windygates' house. I was quite unaware that she had been present when I fainted in the library. The discovery startled me, or that dreadful, dead-cold look that she has in her eyes startled me. I don't know which. I couldn't speak to her just at first. She wrote on her slate again the strangest question in these words. I said at the time, brought to it by a man. Did I say true? If the question has been put in the usual way, by anybody else, I should have considered it too insolent to be noticed. Can you understand my answering it, Sir Patrick? I can't understand it myself now, and yet I did answer. She forced me to it with her stony eyes. I said yes. Did all this take place at the door? At the door. When did she let you in? The next thing she did was to let me in. She took me by the arm in a rough way and drew me inside the door and shut it. My nerves are broken. My courage is gone. I crept with cold when she touched me. She dropped my arm. I stood like a child waiting for what it pleased her to say or do next. She rested her two hands on her sides and took a long look at me. She made a horrid dumb sound, not as if she was angry, more, if such a thing could be, as if she was satisfied, pleased even. I should have said, if it had been anybody but Hester Dethridge. Do you understand it? Not yet. Let me get nearer to understanding it by asking something before you go on. Did she show any attachment to you when you were both at Windygates? Not the least. She appeared to be incapable of attachment to me or to anybody. Did she write any more questions on her slate? Yes, she wrote another question under which she had written just before. Her mind was still running on my fainting fit and on the man who had brought me to it. She held up the slate, and the words were these. Tell me how he served you. Did he knock you down? Most people would have laughed at the question. I was startled by it. I told her no. She shook her head as if she didn't believe me. She wrote on her slate, We are loth to own it when they up with their fists and beat us. Ain't we? I said, You are quite wrong. She went on obstinately with her writing. Who is the man? Was her next question. I had control enough over myself to decline telling her that. She opened the door and pointed me to go out. I made a sign entreating her to wait a little bit. She went back in her impenetrable way to the writing on the slate. Still about the man. This time the question was plainer still. She had evidently placed her own interpretation of my appearance at the house. She wrote, Is it the man who lodges here? I saw that she would close the door on me if I didn't answer. My only chance with her was to own that she had guessed right. I said, Yes, I want to see him. She took me by the arm as roughly as before and led me into the house. I begin to understand her, said Sir Patrick. I remember hearing in my brother's time that she had been brutally ill-used by her husband. The association of ideas, even in her confused brain, becomes plain, if you bear that in mind. What is her last remembrance of you? It is a remembrance of a fainting woman at Windygates. Yes. She makes you acknowledge that she has guessed right in guessing that a man was, in some way, answerable for the condition in which she found you. A swoon produced by a shock indicted on the mind is a swoon that she doesn't understand. She looks back into her own experience and associates it with the exercise of actual physical brutality on the part of the man, as she sees in you a reflection of her own suffering and her own case. It's curious to a student of human nature, and it explains what is otherwise unintelligible. Her overlooking her own instructions to the servant and letting you into the house. What happened next? She took me into a room which I suppose was her own room. She made signs offering me tea. It was done in the strangest way, without the least appearance of kindness. After what you have just said to me, I think I can in some degree interpret what was going on in her mind. I believe she felt a hard-hearted interest in seeing a woman whom she supposed to be as unfortunate as she had once been herself. I declined taking any tea, and tried to return to the subject of what I wanted in the house. She paid no heed to me. She pointed round the room, and then took me to a window, and pointed round the garden, and then made a sign indicating herself. My house and my garden. That was what she meant. There were 4 men in the garden, and Geoffrey Delamayn was one of them. I made another attempt to tell her that I wanted to speak to him, but no, she had her own idea in her mind. After beckoning to me to leave the window, she led the way to the fireplace and showed me a sheet of paper with writing on it, framed and placed under a glass, and hung on the wall. She seemed, I thought, to feel some kind of pride in her framed manuscript. At any rate, she insisted on my reading it. It was an extract from a will. The will under which she had inherited the house? Yes, her brother's will. It said that he regretted, on his deathbed, his estrangement from his only sister, dating from the time when she had married in defiance of his wishes and against his advice. As a proof of his sincere desire to be reconciled with her before he died, and as some compensation for the suffering that she had endured at the hands of her deceased husband, he left her an income of £200 a year, together with the use of his house and garden for her lifetime. That, as well as I remember, was the substance of what it said. Creditable to her brother and creditable to herself, said Sir Patrick. Taking her odd character in consideration, I understand her liking it to be seen. What puzzles me is her letting lodgings with an income of her own to live on. That was the very question which I put to her myself. I was obliged to be cautious and to begin by asking about the lodgers first, the men being still visible out in the gardens to excuse the inquiry. The rooms to let in the house had, as I understood her, been taken by a person acting for Geoffrey Delamayn, his trainer, I presume. He had surprised Hester Dethridge by barely noticing the house, and showing the most extraordinary interest in the garden. That is quite intelligible, Miss Silvester. The garden you have described would be just the place he wanted for the exercises of his employer. Plenty of space and well secured from observation by the high walls all around. What next? Next I got to the question of why she would let her house and lodgings at all. When I asked her that, her face turned harder than ever. She answered me on her slate in these dismal words. I have not got a friend in the world. I would dare not live alone. There was her reason. Dreary and dreadful, Sir Patrick, was it not? Dreary indeed. How did it end? Did you get into the garden? Yes, at the second attempt. She seemed suddenly to change her mind. She opened the door for me herself. Passing the window of the room in which I had left her, I looked back. She had taken her place at a table before the window, apparently watching for what might happen. There was something about her as her eyes met mine, I can't say what, which made me feel uneasy at the time. Adopting your view, I am almost inclined to think now, horrid as the idea is, that she had the expectation of seeing me treated as she had been treated in former days. It was actually a relief to me, though I knew I was going to run a serious risk, to lose sight of her. As I got nearer to the men in the garden, I heard two of them talking very earnestly to Geoffrey Delamayn. The fourth person, an elderly gentleman, stood apart from the rest at some little distance. I kept as far as I could out of sight, waiting till the talk was over. It was impossible for me to help hearing it. The two men were trying to persuade Geoffrey Delamayn to speak to the elderly gentleman. They pointed to him as a famous medical man. They reiterated over and over again that his opinion was well worth having. Sir Patrick interrupted her. Did they mention his name? He asked. Yes, they called him Mr. Speedwell. The man himself. This is even more interesting, Miss Silvester, than you suppose. I myself heard Mr. Speedwell warn Delamayn that he was in broken health when we were visiting together at Windygates' house last month. Did he do as the other men wished him? Did he speak to the surgeon? No, he sulkily refused. He remembered what you remember. He said, "See the man who told me I was broken down? Not I." After confirming it with an oath, he turned away from the others. Unfortunately, he took the direction in which I was standing and discovered me. The bare sight of me seemed to throw him instantly into a state of frenzy. It is impossible for me to repeat the language that he used. It is bad enough to have heard it. I believe, Sir Patrick, but for the two men who ran up and laid hold of him, that Hester Dethridge would have seen what she expected to see. The change in him was so frightful, even to me, well as I thought I knew him in his fits of passion. I tremble when I think of it. One of the men who restrained him was almost as brutal in his way. He declared in the foulest language that if Delamayn had a fit, he would lose the race, and that I should be answerable for it. But for Mr. Speedwell, I don't know what I should have done. He came forward directly. "This is no place either for you, or for me," he said, and gave me his arm and led me back to the house. Hester Dethridge met us in the passage and lifted her hand to stop me. Mr. Speedwell asked her what she wanted. She looked at me and then looked toward the garden, and made the motion of a striking blow with her clenched fist. For the first time in my experience of her, I hope it was my fancy, I thought I saw her smile. Mr. Speedwell took me out. "They are well matched in that house," he said. "The woman is as complete a savage as the men." The carriage which I had seen waiting at the door was his. He called it up, and politely offered me a place in it. I said I would only trespass on his kindness as far as to the railway station. While we were talking, Hester Dethridge followed us to the door. She made the same motion again with her clenched fist, and looked back toward the garden, and then looked at me, and nodded her head, as much as to say, "He will do it yet." No words can describe how glad I was to see the last of her. I hope and trust I shall never set eyes on her again. Did you hear how Mr. Speedwell came to be at the house? Had he gone on his own accord, or had he been sent for? He had been sent for. I ventured to speak to him about the persons who I had seen in the garden. Mr. Speedwell explained everything which I was not able of myself to understand, in the kindest manner. One of the two strange men in the garden was the trainer. The other was a doctor, whom the trainer was usually in habit of consulting. It seems that the real reason for their bringing Geoffrey Delamayn away from Scotland when they did was that the trainer was uneasy and wanted to be near London for medical advice. The doctor, on being consulted, owned that he was at a loss to understand the symptoms which he was asked to treat. He had himself fetched the great surgeon to Fulham that morning. Mr. Speedwell abstained from mentioning that he had foreseen what would happen at Windygates. All he said was, "I had met Mr. Delamayn in society, and I felt interest enough in the case to pay him a visit."
With what result you have seen yourself.
Did he tell you anything about Delamayn's health? He said that he had questioned the doctor on the way to Fulham, and that some of the patient's symptoms indicated serious mischief. What the symptoms were I did not hear. Mr. Speedwell only spoke of changes for the worse in him which a woman would be likely to understand. At one time he would be so dull and heedless that nothing could rouse him. At another he flew into the most terrible passions without any apparent cause. The trainer had found it almost impossible, in Scotland, to keep him to the right diet, and the doctor had only sanctioned taking the house at Fulham after being satisfied not only of the convenience of the garden, but also that Hester Dethridge could be thoroughly trusted as a cook. With her help they had placed him on an entirely new diet, but they had found an unexpected difficulty even in doing that. When the trainer took him to the new lodgings, it turned out that he had seen Hester Dethridge at Windygates, and had taken the strongest prejudice against her. On seeing her again at Fulham, he appeared to be absolutely terrified. Terrified? Why? Nobody knows why. The trainer and the doctor together could only prevent his leaving the house by threatening to throw up the responsibility of preparing him for the race, unless he instantly controlled himself and behaved like a man instead of a child. Since that time he has become reconciled, little by little, to his new abode, partly through Hester Dethridge's caution in keeping herself always out of his way, and partly through his own appreciation of the change in his diet, which Hester's skill in cookery has enabled the doctor to make. Mr. Speedwell mentioned some things which I have forgotten. I can only repeat, Sir Patrick, the result at which he has arrived in his own mind. Coming from a man of his authority, the opinion seems to me to be startling in the last degree. If Geoffrey Delamayn runs in the race on Thursday next, he will do it at the risk of his life. At the risk of dying on the ground? Yes. Sir Patrick's face became thoughtful. He waited a little before he spoke again. "We have not wasted our time," he said, "in dwelling on what happened during your visit to Fulham. The possibility of this man's death suggests to my mind serious matter for consideration. It is very desirable, in the interests of my niece and her husband, that I should be able to foresee, if I can, how a fatal result of the race might affect the inquiry which is to be held on Saturday next. I believe you may be able to help me in this." "You have only to tell me how, Sir Patrick." "I may count on your being present on Saturday?" "Certainly." "You thoroughly understand that, in meeting Blanche, you will meet a person estranged from you, for the present, a friend and sister who has ceased, under Lady Lundie's influence mainly, to feel as a friend and sister towards you now?" I was not quite unprepared, Sir Patrick, to hear that Blanche had misjudged me. When I wrote my letter to Mr. Brinkworth, I warned him as delicately as I could that his wife's jealousy might be very easily roused. You may rely on my self-restraint, no matter how hardly it may be tried. Nothing that Blanche can say or do will alter my grateful remembrance of the past. While I live, I love her.
Let that assurance quiet any little anxiety that you may have felt as to my conduct.
And tell me how I can serve those interests which I have at heart as well as you. You can serve them, Miss Silvester, in this way.
You can make me acquainted with the position in which you stood toward Delamayn at the time when you went to the Craig Fernie Inn.
Put any questions to me that you think right, Sir Patrick. You mean that? I mean it. I will begin by recalling something which you had already told me. Delamayn has promised you marriage. Over and over again. In words? Yes. In writing? Yes. Do you see what I am coming to? Hardly yet. You referred, when we first met in this room, to a letter which you had recovered from Bishopriggs at Perth. I have ascertained from Arnold Brinkworth that the sheet of note-paper stolen from you contained 2 letters. One was written by you to Delamayn, the other was written by Delamayn to you. The substance of this last Arnold remembered. Your letter he had not read. It is of the utmost importance, Miss Silvester, to let me see that correspondence before we part today. Anne made no answer. She sat with her clasped hands on her lap. Her eyes looked uneasily away from Sir Patrick's face for the first time. "Will it not be enough," she asked after an interval, "if I tell you the substance of my letter, without showing it?" "It will not be enough," returned Sir Patrick in the plainest manner. "I hinted, if you remember, at the propriety of my seeing the letter when you first mentioned it, and I observed that you purposely abstained from understanding me. I am grieved to put you, on this occasion, to a painful test. But if you are able to help me at this serious crisis, I have shown you the way." Anne rose from her chair, and answered by putting the letter into Sir Patrick's hands. "Remember what he has done since I wrote that," she said, "and try to excuse me if I own that I am ashamed to show it to you now." With those words she walked aside to the window. She stood there, with her hand pressed on her breast, looking out absently on the murky London view of house roof and chimney, while Sir Patrick opened the letter. It is necessary to the right appreciation of events that other eyes besides Sir Patrick should follow the brief course of the correspondence in this place. 1. From Anne Silvester to Geoffrey Delamayn. Windygates House, August 19th, 1868. Geoffrey Delamayn, I have waited in the hope that you would ride over from your brother's place and see me, and I have waited in vain. Your conduct to me is cruelty itself. I will bear it no longer. Consider, in your own interest, consider, before you drive the miserable woman who has trusted you to despair. You have promised me marriage by all that is sacred. I claim your promise. I insist on nothing less than to be what you vowed I should be, what I have waited all this weary time to be, what I am, in the sight of heaven, your wedded wife. Lady Lundie gives a lawn party here on the 14th. I know you have been asked. I expect you to accept her invitation. If I don't see you, I won't answer for what may happen. My mind is made up to endure this suspense no longer. Oh, Geoffrey, remember the past. Be faithful, be just to your loving wife, Anne Silvester. 2. From Geoffrey Delamayn to Anne Silvester. Dear Anne, just called to London to my father. They have telegraphed him in a bad way. Stop where you are, and I will write you. Trust the bearer. Upon my soul, I'll keep my promise. Your loving husband that is to be, Geoffrey Delamayn. Windygates House, August 14th, 4 p.m. In a mortal hurry. The train starts at 4:30. Sir Patrick read the correspondence with breathless attention to the end. At the last lines of the last letter he did what he had not done for 20 years past. He sprang to his feet at a bound, and he crossed the room without the help of his ivory cane. Anne started, and turning round from the window, looked at him in silent surprise. He was under the influence of some strong emotion. His face, his voice, his manner, all showed it. "How long had you been in Scotland when you wrote this?" He pointed to Anne's letter as he asked the question, putting it so eagerly that he stammered over the first words. "More than 3 weeks?" he added, with his bright black eyes fixing an absorbing interest on her face. "Yes." "Are you sure of that?" "I am certain of it." "You can refer to persons who have seen you?" "Easily." He turned the sheet of notepaper and pointed to Geoffrey's penciled letter on the 4th page. "How long had he been in Scotland when he wrote this?" "More than 3 weeks, too?" Anne considered for a moment. "For God's sake, be careful," said Sir Patrick. "You don't know what depends on this. If your memory is not clear about it, say so." "My memory was confused for a moment. It is clear again now. He had been at his brother's in Perthshire 3 weeks before he wrote that. And before he went to Swanhaven he spent 3 or 4 days in the valley of the Esk." "Are you sure again?" "Quite sure." "Do you know of anyone who saw him in the valley of the Esk?" "I know of a person who took a note to him for me." "A person easily found?" "Quite easily." Sir Patrick laid aside the letter, and seized in ungovernable agitation on both her hands. "Listen to me," he said. "The whole conspiracy against Arnold Brinkworth and you falls to the ground before that correspondence, when you and he met at the inn." He paused and looked at her. Her hands were beginning to tremble in his. "When you and Arnold Brinkworth met at the inn," he resumed, "the law of Scotland had made you a married woman. On the day and at the hour when he wrote those lines at the back of your letter to him, you were Geoffrey Delamayn's wedded wife." He stopped and looked at her again. Without a word in reply, without the slightest movement in her from head to foot, she looked back at him. The blank stillness of horror was in her face. The deadly cold of horror was in her hands. In silence on his side, Sir Patrick drew back a step, with a faint reflection of her dismay in his face. Married! To the villain who had not hesitated to calumniate the woman whom he had ruined, and then to cast her helpless on the world. Married to the traitor who had not shrunk from betraying Arnold's trust in him, and desolating Arnold's home. Married to the ruffian who had struck her that morning, if the hands of his own friends had not held him back. And Sir Patrick had never thought of it. Absorbed in the one idea of Blanche's future, he had never thought of it, till that horror-stricken face looked at him and said, "Think of my future, too." He came back to her. He took her cold hand once more in his. "Forgive me," he said, "for thinking first of Blanche." Blanche's name seemed to rouse her. The life came back to her face. The tender brightness began to shine again in her eyes. He saw that he might venture to speak more plainly still. He went on. "I see the dreadful sacrifice as you see it. I ask myself, have I any right? Has Blanche any right?" She stopped him by a faint
Section 52 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. 13th Scene, Chapter the 45th. The Foot Race. A solitary foreigner, drifting about London, drifted toward Fulham on the day of the foot race. Little by little, he found himself involved in the current of a throng of impetuous English people, all flowing together toward one given point, and all decorated alike with colors of two prevailing hues, pink and yellow. He drifted along with the stream of passengers on the pavement, accompanied by a stream of carriages in the road, until they stopped with one accord at a gate, and paid admission money to a man in office, and poured into a great open space of ground which looked like an uncultivated garden. Arrived here, the foreign visitor opened his eyes in wonder at the scene revealed to view. He observed thousands of people assembled, composed almost exclusively of the middle and upper classes of society. They were congregated round a vast enclosure. They were elevated on amphitheatrical wooden stands, and they were perched on the roofs of horseless carriages, drawn up in rows. From this congregation there rose such a roar of eager voices as he had never heard yet from any assembled multitude in these islands. Predominating among the cries, he detected one everlasting question. It began with "Who backs?" and ended in the alternate pronouncing of two British names unintelligible to foreign ears. Seeing these extraordinary sights, and hearing these stirring sounds, he applied to a policeman on duty, and said, in his best producible English, "If you please, sir, what is this?" The policeman answered, "North against South. Sports." The foreigner was informed, but not satisfied. He pointed all round the assembly with a circular sweep of his hand, and said, "Why?" The policeman declined to waste words on a man who could ask such a question as that. He lifted a large purple forefinger, with a broad white nail at the end of it, and pointed gravely to a printed bill posted on the wall behind him. The drifting foreigner drifted to the bill. After reading it carefully from top to bottom, he consulted a polite private individual near at hand, who proved to be far more communicative than the policeman. The result on his mind, as a person not thoroughly awakened to the enormous national importance of athletic sports, was much as follows. The color of North is pink. The color of South is yellow. North produces 14 pink men, and South produces 13 yellow men. The meeting of pink and yellow is a solemnity. The solemnity takes its rise in an indomitable national passion for hardening the arms and legs by throwing hammers and cricket balls with the first, and running and jumping with the second. The object in view is to do this in public rivalry. The ends arrived at are, physically, an excessive development of the muscles purchased at the expense of an excessive strain on the heart and lungs; morally, glory, conferred at the moment by the public applause, confirmed the next day by a report in the newspapers. Any person who presumes to see any physical evil involved in these exercises to the men who practice them, or any moral obstruction in the exhibition itself to those civilizing influences on which the true greatness of all nations depends, is a person without a biceps, who is simply incomprehensible. Muscular England develops itself, and takes no notice of him. The foreigner mixed with the assembly, and looked more closely at the social spectacle around him. He had met with these people before. He had seen them, for instance, at the theatre, and observed their manners and customs with considerable curiosity and surprise. When the curtain was down, they were so little interested in what they had come to see that they had hardly spirit enough to speak to each other between the acts. When the curtain was up, if the play made any appeal to their sympathy with any of the higher and nobler emotions of humanity, they received it as something wearisome, or sneered at it as something absurd. The public feeling of the countrymen of Shakespeare, so far as they represented it, recognized but two duties in the dramatist: the duty of making them laugh, and the duty of getting it over soon. The two great merits of a stage proprietor in England, judging by the rare applause of his cultivated customers, consisted in spending plenty of money on his scenery, and in hiring plenty of brazen-faced women to exhibit their bosoms and their legs, not at theatres only, but among other gatherings, in other places. The foreigner had noticed the same stolid languor, where any effort was expected from genteel English brains, and the same stupid contempt where any appeal was made to genteel hearts. Preserve us from enjoying anything but jokes and scandal. Preserve us from respecting anything but rank and money. There were the social aspirations of these insular ladies and gentlemen, as expressed under other circumstances, and as betrayed amidst other scenes. Here all was changed. Here was the strong feeling, the breathless interest, the hearty enthusiasm, not visible elsewhere. Here were the superb gentlemen who were too weary to speak, when an art was addressing them, shouting themselves hoarse with burst on burst of genuine applause. Here were the fine ladies who yawned behind their fans, at the bare idea of being called on to think or to feel, waving their handkerchiefs in honest delight, and actually flushing with excitement through their powder and their paint. And all for what? All for running and jumping, all for throwing hammers and balls. The foreigner looked at it, and tried, as a citizen of a civilized country, to understand it. He was still trying, when there occurred a pause in the performances. Certain hurdles which had served to exhibit the present satisfactory state of civilization, in jumping, among the upper classes, were removed. The privileged persons who had duties to perform within the enclosure looked all round it, and disappeared one after another. A great hush of expectation pervaded the whole assembly. Something of no common interest and importance was evidently about to take place. On a sudden, the silence was broken by a roar of cheering from the mob in the road outside the grounds. People looked at each other excitedly and said, "One of them has come." The silence prevailed again, and was a second time broken by another roar of applause. People nodded to each other with an air of relief, and said, "Both of them have come." Then the great hush fell on the crowd once more, and all eyes looked toward one particular point of the ground, occupied by a little wooden pavilion, with the blinds down over the open windows, and the door closed. The foreigner was deeply impressed by the silent expectation of the great throng about him. He felt his own sympathies stirred, without knowing why. He believed himself to be on the point of understanding the English people. Some ceremony of grave importance was evidently in preparation. Was a great orator going to address the assembly? Was a glorious anniversary to be commemorated? Was a religious service to be performed? He looked round him to apply for information once more. Two gentlemen, who contrasted favourably, so far as refinement of manner was concerned, with most of the spectators present, were slowly making their way, at that moment, through the crowd near him. He respectfully asked what national solemnity was now about to take place. They informed him that a pair of strong young men were going to run round the enclosure for a given number of turns, with the object of ascertaining which could run the fastest of the two. The foreigner lifted his hands and eyes to heaven. O multifarious Providence! Who would have suspected that the infinite diversities of thy creation included such beings as these? With that aspiration he turned his back on the race-course, and left the place. On his way out of the grounds he had occasion to use his handkerchief, and found that it was gone. He felt next for his purse. His purse was missing too. When he was back again in his own country, intelligent inquiries were addressed to him on the subject of England. He had but one reply to give. The whole nation is a mystery to me. Of all the English people I only understand the English thieves. In the meantime, the two gentlemen, making their way through the crowd, reached a wicket gate in the fence which surrounded the enclosure. Presenting a written order to the policeman in charge of the gate, they were forthwith admitted within the sacred precincts. The closely packed spectators, regarding them with mixed feelings of envy and curiosity, wondered who they might be. Were they referees appointed to act at the coming race, or reporters for the newspapers, or commissioners of police? They were neither the one nor the other. They were only Mr. Speedwell, the surgeon, and Sir Patrick Lundie. The two gentlemen walked into the centre of the enclosure, and looked round them. The grass on which they were standing was girdled by a broad smooth path, composed of finely sifted ashes and sand, and this again was surrounded by the fence, and by the spectators ranked behind it. Above the lines thus formed rose on one side of the amphitheatres, with their tiers of crowded benches, and on the other the long rows of carriages with the sightseers inside and out. The evening sun was shining brightly. The light and shade lay together in grand masses. The varied colours of objects blended softly one with the other. It was a splendid and an inspiriting scene. Sir Patrick turned from the rows of eager faces all round him to his friend the surgeon. "Is there one person to be found in this vast crowd," he asked, "who has come to see the race with the doubt in his mind which has brought us to see it?" Mr. Speedwell shook his head. "Not one of them knows or cares what the struggle may cost the men who engage in it." Sir Patrick looked round him again. "I almost wish I had not come to see it," he said. "If this wretched man—" The surgeon interposed. "Don't dwell needlessly, Sir Patrick, on the gloomy view," he rejoined. "The opinion I have formed has, thus far, no positive grounds to rest on. I am guessing rightly, as I believe, but at the same time I am guessing in the dark. Appearances may have misled me. There may be reserves of vital force in Mr. Delamayn's constitution which I don't suspect. I am here to learn a lesson, not to see a prediction fulfilled. I know his health is broken, and I believe he is going to run this race at his own proper peril. Don't feel too sure beforehand of the event. The event may prove me to be wrong." For the moment Sir Patrick dropped the subject. He was not in his usual spirits. Since his interview with Anne had satisfied him that she was Geoffrey's lawful wife, the conviction had inevitably forced itself on his mind that the one possible chance for her in the future was the chance of Geoffrey's death. Horrible as it was to him, he had been possessed by that one idea, go where he might, do what he might, struggle as he might, to force his thoughts in other directions. He looked round the broad ashen path on which the race was to be run, conscious that he had a secret interest in it, which was unutterably repugnant to him to feel. He tried to resume the conversation with his friend, and to lead it to other topics. The effort was useless. In despite of himself, he returned to the one fatal subject of the struggle that was now close at hand. "How many times must they go round this enclosure," he inquired, "before the race is ended?" Mr. Speedwell turned toward a gentleman who was approaching them at the moment. "Here is somebody coming who can tell us," he said. "You know him?" "He is one of my patients." "Who is he?" "After the two runners, he is the most important personage on the ground. He is the final authority, the umpire of the race." The person thus described was a middle-aged man, with a prematurely wrinkled face, with prematurely white hair, and with something of a military look about him, brief in speech and quick in manner. "The path measures 440 yards round," he said when the surgeon had repeated Sir Patrick's question to him. "In plainer words, and not to put you to your arithmetic, once round it is 1/4 of a mile. Each round is called a lap. The men must run 16 laps to finish the race. Not to put you to your arithmetic again, they must run 4 miles, the longest race of this kind which it is customary to attempt at sports like these. Professional pedestrians exceed that limit, do they not? Considerably, on certain occasions. Are they a long-lived race? Far from it. They are exceptions when they live to be old men. Mr. Speedwell looked at Sir Patrick. Sir Patrick put a question to the Empire. You have just told us, he said, that the two young men who appear today are going to run the longest distance yet attempted in their experience. Is it generally thought by persons who understand such things that they are both fit to bear the exertion demanded of them? You can judge for yourself, sir. Here is one of them. He pointed toward the pavilion. At the same moment there rose a mighty clapping of hands from the great throng of spectators. Fleetwood, champion of the North, decorated in his pink colours, descended the pavilion steps and walked into the arena. Young, lithe, and elegant, with supple strength expressed in every movement of his limbs, with a bright smile on his resolute young face, the man of the North won the women's hearts at starting. The murmur of eager talk rose among them on all sides. The men were quieter, especially the men who understood the subject. It was a serious question with these experts whether Fleetwood was not a little too fine. Superbly trained, it was admitted, but possibly a little overtrained for a 4-mile race. The northern hero was followed into the enclosure by his friends and backers, and by his trainer. This last carried a tin can in his hand. Cold water, the Empire explained. If he gets exhausted, his trainer will pick him up by a dash of it as he goes by. A new burst of hand-clapping rattled all round the arena. Delamain, champion of the South, decorated in his yellow colours, presented himself to the public view. The immense hum of voices rose louder and louder as he walked into the centre of the great green space. Surprise at the extraordinary contrast between the two men was the prevalent emotion of the moment. Geoffrey was more than a head taller than his antagonist, and broader in full proportion. The women who had been charmed with easy gait and confident smile of Fleetwood were all more or less painfully impressed by the sullen strength of the southern man, as he passed before them slowly, with his head down and his brows knit, deaf to the applause showered on him, reckless of the eyes that looked at him, speaking to nobody, concentrated in himself, biding his time. He held the men who understood the subject breathless with interest. There it was, the famous staying power that was to endure in the last terrible half-mile of the race, when the nimble and jaunty Fleetwood was run off his legs. Whispers had been spread abroad hinting at something which had gone wrong with Delamain in his training, and now that all eyes could judge him, his appearance suggested criticism in some quarters. It was exactly the opposite of the criticism passed on his antagonist. The doubt as to Delamain was whether he had been sufficiently trained. Still the solid strength of the man, the slow, panther-like smoothness of his movements, and above all, his great reputation in the world of muscle and sport, had their effect. The betting which, with occasional fluctuations, had held steadily in his favour thus far, held, now that he was publicly seen, steadily in his favour still. Fleetwood for shorter distances if you like, but Delamain for a 4-mile race. Do you think he sees us? Whispered Sir Patrick to the surgeon. He sees nobody. Can you judge of the condition he is in at this distance? He has twice the muscular strength of the other man. His trunk and limbs are magnificent. It is useless to ask me more than that about his condition. We are too far from him to see his face plainly. The conversation among the audience began to flag again, and the silent expectation set in among them once more. One by one the different persons officially connected with the race gathered together on the grass. The trainer, Perry, was among them, with his can of water in his hand, in anxious whispering conversation with his principal, giving him the last words of advice before the start. The trainer's doctor, leaving them together, came up to pay his respects to his illustrious colleague. "How has he got on since I was at Fulham?" asked Mr. Speedwell. "First rate, sir. It was one of his bad days when you saw him. He has done wonders in the last 48 hours." "Is he going to win the race?" Privately, the doctor had done what Perry had done before him. He had backed Geoffrey's antagonist. Publicly, he was true to his colours. He cast a disparaging look at Fleetwood, and answered "yes," without the slightest hesitation. At that point, the conversation was suspended by a sudden movement in the enclosure. The runners were on their way to the starting place. The moment of the race had come. Shoulder to shoulder the two men waited, each with his foot touching the mark. The firing of a pistol gave the signal for the start. At the instant when the report sounded, they were off. Fleetwood at once took the lead, Delamain following, at from 2 to 3 yards behind him. In that order they ran the first round, the second, and the third, both reserving their strength, both watched with breathless interest by every soul in the place. The trainers, with their cans in their hands, ran backward and forward over the grass, meeting their men at certain points, and eyeing them narrowly in silence. The official persons stood together in a group, their eyes following the runners round and round with the closest attention. The trainer's doctor, still attached to his illustrious colleague, offered the necessary explanations to Mr. Speedwell and his friend. "Nothing much to see for the first mile, sir, except the style of the two men." "You mean they are not really exerting themselves yet?" "No, getting their wind and feeling their legs. Pretty runner, Fleetwood, if you notice, sir. Gets his legs a trifle better in front, and hardly lifts his heels quite so high as our man. His action's the best of the two, I grant that. But just look, as they come by, which keeps the straightest line. There's where Delamain has 'em. It's a steadier, stronger, truer pace, and you'll see it tell when they're halfway through." So for the first 3 rounds the doctor expatiated on the two contrasted styles, in terms mercifully adapted to the comprehension of persons unacquainted with the language of the running ring. At the 4th round, in other words, at the round which completed the first mile, the first change in the relative position of the runners occurred. Delamain suddenly dashed to the front. Fleetwood smiled as the other passed him. Delamain held the lead till they were halfway through the 5th round, when Fleetwood, at a hint from his trainer, forced the pace. He lightly passed Delamain in an instant, and led again to the completion of the 6th round. At the opening of the 7th, Delamain forced the pace on his side. For a few moments they ran exactly abreast. Then Delamain drew away inch by inch, and recovered the lead. The first burst of applause, led by the South, rang out, as the big man beat Fleetwood at his own tactics, and headed him at the critical moment when the race was nearly half run. "It begins to look as if Delamain was going to win," said Sir Patrick. The trainer's doctor forgot himself. Infected by the rising excitement of everybody about him, he let out the truth. "Wait a bit," he said. "Fleetwood has got directions to let him pass. Fleetwood is waiting to see what he can do." "Cunning, you see, Sir Patrick, is one of the elements in a manly sport," said Mr. Speedwell, quietly. At the end of the 7th round, Fleetwood proved the doctor to be right. He shot past Delamain like an arrow from a bow. At the end of the 8th round, he was leading by 2 yards. Half the race had then been run. Time, 10 minutes and 33 seconds. Toward the end of the 9th round, the pace slackened a little. Delamain was in front again. He kept ahead until the opening of the 11th round. At that point, Fleetwood flung up one hand in the air with a gesture of triumph, and bounded past Delamain with a shout of "Hooray for the North!" The shout was echoed by the spectators. In proportion as the exertion began to tell upon the men, so the excitement steadily rose among the people looking at them. At the 12th round, Fleetwood was leading by 6 yards. Cries of triumph rose among the adherents of the North, met by counter cries of defiance from the South. At the next turn Delamain resolutely lessened the distance between his antagonist and himself. At the opening of the 14th round, they were coming side by side. A few yards more, and Delamain was in front again, amidst a roar of applause from the whole public voice. Yet a few yards further, and Fleetwood neared him, passed him, dropped behind again, led again, and was passed again at the end of the round. The excitement rose to its highest pitch as the runners, gasping for breath, with dark flushed faces and heaving breasts, alternately passed and repassed each other. Oaths were heard now as well as cheers. Women turned pale and men set their teeth as the last round but one began. At the opening of it, Delamain was still in advance. Before 6 yards more had been covered, Fleetwood betrayed the purpose of his running in the previous round, and electrified the whole assembly by dashing past his antagonist, for the first time in the race at the top of his speed. Everybody present could see, now, that Delamain had been allowed to lead on sufferance, had been dexterously drawn on to put out his whole power, and had then, and not till then, been seriously deprived of the lead. He made another effort, with a desperate resolution that roused the public enthusiasm to frenzy. While the voices were roaring, while the hats and handkerchiefs were waving round the course, while the actual event of the race was, for one supreme moment, still in doubt, Mr. Speedwell caught Sir Patrick by the arm. "Prepare yourself," he whispered. "It's all over." As the words passed his lips, Delamayn swerved on the path. His trainer dashed water over him. He rallied, and ran another step or two, swerved again, staggered, lifted his arm to his mouth with a hoarse cry of rage, fastened his own teeth in his flesh like a wild beast, and fell senseless on the course. A babel of sounds arose, the cries of alarm in some places, mingling with the shouts of triumph from the backers of Fleetwood in others, as their man ran lightly on to win the now uncontested race. Not the enclosure only, but the course itself was invaded by the crowd. In the midst of the tumult, the fallen man was drawn onto the grass, with Mr. Speedwell and the trainer's doctor in attendance on him. At the terrible moment when the surgeon laid his hand on the heart, Fleetwood passed the spot, a passage being forced for him through the people by his friends and the police, running the 16th and last round of the race. Had the beaten man fainted under it, or had he died under it? Everybody waited, with their eyes riveted on the surgeon's hand. The surgeon looked up from him, and called for water to throw over his face, for brandy to put into his mouth. He was coming to life again. He had survived the race. The last shout of applause which hailed Fleetwood's victory rang out as they lifted him from the ground to carry him to the pavilion. Sir Patrick, admitted at Mr. Speedwell's request, was the one stranger allowed to pass the door. At the moment when he ascended the steps, someone touched his arm. It was Captain Newenden. "Do the doctors answer for his life?" asked the captain. "I can't get my niece to leave the ground till she is satisfied of that." Mr. Speedwell heard the question, and replied to it briefly from the top of the pavilion steps. "For the present, yes," he said. The captain thanked him, and disappeared. They entered the pavilion. The necessary restorative measures were taken, under Mr. Speedwell's directions. There the conquered athlete lay, outwardly an inert mass of strength, formidable to look at, even in its fall; inwardly a weaker creature, in all that constitutes vital force, than the fly that buzzed on the window-pane. By slow degrees the fluttering life came back. The sun was setting, and the evening light was beginning to fail. Mr. Speedwell beckoned to Perry to follow him into an unoccupied corner of the room. "In half an hour or less he will be well enough to be taken home. Where are his friends? He has a brother, hasn't he?" "His brother's in Scotland, sir." "His father?" Perry scratched his head. "From all I hear, sir, he and his father don't agree." Mr. Speedwell applied to Sir Patrick. "Do you know anything of his family affairs?" "Very little. I believe what the man has told you to be the truth." "Is his mother living?" "Yes. I will write to her myself. In the meantime, somebody must take him home. He has plenty of friends here. Where are they?" He looked out of the window as he spoke. A throng of people had gathered round the pavilion, waiting to hear the latest news. Mr. Speedwell directed Perry to go out and search among them for any friends of his employer whom he might know by sight. Perry hesitated and scratched his head for the second time. "What are you waiting for?"
asked the surgeon sharply. "You know his friends by sight, don't you?" "I don't think I shall find them outside," said Parry. "Why not?" "They backed him heavily, sir, and they have all lost." Deaf to this unanswerable reason for the absence of friends, Mr. Speedwell insisted on sending Parry out to search among the persons who composed the crowd. The trainer returned with his report. "You were right, sir. There are some of his friends outside. They want to see him." "Let 2 or 3 of them in." 3 came in. They stared at him. They uttered brief expressions of pity in slang. They said to Mr. Speedwell, "We wanted to see him. What is it, eh?" "It's a breakdown in his health." "Bad training?" "Athletic sports." "Oh, thank you. Good evening." Mr. Speedwell's answer drove them out like a flock of sheep before a dog. There was not even time to put the question to them as to who was to take him home. "I'll look after him, sir," said Parry. "You can trust me." "I'll go too," added the trainer's doctor, "and see him littered down for the night." The only 2 men who had hedged their bets by privately backing his opponent were also the only 2 men who volunteered to take him home. They went back to the sofa on which he was lying. His bloodshot eyes were rolling heavily and vacantly about him, on the search for something. They rested on the doctor, and looked away again. They turned to Mr. Speedwell, and stopped, riveted on his face. The surgeon bent over him and said, "What is it?" He answered with a thick accent and laboured breathing, uttering a word at a time. "Shall I die?" "I hope not." "Sure?" "No." He looked round him again. This time his eyes rested on the trainer. Parry came forward. "What can I do for you, sir?" The reply came slowly, as before. "My coat pocket." "This one, sir?" "No." "This?" "Yes." "Book." The trainer felt in the pocket, and produced a betting book. "What's to be done with this, sir?" "Read." The trainer held the book before him, open at the last 2 pages, on which entries had been made. He rolled his head impatiently from side to side of the sofa pillow. It was plain that he was not yet sufficiently recovered to be able to read what he had written. "Shall I read for you, sir?" "Yes." The trainer read 3 entries, one after another, without result. They had all been honestly settled. At the 4th, the prostrate man said, "Stop." This was the first of the entries which still depended on a future event. It recorded the wager laid at Windygates, when Geoffrey had backed himself, in defiance of the surgeon's opinion, to row in the University boat race next spring, and had forced Arnold Brinkworth to bet against him. "Well, sir, what's to be done about this?" He collected his strength for the effort, and answered by a word at a time. "Right, brother, Julius. Pay, Arnold, wins." His lifted hand, solemnly emphasizing what he said, dropped at his side. He closed his eyes, and fell into a heavy, stertorous sleep. Give him his due, scoundrel as he was, give him his due. The awful moment, when his life was trembling in the balance, found him true to the last living faith left among the men of his tribe and time, the faith of the betting book. Sir Patrick and Mr. Speedwell quitted the race ground together, Geoffrey having been previously removed to his lodgings hard by. They met Arnold Brinkworth at the gate. He had, by his own desire, kept out of view among the crowd, and he decided on walking back by himself. The separation from Blanche had changed him in all his habits. He asked but two favours during the interval which was to elapse before he saw his wife again: to be allowed to bear it in his own way, and to be left alone. Relieved of the oppression which had kept him silent while the race was in progress, Sir Patrick put a question to the surgeon as they drove home, which had been in his mind from the moment when Geoffrey had lost the day. "I hardly understand the anxiety you showed about Delamayn," he said, "when you found that he had only fainted under the fatigue. Was it something more than a common fainting fit?" "It is useless to conceal it now," replied Mr. Speedwell. "He has had a narrow escape from a paralytic stroke." "Was that what you dreaded when you spoke to him at Windygates?" "That was what I saw in his face when I gave him the warning. I was right so far. I was wrong in my estimate of the reserve of vital power left in him. When he dropped on the race-course, I firmly believed we should find him a dead man." "Is it hereditary paralysis? His father's last illness was of that sort." Mr. Speedwell smiled. "Hereditary paralysis?" he repeated. "Why, the man is, naturally, a phenomenon of health and strength, in the prime of his life. Hereditary paralysis might have found him out 30 years hence. His rowing and his running, for the last 4 years, are alone answerable for what has happened to-day." Sir Patrick ventured on a suggestion. "Surely," he said, "with your name to compel attention to it, you ought to make this public, as a warning to others?" "It would be quite useless. Delamayn is far from being the first man who has dropped at foot racing under the cruel stress laid on the vital organs. The public have a happy knack of forgetting these accidents. They would be quite satisfied when they found the other man, who happens to have got through it, produced as a sufficient answer to me." Anne Silvester's future was still dwelling on Sir Patrick's mind. His next inquiry related to the serious subject of Geoffrey's prospect of recovery in the time to come. "He will never recover," said Mr. Speedwell. "Paralysis is hanging over him. How long he may live it is impossible for me to say. Much depends on himself. In his condition, any new imprudence, any violent emotion, may kill him at a moment's notice." "If no accident happens," said Sir Patrick, "will he be sufficiently himself again to leave his bed and go out?" "Certainly. He has an appointment that I know of for Saturday next. Is it likely that he will be able to keep it?" "Quite likely." Sir Patrick said no more. Anne's face was before him again at the memorable moment when he had told her that she was Geoffrey's wife.
Section 53 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Man and Woman by Wilkie Collins. 14th Scene, Portland Place. Chapter the 46th, A Scotch Marriage. It was Saturday, the 3rd of October, the day on which the assertion of Arnold's marriage to Anne Silvester was to be put to the proof. Toward 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Blanche and her stepmother entered the drawing-room of Lady Lundie's townhouse in Portland Place. Since the previous evening, the weather had altered for the worse. The rain, which had set in from an early hour that morning, still fell. Viewed from the drawing-room windows, the desolation of Portland Place in the dead season wore its aspect of deepest gloom. The dreary opposite houses were all shut up. The black mud was inches deep in the roadway. The soot, floating in tiny black particles, mixed with the falling rain, and heightened the dirty obscurity of the rising mist. Foot passengers and vehicles, succeeding each other at rare intervals, left great gaps of silence absolutely uninterrupted by sound. Even the grinders of organs were mute, and the wandering dogs of the street were too wet to bark. Looking back from the view out of Lady Lundie's state windows to the view in Lady Lundie's state room, the melancholy that reigned without was more than matched by the melancholy that reigned within. The house had been shut up for the season. It had not been considered necessary during its mistress's brief visit to disturb the existing state of things. Coverings of dim brown hue shrouded the furniture. The chandeliers hung invisible in enormous bags. The silent clocks hibernated under extinguishers dropped over them 2 months since. The tables, drawn up in corners, loaded with ornaments, at other times had nothing but pen, ink, and paper, suggestive of the coming proceedings, placed on them now. The smell of the house was musty. The voice of the house was still. One melancholy maid haunted the bedrooms upstairs like a ghost. One melancholy man, appointed to admit the visitors, sat solitary in the lower regions. The last of the flunkeys mouldering in an extinct servants' hall. Not a word passed in the drawing-room between Lady Lundie and Blanche. Each waited the appearance of the persons concerned in the coming inquiry, absorbed in her own thoughts. Their situation at the moment was a solemn burlesque of the situation of two ladies who are giving an evening party and who are waiting to receive their guests. Did neither of them see this? Or seeing it, did they shrink from acknowledging it? In similar positions, who does not shrink? The occasions are many on which we have excellent reason to laugh when the tears are in our eyes, but only children are bold enough to follow the impulse. So strangely in human existence does the mockery of what is serious mingle with the serious reality itself, that nothing but our own self-respect preserves our gravity at some of the most important emergencies in our lives. The two ladies waited the coming ordeal together gravely, as became the occasion. The silent maid flitted noiselessly upstairs. The silent man waited motionless in the lower regions. Outside, the street was a desert. Inside, the house was a tomb. The church clock struck the hour 2. At the same moment, the first of the persons concerned in the investigation arrived. Lady Lundie waited composedly for the opening of the drawing-room door. Blanche started and trembled. Was it Arnold? Was it Anne? The door opened, and Blanche drew a breath of relief. The first arrival was only Lady Lundie's solicitor, invited to attend the proceedings on her ladyship's behalf. He was one of that large class of purely mechanical and perfectly mediocre persons connected with the practice of the law, who will probably, in a more advanced state of science, be superseded by machinery. He made himself useful in altering the arrangement of the tables and chairs, so as to keep the contending parties effectually separated from each other. He also entreated Lady Lundie to bear in mind that he knew nothing of Scotch law, and that he was there in the capacity of a friend only. This done, he sat down and looked out with silent interest at the rain, as if it was an operation of nature which he had never had an opportunity of inspecting before. The next knock at the door heralded the arrival of a visitor of a totally different order. The melancholy manservant announced Captain Newenden. Possibly in deference to the occasion, possibly in defiance of the weather, the captain had taken another backward step toward the days of his youth. He was painted and padded, wigged and dressed to represent the abstract idea of a male human being of 25 in robust health. There might have been a little stiffness in the region of the waist, and a slight want of firmness in the eyelid and the chin. Otherwise, there was the fiction of 25, founded in appearance on the fact of 35, with the truth invisible behind it, counting 70 years. Wearing a flower in his buttonhole, and carrying a jaunty little cane in his hand, brisk, rosy, smiling, perfumed, the captain's appearance brightened the dreary room. It was pleasantly suggestive of a morning visit from an idle young man. He appeared to be a little surprised to find Blanche present on the scene of approaching conflict. Lady Lundie thought it due to herself to explain. "My stepdaughter is here in direct defiance of my entreaties and my advice. Persons may present themselves whom it is, in my opinion, improper she should see. Revelations will take place which no young woman in her position should hear. She insists on it, Captain Newenden, and I am obliged to submit." The captain shrugged his shoulders and showed his beautiful teeth. Blanche was far too deeply interested in the coming ordeal to care to defend herself. She looked as if she had not even heard what her stepmother had said of her. The solicitor remained absorbed in the interesting view of the falling rain. Lady Lundie asked after Mrs. Glenarm. The captain, in reply, described his niece's anxiety as something, in short, only to be indicated by shaking his ambrosial curls and waving his jaunty cane. Mrs. Delamayn was staying with her until her uncle returned with the news. And where was Julius? Detained in Scotland by election business. And Lord and Lady Holchester? Lord and Lady Holchester knew nothing about it. There was another knock at the door. Blanche's pale face turned paler still. Was it Arnold? Was it Anne? After a longer delay than usual, the servant announced Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn and Mr. Moy. Geoffrey, slowly entering first, saluted the two ladies in silence, and noticed no one else. The London solicitor, withdrawing himself for a moment from the absorbing prospect of the rain, pointed to the places reserved for the newcomer and for the legal adviser whom he had brought with him. Geoffrey seated himself, without so much as a glance round the room. Leaning his elbows on his knees, he vacantly traced patterns on the carpet with his clumsy oaken walking-stick. Stolid indifference expressed itself in his lowering brow and his loosely hanging mouth. The loss of the race and the circumstances accompanying it appeared to have made him duller than usual and heavier than usual, and that was all. Captain Newenden approaching to speak to him, stopped halfway, hesitated, thought better of it, and addressed himself to Mr. Moy. Geoffrey's legal adviser, a Scotsman of the ruddy, ready, and convivial type, cordially met the advance. He announced, in reply to the captain's inquiry, that the witnesses, Mrs. Inchbare and Bishopriggs, were waiting below until they were wanted in the housekeeper's room. Had there been any difficulty in finding them? Not the least. Mrs. Inchbare was, as a matter of course, at her hotel. Inquiries being set on foot for Bishopriggs, it appeared that he and the landlady had come to an understanding, and that he had returned to his old post of head waiter at the inn. The captain and Mr. Moy kept up the conversation between them, thus begun, with unflagging ease and spirit. Theirs were the only voices heard in the trying interval that elapsed before the next knock was heard at the door. At last it came. There could be no doubt now as to the persons who might next be expected to enter the room. Lady Lundie took her stepdaughter firmly by the hand. She was not sure of what Blanche's first impulse might lead her to do. For the first time in her life, Blanche left her hand willingly in her stepmother's grasp. The door opened, and they came in. Sir Patrick Lundie entered first, with Anne Silvester on his arm. Arnold Brinkworth followed them. Both Sir Patrick and Anne bowed in silence to the persons assembled. Lady Lundie ceremoniously returned her brother-in-law's salute, and pointedly abstained from noticing Anne's presence in the room. Blanche never looked up. Arnold advanced to her, with his hand held out. Lady Lundie rose and motioned him back. "Not yet, Mr. Brinkworth," she said, in her most quietly merciless manner. Arnold stood, heedless of her, looking at his wife. His wife lifted her eyes to his. The tears rose in them on the instant. Arnold's dark complexion turned ashy pale under the effort that it cost him to command himself. "I won't distress you," he said gently, and turned back again to the table at which Sir Patrick and Anne were seated together apart from the rest. Sir Patrick took his hand and pressed it in silent approval. The one person who took no part, even as spectator, in the events that followed the appearance of Sir Patrick and his companions in the room, was Geoffrey. The only change visible in him was a change in the handling of his walking stick. Instead of tracing patterns on the carpet, it beat a tattoo. For the rest, there he sat with his heavy head on his breast and his brawny arms on his knees, weary of it by anticipation before it had begun. Sir Patrick broke the silence. He addressed himself to his sister-in-law. "Lady Lundie, are all the persons present whom you expected to see here to-day?" The gathered venom in Lady Lundie seized the opportunity of planting its first sting. "All whom I expected are here," she answered, "and more than I expected," she added with a look at Anne. The look was not returned, was not even seen. From the moment when she had taken her place by Sir Patrick, Anne's eyes had rested on Blanche. They never moved. They never for an instant lost their tender sadness when the woman who hated her spoke. All that was beautiful and true in that noble nature seemed to find its one sufficient encouragement in Blanche. As she looked once more at the sister of the unforgotten days of old, its native beauty of expression shone out again in her worn and weary face. Every man in the room but Geoffrey looked at her, and every man but Geoffrey felt for her. Sir Patrick addressed a second question to his sister-in-law. Is there any one here to represent the interests of Geoffrey Delamayn?" he asked. Lady Lundie referred Sir Patrick to Geoffrey himself. Without looking up, Geoffrey motioned with his big brown hand to Mr. Moy sitting by his side. Mr. Moy, holding the legal rank in Scotland which corresponds to the rank held by solicitors in England, rose and bowed to Sir Patrick with a courtesy due to a man eminent in his time at the Scottish bar. "I represent Mr. Delamayn," he said. "I congratulate myself, Sir Patrick, on having your ability and experience to appeal to in the conduct of the pending inquiry." Sir Patrick returned the compliment as well as the bow. "It is I who should learn from you," he answered. "I have had time, Mr. Moy, to forget what I once knew." Lady Lundie looked from one to the other with unconcealed impatience, as these formal courtesies were exchanged between the lawyers. "Allow me to remind you, gentlemen, of the suspense that we are suffering at this end of the room," she said, "and permit me to ask when you propose to begin." Sir Patrick looked invitingly at Mr. Moy. Mr. Moy looked invitingly at Sir Patrick. More formal courtesies. A polite contest this time as to which of the two learned gentlemen should permit the other to speak first. Mr. Moy's modesty proving to be quite immovable, Sir Patrick ended it by opening the proceedings. "I am here," he said, "to act on behalf of my friend Mr. Arnold Brinkworth. I beg to present him to you, Mr. Moy, as the husband of my niece, to whom he was lawfully married on the 7th of September last, at the church of St. Margaret, in the parish of Hawley, Kent. I have a copy of the marriage certificate here, if you wish to look at it." Mr. Moy's modesty declined to look at it. "Quite needless, Sir Patrick. I admit that a marriage ceremony took place on the date named, between the persons named. But I contend that it was not a valid marriage. I say on behalf of my client here present, Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn, that Arnold Brinkworth was married at a prior date to the 7th of September last, namely, on the 14th of August in this year, and at a place called Craig Fernie in Scotland, to a lady named Anne Silvester, now living and present among us, as I understand, at this moment." Sir Patrick presented Anne. "This is the lady, Mr. Moy." Mr. Moy bowed and made a suggestion. "To save needless formalities, Sir Patrick, shall we take the question of identity as established on both sides?" Sir Patrick agreed with his learned friend. Lady Lundie opened and shut her fan in undisguised impatience. The London solicitor was deeply interested. Captain Newenden, taking out his handkerchief and using it as a screen, yawned behind it to his heart's content. Sir Patrick resumed. "You assert the prior marriage," he said to his colleague. "It rests with you to begin." Mr. Moy cast a preliminary look round him at the persons assembled. "The object of our meeting here," he said, "is, if I am not mistaken, of a twofold nature. In the first place, it is thought desirable by a person who has a special interest in the issue of this inquiry." He glanced at the captain. The captain suddenly became attentive. "To put my client's assertion relating to Mr. Brinkworth's marriage to the proof. In the second place, we are all equally desirous, whatever difference of opinion may otherwise exist, to make this informal inquiry a means, if possible, of avoiding the painful publicity which would result from an appeal to a court of law." At those words the gathered venom in Lady Lundie planted its second sting, under cover of a protest addressed to Mr. Moy. "I beg to inform you, sir, on behalf of my stepdaughter," she said, "that we have nothing to dread from the widest publicity. We consent to be present at what you call this informal inquiry, reserving our right to carry the matter beyond the four walls of this room. I am not referring now to Mr. Brinkworth's chance of clearing himself from an odious suspicion which rests upon him and upon another person present. That is an after matter. The object immediately before us, so far as a woman can pretend to understand it, is to establish my stepdaughter's right to call Mr. Brinkworth to account in the character of his wife. If the result so far fails to satisfy us in that particular, we shall not hesitate to appeal to a court of law. She leaned back in her chair and opened her fan and looked round her with the air of a woman who called society to witness that she had done her duty. An expression of pain crossed Blanche's face while her stepmother was speaking. Lady Lundie took her hand for the second time. Blanche resolutely and pointedly withdrew it. Sir Patrick, noticing the action with special interest. Before Mr. Moy could say a word in answer, Arnold centered the general attention on himself by suddenly interfering in the proceedings. Blanche looked at him. A bright flash of color appeared on her face and left it again. Sir Patrick noted the change of color, and observed her more attentively than ever. Arnold's letter to his wife, with time to help it, had plainly shaken her ladyship's influence over Blanche. After what Lady Lundie has said in my wife's presence, Arnold burst out in his straightforward, boyish way, I think I ought to be allowed to say a word on my side. I only want to explain how it was I came to go to Craig Fernie at all, and I challenge Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn to deny it if he can. His voice rose at the last words, and his eyes brightened with indignation as he looked at Geoffrey. Mr. Moy appealed to his learned friend. "With submission, Sir Patrick, to your better judgment," he said, "this young gentleman's proposal seems to be a little out of place at the present stage of the proceedings." "Pardon me," answered Sir Patrick, "you have yourself described the proceedings as representing an informal inquiry. An informal proposal, with submission to your better judgment, Mr. Moy, is hardly out of place under those circumstances, is it?" Mr. Moy's inexhaustible modesty gave way without a struggle. The answer to which he received had the effect of puzzling him at the outset of the investigation. A man of Sir Patrick's experience must have known that Arnold's mere assertion of his own innocence could be productive of nothing but useless delay in the proceedings. And yet he sanctioned that delay. Was he privately on the watch for any accidental circumstance which might help him to better a case that he knew to be a bad one? Permitted to speak, Arnold spoke. The unmistakable accent of truth was in every word that he uttered. He gave a fairly coherent account of events, from the time when Geoffrey had claimed his assistance at the lawn party to the time when he found himself at the door of the inn at Craig Fernie. There Sir Patrick interfered and closed his lips. He asked leave to appeal to Geoffrey to confirm him. Sir Patrick amazed Mr. Moy by sanctioning this irregularity also. Arnold sternly addressed himself to Geoffrey. "Do you deny that what I have said is true?" he asked. Mr. Moy did his duty by his client. "You are not bound to answer," he said, "unless you wish it yourself." Geoffrey slowly lifted his heavy hand and confronted the man whom he had betrayed. "I deny every word of it," he answered, with a stolid defiance of tone and manner. "Have we had enough of assertion and counter-assertion, Sir Patrick, by this time?" asked Mr. Moy with undiminished politeness. After first forcing Arnold, with some difficulty, to control himself, Sir Patrick raised Mr. Moy's astonishment to the culminating point. For reasons of his own, he determined to strengthen the favourable impression which Arnold's statement had plainly produced on his wife before the inquiry proceeded a step further. "I must throw myself on your indulgence, Mr. Moy," he said. "I have not had enough of assertion and counter-assertion even yet." Mr. Moy leaned back in his chair with a mixed expression of bewilderment and resignation. Either his colleague's intellect was in a failing state, or his colleague had some purpose in view which had not openly asserted itself yet. He began to suspect that the right reading of the riddle was involved in the latter of those two alternatives. Instead of entering any fresh protest, he wisely waited and watched. Sir Patrick went on unblushingly from one irregularity to another. "I request Mr. Moy's permission to revert to the alleged marriage on the 14th of August at Craig Fernie," he said. "Arnold Brinkworth, answer for yourself in the presence of the persons here assembled. In all that you said and all that you did while you were at the inn, were you not solely influenced by the wish to make Miss Silvester's position as little painful to her as possible, and by anxiety to carry out the instructions given to you by Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn? Is that the whole truth?" "That is the whole truth, Sir Patrick." "On the day when you went to Craig Fernie, had you not, a few hours previously, applied for my permission to marry my niece?" "I applied for your permission, Sir Patrick, and you gave it to me." "From the moment when you entered the inn to the moment when you left it, were you absolutely innocent of the slightest intention to marry Miss Silvester?" "No such thing as the thought of marrying Miss Silvester ever entered my head." "And this you say on your word of honour as a gentleman?" "On my word of honour as a gentleman." Sir Patrick turned to Anne. "Was it a matter of necessity, Miss Silvester, that you should appear in the assumed character of a married woman on the 14th of August last at the Craig Fernie inn?" Anne looked away from Blanche for the first time. She replied to Sir Patrick quietly, readily, firmly, Blanche looking at her and listening to her with eager interest. "I went to the inn alone, Sir Patrick. The landlady refused in the plainest terms to let me stay there unless she was first satisfied that I was a married woman." "Which of the two gentlemen did you expect to join you at the inn, Mr. Arnold Brinkworth or Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn?" "Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn." "When Mr. Arnold Brinkworth came in his place and said what was necessary to satisfy the scruples of the landlady, you understood that he was acting in your interests from motives of kindness only, and under the instructions of Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn?" "I understood that, and I objected as strongly as I could to Mr. Brinkworth placing himself in a false position on my account." "Did your objection proceed from any knowledge of the Scottish law of marriage, and of the position in which the peculiarities of that law might place Mr. Brinkworth?" "I had no knowledge of the Scottish law. I had a vague dislike and dread of the deception which Mr. Brinkworth was practising on the people of the inn, and I feared it might lead to some possible misinterpretation of me on the part of a person whom I dearly loved." "That person being my niece?" "Yes." "You appealed to Mr. Brinkworth, knowing of his attachment to my niece, in her name, and for her sake, to leave you to shift for yourself?" "I did." "As a gentleman who had given his promise to help and protect a lady in the absence of the person whom she had depended on to join her, he refused to leave you to shift by yourself?" "Unhappily, he refused on that account. From first to last you were absolutely innocent of the slightest intention to marry Mr. Brinkworth?" "I answer, Sir Patrick, as Mr. Brinkworth has answered. No such thing as the thought of marrying him ever entered my head. And this you say on your oath as a Christian woman? On my oath as a Christian woman. Sir Patrick looked round at Blanche. Her face was hidden in her hands. Her stepmother was vainly appealing to her to compose herself. In the moment of silence that followed, Mr. Moy interfered in the interests of his client. I waive my claim, Sir Patrick, to put any questions on my side. I merely desire to remind you, and to remind the company present, that all that we have just heard is mere assertion on the part of two persons strongly interested in extricating themselves from a position which fatally compromises them both. The marriage which they deny I am now waiting to prove, not by assertion on my side, but by appeal to competent witnesses. After a brief consultation with her own solicitor, Lady Lundie followed Mr. Moy in stronger language still. I wish you to understand, Sir Patrick, before you proceed any farther, that I shall remove my step-daughter from the room if any more attempts are made to harrow her feelings and mislead her judgment. I want words to express my sense of this most cruel and unfair way of conducting the inquiry. The London lawyer followed, stating his professional approval of his client's view. As her ladyship's legal adviser, he said, I support the protest which her ladyship has just made. Even Captain Newenden agreed in the general disapproval of Sir Patrick's conduct. Hear, hear, said the captain, when the lawyer had spoken. Quite right, I must say, quite right. Apparently impenetrable to all due sense of his position, Sir Patrick addressed himself to Mr. Moy, as if nothing had happened. Do you wish to produce your witnesses at once? He asked. I have not the least objection to meet your views, on the understanding that I am permitted to return to the proceedings as interrupted at this point. Mr. Moy considered. The adversary, there could be no doubt of it by this time, had something in reserve, and the adversary had not yet shown his hand. It was more immediately important to lead him into doing this than to insist on rights and privileges of the purely formal sort. Nothing could shake the strength of the position which Mr. Moy occupied. The longer Sir Patrick's irregularities delayed the proceedings, the more irresistibly the plain facts of the case would assert themselves, with all the force of contrast, out of the mouths of the witnesses who were in attendance downstairs. He determined to wait. Reserving my right of objection, Sir Patrick, he answered, I beg you to go on. End of section.
Section 54 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. The 14th Scene, Portland Place. Chapter the 46th, A Scotch Marriage. Part 2. To the surprise of everybody, Sir Patrick addressed himself directly to Blanche, quoting the language in which Lady Lundie had spoken to him, with perfect composure of tone and manner. You know me well enough, my dear, he said, to be assured that I am incapable of willingly harrowing your feelings or misleading your judgment. I have a question to ask you, which you can answer or not, entirely as you please. Before he could put the question there was a momentary contest between Lady Lundie and her legal adviser. Silencing her ladyship, not without difficulty, the London lawyer interposed. He also begged leave to reserve the right of objection, so far as his client was concerned. Sir Patrick assented by a sign, and proceeded to put his question to Blanche. "You have heard what Arnold Brinkworth has said, and what Miss Silvester has said," he resumed. "The husband who loves you, and the sisterly friend who loves you, have each made a solemn declaration. Recall your past experience of both of them. Remember what they have just said. And now tell me, do you believe they have spoken falsely?" Blanche answered on the instant, "I believe, uncle, they have spoken the truth." Both lawyers registered their objections. Lady Lundie made another attempt to speak, and was stopped once more, this time by Mr. Moy as well as by her own adviser. Sir Patrick went on. "Do you feel any doubt as to the entire propriety of your husband's conduct and your friend's conduct, now you have seen them and heard them face to face?" Blanche answered again with the same absence of reserve. "I ask them to forgive me," she said. "I believe I have done them both a great wrong." She looked at her husband first, then at Anne. Arnold attempted to leave his chair. Sir Patrick firmly restrained him. "Wait," he whispered. "You don't know what's coming." Having said that, he turned toward Anne. Blanche's look had gone to the heart of the faithful woman who loved her. Anne's face was turned away. The tears were forcing themselves through the worn, weak hands that tried vainly to hide them. The formal objections of the lawyers were registered once more. Sir Patrick addressed himself to his niece for the last time. "You believe what Arnold Brinkworth has said. You believe what Miss Silvester has said. You know that not even the thought of marriage was in the mind of either of them at the inn. You know, whatever else may happen in the future, that there is not the most remote possibility of either of them consenting to acknowledge that they ever have been or ever can be man and wife. Is that enough for you? Are you willing, before this inquiry proceeds any farther, to take your husband's hand, to return to your husband's protection, and to leave the rest to me, satisfied with my assurance that, on the facts as they have happened, not even the Scotch law can prove the monstrous assertion of the marriage at Craig Fernie to be true?" Lady Lundie rose. Both the lawyers rose. Arnold sat lost in astonishment. Geoffrey himself, brutishly careless thus far of all that had passed, lifted his head with a sudden start. Blanche, on whose decision the whole future course of the inquiry now turned, answered in these words: "I hope you will not think me ungrateful, uncle. I am sure that Arnold has not, knowingly, done me any wrong, but I can't go back to him until I am first certain that I am his wife." Lady Lundie embraced her stepdaughter with a sudden outburst of affection. "My dear child," exclaimed her ladyship, fervently, "well done, my own dear child." Sir Patrick's head dropped on his breast. "Oh, Blanche, Blanche," Arnold heard him to whisper to himself, "if you only knew what you are forcing me to do." Mr. Moy put in his word on Blanche's side of the question. "I must most respectfully express my approval also of the course which the young lady has taken," he said. "A more dangerous compromise than the compromise which we have just heard suggested, it is difficult to imagine." With all deference to Sir Patrick Lundie, his opinion of the impossibility of proving the marriage at Craig Fernie remains to be confirmed as the right one. My own professional opinion is opposed to it. The opinion of another Scottish lawyer, in Glasgow, is, to my certain knowledge, opposed to it. If the young lady had not acted with a wisdom and courage which do her honour, she might have lived to see the day when her reputation would have been destroyed, and her children declared illegitimate. Who is to say that circumstances may not happen in the future which may force Mr. Brinkworth or Miss Silvester, one or the other, to assert the very marriage which they repudiate now? Who is to say that interested relatives, property being concerned here, may not in the lapse of years discover motives of their own for questioning the asserted marriage in Kent? I acknowledge that I envy the immense self-confidence which emboldens Sir Patrick to venture what he is willing to venture upon his own individual opinion of an undecided point of law. He sat down amidst a murmur of approval, and cast a slyly expectant look at his defeated adversary. If that doesn't irritate him into showing his hand, thought Mr. Moy, nothing will. Sir Patrick slowly raised his head. There was no irritation. There was only distress in his face, when he spoke next. "I don't propose, Mr. Moy, to argue the point with you," he said gently. "I can understand that my conduct must necessarily appear strange, and even blameworthy, not in your eyes only, but in the eyes of others. My young friend here will tell you," he looked toward Arnold, "that the view which you express as to the future peril involved in this case was once the view in my mind too, and that in what I have done thus far I have acted in direct contradiction to advice which I myself gave at no very distant period. Excuse me, if you please, from entering, for the present at least, into the motive which has influenced me from the time when I entered this room. My position is one of unexampled responsibility and of indescribable distress. May I appeal to that statement to stand as my excuse, if I plead for a last extension of indulgence toward the last irregularity of which I shall be guilty in connection with these proceedings?" Lady Lundie alone resisted the unaffected and touching dignity with which these words were spoken. "We have had enough of irregularity," she said sternly. "I, for one, object to more." Sir Patrick waited patiently for Mr. Moy's reply. The Scotch lawyer and the English lawyer looked at each other, and understood each other. Mr. Moy answered for both. "We don't presume to restrain you, Sir Patrick, by other limits than those which, as a gentleman, you impose on yourself. Subject," added the cautious Scotchman, "to the right of objection which we have already reserved." "Do you object to my speaking to your client?" asked Sir Patrick. "To Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn?" "Yes." All eyes turned on Geoffrey. He was sitting half asleep, as it seemed, with his heavy hands hanging listlessly over his knees, and his chin resting on the hooked handle of his stick. Looking toward Anne, when Sir Patrick pronounced Geoffrey's name, Mr. Moy saw a change in her. She withdrew her hands from her face, and turned suddenly toward her legal adviser. Was she in the secret of the carefully concealed object at which his opponent had been aiming from the first? Mr. Moy decided to put that doubt to the test. He invited Sir Patrick, by a gesture, to proceed. Sir Patrick addressed himself to Geoffrey. "You are seriously interested in this inquiry," he said, "and you have taken no part in it yet. Take a part in it now. Look at this lady." Geoffrey never moved. "I have seen enough of her already," he said, brutally. "You may well be ashamed to look at her," said Sir Patrick, quietly, "but you might have acknowledged it in fitter words. Carry your memory back to the 14th of August. Do you deny that you promised to marry Miss Silvester privately at the Craig Fernie inn?" "I object to that question," said Mr. Moy. "My client is under no sort of obligation to answer it." Geoffrey's rising temper, ready to resent anything, resented his adviser's interference. "I shall answer if I like," he retorted, insolently. He looked up for a moment at Sir Patrick, without moving his chin from the hook of his stick. Then he looked down again. "I do deny it," he said. "You deny that you have promised to marry Miss Silvester?" "Yes." "I asked you just now to look at her." "And I told you I have seen enough of her already." "Look at me. In my presence, and in the presence of the other persons here, do you deny that you owe this lady, by your own solemn engagement, the reparation of marriage?" He suddenly lifted his head. His eyes, after resting for only an instant on Sir Patrick, turned, little by little, and, brightening slowly, fixed themselves with a hideous, tigerish glare on Anne's face. "I know what I owe her," he said. The devouring hatred of his look was matched by the ferocious vindictiveness of his tone, as he spoke these words. It was horrible to see him. It was horrible to hear him. Mr. Moy said to him, in a whisper, "Control yourself, or I will throw up your case." Without answering, without even listening, he lifted one of his hands and looked at it vacantly. He whispered something to himself, and counted out what he was whispering slowly, in divisions of his own, on threes of his fingers in succession. He fixed his eyes again on Anne with the same devouring hatred in their look, and spoke, this time directly addressing himself to her, with the same ferocious vindictiveness in his tone. "But for you, I should be married to Mrs. Glenarm. But for you, I should be friends with my father. But for you, I should have won the race. I know what I owe you." His loosely hanging hands stealthily clenched themselves. His head sank again on his broad breast. He said no more. Not a soul moved. Not a word was spoken. The same common horror held them all speechless. Anne's eyes turned once more on Blanche. Anne's courage upheld her, even at that moment. Sir Patrick rose. The strong emotion which he had suppressed thus far showed itself plainly in his face, uttered itself plainly in his voice. "Come into the next room," he said to Anne. "I must speak to you instantly." Without noticing the astonishment that he caused, without paying the smallest attention to the remonstrances addressed to him by his sister-in-law and by the Scotch lawyer, he took Anne by the arm, opened the folding doors at one end of the room, entered the room beyond with her, and closed the doors again. Lady Lundie appealed to her legal adviser. Blanche rose, advanced a few steps, and stood in breathless suspense, looking at the folding doors. Arnold advanced a step to speak to his wife. The captain approached Mr. Moy. "What does this mean?" he asked. Mr. Moy answered, in strong agitation on his side. "It means that I have not been properly instructed. Sir Patrick Lundie has some evidence in his possession that seriously compromises Mr. Delamayn's case. He has shrunk from producing it hitherto. He finds himself forced to produce it now. How is it," asked the lawyer, turning sternly on his client, "that you have left me in the dark?" "I know nothing about it," answered Geoffrey, without lifting his head. Lady Lundie signed to Blanche to stand aside, and advanced toward the folding doors. Mr. Moy stopped her. "I advise your ladyship to be patient. Interference is useless there." "Am I not to interfere, sir, in my own house?" "Unless I am entirely mistaken, madam, the end of the proceeding in your house is at hand. You will damage your own interests by interfering. Let us know what we are about at last. Let the end come." Lady Lundie yielded, and returned to her place. They all waited in silence for the opening of the doors. Sir Patrick Lundie and Anne Silvester were alone in the room. He took from the breast pocket of his coat the sheet of note paper which contained Anne's letter and Geoffrey's reply. His hand trembled as he held it. His voice faltered as he spoke. "I have done all that can be done," he said. "I have left nothing untried to prevent the necessity of producing this." "I feel your kindness gratefully, Sir Patrick. You must produce it now." The woman's calmness presented a strange and touching contrast to the man's emotion. There was no shrinking in her face, there was no unsteadiness in her voice as she answered him. He took her hand. Twice he attempted to speak, and twice his own agitation overpowered him. He offered the letter to her in silence. In silence, on her side, she put the letter away from her, wondering what he meant. "Take it back," he said. "I can't produce it. I daren't produce it. After what my own eyes have seen, after what my own ears have heard in the next room, as God is my witness, I daren't ask you to declare yourself Geoffrey Delamayn's wife." She answered in one word, "Blanche." He shook his head impatiently. Not even in Blanche's interests, not even for Blanche's sake. If there is any risk, it is a risk I am ready to run. I hold to my own opinion. I believe my view to be right. Let it come to an appeal to the law. I will fight the case and win it." "Are you sure of winning it, Sir Patrick?" Instead of replying, he pressed the letter on her. "Destroy it," he whispered, "and rely on my silence." She took the letter from him. "Destroy it," he repeated. "They may open the doors. They may come in at any moment, and see it in your hand. I have something to ask you, Sir Patrick, before I destroy it. Blanche refuses to go back to her husband unless she returns with the certain assurance of being really his wife. If I produce this letter, she may go back to him to-day. If I declare myself Geoffrey Delamayn's wife, I clear Arnold Brinkworth at once and for ever of all suspicion of being married to me. Can you as certainly and effectually clear him in any other way? Answer me that, as a man of honour speaking to a woman who implicitly trusts him." She looked him full in the face. His eyes dropped before hers. He made no reply. "I am answered," she said. With those words she passed him and laid her hand on the door. He checked her. The tears rose in his eyes as he drew her gently back into the room. "Why should we wait?" she asked. "Wait," he answered, "as a favour to me." She seated herself calmly in the nearest chair, and rested her head on her hand, thinking. He bent over her and roused her impatiently, almost angrily. The steady resolution in her face was terrible to him, when he thought of the man in the next room. "Take time to consider," he pleaded. "Don't be led away by your own impulse. Don't act under a false excitement. Nothing binds you to this dreadful sacrifice of yourself." Excitement, sacrifice. She smiled sadly as she repeated the words. "Do you know, Sir Patrick, what I was thinking of a moment since? Only of old times when I was a little girl. I saw the sad side of life sooner than most children see it. My mother was cruelly deserted. The hard marriage laws of this country were harder on her than on me. She died broken-hearted, but one friend comforted her at the last moment, and promised to be a mother to her child. I can't remember one unhappy day in all the after-time when I lived with that faithful woman and her little daughter, till the day that parted us. She went away with her husband, and I and the little daughter were left behind. She said her last words to me. Her heart was sinking under the dread of coming death. I promised your mother that you should be like my own child to me, and it quieted her mind. Quiet my mind, Anne, before I go. Whatever happens in years to come, promise me to be always what you are now, a sister to Blanche. Where is the false excitement, Sir Patrick, in old remembrances like these? And how can there be a sacrifice in anything that I do for Blanche?" She rose and offered him her hand. Sir Patrick lifted it to his lips in silence. "Come," she said. "For both our sakes, let us not prolong this." He turned aside his head. It was no moment to let her see that she had completely unmanned him. She waited for him, with her hand on the lock. He rallied his courage. He forced himself to face the horror of the situation calmly. She opened the door and led the way back into the other room. Not a word was spoken by any of the persons present, as the two returned to their places. The noise of a carriage passing in the street was painfully audible. The chance banging of a door in the lower regions of the house made everyone start. Anne's sweet voice broke the dreary silence. "Must I speak for myself, Sir Patrick, or will you, I ask it as a last and greatest favour, speak for me?" "You insist on appealing to the letter in your hand?" "I am resolved to appeal to it. Will nothing induce you to defer the close of this inquiry, so far as you are concerned, for 24 hours?" "Either you or I, Sir Patrick, must say what is to be said, and do what is to be done, before we leave this room." "Give me the letter." She gave it to him. Mr. Moy whispered to his client, "Do you know what this is?" Geoffrey shook his head. "Do you really remember nothing about it?" Geoffrey answered in one surly word, "Nothing." Sir Patrick addressed himself to the assembled company. "I have to ask your pardon," he said, "for abruptly leaving the room, and for obliging Miss Silvester to leave it with me. Everybody present, except that man," he pointed to Geoffrey, "will, I believe, understand and forgive me, now that I am forced to make my conduct the subject of the plainest and the fullest explanation. I shall address that explanation, for reasons which will presently appear, to my niece." Blanche started. "To me!" she exclaimed. "To you," Sir Patrick answered. Blanche turned toward Arnold, daunted by a vague sense of something serious to come. The letter that she had received from her husband on her departure from Ham Farm had necessarily alluded to relations between Geoffrey and Anne, of which Blanche had been previously ignorant. Was any reference coming to those relations? Was there something yet to be disclosed which Arnold's letter had not prepared her to hear? Sir Patrick resumed. "A short time since," he said to Blanche, "I proposed to you to return to your husband's protection, and to leave the termination of this matter in my hands. You have refused to go back to him until you are first certainly assured that you are his wife. Thanks to a sacrifice to your interests and to your happiness, on Miss Silvester's part, which I tell you frankly I have done my utmost to prevent, I am in a position to prove positively that Arnold Brinkworth was a single man when he married you from my house in Kent." Mr. Moy's experience forewarned him of what was coming. He pointed to the letter in Sir Patrick's hand. "Do you claim on a promise of marriage?" he asked. Sir Patrick rejoined by putting a question on his side. "Do you remember the famous decision at Doctors' Commons, which established the marriage of Captain Dalrymple and Miss Gordon?" Mr. Moy was answered. "I understand you, Sir Patrick," he said. After a moment's pause he addressed his next words to Anne. "And from the bottom of my heart, madam, I respect you." It was said with a fervent sincerity of tone which wrought the interest of the other persons, who were still waiting for enlightenment, to the highest pitch. Lady Lundie and Captain Newenden whispered to each other anxiously. Arnold turned pale. Blanche burst into tears. Sir Patrick turned once more to his niece. "Some little time since," he said, "I had occasion to speak to you of the scandalous uncertainty of the marriage laws of Scotland. But for that uncertainty, entirely without parallel in any other civilized country in Europe, Arnold Brinkworth would never have occupied the position in which he stands here to-day, and these proceedings would never have taken place. Bear that fact in mind. It is not only answerable for the mischief that has already been done, but for the far more serious evil which is still to come." Mr. Moy took a note. Sir Patrick went on. "Loose and reckless as the Scotch law is, there happens, however, to be one case in which the action of it has been confirmed and settled by the English courts. A written promise of marriage exchanged between a man and woman, in Scotland, marries that man and woman by Scotch law. An English court of justice, sitting in judgment on the case I have just mentioned to Mr. Moy, has pronounced that law to be good, and the decision has since been confirmed by the supreme authority of the House of Lords. Where the persons, therefore, living in Scotland at the time, have promised each other marriage in writing, there is now no longer any doubt they are certainly and lawfully man and wife." He turned from his niece and appealed to Mr. Moy. "Am I right?" "Quite right, Sir Patrick, as to the facts. I own, however, that your commentary on them surprises me. I have the highest opinion of our Scottish marriage law. A man who has betrayed a woman under a promise of marriage is forced by that law, in the interests of public morality, to acknowledge her as his wife." The persons here present, Mr. Moy, are now about to see the moral merit of the Scottish law of marriage, as approved by England, practically in operation before their eyes. They will judge for themselves of the morality, Scotch or English, which first forces a deserted woman back on the villain who has betrayed her, and then virtuously leaves her to bear the consequences. With that answer he turned to Anne, and showed her the letter open in his hand. "For the last time," he said, "do you insist on my appealing to this?" She rose and bowed her head gravely. "It is my distressing duty," said Sir Patrick, "to declare in this lady's name, and on the faith of written promises of marriage exchanged between the parties then residing in Scotland, that she claims to be now, and to have been on the afternoon of the 14th of August last, Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn's wedded wife." A cry of horror from Blanche, a low murmur of dismay from the rest, followed the utterance of these words. There was a pause of an instant. Then Geoffrey rose slowly to his feet, and fixed his eyes on the wife who had claimed him. The spectators of the terrible scene turned with one accord toward the sacrificed woman. The look which Geoffrey had cast on her, the words which Geoffrey had spoken to her, were present to all their minds. She stood, waiting by Sir Patrick's side, her soft grey eyes resting sadly and tenderly on Blanche's face. To see that matchless courage and resignation was to doubt the reality of what had happened. They were forced to look back at the man to possess their minds with the truth. The triumph of law and morality over him was complete. He never uttered a word. His furious temper was perfectly and fearfully calm. With the promise of merciless vengeance written in the devil's writing on his devil-possessed face, he kept his eyes fixed on the hated woman whom he had ruined, on the hated woman who had fastened to him as his wife. His lawyer went over to the table at which Sir Patrick sat. Sir Patrick handed him the sheet of note-paper. He read the 2 letters contained in it with absorbed and deliberate attention. The moments that passed before he lifted his head from his reading seemed like hours. "Can you prove the handwritings?" he asked, "and prove the residence?" Sir Patrick took up a second morsel of paper lying ready under his hand. "These are the names of persons who can prove the writing and prove the residence," he replied. "One of your 2 witnesses below stairs, otherwise useless, can speak to the hour at which Mr. Brinkworth arrived at the inn, and so can prove that the lady for whom he asked was, at that moment, Mrs. Geoffrey Delamayn. The endorsement on the back of the note-paper also referring to the questions of time is in the handwriting of the same witness, to whom I refer you, when it suits your convenience to question him. I will verify the residences, Sir Patrick, as a matter of form. In the meantime, not to interpose needles and vexatious delay, I am bound to say that I cannot resist the evidence of the marriage." Having replied in those terms, he addressed himself, with marked respect and sympathy, to Anne. "On the faith of the written promise of marriage exchanged between you in Scotland," he said, "you claim Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn as your husband?" She steadily repeated the words after him. "I claim Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn as my husband." Mr. Moy appealed to his client. Geoffrey broke silence at last. "Is it settled?" he asked. "To all practical purposes it is settled." He went on, still looking at nobody but Anne. "Has the law of Scotland made her my wife?" "The law of Scotland has made her your wife." He asked a third and last question. "Does the law tell her to go where her husband goes?" "Yes." He laughed softly to himself, and beckoned her to cross the room to the place where he was standing. She obeyed. At the moment when she took the first step to approach him, Sir Patrick caught her hand and whispered to her, "Rely on me." She gently pressed his hand in token that she understood him, and advanced to Geoffrey. At the same moment Blanche rushed between them, and flung her arms around Anne's neck. "Oh, Anne, Anne!" An hysterical passion of tears choked her utterance. Anne gently unwound the arms that clung round her, gently lifted the head that lay helpless on her bosom. "Happier days are coming, my love," she said. "Don't think of me." She kissed her, looked at her, kissed her again, and placed her in her husband's arms. Arnold remembered her parting words at Craig Fernie, when they had wished each other good night. "You have not befriended an ungrateful woman. The day may yet come when I shall prove it." Gratitude and admiration struggled in him which should utter itself first, and held him speechless. She bent her head gently in token that she understood him. Then she went on and stood before Geoffrey. "I am here," she said to him. "What do you wish me to do?" A hideous smile parted his heavy lips. He offered her his arm. "Mrs. Geoffrey Delamayn," he said, "come home." The picture of the lonely house, isolated amidst its high walls, the ill-omened figure of the dumb woman with the stony eyes and the savage ways, the whole scene, as Anne had pictured it to him but 2 days since, rose vivid as reality before Sir Patrick's mind. No, he cried out, carried away by the generous impulse of the moment. It shall not be. Geoffrey stood impenetrable, waiting with his offered arm. Pale and resolute, she lifted her noble head, called back the courage which had faltered for a moment, and took his arm. He led her to the door. "Don't let Blanche fret about me," she said simply, to Arnold as they went by. They passed Sir Patrick next. Once more his sympathy for her set every other consideration at defiance. He started up to bar the way to Geoffrey. Geoffrey paused, and looked at Sir Patrick for the first time. "The law tells her to go with her husband," he said. "The law forbids you to part man and wife." True. Absolutely, undeniably true. The law sanctioned the sacrifice of her as unanswerably as it had sanctioned the sacrifice of her mother before her. In the name of morality, let him take her. In the interests of virtue, let her get out of it if she can. Her husband opened the door. Mr. Moy laid his hand on Sir Patrick's arm. Lady Lundie, Captain Newenden, the London lawyer, all left their places, influenced for once by the same interest, feeling for once the same suspense. Arnold followed them, supporting his wife. For one memorable instant Anne looked back at them all. Then she and her husband crossed the threshold. They descended the stairs together. The opening and closing of the house door was heard. They were gone. Done. In the name of morality. Done. In the interests of virtue. Done. In an age of progress and under the most perfect government on the face of the earth.
Section 55 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joe Sela. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. 15th Scene, Holchester House. Chapter the 47th. The Last Chance. His lordship is dangerously ill, sir. Her ladyship can receive no visitors. Be so good as to take that card to Lady Holchester. It is absolutely necessary that your mistress should be made acquainted, in the interests of her younger son, with something which I can only mention to her ladyship herself. The two persons speaking were Lord Holchester's head servant and Sir Patrick Lundie. At that time barely half an hour had passed since the close of the proceedings at Portland Place. The servant still hesitated with the card in his hand. "I shall forfeit my situation," he said, "if I do it." "You will most assuredly forfeit your situation if you don't do it," returned Sir Patrick. "I warn you plainly, this is too serious a matter to be trifled with." The tone in which those words were spoken had its effect. The man went upstairs with his message. Sir Patrick waited in the hall. Even the momentary delay of entering one of the reception rooms was more than he could endure at the moment. Anne's happiness was hopelessly sacrificed already. The preservation of her personal safety, which Sir Patrick firmly believed to be in danger, was the one service which it was possible to render to her now. The perilous position in which she stood toward her husband, as an immovable obstacle, while she lived between Geoffrey and Miss Glenarm, was beyond the reach of remedy. But it was still possible to prevent her from becoming the innocent cause of Geoffrey's pecuniary ruin by standing in the way of a reconciliation between father and son. Resolute to leave no means untried of serving Anne's interests, Sir Patrick had allowed Arnold and Blanche to go to his own residence in London, alone, and had not even waited to say a farewell word to any of the persons who had taken part in the inquiry. "Her life may depend on what I can do for her at Holchester House." With that conviction in him, he had left Portland Place. With that conviction in him, he had sent his message to Lady Holchester, and was now waiting for the reply. The servant appeared again on the stairs. Sir Patrick went up to meet him. "Her ladyship will see you, sir, for a few minutes." The door of an upper room was open, and Sir Patrick found himself in the presence of Geoffrey's mother. There was only time to observe that she possessed the remains of rare personal beauty, and that she received her visitor with a grace and courtesy which implied, under the circumstances, a considerable regard for his position at the expense of her own. "You have something to say to me, Sir Patrick, on the subject of my second son. I am in great affliction.
If you bring me bad news, I will do my best to bear it. May I trust to your kindness not to keep me in suspense?" "It will help me to make my intrusion as little painful as possible to your ladyship," replied Sir Patrick, "if I am permitted to ask a question. Have you heard of any obstacle to the contemplated marriage of Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn and Mrs. Glenarm?" Even that distant reference to Anne produced an ominous charge for the worse in Lady Holchester's manner. "I have heard of the obstacle to which you allude," she said. "Mrs. Glenarm is an intimate friend of mine. She has informed me that a person named Sylvester, an impudent adventuress—" "I beg your ladyship's pardon. You are doing a cruel wrong to the noblest woman I have ever met with. I cannot undertake, Sir Patrick, to enter into your reason for admiring her. Her conduct toward my son has, I repeat, been the conduct of an impudent adventuress." Those words showed Sir Patrick the utter hopelessness of shaking her prejudice against Anne. He decided on proceeding at once to the disclosure of the truth. "I entreat you to say no more," he answered. "Your ladyship is speaking of your son's wife." "My son has married Miss Silvester?" "Yes." She turned deadly pale. It appeared for an instant as if the shock had completely overwhelmed her. But the mother's weakness was only momentary. The virtuous indignation of the great lady had taken its place before Sir Patrick could speak again. She rose to terminate the interview. "I presume," she said, "that your errand here is as an end." Sir Patrick rose, on his side, resolute to do the duty which had brought him to the house. "I am compelled to trespass on your ladyship's attention for a few minutes more," he answered. "The circumstances attending the marriage of Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn are of no common importance. I beg permission, in the interests of his family, to state, very briefly, what they are." In a few clear sentences he narrated what had happened that afternoon in Portland Place. Lady Holchester listened with the steadiest and coldest attention. So far as outward appearances were concerned, no impression was produced upon her. "Do you expect me," she asked, "to espouse the interests of a person who has prevented my son from marrying the lady of his choice and of mine?" "Mr. Geoffrey Delamayn, unhappily, has that reason for resenting his wife's innocent interference with interests of considerable importance to him," returned Sir Patrick. "I request your ladyship to consider whether it is desirable, in view of your son's conduct in the future, to allow his wife to stand in the doubly perilous relation toward him of being also a cause of estrangement between his father and himself." He had put it with scrupulous caution, but Lady Holchester understood what he had refrained from saying as well as what he had actually said. She had hitherto remained standing. She now sat down again. There was a visible impression produced on her at last. "In Lord Holchester's critical state of health," she answered, "I decline to take the responsibility of telling him what you have just told me. My own influence has been uniformly exerted in my son's favor, as long as my interference could be productive of any good result. The time for my interference is past. Lord Holchester has altered his will this morning. I was not present, and I have not yet been informed of what he has done. Even if I knew—" "Your ladyship would naturally decline," said Sir Patrick, "to communicate the information to a stranger." "Certainly. At the same time, after what you have said, I do not feel justified in deciding on this matter entirely by myself. One of Lord Holchester's executors is now in the house. There can be no impropriety in your seeing him, if you wish it. You are at liberty to say, from me, that I leave it entirely to his discretion to decide what ought to be done. I gladly accept your ladyship's proposal." Lady Holchester rang the bell at her side. "Take Sir Patrick Lundie to Mr. Marchwood," she said to the servant. Sir Patrick started. The name was familiar to him as the name of a friend. "Mr. Marchwood of Hurlbeck?" he asked. "The same." With that brief answer, Lady Holchester dismissed her visitor. Following the servant to the other end of the corridor, Sir Patrick was conducted into a small room, the antechamber to the bedroom in which Lord Holchester lay. The door of communication was closed. A gentleman sat writing at a table near the window. He rose and held out his hand, with a look of surprise when the servant announced Sir Patrick's name. This was Mr. Marchwood. After the first explanations had been given, Sir Patrick patiently reverted to the object of his visit to Holchester House. On the first occasion when he mentioned Anne's name, he observed that Mr. Marchwood became, from that moment, specially interested in what he was saying. "Do you happen to be acquainted with the lady?" he asked. "I only know her as the cause of a very strange proceeding this morning in that room." He pointed to Lord Holchester's bedroom as he spoke. "Are you at liberty to mention what that proceeding was?"
"Hardly, even to an old friend like you, unless I felt it a matter of duty, on my part,
to state the circumstances. Pray go on with what you were saying to me. You were on the point of telling me what brought you to this house. Without a word more of preface, Sir Patrick told him the news of Geoffrey's marriage to Anne. "Married?" cried Mr. Marchwood. "Are you sure of what you say?" "I am one of the witnesses of the marriage." "Good heavens! And Lord Holchester's lawyer has left the house. Can I replace him? Have I, by any chance, justified you in telling me what happened this morning in the next room?" "Justified me? You have left me no other alternative. The doctors are all agreed in dreading apoplexy. His lordship may die at any moment. In the lawyer's absence, I must take it on myself. Here are the facts. There is the codicil to Lord Holchester's will, which is still unsigned."
"Relating to his second son?"
"Relating to Geoffrey Delamayn, and giving him, when it is once executed, a liberal provision for life." "What is the object in the way of his executing it?" "The lady whom you have just mentioned to me." "Anne Silvester?" "Anne Silvester, now, as you tell me, Mrs. Geoffrey Delamayn. I can only explain the thing very imperfectly. There are certain painful circumstances associated in this lordship's memory with this lady, or with some member of her family. We can only gather that he did something, in the early part of his professional career, which was strictly within the limits of his duty, but which apparently led to very sad results. Some days since he unfortunately heard, either through Miss Glenarm or through Mrs. Julius Delamayn, of Miss Silvester's appearance at Swanhaven Lodge. No remark on the subject escaped him at the time. It was only this morning, when the codicil giving the legacy to Geoffrey was waiting to be executed, that his real feeling in the matter came out. To our astonishment, he refused to sign it. "Find Anne Silvester," was the only answer we could get from him, "and bring her to my bedside. You all say my son is guiltless of injuring her. I am lying on my deathbed. I have serious reasons of my own. I owe it to the memory of the dead, to assure myself of the truth. If Anne Silvester herself acquits him of having wronged her, I will provide for Geoffrey. Not otherwise. We went the length of reminding him that he might die before Miss Silvester could be found. Our interference had but one result. He desired the lawyer to add a second codicil to the will, which he executed on the spot. It directs his executors to inquire into the relations that have actually existed between Anne Silvester and his younger son. If we find reason to conclude that Geoffrey has gravely wronged her, we are directed to pay her a legacy, provided that she is a single woman at the time." "And her marriage violates the provision!" exclaimed Sir Patrick. "Yes, the codicil actually executed is now worthless, and the other codicil remains unsigned until the lawyer can produce Miss Silvester. He has left the house to apply to Geoffrey at Fulham as the only means at our disposal of finding the lady. Some hours have passed, and he has not yet returned." "It is useless to wait for him," said Sir Patrick. "While the lawyer was on his way to Fulham, Lord Holchester's son was on his way to Portland Place. This is even more serious than you suppose. Tell me what, under less pressing circumstances, I should have no right to ask. Apart from the unexecuted codicil, what is Geoffrey Delamayn's position in the will?" "He is not even mentioned in it." "Have you got the will?" Mr. Marchwood unlocked a drawer and took it out. Sir Patrick instantly rose from his chair. "No waiting for the lawyer," he repeated vehemently. "This is a matter of life and death. Lady Holchester bitterly resents her son's marriage. She speaks and feels as a friend of Miss Glenarm. Do you think Lord Holchester would take the same view if he knew of it? It depends entirely on the circumstances. Suppose I informed him, as I inform you in confidence, that his son has gravely wronged Miss Silvester, and suppose I followed that up by telling him that his son has made atonement by marrying her. After the feeling that he has shown in the matter, I believe he would sign the codicil. Then, for God's sake, let me see him. I must speak to the doctor. Do it instantly." With the will in his hand, Mr. Marchwood advanced to the bedroom door. It was opened from within before he could get to it. The doctor appeared on the threshold. He held up his hand warningly when Mr. Marchwood attempted to speak to him.
Section 56 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Saina Qadiani. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. 16th Scene. Chapter the 48th. The Place. Early in the present century, it was generally reported among the neighbours of one Reuben Limbrick that he was in a fair way to make a comfortable little fortune by dealing in salt. His place of abode was in Staffordshire, on a morsel of freehold land of his own, appropriately called Salt Patch. Without being absolutely a miser, he lived in the humblest manner, saw very little company, skilfully invested his money, and persisted in remaining a single man. Toward 1840 he first felt the approach of the chronic malady which ultimately terminated his life. After trying what the medical men of his own locality could do for him, with very poor success, he met by accident with a doctor living in the western suburbs of London, who thoroughly understood his complaint. After some journeying backward and forward to consult his gentleman, he decided on retiring from business, and on taking up his abode within an easy distance of his medical men. Finding a piece of freehold land to be sold in the neighbourhood of Fulham, he bought it, and had a cottage residence built on it, under his own directions. He surrounded the whole, being a man singularly jealous of any intrusion on his retirement, or of any chance observation of his ways and habits, with a high wall which cost a large sum of money, and which was rightly considered a dismal and hideous object by the neighbours. When the new residence was completed, he called it after the name of the place in Staffordshire where he had made his money, and where he had lived during the happiest period of his life. His relatives, failing to understand that a question of sentiment was involved in this proceeding, appealed to hard facts, and reminded him that there were no salt mines in the neighbourhood. Reuben Limbrick answered, "So much the worse for the neighbourhood," and persisted in calling his property Salt Patch. The cottage was so small that it looked quite lost in the large garden all round it. There was a ground floor and a floor above it, and that was all. On either side of the passage on the lower floor were 2 rooms. At the right-hand side, on entering by the front door, there was a kitchen, with its outhouses attached. The room next to the kitchen looked into the garden. In Reuben Limbrick's time it was called the study, and contained a small collection of books and a large store of fishing tackle. On the left-hand side of the passage there was a drawing-room situated at the back of the house, and communicating with a dining-room in the front. On the upper floor there were 5 bedrooms, 2 on one side of the passage, corresponding in size with the dining-room and the drawing-room below, but not opening into each other, 3 on the other side of the passage, consisting of 1 larger room in front and of 2 small rooms at the back. All these were solidly and completely furnished. Money had not been spared, and workmanship had not been stinted. It was all substantial, and upstairs and downstairs it was all ugly. The situation of Salt Patch was lonely. The lands of the market gardener separated it from other houses. Jealously surrounded by its own high walls, the cottage suggested, even to the most unimaginative persons, the idea of an asylum or a prison. Reuben Limbrick's relatives, occasionally coming to stay with him, found the place prey on their spirits, and rejoiced when the time came for going home again. They were never pressed to stay against their will. Reuben Limbrick was not a hospitable or sociable man. He set very little value on human sympathy in his attacks of illness, and he bore congratulations impatiently in his intervals of health. "I care about nothing but finishing," he used to say. "I finish my dog very good company, and I am quite happy as long as I am free from pain." On his deathbed he divided his money justly enough among his relations. The only part of his will which exposed itself to unfavourable criticism was a clause conferring a legacy on one of his sisters, then a widow, who had estranged herself from her family by marrying beneath her. The family agreed in considering this unhappy person as undeserving for notice or benefit. Her name was Hester Dethridge. It proved to be a great aggravation of Hester's offences in the eyes of Hester's relative when it was divorced that she possessed a life interest in Salt Patch and an income of £200 a year. Not visited by the surviving members of her family, living literally by herself in the world, Hester decided, in spite of her comfortable little income, on letting lodging. The explanation of this strange conduct which she had written on her slate in reply to an inquiry from Anne was the true one. I have not got a friend in the world. I dare not live alone." In that desolate situation, and with that melancholy motive, she put the house into an agent's hands. The first person in want of lodging whom the agent sent to see the place was Perry the trainer, and Hester's first tenant was Geoffrey Delamayn. The rooms which the landlady reserved for herself were the kitchen, the room next to it, which had once been her brother's study, and the two small back bedrooms upstairs, one for herself, the other for the servant girl whom she employed to help her. The whole of the rest of the cottage was to let. It was more than the trainer wanted. But Hester Dethridge refused to dispose of her lodgings, either as to the rooms occupied, or as to the period for which they were to be taken, on other than her own terms. Perry had no alternative but to lose the advantage of the garden as a private training ground, or to submit. Being only two in number, the lodgers had 3 bedrooms to choose from. Geoffrey established himself in the back room, over the drawing room. Perry chose the front room, placed on the other side of the cottage, next to the 2 smaller apartments occupied by Hester and her maid. Under this arrangement, the front bedroom on the opposite side of the passage, next to the room in which Geoffrey slept, was left empty, and was called for the time being the spare room. As for the lower floor, the athlete and his trainer ate their meals in the dining room, and left the drawing-room as a needless luxury to take care of itself. The foot race once over, Perry's business at the cottage was at an end. His empty bedroom became a second spare room. The term for which the lodgings had been taken was then still unexpired. On the day after the race, Geoffrey had to choose between sacrificing the money or remaining in the lodgings by himself, with 2 spare bedrooms on his hands, and with a drawing-room for the reception of his visitors, who called with pipes in their mouths, and whose idea of hospitality was a pot of beer in the garden. To use his own phrase, he was out of sorts. A sluggish reluctance to face change of any kind possessed him. He decided on staying at Saltpatch until his marriage to Mrs. Glenarm, which he then looked upon as a certainty, obliged him to alter his habits completely once for all. From Fulham he had gone the next day to attend the inquiry in Portland Place, and to Fulham he returned when he brought the wife who had been forced upon him to her home. Such was the position of the tenant, and such were the arrangements of the interior.
Section 57 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joe Sela. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. Chapter the 49th. The Night. On leaving Lady Lundy's house, Geoffrey called the first empty cab that passed him. He opened the door and signed to Anne to enter the vehicle. She obeyed him mechanically. He placed himself on the seat opposite to her, and told the man to drive to Fulham. The cab started on its journey, husband and wife preserving absolute silence. Anne laid her head back wearily, and closed her eyes. Her strength had broken down under the effort which had sustained her from the beginning to the end of the inquiry. Her power of thinking was gone. She felt nothing, knew nothing, feared nothing. Half in faintness, half in slumber, she had lost all sense of her own terrible position before the first 5 minutes of the journey to Fulham had come to an end. Sitting opposite to her, savagely self-concentrated in his own thoughts, Geoffrey roused himself on a sudden. An idea had sprung to life in his sluggish brain. He put his head out of the window of the cab, and directed the driver to turn back and go to a hotel near the Great Northern Railway. Resuming his seat, he looked furtively at Anne. She neither moved nor opened her eyes. She was, to all appearance, unconscious of what had happened. He observed her attentively. Was she really ill? Was the time coming when he would be freed from her? He pondered over that question, watching her closely. Little by little the vile hope in him slowly died away, and a vile suspicion took its place. What if this appearance of illness was a pretense? What if she was waiting to throw him off his guard and escape from him at the first opportunity? He put his head out the window again and gave another order to the driver. The cab diverged from the direct route and stopped at a public house in Holborn, kept, under an assumed name, by Perry the trainer. Geoffrey wrote a line in pencil on his card and sent it into the house by the driver. After waiting some minutes, a lad appeared and touched his hat. Geoffrey spoke to him out of the window in an undertone. The lad took his place on the box by the driver. The cab turned back and took the road to the hotel near the Great Northern Railway.
Arrived at the place, Geoffrey posted the lad close at the door of the cab, and pointed to Anne, still reclining with closed eyes, still, as it seemed, too weary to lift her head, too faint to notice anything that had happened. If she attempts to get out, stop her and send for me. With those parting directions he entered the hotel, and asked for Mr. Moy. Mr. Moy was in the house. He had just returned from Portland Place. He rose and bowed coldly when Geoffrey was shown into his sitting-room. "What is your business with me?" he asked. "I've had a notion come into my head," said Geoffrey, "and I want to speak to you about it directly." "I must request you to consult someone else. Consider me, if you please, as having withdrawn from all further connection with your affairs." Geoffrey looked at him in stolid surprise. "Do you mean to say you are going to leave me in the lurch?" he asked. "I mean to say that I will take no fresh step in any business of yours," answered Mr. Moy firmly. "As to the future, I have ceased to be your legal adviser. As to the past, I shall carefully complete the formal duties towards you which remain to be done. Mrs. Inchbare and Bishopriggs are coming here by appointment at 6 this evening to receive the money due to them before they go back. I shall return to Scotland myself by the night mail. The persons referred to, in the matter of the promise of marriage by Sir Patrick, are all in Scotland. I will take their evidence as to the handwriting, and as to the question of residence in the north, and I will send it to you in written form. That done, I shall have done all. I decline to advise you in any further step which you propose to take." After reflecting for a moment, Geoffrey put a last question. "You said Bishopriggs and the woman would be here at 6 this evening?" "Yes." "Where are they to be found before that?" Mr. Moy wrote a few words on a slip of paper and handed it to Geoffrey. "At their lodgings," he said. "There is the address." Geoffrey took the address and left the room. Lawyer and client parted without a word on either side. Returning to the cab, Geoffrey found the lad steadily waiting at his post. "Has anything happened?" "The lady hasn't moved, sir, since you left her." "Is Perry at the public house?" "Not at this time, sir." "I want a lawyer. Do you know who Perry's lawyer is?" "Yes, sir." "And where he is to be found?" "Yes, sir." "Get up in the box and tell the man where to drive to." The cab went on again along the Euston Road and stopped at a house in a side street with a professional brass plate on the door. The lad got down and came to the window. "Here it is, sir." "Knock at the door and see if he is at home." He proved to be at home. Geoffrey entered the house, leaving his emissary once more on the watch. The lad noticed that the lady moved this time. She shivered as if she felt cold, opened her eyes for a moment warily, and looked out through the window, sighed, and sank back again into the corner of the cab. After an absence of more than half an hour, Geoffrey came out again. His interview with Perry's lawyer appeared to have relieved his mind of something that had oppressed it. He once more ordered the driver to go to Fulham, opened the door to get into the cab, then, as it seemed, suddenly recollected himself, and calling the lad down from the box, ordered him to get inside, and took his place by the driver. As the cab started, he looked over his shoulder at Anne through the front window. "Well worth trying," he said to himself. "It's the way to be even with her, and it's the way to be free." They arrived at the cottage. Possibly repose had restored Anne's strength. Possibly the sight of the place had aroused the instinct of self-preservation in her at last. To Geoffrey's surprise, she left the cab without assistance. When he opened the wooden gate with his own key, she recoiled from it and looked at him for the first time. He pointed to the entrance. "Go in," he said. "On what terms?" she asked without stirring a step. Geoffrey dismissed the cab, and sent the lad in to wait for further orders. These things done, he answered her loudly and brutally the moment they were alone. "On any terms I please." "Nothing will induce me," she said, firmly, "to live with you as your wife. You may kill me, but you will never bend me to that." He advanced a step, opened his lips, and suddenly checked himself. He waited a while, turning something over in his mind. When he spoke again, it was with marked deliberation and constraint, with the air of a man who was repeating words put into his lips or words prepared beforehand. "I have something to tell you in the presence of witnesses," he said. "I don't ask you, or wish you, to see me in the cottage alone." She started at the change in him. His sudden composure and his sudden nicety in the choice of words tried her courage far more severely than it had been tried by his violence of the moment before. He waited her decision, still pointing through the gate. She trembled a little, steadied herself again, and went in. The lad, waiting in the front garden, followed her. He threw open the drawing-room door on the left-hand side of the passage. She entered the room. The servant girl appeared. He said to her, "Fetch Mrs. Dethridge, and come back with her yourself." Then he went into the room, the lad by his own directions following him in, and the door being left wide open. Hester Dethridge came out from the kitchen with the girl behind her. At the sight of Anne, a faint and momentary change passed over the stony stillness of her face. A dull light glimmered in her eyes. She slowly nodded her head. A dumb sound, vaguely expressive of something like exultation or relief, escaped her lips. Geoffrey spoke once more with marked deliberation and constraint, once more with the air of repeating something which had been prepared beforehand. He pointed to Anne. "This woman is my wife," he said, "in the presence of you three as witnesses. I tell her that I don't forgive her. I have brought her here, having no other place in which I can trust her to be, to wait the issue of proceedings undertaken in defense of my own honor and good name. While she stays here, she will live separate from me, in a room of her own. If it is necessary for me to communicate with her, I shall only see her in the presence of a third person. Do you all understand me?" Hester Dethridge bowed her head. The other two answered yes, and turned to go out. Anne rose. At a sign from Geoffrey, the servant and the lad waited in the room to hear what she had to say. "I know nothing in my conduct," she said, addressing herself to Geoffrey, "which justifies you in telling these people that you don't forgive me. Those words applied by you to me are an insult. I am equally ignorant of what you mean when you speak of defending your good name. All I understand is, that we are separate persons in this house, and that I am to have a room of my own. I am grateful, whatever your motives may be, for the arrangement that you have proposed. Direct one of these two women to show me my room." Geoffrey turned to Hester Dethridge. "Take her up the stairs," he said, "and let her pick which room she pleases. Give her what she wants to eat or drink. Bring down the address of the place where her luggage is. The lad here will go back by railway and fetch it. That's all. Be off." Hester went out. Anne followed her up the stairs. In the passage on the upper floor she stopped. The dull light flickered again for a moment in her eyes. She wrote on her slate and held it up to Anne, with these words on it: "I knew you would come back. It's not over yet between you and him." Anne made no reply. She went on writing, with something faintly like a smile on her thin, colorless lips. "I know something of bad husbands. Yours is as bad a one as has ever stood in shoes. He'll try you." Anne made an effort to stop her. "Don't you see how tired I am?" she said, gently. Hester Dethridge dropped the slate, looked with a steady and uncompassionate attention in Anne's face, nodded her head, as much as to say, "I see it now," and led the way into one of the empty rooms. It was the front bedroom over the drawing-room. The first glance round showed it to be scrupulously clean and solidly and tastefully furnished. The hideous paper on the walls, the hideous carpet on the floor, were both of the best quality. The great heavy mahogany bedstead, with its curtains hanging from a hook in the ceiling, and with its clumsily carved head and foot on the same level, offered to the view the anomalous spectacle of French design overwhelmed by English execution. The most noticeable thing in the room was the extraordinary attention which had been given to the defense of the door. Besides the usual lock and key, it possessed two solid bolts, fastening inside at the top and bottom. It had been one among the many eccentric sides of Reuben Limbrick's character to live in perpetual dread of thieves breaking into his cottage at night. All of the outer doors and all the window shutters were solidly sheathed with iron, and had alarm bells attached to them on a new principle. Every one of the bedroom possessed its two bolts on the inside of the door. And to crown all, on the roof of the cottage was a little belfry, containing a bell large enough to make itself heard at the Fulham police station. In Reuben Limbrick's time the rope had communicated with his bedroom. It now hung against the wall in the passage outside. Looking from one to the other of the objects around her, Anne's eyes rested on the partition wall which divided the room from the room next to it. The wall was not broken by a door of communication. It had nothing placed against it but a wash-hand stand and two chairs. "Who sleeps in the next room?" said Anne. Hester Dethridge pointed down to the drawing-room in which they had left Geoffrey. Geoffrey slept in the room. Anne led the way out again into the passage. "Show me the second room," she said. The second room was also in the front of the house. More ugliness, of first-rate quality, in the paper and the carpet. Another heavy mahogany bedstead, but this time a bedstead with a canopy attached to the head of it, supporting its own curtains. Anticipating Anne's inquiry on this occasion, Hester looked toward the next room, at the back of the cottage, and pointed to herself. Anne at once decided on choosing the second room. It was the furthest from Geoffrey. Hester waited while she wrote the address at which her luggage would be found, at the house of the musical agent, and then, having applied for and received her directions as to the evening meal which she should send upstairs, quitted the room. Left alone, Anne secured the door and threw herself on the bed. Still too weary to exert her mind, still physically incapable of realizing the helplessness and the peril of her position, she opened a locket that hung from her neck, kissed the portrait of her mother and the portrait of Blanche placed opposite to each other inside it, and sank into a deep and dreamless sleep. Meanwhile, Geoffrey repeated his final orders to the lad at the cottage gate. When you have got the luggage, you are to go to the lawyer. If he can come here tonight, you will show him the way. If he can't come, you will bring me a letter from him. Make any mistake in this, and it will be the worst day's work you have ever did in your life. Away with you, and don't lose the train." The lad ran off. Geoffrey waited, looking after him, and turning over in his mind what had been done up to that time. "All right, so far," he said to himself. "I didn't ride in the cab with her. I told her before witnesses I didn't forgive her, and why I had her in the house. I've put her in a room by herself, and if I must see her, I see her with Hester Dethridge for a witness. My part's done. Let the lawyer do his." He strolled round into the back garden and lit his pipe. After a while, as the twilight faded, he saw a light in Hester's sitting room on the ground floor. He went to the window. Hester and the servant girl were both there at work. "Well," he asked, "how about the woman upstairs?" Hester's slate, aided by the girl's tongue, told him all about the woman that was to be told. They had taken up to her room tea and an omelette, and they had been obliged to wake her from a sleep. She had eaten a little of the omelette and had drunk eagerly of the tea. They had gone up again to take the tray down. She had returned to the bed. She was not asleep, only dull and heavy. Made no remark, looked clean worn out. We left her a light, and we let her be. Such was the report. After listening to it without making any remark, Geoffrey filled a second pipe and resumed his walk. The time wore on. It began to feel chilly in the garden. The rising wind swept audibly over the open lands round the cottage. The stars twinkled their last. Nothing was to be seen overhead but the black void of night. More rain coming. Geoffrey went indoors. An evening newspaper was on the dining-room table. The candles were lit. He sat down and tried to read. No, there was nothing in the newspaper that he cared about. The time for hearing from the lawyer was drawing nearer and nearer. Reading was of no use. Sitting still was of no use. He got up and went out in the front of the cottage, strolled to the gate, opened it, and looked idly up and down the road. But one living creature was visible by the light of the gas lamp over the gate. The creature came nearer, and proved to be the postman going his last round, with the last delivery for the night. He came up to the gate with a letter in his hand. "The Honorable Geoffrey Delamain?" "All right." He took the letter from the postman and went back into the dining-room. Looking at the address by the light of the candles, he recognized the handwriting of Mrs. Glenarm. "To congratulate me on my marriage," he said to himself, bitterly, and opened the letter. Mrs. Glenarm's congratulations were expressed in these terms. "My adored Geoffrey, I have heard all. My beloved one, my own. You are sacrificed to the vilest wretch that walks the earth, and I have lost you. How is it that I live after hearing it? How is it that I can think and write with my brain on fire and my heart broken? Oh, my angel, there is a purpose that supports me, pure, beautiful, worthy of us both. I live, Geoffrey, I live to dedicate myself to the adored idea of you, my hero, my first, last love. I will marry no other man. I will live and die, I vow it solemnly on my bended knees, I will live and die true to you. I am your spiritual wife. My beloved Geoffrey, she can't come between us there. She can never rob you of my heart's unaltered fidelity, of my soul's unearthly devotion. I am your spiritual wife. Oh, the blameless luxury of writing those words. Write back to me, beloved one, and say you feel it too. Vow it, idol of my heart, as I have vowed it. Unaltered fidelity, unearthly devotion. Never, never will I be the wife of any other man. Never, never will I forgive the woman who has come between us. Yours ever and only, yours with the stainless passion that burns on the altar of the heart. Yours, yours, yours. E.G. This outbreak of hysterical nonsense, in itself simply ridiculous, assumed a serious importance in its effect on Geoffrey. It associated the direct attainment of his own interests with the gratification of his vengeance on Anne. 10,000 a year self-dedicated to him, and nothing to prevent his putting out his hand and taking it but the woman who had caught him in her trap, the woman upstairs who had fastened herself on him for life. He put the letter into his pocket. "Wait till I hear from the lawyer," he said to himself. "The easiest way out of it is that way, and it's the law." He looked impatiently at his watch. As he put it back in his pocket, there was a ring at the bell. Was it the lad bringing the luggage? Yes, and with it the lawyer's report? No, better than that, the lawyer himself. "Come in," cried Geoffrey, meeting his visitor at the door. The lawyer entered the dining-room. The candlelight revealed to view a corpulent, full-lipped, bright-eyed man, with a strain of negro blood in his yellow face, and with unmistakable traces in his look and manner of walking habitually in the dirtiest professional byways of the law. "I've got a little place of my own in your neighborhood," he said, "and I thought I would look in myself, Mr. Delamain, on my way home. Have you seen the witnesses?" "I have examined them both, sir. First, Mrs. Inchbare and Mr. Bishopriggs together. Next, Mrs. Inchbare and Mr. Bishopriggs separately. Well? Well, sir, the result is unfavorable, I am sorry to say. What do you mean? Neither the one nor the other of them, Mr. Delamayn, can give the evidence we want. I have made sure of that. Made sure of that? You have made an infernal mess of it. You don't understand the case. The mulatto lawyer smiled. The rudeness of his client appeared only to amuse him. Don't I? He said. Suppose you tell me where I am wrong about it. Here it is in outline only. On the 14th of August last year, your wife was at an inn in Scotland. A gentleman named Arnold Brinkworth joined her there. He represented himself to be her husband, and he stayed with her till the next morning. Starting from those facts, the object you have in view is to sue for a divorce from your wife. You make Mr. Arnold Brinkworth the co-respondent, and you produce in evidence the waiter and the landlady of the inn. Anything wrong, sir, so far? Nothing wrong. At one cowardly stroke to cast Anne disgraced on the world, and to set himself free, there, plainly and truly stated, was the scheme which he had devised, when he had turned back on the way to Fulham to consult Mr. Moy. So much for the case, resumed the lawyer. Now for what I have done on receiving your instructions. I have examined the witnesses, and I have had an interview, not a very pleasant one, with Mr. Moy. The result of those two proceedings is briefly this. First discovery. In assuming the character of the lady's husband, Mr. Brinkworth was acting under your direction, which tells dead against you. Second discovery. Not the slightest impropriety of conduct, not an approach even to the harmless familiarity, was detected by either of the witnesses, while the lady and gentleman were together at the inn. There is literally no evidence to produce against them, except that they were together in 2 rooms. How are you to assume a guilty purpose when you can't prove an approach to a guilty act? You can no more take such a case as that into court than you can jump over the roof of this cottage. He looked hard at his client, expecting to receive a violent reply. His client agreeably disappointed him. A very strange impression appeared to have been produced on this reckless and headstrong man. He got up quietly, spoke with perfect outward composure of face and manner when he said his next words. "Have you given up the case?" "As things are at present, Mr. Delamayn, there is no case." "And no hope of my getting divorced from her?" "Wait a moment. Have your wife and Mr. Brinkworth met nowhere since they were together at the Scotch Inn?" "Nowhere." "As to the future, of course, I can't say. As to the past, there is no hope of your getting divorced from her." "Thank you. Good night." "Good night, Mr. Delamayn." Fastened to her for life, and the law powerless to cut the knot. He pondered over that result until he had thoroughly realized it and fixed it in his mind. Then he took out Mrs. Glenarm's letter, and read it through again, attentively, from beginning to end. Nothing could shake her devotion to him. Nothing would induce her to marry another man. There she was, in her own words, dedicated to him, waiting, with her fortune at her own disposal, to be his wife. There also was his father, waiting, so far as he knew, in the absence of any tidings from Holchester House, to welcome Mrs. Glenarm as a daughter-in-law, and to give Mrs. Glenarm's husband an income of his own. As fair a prospect, on all sides, as man could desire, and nothing in the way of it but the woman who had caught him in her trap, the woman upstairs who had fastened herself on him for life. He went out in the garden in the darkness of night. There was open communication on all sides between the back garden and the front. He walked round and round the cottage, now appearing in a stream of light from a window, now disappearing again in the darkness. The wind blew refreshingly over his bare head. For some minutes he went round and round, faster and faster, without a pause. When he stopped at last, it was in front of the cottage. He lifted his head slowly and looked up at the dim light in the window of Anne's room. "How?" he said to himself. "That's the question. How?" He went indoors again and rang the bell. The servant girl who answered it started back at the sight of him. His florid color was all gone. His eyes looked at her without appearing to see her. Perspiration was standing on his forehead in great heavy drops. "Are you ill, sir?" said the girl. He told her, with an oath, to hold her tongue and bring the brandy. When she entered the room for the second time, he was standing with his back to her, looking out at the night. He never moved when she put the bottle on the table. She heard him muttering as if he was talking to himself. The same difficulty which had been present to his mind in secret under Anne's window was present to his mind still.
Section 58 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. 16th Scene, Salt Patch, Chapter the 50th. The Morning. When does the vain regret find its keenest sting? When is the doubtful future blackened by its darkest cloud? When is life least worth having, and death oftenest at the bedside? In the terrible morning hours, when the sun is rising in its glory, and the birds are singing in the stillness of the new-born day. Anne woke in the strange bed, and looked round her, by the light of the new morning, at the strange room. The rain had fallen in the night. The sun was master in the clear autumn sky. She rose and opened the window. The fresh morning air, keen and fragrant, filled the room. Far and near, the same bright stillness possessed the view. She stood at the window looking out. Her mind was clear again. She could think. She could feel. She could face the one last question which the merciless morning now forced on her. How will it end? Was there any hope? Hope, for instance, in what she might do for herself. What can a married woman do for herself? She can make her misery public, provided it be misery of a certain kind, and can reckon single-handed with society. When she has done it, nothing more. Was there hope in what the others might do for her? Blanche might write to her, might even come and see her, if her husband allowed it, and that was all. Sir Patrick had pressed her hand at parting, and had told her to rely on him. He was the firmest, the truest of friends. But what could he do? There were outrages which her husband was privileged to commit under the sanction of marriage, at the bare thought of which her blood ran cold. Could Sir Patrick protect her? Absurd. Law and society armed her husband with his conjugal rights. Law and society had but one answer to give if she appealed to them. You are his wife. No hope in herself, no hope in her friends, no hope anywhere on earth. Nothing to be done but to wait for the end, with faith in the divine mercy, with faith in the better world. She took out of her trunk a little book of prayers and meditations, worn with much use, which had once belonged to her mother. She sat by the window reading it. Now and then she looked up from it, thinking. The parallel between her mother's position and her own position was now complete. Both married to husbands who hated them, to husbands whose interests pointed to mercenary alliances with other women, to husbands whose one want and one purpose was to be free from their wives. Strange what different ways had led mother and daughter both to the same fate. Would the parallel hold to the end? Shall I die, she wondered, thinking of her mother's last moments, in Blanche's arms? The time had passed unheeded. The morning movement in the house had failed to catch her ear. She was first called out of herself to the sense of the present and passing events by the voice of the servant girl outside the door. "The master wants you, ma'am, downstairs." She rose instantly and put away the little book. "Is that all the message?" she asked, opening the door. "Yes, ma'am." She followed the girl downstairs, recalling to her memory the strange words addressed to her by Geoffrey in the presence of the servants on the evening before. Was she now to know what those words really meant? The doubt would soon be set at rest. Be the trial what it may, she thought to herself, let me bear it as my mother would have borne it. The servant opened the door of the dining-room. Breakfast was on the table. Geoffrey was standing at the window. Hester Dethridge was waiting, posted near the door. He came forward with the nearest approach to gentleness in his manner which she had ever yet seen in it. He came forward, with a set smile on his lips, and offered her his hand. She had entered the room prepared, as she believed, for anything that could happen. She was not prepared for this. She stood speechless, looking at him. After one glance at her when she came in, Hester Dethridge looked at him too, and from that moment never looked away again as long as Anne remained in the room. He broke the silence, in a voice that was not like his own, with a furtive restraint in his manner which she had never noticed in it before. "Won't you shake hands with your husband?" he asked. "When your husband asks you?" She mechanically put her hand in his, He dropped it instantly with a start. "God, how cold!" he exclaimed. His own hand was burning hot, and shook incessantly. He pointed to a chair at the head of the table. "Will you make the tea?" he asked. She had given him her hand mechanically. She advanced a step mechanically, and then stopped. "Would you prefer breakfasting by yourself?" he said. "If you please," she answered faintly. "Wait a minute. I have something to say before you go." She waited. He considered with himself, consulting his memory, visibly, unmistakably, consulting it before he spoke again. "I have had the night to think in," he said. "The night has made a new man of me. I beg your pardon for what I said yesterday. I was not myself yesterday. I talked nonsense yesterday. Please to forget it and forgive it. I wish to turn over a new leaf and make amends. Make amends for my past conduct. It shall be my endeavour to be a good husband. In the presence of Mrs. Dethridge, I request you to give me a chance. I won't force your inclinations. We are married. What's the use of regretting it? Stay here, as you said yesterday, on your own terms. I wish to make it up, in the presence of Mrs. Dethridge. I say I wish to make it up. I won't detain you. I request you to think of it. Good morning." He said those extraordinary words like a slow boy saying a hard lesson, his eyes on the ground, his fingers restlessly fastening and unfastening a button on his waistcoat. Anne left the room. In the passage she was obliged to wait and support herself against the wall. His unnatural politeness was horrible. His carefully asserted repentance chilled her to the soul with dread. She had never felt in the time of his fiercest anger and his foulest language the unutterable horror of him that she felt now. Hester Dethridge came out, closing the door behind her. She looked attentively at Anne, then wrote on her slate and held it out, with these words on it: "Do you believe him?" Anne pushed the slate away and ran upstairs. She fastened the door and sank into a chair. "He is plotting something against me," she said to herself. "What?" A sickening physical sense of dread, entirely new in her experience of herself, made her shrink from pursuing the question. The sinking at her heart turned her faint. She went to get the air at the open window. At the same moment there was a ring at the gate bell. Suspicious of anything and everything, she felt a sudden distrust of letting herself be seen. She drew back the curtain and looked out. A manservant in livery was let in. He had a letter in his hand. He said to the girl as he passed Anne's window, "I come from Lady Holchester. I must see Mr. Delamayn instantly." They went in. There was an interval. The footman reappeared, leaving the place. There was another interval. Then there came a knock at the door. Anne hesitated. The knock was repeated, and the dumb murmuring of Hester Dethridge was heard outside. Anne opened the door. Hester came in with the breakfast. She pointed to a letter among other things on the tray. It was addressed to Anne, in Geoffrey's handwriting, and it contained these words: "My father died yesterday. Write your orders for your mourning. The boy will take them. You are not to trouble yourself to go to London. Somebody is to come here to you from the shop." Anne dropped the paper on her lap without looking up. At the same moment Hester Dethridge's slate was passed stealthily between her eyes and the note, with these words traced on it: "His mother is coming to-day. His brother has been telegraphed from Scotland. He was drunk last night. He's drinking again. I know what that means. Look out, missus. Look out." Anne signed to her to leave the room. She went out, pulling the door to, but not closing it behind her. There was another ring at the gate bell. Once more Anne went to the window, only the lad this time arriving to take his orders for the day. He had barely entered the garden when he was followed by the postman with letters. In a minute more Geoffrey's voice was heard in the passage, and Geoffrey's heavy step ascended the wooden stairs. Anne hurried across the room to draw the bolts. Geoffrey met her before she could close the door. "A letter for you," he said, keeping scrupulously out of the room. "I don't wish to force your inclinations. I only request you to tell me who it's from." His manner was as carefully subdued as ever, but the unacknowledged distrust in him, when he looked at her, betrayed itself in his eye. She glanced at the handwriting on the address. "From Blanche," she answered. He softly put his foot between the door and the post, and waited until she had opened and read Blanche's letter. "May I see it?" he asked, and put his hand for it through the door. The spirit in Anne which would once have resisted him was dead in her now. She handed him the open letter. It was very short, excepting some brief expressions of fondness. It was studiously confined to stating the purpose for which it had been written. Blanche proposed to visit Anne that afternoon. Accompanied by her uncle, she sent word beforehand to make sure of finding Anne at home. That was all. The letter had evidently been written under Sir Patrick's advice. Geoffrey handed it back after first waiting a moment to think. "My father died yesterday," he said. "My wife can't receive visitors before he is buried. I don't wish to force your inclinations. I only say I can't let visitors in here before the funeral, except my own family. Send a note downstairs. The lad will take it to your friend when he goes to London." With those words he left. An appeal to the proprieties of life in the mouth of Geoffrey Delamayn could only mean one of two things. Either he had spoken in brutal mockery, or he had spoken with some ulterior object in view. Had he seized on the event of his father's death as a pretext for isolating his wife from all communications with the outer world? Were there reasons which had not yet asserted themselves for his dreading the result if he allowed Anne to communicate with her friends? The hour wore on, and Hester Dethridge appeared again. The lad was waiting for Anne's orders for her mourning, and for her note to Mrs. Arnold Brinkworth. Anne wrote the orders and the note. Once more the horrible slate appeared when she had done, between the writing paper and her eyes, with the hard lines of warning pitilessly traced on it. "He has locked the gate. When there's a ring we are to come to him for the key. He has written to a woman. Name outside the letter, Mrs. Glenarm. He has had more brandy, like my husband. Mind yourself." The one way out of the high walls all around the cottage locked, friends forbidden to see her, solitary imprisonment with her husband for a jailer. Before she had been 24 hours in the cottage it had come to that, and what was to follow? She went back mechanically to the window. The sight of the outer world, the occasional view of a passing vehicle, helped to sustain her. The lad appeared in the front garden, departing to perform his errand to London. Geoffrey went with him to the open gate, and called after him as he passed through it, "Don't forget the books." The books? What books? Who wanted them? The slightest thing now roused Anne's suspicion. For hours afterwards the books haunted her mind. He secured the gate and came back again. He stopped under Anne's window and called to her. She showed herself. "When you want air and exercise," he said, "the back garden is at your own disposal." He put the key of the gate in his pocket and returned to the house. After some hesitation, Anne decided on taking him at his word. In her state of suspense, to remain within the four walls of the bedroom was unendurable. If some lurking snare lay hid under the fair-sounding proposal which Geoffrey had made, it was less repellent to her boldly to prove what it might be than to wait pondering over it with her mind in the dark. She put on her hat and went down into the garden. Nothing happened out of the common. Wherever he was, he never showed himself. She wandered up and down, keeping on the side of the garden which was farthest from the dining-room window. To a woman, escape from the place was simply impossible. Setting out of the question the height of the walls, they were armed at the top with a thick setting of jagged broken glass. A small back door in the end wall, intended probably for the gardener's use, was bolted and locked, the key having been taken out. There was not a house near. The lands of the local growers of vegetables surrounded the garden on all sides. In the 19th century, and in the immediate neighbourhood of a great metropolis, Anne was as absolutely isolated from all contact with the humanity around her as if she lay in her grave. After the lapse of half an hour, the silence was broken by a noise of carriage wheels on the public road in front, and a ring at the bell. Anne kept close to the cottage at the back, determined, if a chance offered, on speaking to the visitor, whoever the visitor might be. She heard voices in the dining-room through the open window. Geoffrey's voice and the voice of a woman. Who was the woman? Not Mrs. Glenarm, surely. After a while the visitor's voice was suddenly raised. "Where is she? Where is she?" it said. "I wish to see her." Anne instantly advanced to the back door of the house, and found herself face to face with a lady who was a total stranger to her. "Are you my son's wife?" asked the lady. "I am your son's prisoner," Anne answered. Lady Holchester's pale face turned paler still. It was plain that Anne's reply had confirmed some doubt in the mother's mind which had already been suggested to it by the son. "What do you mean?" she asked, in a whisper. Geoffrey's heavy footsteps crossed the dining-room. There was no time to explain, Anne whispered back. "Tell my friends what I have told you." Geoffrey appeared at the dining-room door. "Name one of your friends," said Lady Holchester. "Sir Patrick Lundie." Geoffrey heard the answer. "What about Sir Patrick Lundie?" he asked. "I wish to see Sir Patrick Lundie," said his mother, "and your wife can tell me where to find him." Anne instantly understood that Lady Holchester would communicate with Sir Patrick. She mentioned his London address. Lady Holchester turned to leave the cottage. Her son stopped her. "Let's set things straight," he said. "Before you go, my mother," he went on, addressing himself to Anne, "don't think there's much chance for us two of living comfortably together. Bear witness to the truth, will you? What did I tell you at breakfast time? Didn't I say it should be my endeavour to make you a good husband? Didn't I say in Mrs. Dethridge's presence I wanted to make it up?" He waited until Anne had answered in the affirmative, and then appealed to his mother. "Well, what do you think now?" Lady Holchester declined to reveal what she thought. "You shall see me or hear from me this evening," she said to Anne. Geoffrey attempted to repeat his unanswered question. His mother looked at him. His eyes instantly dropped before hers. She gravely bent her head to Anne and drew her veil. Her son followed her out in silence to the gate. Anne returned to her room, sustained by the first sense of relief which she had felt since the morning. His mother Section 59 of Man and Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Man and Wife by Wilkie Collins. 16th Scene, Salt Patch, Chapter the 51st. The Proposal. Towards sunset, Lady Holchester's carriage drew up before the gate of the cottage. 3 persons occupied the carriage: Lady Holchester, her eldest son, now Lord Holchester, and Sir Patrick Lundie. "Will you wait in the carriage, Sir Patrick?" said Julius, "or will you come in?" "I will wait. If I can be of the least use to her, send for me instantly. In the meantime, don't forget to make the stipulation which I have suggested. It is the one certain way of putting your brother's real feeling in this matter to the test." The servant had rung the bell without producing any result. He rang again. Lady Holchester put a question to Sir Patrick. "If I have an opportunity of speaking to my son's wife alone," she said, "have you any message to give?" Sir Patrick produced a little note. "May I appeal to your ladyship's kindness to give her this?" The gate was opened by the servant girl as Lady Holchester took the note. "Remember," reiterated Sir Patrick earnestly, "if I can be of the smallest service to her, don't think of my position with Mr. Delamayn. Send for me at once." Julius and his mother were conducted into the drawing-room. The girl informed them that her master had gone upstairs to lie down, and that he would be with them immediately. Both mother and son were too anxious to speak. Julius wandered uneasily about the room. Some books attracted his notice on a table in the corner. 4 dirty, greasy volumes, with a slip of paper projecting from the leaves of one of them, and containing this inscription: "With Mr. Perry's respects." Julius opened the volume. It was the ghastly popular record of criminal trials in England, called the Newgate Calendar. Julius showed it to his mother. "Geoffrey's taste in literature," he said, with a faint smile. Lady Holchester signed to him to put the book back. "You have seen Geoffrey's wife already, have you not?" she asked. There was no contempt now in her tone when she referred to Anne. The impression produced on her by her visit to the cottage earlier in the day associated Geoffrey's wife with family anxieties of no trivial kind. She might still, for Mrs. Glenarm's sake, be a woman to be disliked, but she was no longer a woman to be despised. "I saw her when she came to Swanhaven," said Julius. "I agree with Sir Patrick in thinking her a very interesting person. What did Sir Patrick say to you about Geoffrey this afternoon while I was out of the room?" "Only what he said to you. He thought their position toward each other here a very deplorable one. He considered that the reasons were serious for our interfering immediately. Sir Patrick's own opinion, Julius, goes farther than that. He has not acknowledged it, that I know of. How can he acknowledge it? To us? The door opened and Geoffrey entered the room. Julius eyed him closely as they shook hands. His eyes were bloodshot. His face was flushed. His utterance was thick. The look of him was the look of a man who had been drinking hard. "Well," he said to his mother, "what brings you back?" "Julius has a proposal to make to you," Lady Holchester answered. "I approve of it, and I have come with him." Geoffrey turned to his brother. "What can a rich man like you want with a poor devil like me?" he asked. "I want to do you justice. Geoffrey, if you will help me by meeting me half-way. Our mother has told you about the will." "I'm not down for a halfpenny in the will. I expected as much. Go on." "You are wrong. You are down in it. There is liberal provision made for you in a codicil. Unhappily, my father died without signing it. It is needless to say that I considered it binding on me for all that. I am ready to do for you what your father would have done for you, and I only ask for one concession in return." "What may that be?" "You are living here very unhappily, Geoffrey, with your wife." "Who says so?" "I don't, for one." Julius laid his hand kindly on his brother's arm. "Don't trifle with such a serious matter as this," he said. "Your marriage is, in every sense of the word, a misfortune, not only to you but to your wife. It is impossible that you can live together. I have come here to ask you to consent to a separation. Do that, and the provision made for you in the unsigned codicil is yours. What do you say?" Geoffrey shook his brother's hand off his arm. "I say no," he answered. Lady Holchester interfered for the first time. "Your brother's generous offer deserves a better answer than that," she said. "My answer," reiterated Geoffrey, "is no." He sat between them with his clenched fists resting on his knees, absolutely impenetrable to anything that either of them could say. "In your situation," said Julius, "a refusal is sheer madness. I won't accept it. Do as you like about that. My mind's made up. I won't let my wife be taken away from me. Here she stays." The brutal tone in which he had made that reply roused Lady Holchester's indignation. "Take care," she said. "You are not only behaving with the grossest ingratitude towards your brother, you are forcing a suspicion into your mother's mind. You have some motive that you are hiding from us." He turned on his mother with a sudden ferocity which made Julius spring to his feet. The next instant his eyes were on the ground, and the devil that possessed him was quiet again. "Some motive I'm hiding from you," he repeated, with his head down, and his utterance thicker than ever. "I'm ready to have my motive posted all over London, if you like. I'm fond of her." He looked up as he said the last words. Lady Holchester turned away her head, recoiling from her own son. So overwhelming was the shock inflicted on her, that even the strongly rooted prejudice which Mrs. Glenarm had implanted in her mind yielded to it. At that moment she absolutely pitied Anne. "Poor creature," said Lady Holchester. He took instant offence at those two words. "I won't have my wife pitied by anybody." With that reply he dashed into the passage and called out, "Anne, come down." Her soft voice answered in her light footfall, was heard on the stairs. She came into the room. Julius advanced, took her hand, and held it kindly in his. "We are having a little family discussion," he said, trying to give her confidence, "and Geoffrey is getting hot over it, as usual." Geoffrey appealed sternly to his mother. "Look at her," he said. "Is she starved? Is she in rags? Is she covered with bruises?" He turned to Anne. "They have come here to propose a separation. They both believe I hate you." "I don't hate you. I'm a good Christian. I owe it to you that I'm cut out of my father's will. I forgive you that. I owe it to you that I've lost the chance of marrying a woman with 10,000 a year. I forgive you that. I'm not a man who does things by halves. I said it should be my endeavour to make you a good husband. I said it was my wish to make it up. Well, I am as good as my word. And what's the consequence? I am insulted. My mother comes here, my brother comes here, and they offer me money to part from you. Money be hanged! I'll be beholden to nobody. I'll get my own living. Shame on the people who interfere between man and wife. Shame! That's what I say. Shame!" Anne looked for an explanation, from her husband to her husband's mother. "Have you proposed a separation between us?" she asked. "Yes, on terms of the utmost advantage to my son, arranged with every possible consideration toward you. Is there any objection on your side?" "Oh, Lady Holchester, is it necessary to ask me? What does he say?" "He has refused." "Refused!" "Yes," said Geoffrey. "I don't go back from my word. I stick to what I said this morning. It's my endeavour to make you a good husband. It's my wish to make it up." He paused, and then added his last reason. "I'm fond of you." Their eyes met as he said it to her. Julius felt Anne's hand suddenly tighten round his. The desperate grasp of the frail cold fingers, the imploring terror in the gentle sensitive face as it slowly turned his way, said to him as if in words, "Don't leave me friendless to-night." "If you both stop here till doomsday," said Geoffrey, "you'll get nothing more out of me. You have had my reply." With that he seated himself doggedly in a corner of the room, waiting, ostentatiously waiting, for his mother and his brother to take their leave. The position was serious. To argue the matter with him that night was hopeless. To invite Sir Patrick's interference would only be to provoke his savage temper to a new outbreak. On the other hand, to leave the helpless woman after what had passed, without another effort to befriend her, was in her situation an act of downright inhumanity, and nothing less. Julius took the one way out of the difficulty that was left, the one way worthy of him as a compassionate and honourable man. "We will drop it for to-night, Geoffrey," he said, "but I am not the less resolved, in spite of all you have said, to return to the subject to-morrow. It would save me some inconvenience, a second journey here from town, and then going back again to my engagements, if I stayed with you to-night. Can you give me a bed?" A look flashed on him from Anne, which thanked him as no words could have thanked him. "Give you a bed?" repeated Geoffrey. He checked himself, on the point of refusing. His mother was watching him, his wife was watching him, and his wife knew that the room above them was a room to spare. "All right," he resumed in another tone, with his eye on his mother. "There's my empty room upstairs. Have it if you like. You won't find I've changed my mind to-morrow, but that's your look-out. Stop here if the fancy takes you. I've no objection. It don't matter to me. Will you trust his lordship under my roof?" he added, addressing his mother. "I might have some motive that I'm hiding from you, you know." Without waiting for an answer, he turned to Anne. "Go and tell old Dummy to put the sheets on the bed. Say there's a live lord in the house. She's to send in something devilish good for supper." He burst fiercely into a forced laugh. Lady Holchester rose at that moment when Anne was leaving the room. "I shall not be here when you return," she said. "Let me bid you good night." She shook hands with Anne, giving her Sir Patrick's note, unseen, at the same moment. Anne left the room. Without addressing another word to her second son, Lady Holchester beckoned to Julius to give her his arm. "You have acted nobly toward your brother," she said to him. "My one comfort and my one hope, Julius, are in you." They went out together to the gate, Geoffrey following them with the key in his hand. "Don't be too anxious," Julius whispered to his mother. "I will keep the drink out of his way to-night, and I will bring you a better account of him to-morrow. Explain everything to Sir Patrick as you go home." He handed Lady Holchester into the carriage and re-entered, leaving Geoffrey to lock the gate. The brothers returned in silence to the cottage. Julius had concealed it from his mother, but he was seriously uneasy in secret. Naturally prone to look at all the things on their brighter side, he could place no hopeful interpretation on what Geoffrey had said and done that night. The conviction that he was deliberately acting a part, in his present relations with his wife, for some abominable purpose of his own, had rooted itself firmly in Julius. For the first time in his experience of his brother, the pecuniary consideration was not the uppermost consideration in Geoffrey's mind. They went back into the drawing-room. "What will you have to drink?" said Geoffrey. "Nothing." "You won't keep me company over a drop of brandy and water?" "No." "You have had enough brandy and water." After a moment of frowning self-consideration in the glass, Geoffrey abruptly agreed with Julius. "I look like it," he said. "I'll soon put that right." He disappeared, and returned with a wet towel tied round his head. "What will you do while the women are getting your bed ready?" "Liberty Hall here. I've taken to cultivating my mind. I'm a reformed character, you know, now I'm a married man. You do what you like. I shall read." He turned to the side table, and producing the volumes of the Newgate Calendar, gave one to his brother. Julius handed it back again. "You won't cultivate your mind," he said, "with such a book as that. Vile actions recorded in vile English make vile reading, Geoffrey, in every sense of the word." "It will do for me. I don't know good English when I see it." With that frank acknowledgment to which the great majority of his companions at school and college might have subscribed without doing the slightest injustice to the present state of English education, Geoffrey drew his chair to the table, and opened one of the volumes of his record of crime. The evening newspaper was lying on the sofa. Julius took it up and seated himself opposite to his brother. He noticed with some surprise that Geoffrey appeared to have a special object in consulting his book. Instead of beginning at the first page, he ran the leaves through his fingers, and turned them down at certain places before he entered on his reading. If Julius had looked over his brother's shoulder, instead of only looking at him across the table, he would have seen that Geoffrey passed by all the lighter crimes